Are you ready? Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with everyone's favorite comic book artist, Adam Friended.
New to the comic book artist bit. I'm a little shaky on the lifelong artist, brand new comic book artist.
That's right.
You guys are buying my, what is it? The inaugural issue? What is it? The first time out? This is my freshman endeavor into comic book art.
You guys will all participate in Adam popping his comic chair.
I know.
Okay?
It's got to be amazing though. You got to. But if it's not, I have the excuse it's my first time out. So
my first.
But enough about me already.
Look, guys, I know that I went a little too quickly, right? But it's my first time.
I know.
Round 2 will be better, I swear.
Exactly. Come on, let's get into this video. What's taking so long?
Anyways, today we'll be watching Ben Shapiro. Now, this is interesting. Ben Shapiro, a year ago, and I don't think I ever saw this, interviewed Neil deGrasse Tyson. And for some reason, Ben Shapiro, I guess very wisely, someone was like, hey, you should re-upload this one specific clip from your interview a year later.
And troll the shit out of Breadtube.
And troll the shit out of all the commies. And apparently it worked because everyone reacted to this clip as if it was a new clip.
As if it happened yesterday.
Yeah, and it went completely viral. It got like almost another 1 million views for Ben Shapiro's. So, and this is very interesting clip too, because I really like Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Doubt.
You don't think I do, or you don't like him?
Well, it's so weird. This clip is comedy gold because
it is.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is so trying to like walk the line on this
the tightrope
on this issue where he's like, oh, I'm gonna get fucking canceled. Ben Shapiro, why are you doing this to me? What the fuck? The look on his face is just, oh god, it's so priceless.
The mental image I had listening to this was Neil deGrasse Tyson is on the tightrope and he's holding the bar, and on one hand is like the cancel culture mob ready to devour him, and on the other hand is like science, and he's like, I gotta balance
I know. That's such a great image. Yeah, exactly. He's like, science, no. Cancel culture, no. Which way is it gonna go? Yes. Yeah, but I don't think he walks it very successfully, to be honest with you. I think he fumbles and falls.
Well, I guess he walked it as successfully as possible, I guess. I don't know. Well, it depends how you define success. Like his answers are really awful.
Yes, terrible.
His answers are real. So if you guys don't know, Ben Shapiro asked him about transgender issues, and I thought Neil deGrasse Tyson, who I really like, but he gave really bad answers.
Yes, yeah.
Really poor answers to this. And the interesting thing, though, is that this is a classic Adam's favorite artist, Scott Adams, situation where we have the two movies, because every single Breadtuber, every single illiberal person is watching this clip like, oh my God, Neil deGrasse Tyson totally destroyed, totally pwned Ben Shapiro on this issue. And I'm like, what video did these people watch?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm feeling the same exact thing. I was like, I thought I felt embarrassed for Neil deGrasse Tyson, and it occurred to me also that they tried to Me Too Neil deGrasse Tyson, and now I'm wondering about the timeline, because do you remember that where they did? Yes. So I wonder if the trans activists tried to Me Too Neil deGrasse Tyson after this interview, because that would make sense. They're like, okay, fuck this guy. He didn't walk the line good enough.
I didn't look at the timeline. Maybe
it's interesting.
It's funny because we're gonna watch the clip that everyone watched, and then we're gonna watch the beginning of the interview, because there's a whole. And I guess this is Ben Shapiro's fault, because he only put up like the 10-minute clip about the transgender stuff. But if you take what Neil deGrasse Tyson said in the context of the earlier part of the interview, it makes Neil deGrasse Tyson look even worse.
Yeah, totally. Which we're going to play. We're playing that as well, right?
Right. We're going to show you, because most people haven't seen that part. But, and again, I like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I still like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You keep saying that.
Really fumbled the ball here. Well, it's funny. I'm doing
Did
the
he
opposite.
not throw science under the bus, though? Did he not?
He did.
He's
He
playing
completely
fucking
did.
politics, dude. He's totally playing politics.
He took the safe road, okay? He tried to take the safe road in this situation.
He's like, my career's on the line.
He's like, Ben, what are you doing? I don't want to get fired. I don't want to cancel. What are you doing to me?
I have a telescope named after me. Please stop.
I'm America's favorite scientist, okay? You can't, come on.
I know. Uncle.
It's funny because I'm doing the exact opposite of all the Breadtubers, because the Surfs and Vosh both start their video, and we might watch some of their reactions to this afterwards, but the Surfs and Vosh both in the beginning of their videos are like, I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's a Me Too rapist. You know, like they.
Oh, really? So it worked. It worked.
They're doing like the exact opposite of me. I'm like, I love Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then they're like, no, I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson, but let's watch this video. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
And I put their thumbnails in our thumbnail. All of their thumbnails are like destroyed, annihilated.
Yes. It's
he
funny.
Totally eviscerated, nuked Ben Shapiro from space.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway,
that wasn't my takeaway. But let's get into the video. Come on.
Let's get into the video.
I'm going to ask you to science for me a little bit.
Sure.
But when it comes to transgenderism, the argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals
that should be based
are in fact binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to opine on this.
Look at that face. Do you think he meant that? You think, look at that face, Sitch. Look at that face. Does that look like the face of someone who's happy to opine on something?
Are you saying he was being sarcastic?
No,
Okay.
he was being totally sincere, but nobody's winning any Academy Awards for that performance. Neil, come on.
I do wish we could have seen his reaction when Ben started asking the question.
Look, this is a standard 2-camera setup. You know they had him on camera the whole time. And you know, I heard lots of noises there. I heard lots of heavy sighs going on, lots of like shifting. You could see his
he was
shoulder
opening every desk drawer.
you could see lots of shoulder shifting going around, right? How come they didn't show that? Like, that's internet gold. How come they didn't show that? How come they didn't show that uncomfortable shifting?
Well, and I will say, even though I think Neil deGrasse Tyson did very poor in this part of the interview, Ben Shapiro did very poor in his conversations part 2, in that I don't think he presses Neil in ways that need to be pressed. He was going to ask this question in the first place.
He didn't, and for the same reason that he didn't show the Neil deGrasse Tyson shot there when he was shifting uncomfortably as he was asking him the question. He did it out of mercy. He totally took mercy.
Trying to play nice.
Which is funny, because everyone will talk about how Ben Shapiro is this evil takedown leftist right and left.
Well, and I said this before, Ben Shapiro only has 2 modes. Okay, he has the I'm going to destroy you mode, or I'm going to be like super nice.
Really?
Like, not push back mode.
Yes.
And he's obviously in the super nice mode. And I guess you're right. Well, it's weird because if he's being super nice, I guess you'd say, well, maybe he shouldn't have asked these questions in the first place. But you're right.
They have to be asked. These questions have to be asked.
Okay.
And this is the perfect guy to ask, because this guy he's got a reputation. He's very reputable. Well, before he got Me Too'd, which I think actually happened after this. Funny enough,
right? But it's disappointing because, like, I would love to hear Neil deGrasse Tyson have a in-depth conversation about transgender issues with, like,
he won't do it
with Brett Weinstein or Sam Harris, or someone that would really get to the root of these deep issues. That'd be super fascinating to listen to.
Yeah, I mean, I've said this before on the show many times. There are 2 sides to this debate that both have merit. I mean, I don't. Well, okay, so you're already giving me the well. The complicated.
No. That was not a sarcastic.
Okay.
That was
The complicated part of it is women's only spaces. I don't like. Are we gonna just dispose of women only spaces?
That's one issue. I mean, I don't. That's not the issue, right?
Well, there's a number of issues, yeah.
Right.
But I think the women only spaces is the issue where you've got two sides that have the best like argument. You've this is important in screenwriting too, or storytelling. Like the real tragedy is when, two good people are in conflict over these forces that are
Wicked
really
problems,
beyond our
yes.
control. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, I feel for the people who, women enjoy women only spaces, right?
Well, it's the same thing with the transgender kids argument, because it's like,
True.
okay,
Yes, exactly.
because you say, well, on one hand, you could have kids that sterilize themselves or have other, that go through plastic surgery and have all these other things, and they end up realizing that they're not trans.
Yeah, false positive. Yeah, those
It's a
people
false
get
positive.
fucked.
Right. Yeah, and you have like, you create a lot of difficulty for yourself going forward in life. But on the other hand, you could have people that are legitimately do have gender dysphoria, and they go through puberty, and it like totally makes either gender dysphoria worse, or it makes their transition ability in the future even harder, because they become super masculine or super feminine, depending on the direction they're going. And so, I agree with you. It's totally one of these awful
Wicked
situations
problems,
where there is validity to both sides, and the problem is you can't really get to the root of the science here, I guess. And maybe that's what the focus should have been on for this conversation, is, well, we need to get to the root of the science here so that we can kind of alleviate some of these problems.
Yeah, the thing is, because it gets so politicized, and one of the things that I find fascinating, I think you do too, is just the people get so polarized that they're really incapable of even understanding the other side's argument.
Yes. No, that's pretty typical.
Which it's funny for me. It's funnier with the left, because the left is all about empathy. Oh, we have to have empathy here. Empathy is the most necessary thing. But as soon as it's someone who's on the other side of the argument, it's like, nah, no empathy here. Fuck them.
Burn them. They're a racist bigot.
Yeah. What, women only spaces? Fuck you. Fuck you. The women only spaces is a tough one, because the trans side never talks about the real issue of the fact that there's no way to tell if a person is legitimately trans or if they're just faking it because there's some pedo or
I guess
some perv and they want to get into the women's only spaces.
I know that happens. I just don't think it happens enough to be such an issue.
Yeah, but when it happens, it completely ruins. Like this just happened in Southern California, and there was a protest about it. The Wee Spa. I don't know if you know about this. Yeah. So I mean, it's when it happens. I mean, fucking like it totally.
Right.
It's like nuclear for women. Women are a lot more afraid of being sexually assaulted than men.
I thought you were going to say a lot more emotional, but yeah, I guess that makes sense.
Men are a lot more afraid of being cucked. Men are like the jealousy men feel is 10 times worse than women. And women don't necessarily understand the jealousy that men feel, because women feel jealousy, but they don't feel it as much. And in the same way, men don't feel the kind of fear of sexual assault that women feel, for obvious reasons. Those knobs are kind of adjusted over time by evolution, and obviously there's a lot at stake for women. There's a lot more at stake for women being sexually assaulted. There's a lot more at stake for men being cheated on. So you understand why those dials are different. But in this day and age, nobody ever talks about how, we might want to consider that when we're talking about these issues, because this is the situation. This is the reality of the situation. So,
VTuber Toenail Guy for $20. Thank you very much, VTuber. Says, hey there, my parasocial buddies. Here for my weekly dose of free will. A-team, unless Adam is disgusted with VTuber toenails like Sitch.
VTuber toenails? I'm not particularly disgusted by them.
So if their avatar, if they had like a VTuber
Oh
avatar
my
that was
God,
just a
no!
big toe,
I just saw. Oh shit! Never mind.
I guess you're not 18.
That's terrible.
But despite disgusting foot avatar,
Well, actually, you
you
it's
get
not too
20
bad.
free units of free will. There you
It's
go.
not too bad. At least it's clean. There's no dirt
That's
under
true.
the
That's
toenail
true.
or anything like that.
That's
so
true.
That's probably in better shape than my toenail. So glass
There you
houses.
go. There you go.
Let us continue.
This only matters because today we segregate nearly all sports by gender. Otherwise,
Look, did you see the facial expressions here?
Mhm.
Did you see that little that little fluttering eyes? Like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm talking about this.
Mhm. Well, and also what he said is that's a bad answer.
It's
There's
ridiculous.
there's a lot of reasons to care beyond the sport. I mean, to me, the sports is like it's an issue, but it's one of the more minor issues, regarding the.
And where do
a
you
lot
go
of
from
trans
here?
stuff.
Yeah, we shouldn't segregate sports. Okay, like women are never going to win another sport in their life.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about? The whole idea behind, like, there was a time when there wasn't even women's sports.
Right. Right.
The problem here is that we segregate. Okay. Are you advocating that we stop that? Is that a problem?
He does, but his solution doesn't even make sense that he talks about later for sports.
I can't wait to see what Vosh says about how this is total destruction.
I know.
why do you even give a shit? What's someone identified?
Oh, that was such a fake laugh. Am I bad for dwelling on this? This is so uncomfortable. There's a thing, okay?
Uh-huh.
Reality television works because normal people are not actors. Like, they put them
Right.
in situations where they can't hide their feelings, where a normal person would be able to hide the fact that they're terribly uncomfortable. And Neil deGrasse Tyson is this is a reality television situation here. Like, he's so fucking uncomfortable right now that it's oh God, it's so good. It's internet gold. That uncomfortable laugh. And then no more laughter. Like, okay, we're talking about serious shit.
I mean, but it's just there's a lot of. I mean, first of all, Neil completely skips the kid issue, which
Yes.
Ben, I guess, as you said, nicely and graciously allows him to totally skip the issue. So, but I mean, there's a lot going on here, and Ben brings it up, or he brought up in the beginning. He said, I mean, the idea that gender is completely devoid of sex, that gender doesn't have any biological basis whatsoever.
Right.
That's a completely non-scientific idea.
Yes.
And it's funny
I just
because-
pointed out the sex characteristic that I think it's important, and like we could structure society much more better knowing this.
Right. I mean, and that's why the Why Gender Matters is such a great book,
Yes.
because he explains why it's important for you to keep in mind general. Now, of course, this is general, right? It's like stereotyping and statistics. You don't want to assume this of everyone, but they keep general ideas about gender in your mind when you interact with people that you would otherwise you're going to act like an asshole to someone and you're not even realizing it just
Yes.
because maybe they're not the same gender as you and they expect a different interaction with you.
Yep.
But I think that book is great because he talks about why gender matters in a way that's not like, because usually whenever and it's not political, because usually whenever someone talks about gender or gender roles, it's always like someone saying, oh, we need traditional gender roles. And then someone saying, no, we have to have no gender roles. Like that's usually the depth of the argument, which is a dumb argument in the first place. 99% of the time it's a stupid argument.
Yeah, it's so stupid. Oh my God. Nope, it's all you now. I'm done.
We live in a free country, and with consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
I hate to fucking keep pausing it, but oh my God. Do you see him looking all around the room, looking up this here? What am I like? He has no idea what he's going to say.
Well, to be fair, I didn't watch, again, as I never watch these videos, I just listen to them. I don't know if this is how he was acting visually the entire interview.
Dude,
so I can't compare it.
so much of it is this.
Mhm.
He's like, oh, I have to. That's what is comedy gold about this, is he's just bullshitting his way through this entire fucking discussion. Like he's never thought about any of this stuff. I mean, and that's fine. But why didn't he just say, I'm not really qualified to talk on this subject. I never really thought about it. Like, why didn't he just say that?
Well, maybe he maybe he either has thought about this to some degree, or he knew that this was going to be a topic that they were going to talk about.
Oh, they might have gave him the topics ahead of time.
Because the way, when he said this is a topic I'd be happy to opine on.
Oh my God.
The way he said it was it kind of came off to me like he knew this was going to come up.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
So maybe, so he could be nervous, but he could, again, have planned some response to this.
Yeah, maybe he's searching for the planned response, and it's not as much as he's bullshitting.
And his argument that, oh, why should you care? It's like, okay, well, if the issue is just people are transitioning, adults are transitioning who have gender dysphoria, then I would agree with him. It's like, okay, well, who cares? But there's all these other issues tied into that. And one of the biggest ones, what Ben Shapiro started with, is, well, the same activists, not all trans people, obviously, but a lot of these activists are trying to, A, remove the categorical distinction between trans women and cis women, and B, make up this kind of claim that, oh, gender is entirely a social creation. Yeah. And that has a lot of effects on the rest of society and the rest of life.
Also the feeling of safety in women's only spaces for your sisters, your wives, your daughters, the feeling of safety, I think, is something that's kind of intangible, that I think is something that you'd be concerned with. You'd be concerned with your kids going to school and being indoctrinated, or catching some social contagion from their friends and getting some false positive about being gender dysphoric. That would be something you'd be concerned about. Like there's half a dozen things you'd be concerned about.
Right. That's why his kind of dismissal of like, why do you care, to me is such an awful answer. It's like, this is a very complicated issue.
Yeah, I care when my daughter's at the Wii spa and some guy with a dick gets in the fucking spa next to her. I mean, am I wrong to care about that? I think some people would care about that. Listen, the Wii spa situation is weird because there is a men's section, a women's section, and a co-ed section. So there's a section that someone can go into without any rigmarole, without any fanfare, right?
Right.
So it's odd that you would go into the women's section, with all your male anatomy.
Right.
Is that a bad? I mean, is it bad that I understand why people are upset?
No, I mean, I totally understand that.
Yeah. I wonder how.
It's a love leg.
I'm totally going Neil deGrasse Tyson on you. Talk more, Sitch.
Well, no, I'm just, because again, I don't want to repeat myself, him saying that this is, why do you care? Because a lot of the issue too is, and I think the example you brought up with the Wii Spa kind of focuses on this, is that a lot of the issue isn't, oh, I want to transition. It's, oh, I want to transition, and society must accept me in this specific way that I want them to accept me as.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing is, you can never, no one can force society to accept them in some very specific way. That's just not the way anything works.
Yeah.
And it's very strange that this is sort of the path we're going down, where certain groups of people are demanded. Now, the response to this would be like, well, how could you say this, Sitch? They just want to be respected as like human beings, as individuals. And I'm like, no. It's a far deeper issue than that. It's a far greater issue than that.
Yeah, nobody has any problem respecting them as human beings. The problem comes...
Well, some people do. Let's not say no.
Yeah, okay. Most reasonable people are fine with, adults doing what adults want to do. That we live in a live and let live society. I'm happy we live in that society. I'm sure you're happy we live in that society. The question that gets tenuous is where kids are involved, where we're losing this thing that we're losing institutions that people value, like women's sports, women's only spaces. It's funny, nobody ever talks about like the men's only spaces. Men aren't up in arms. Oh, we're losing our men's only spaces.
Right.
It's the women's only spaces, but that's because of the difference in women are terrified of sexual assault. That's why they don't feel safe in those spaces.
There was 2 people stabbed at a protest about this Spa thing.
Yes. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Antifa was there. Yeah. I mean,
jeez.
I understand.
I haven't been following that at all.
I understand. And the thing is, if the person that went in is a transgender person, you know, I totally respect transgender people. It's a strange situation, I feel, because, you know, you need to recognize there are 2 sides of this argument, and nobody's talking about specifics. All they're doing is basically straw manning the other side. This is a tough topic.
A lot of the problem with the woke stuff is it's designed to shut down conversation and ideas. And so whenever you speak out against something, your argument is usually ignored, and it's just you're racist or you're transphobic or you're denying my humanity. Like, it's never an actual.
What about their humanity?
There's not a focus.
Whose humanity are we talking about here?
There's no focus on the actual position, you know, most of the time.
There's 2, like the other side, like this is why I hate this woke shit, is because their whole objective is to dehumanize the other side.
Right.
Like, how can you say, oh, we're all about the humanity, when your whole political objective is dehumanizing your political opposition? They're fucking humans too. There's both sides of this have like a human component. Don't tell me they don't. That's just why it's such a terrible topic, is because it's good people on both sides arguing about fucking real life shit.
Oh my God. We have in the chat, folks, Neil deGrasse Tyson's mustache, everybody.
What?
Neil deGrasse Tyson's mustache is here. Oh my God, for $20. Thank you very much, Neil deGrasse Tyson's mustache. We really appreciate the $20.
Oh my
He says, you think he was uncomfortable? Do you realize how much sweat I was accumulating during that interview? Sometimes the all-day flavor saver isn't quite the burn.
Oh my God, the all-day flavors.
Well, you know what? That's true. The real victim here was Neil deGrasse Tyson's mustache, and we appreciate all you do.
That. We'll give you some free will. Next time you won't have to deal with this.
That's right.
You just go off on your own.
Leave Neil deGrasse Tyson's face, and next time he's asked a difficult question, you just Velcro off and just walk away. Okay.
Done.
I agree with you. I think it's better way to teach children.
What I'm saying. And so there's the consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
Man, on an adult level.
Can you imagine Ben Shapiro with a mustache?
I'm trying to. We'll have to Photoshop one on there.
Oh my God, he looks so silly.
You think so?
Well, I agree with you. I think
no way. Big Magnum PI mustache. That'd be great.
He would look like such a stereotypical like white dad if he had like the big Magnum PI mustache.
He should try it.
Oh my God.
I mean, it does matter what you teach children.
That's what I'm saying. And so there's the matrix of.
Okay, but since we were talking, it kind of got.
Yeah, back it up a bit, because this is like.
And people free expression of who and what they are.
Man, on an adult level, I agree with you. I think it does matter what you teach children.
Okay, so he says on adult matter, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Which, first of all, I don't even agree with that. But he says what matters is, what you teach children. Okay. Neil deGrasse Tyson does not address this point.
Yeah.
And so there's the matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual partner. If we actually live in a free country, as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all. Nor are they requiring that you behave that way.
Well, they are requiring that you put up with their behavior at the Spa. Right. That's for sure.
Right. Well, this is such a bad argument. And I really hate to make this comparison because this is the comparison that like all the right-wing reactionaries make.
Sitch is going full trad
I
con
know.
here.
No, but this is what like because all the transphobes, the actual transphobic people will be like, oh, you know, you can't let people be gay or trans because, you know, then you're gonna get people fucking animals or whatever, right? Like that's always the ridiculous argument that's made. Which again, I don't support this. I think it's a stupid argument. But using Neil deGrasse Tyson's logic, you could make that argument about so many behaviors that society doesn't accept.
Yeah.
Like fucking animals. Like,
I want to do.
care?
I want to do
Right?
heroin every day. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Get
Or
fucking.
I want to, you know, eat my dead parents. You know, with
Oh
cannibal.
my
like, you know, there's so many
God.
like kind of like weird. Like you can hit so many
Totally.
of the
Yeah.
Jonathan Haidt like disgust behaviors that aren't actually causing harm to
Sure.
other people, but our society says.
What's up with these
no.
incest laws? Jesus.
Right. Well, I mean, incest is more complicated because usually there's like weird age differentials and abuse that's kind of nested in, you know, incest in the first place.
Yeah,
but-
no. I think I enjoy the fact that we have incest laws. I think we should keep
Yeah,
them.
right. But I'm just saying, and I just think that this argument, like, well, why do you care? It doesn't affect you. It's just that's not a good argument.
Yeah, and it also it does affect you.
does,
It
yes.
fucking does affect you. If you're sending your kids to public schools and they're learning this, you know, trans ideology in public schools, there's this real thing that's been studied called social contagion. None of the trans activists want to talk about social contagion, but it's fucking real. Okay.
Well, another issue too is that, like, maybe you could make this argument with like gay acceptance. 'Cause it's like, okay, well, if you're not gay, you know, it doesn't really affect you. You don't have to change your ideas about anything. The only idea you'd have to change, like, would be that there are some people that are gay. But with a lot of the trans stuff, it's going further than that. They're trying to deconstruct the concept of gender and sex altogether, completely.
Gay.
And kind of reimagine them in a new way. So it does affect people, I think, a lot more than a lot of gay issues would.
Gay is so much easier to define because gay is, are you attracted to the same sex? Yes or no, right?
Right.
The thing with the trans stuff, which makes it more difficult, is they define gender dysphoria as like you don't feel comfortable in your own body. What the fuck? Like, I went through puberty. I didn't feel comfortable in my own body.
Sure.
Right?
Sure,
I mean,
sure.
if you feel off in any way, you know, people feel off in nondescript ways your entire life, right? You've had
Right.
bouts of feeling off. I don't know. I feel down. I feel depressed. I don't necessarily know why. What's going on?
I didn't sleep
right?
last night. I feel off right now.
Yeah. So I'm telling you this. So if you're in a situation where, you know, people normally feel off a lot, especially in these early years, and
Yes.
you come in with the ready-made solution that, oh, if you feel off, you're probably transgender, people are going to gravitate towards that. They're going to
Right,
be like, I don't have another explanation. What else could
Yeah,
it be?
exactly. Yeah.
Gay
And-
is like, you know, do you like this? Here, let me show you a picture. Does this turn you on?
Yeah.
Right? Yes or no? It's done. You in
Right.
an office visit, you just, okay, you're gay.
Right. And also, like, if someone experiments, you know, their sexuality, that's generally not going to lead to some sort of, you know, lifelong repercussion that,
Exactly.
you know, like some of the
Yes.
transgender issues could cause.
Yes.
So it doesn't.
yes.
It's not like a big deal, really. It's like, okay, well, you know, you screwed around in college and realized, hey, it's not for me, you know. And then
Yeah,
that's
totally.
it.
You show
Doesn't
them
matter.
the picture. They're like, yeah, I like that. I want to try it. They try it and they're like, ew, I didn't really like it after all. You know, no harm, no foul. This
Right.
situation where like, oh yeah, I had a double mastectomy and now, you know, I'm not really into it. It's like, okay, it's a long way back from here, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah. Oh, bad situation.
For their own freedoms,
Well-
because we live in a free country. Now, what is unresolved here is, what do you do with sports? It's unresolved. And I've followed that closely, and I don't see any meaningful solutions to come down off of that. We know that hormones manifest differently in different people, and just the whole thing with steroids. Steroids are hormones, right? And we rallied against steroids in professional sports because it gives you an undue advantage. So, and I've tried to think of what the future of sports would be in the world of a gender spectrum. And it may be, you don't specify whether it's a male or female sport. You just take measurements of what your hormonal balances are. And so you compete based on your hormones. I mean, this is thought I had. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where it's going to land.
The WNBA won't be in business for very long if that's the case.
It would just be you'd have to find some way to compete people.
I hate you, Cullivar. I hate you.
People against each other.
What did Cullivar say?
If you.
Cullivar! Oh my God! Cullivar for
Hold on, what's this?
$200. Thank you so much, Cullivar. Cullivar. Our sweet, sweet Cullivar. Oh, our magnificent Cullivar. Every single person here should subscribe to Cullivar's channel. Talks about 40K. Okay. Cullivar for $200. Says S-Class is the best class.
What? It says A-Team reigns supreme. What are you talking about? I see it.
Look at Adam. He's got to put up some old news,
I see it.
some past super chat.
Okay. I'll take it down.
We all know that A-Team that's all last year, okay?
Oh
We're
my
S-Class
God.
today, boys.
Cullivar, you traitor. All right. Let us continue. Thank you, Cullivar. That's super nice of you.
Yes, thank you, Cullivar. But Neil deGrasse Tyson's solution is really stupid.
Ridiculous. Oh my God, you just flushed all your credibility down the toilet. Flush. It's like science, nothing now.
Right. Because you have two big reasons. The first is, as Ben said, if you did do this, there would be very little women participating in sports.
Yes. WNBA would be a thing of the past.
Right.
Yeah.
And then secondly, it's not a hormone issue. That's not the issue.
Not at all. Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of structural body issues that do not change after you transition.
Sure.
Even if your hormones are down, you don't have a lot of testosterone, you could still be, a lot stronger, a lot bigger than most women.
Sure. It's like a muscle car against a VW bus and going, oh, we'll use the same gasoline. Here, we'll just put the same gasoline into the car and we'll see which one. This Boss 302 Mustang versus the VW bus. We'll see what happens here.
You still care that this is an interesting activity?
I guess the area where it does come up in a non-sports area.
Yeah, tell me. I don't know.
So it would be, you talk in your book about the education of children and teaching children about science. And right now, children are being taught about the quote-unquote gender spectrum, which is not scientifically based. That is a theory-based idea.
No, wait, hold on. People express themselves on a spectrum. So you learn that.
That's a social point, not a scientific point.
It's
meaning we express ourselves
hold on.
based in different languages. Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching language?
So whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But it is a real fact.
I love how he just fucking throws sociology under the bus here. Behavioral economics is a science, you fucking goddamn. These fucking
Well, I mean, I don't know if he's throwing it under the bus. He's saying, because gender studies is a sociology topic, right?
He just said, whether you want to put it in a sociology class or a science class, I'd like to think sociology. There are facts about society that sociology attempts to study.
Hard science, like biology.
Okay, so
we all get it.
Hard science, soft science are still sciences.
I understand
what do we have?
that.
This isn't is sociology a humanities course now? It's not.
Adam, have you ever had a conversation with someone whose field is in the hard sciences?
Do you know what sociology? Economics.
Wait, but
Economics is literally fucking
have
sociology.
you ever talked to someone who has a job or field in the hard sciences?
What are you saying? They're
If you
elitist
ask
pieces
anyone,
of shit.
yes, if you ask anyone who has a job in the hard sciences how they feel about the quote soft sciences, they're always like so fucking
Okay.
dismissive of it.
Well,
okay?
well, then he's not
What,
being
a
very
30%,
good.
50% like a coefficient variable? Pfft, get out of here. Unless it's like 97%, I don't want to hear about it. Like, it's like, they don't give a fuck.
Are you saying that Neil deGrasse Tyson in this interview is representing the hard sciences? Because I beg to differ.
Well, he's not.
Yes.
This conversation, but I'm saying that's nestled in the verbiage that he uses in making these distinctions. Okay.
But I just wanted to point out he threw fucking behavioral economics under the bus.
Right.
Yeah. Fuck you. We need this is what drives me insane. We need good people in behavioral economics. We need good people in sociology. Turning over our sociology departments to a bunch of fucking Marxist commies is just ridiculous.
It is. It's really
How are we
bad.
going to solve society's problems when we have astrologists running the astronomy departments?
Right. And for guys that you don't know where this is coming from, the reason Adam is so defensive, so protective of sociologists is because that's his boy, Jonathan Haidt.
Jonathan Haidt is the most famous living social scientist alive. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But what about Neil's position here? Because this seems to be sort of like a deflection. Because Ben is like, well, what should we teach children in regards to gender, sex, and the gender spectrum? And then Neil's like, well,
I don't know.
People express their gender differently, and you're just stating that. And it's like, okay, but I don't think that's really what Ben's point is. Sure, everyone expresses their gender differently, and there isn't anything necessarily wrong with that. But he's talking specifically about, and this isn't shown in the clip. The reason they're talking about this is that 10 minutes earlier in the conversation, Ben Shapiro asked Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says, I want to talk to you about how both sides of the political spectrum use and then abuse science when it suits them.
Oh, my God.
And the first topic he opens up with is the right and how they handle climate change.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's totally doing it. He's climate changing the gender stuff.
Right. And so when they talk about climate change, Neil is perfectly fine. He's not shitting on Republicans or conservatives, but he's perfectly fine just being like, everyone agrees on climate change. We have to do something about it, blah, 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 blah. But then it's like, okay, well, now I want to talk about how like the left ignores science. Now Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, well, why does it matter if the left, doesn't pay attention to this science? Why does it matter if they're kind of teaching you unscientific ideas about where gender comes from?
Why does it matter if we sterilize an entire generation of young people over a social contagion?
Sure.
Who cares? That's not a big deal, Sitch.
Right.
But who cares? We don't need all these people, all these angry people.
Right.
Fact.
Sitch, am I wrong on that? I feel like maybe you're.
No, you're right. You're completely right on that. You're completely right on that.
I mean, I feel for myself at that age because I fell for like every fad that came down the line. I would be sterile right now.
Adam would be completely transgender right now if he was
maybe
he was a
I
Zoomer.
don't know.
Is that what you're saying?
This is the same thing. The woman that wrote, Abigail Schreier, I think is her name. She wrote.
Yes.
What is the name of the book? I always forget.
Irreversible
Damage. Yeah. Her motivation is the same. She feels like I would have totally fell for this. I would just, and the way that she comes out about how women are total empathizers and how they feel their friends' pains and that kind of thing. It's so true. As a boy, I never like feel my friends' pain. Fuck that. What are you talking about? 9 times out of 10, I'm the one inflicting the pain. Right? I mean, just being a boy is so different.
Right.
I guess maybe it's changed. Maybe now everything's co-ed and I don't know.
I doubt it. I doubt it.
I don't know. It seems like this stuff is rooted somehow in biology a bit. So
Yeah. Well, and just again, I mean, to me, it's very important. I do think there is grave importance in figuring out what is objectively true.
yes, yeah,
That usually you need to base your worldview off of what is true. You don't need to, but you'll generally, I believe, this is the Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris conversation. I generally think you'll have better outcomes if you know what is objectively true and can make decisions based off of that.
She starts with an objective fact. This is, we're talking about sociology. The father of sociology was Emil Durkheim, and he basically said that there are societal facts. Like you can point to a suicide rate in a nation, and that's objective. That's an objective fact about that nation, that society. So he went looking for these objective facts and tried to build a science around them, which I think, that's good. That's constructive. Even things like GDP are they're basically like sociological facts. So the objective fact that Abigail Shrier begins with is she says, listen, throughout history, we've had a lot of transgender people, and they're basically 5-to-1 male to female transitioning over women to male transitioning. So that's been stable over time. And suddenly we have a bunch of women transitioning into men in record numbers, which is a huge change. Now the transgender side will say, well, we suppressed this in the past. This is something people wanted to do but didn't have the ability to do. And she comes back very, logically and says, then where are all the people who are older who always wanted to do this? And, society said, no way, they can't do it. And now they're coming forward because now they have the opportunity to do it. Where are those people? Because those people don't really exist. It's really just in this narrow age group. So
Right.
She is pointing to science, like real scientific facts, and wanting to have a real discussion about this. So I think it's important. We have to understand what's going on. But Neil deGrasse Tyson is not doing. He doesn't want to talk about that. He doesn't want to. That's why I don't understand why he just didn't say, "Nah, I don't really want to talk about that. It's not my topic of interest." Ben probably told him, people are really interested in this stuff, and it'll get you a lot more book sales if we talk about this. He's like, oh, okay, more book sales. Let's cue it up. Let's talk about it.
Well, they actually do mention, they do talk about that exact point. Like, I need to sell more books, But you're right. He should have, even if Ben hadn't told him about this topic beforehand, he should have just said, I don't really want to talk about this topic.
Yeah.
Because it seems like he hasn't thought this through clearly and doesn't have a good answer. Yeah. Especially when we'll show you later, when you find out that a big part of like the first 20 minutes of the conversation is how science doesn't provide you with prescriptive value. It just provides you with descriptive facts. So therefore you should be able to study anything, and then society will create prescriptive value later.
Right.
And then Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of makes the exact opposite argument here, where he's like, well, why do you want to study this? What is your intention here?
Our intention is to save a bunch of kids.
Right.
It's so obvious.
Even if you remove the transgender stuff and you just focus on the gender stuff, it's like, well, it's important to know how much of gender is rooted in biology, how much of gender behaviors is rooted in biology, because so much of there's this constant argument about, we live in this sexist society, this misogynist society, because, women aren't making as much as men, women are not in these jobs, et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, okay, well, wait a minute. Should we socially re-engineer our entire society so that there's this complete 50-50 gender parity, which would only make sense if everything was cultural?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you say, well, wait a minute. If we look at the science, we find out that actually there's a lot of biological gendered behaviors here. And so all you should do, you shouldn't force anyone to have any jobs. You just allow everyone the opportunity to choose whichever life path they want to choose.
Right. Yeah.
And that's the freedom element. I'd say, Neil's talking about freedom. That's the freedom element. Just let people choose the life path they want to choose.
The problem is the activists see equal outcomes as their victory. If they don't see the equal outcomes, they don't feel like they've made a successful.
Right. But the only reason people put up with this is because they're also operating under the idea that, all of gender is social.
Mm-hmm.
That's the reason they put up with it. They say, it's because beyond your sexual organs, there's no difference between men and women.
They're
exactly
wrong.
The same.
They're completely wrong.
I know it's
ridiculous.
Insane.
It's so anti-science. It's worse than climate denial.
I don't know if it's. I mean, it might not be worse.
It's way worse.
It might not. Well, it depends on what the outcome of the outcomes are of that, right?
Of the climate stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, I just feel like people fuck up their lives. Like everybody fucks up their personal lives.
Right, but I'm saying if a bunch of people fuck up their personal lives versus like millions of people get fucked over because of climate change. So I'm saying it depends on how this all turns out, which one's quote unquote worse. But
I think we're gonna fix it. I'm not climate. I mean, obviously, I believe climate change is real, but I don't think.
Well,
I think
hope
technology is going to save it. Are you worried? I mean, worst thing that can happen is I actually get beachfront property because I did all the maps.
Live where I live right now.
If sea level rises, I'm literally in a beach town.
If sea level rises,
great.
I'm fucked. My state is underwater.
Well, you just come hang. You can come hang. You can come stay with me for a couple weeks.
I can go stay with you where everything's on fire perpetually.
I have a fucking beachfront pad, dude. It'll be great.
Okay, so you guys heard it here. Okay, if my state is underwater, Adam is saying I can live with him. So
we can do without Florida. America's a great place. We don't need Florida. That's hilarious. I literally got out the maps before we bought our house, and I was looking at like how much sea level is going to rise and where the tide line should come out, and I'm like, oh my god. We're going to have beachfront property, honey.
There you go.
We're buying. That's going to be great.
An actual American flag. Oh, I'm saluting. You can't see it right now, but I'm actually crying and saluting right now. An actual American flag for $20. Thank you for being a patriot. Says, I wish Ben looked at me the way he looked at my friend. Oh, God.
Oh, no. Are we getting in trouble?
No. Oh no!
American flags don't talk that way. What's going on? He
says, "I wish Ben looked at me the way he looked at my friend, an actual Israeli flag."
Oh my God! Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh well, here's to a good stream, my fellow patriots. Thank you.
Are you saying Ben is a little more Israel love-lorn than America love-lorn?
That's what they're saying.
Does Ben have dual citizenship? I don't know. I wouldn't feel right.
Clue.
I mean, I love America. I wouldn't feel right about dual citizenship. If I had like Canadian American citizenship, I feel like the Canadian citizenship would be a stain on my American citizenship.
If you know this, but all Jews have the ability to become Israeli citizens automatically.
You got to renounce that shit, man. That's like, you can't be two-time in America. Come on.
No, you don't have Israeli citizenship. I'm saying they have the ability to apply for it, and I think are usually granted it.
Well, just renounce it.
Yeah.
Renounce your ability. What? What?
I'm American all the way, baby. Okay?
You're like, I don't want to do it.
American
it's okay.
All the way.
It's okay.
But Adam, I can't renounce it because if I do, then I can't go to the secret Jew meetings on Wednesdays.
Oh, really? Okay? They'll get mad at you. They will get
mad at you.
Irate.
Well, no, it's not.
What are you doing? Care. Your mom will be on the phone immediately. You'll hear like Sitch's phone will be lighting.
What are you doing?
You can't renounce your ability to be a citizen.
No, but look, it's not that the secret Jew meetings where we control the world, they don't actually care whether you're a citizen of Israel. It's just that
I don't know why you keep playing into this stereotype.
It's just that
it's so bad.
The same list, the same computer list that grants you access into the meetings, they just happen to use the same list that the Israeli government uses to determine whether you're Jewish or not.
Sitch, you're triggering like so many people when you do this. You're on both sides. You're triggering people that are like, why is he playing into this Jewish stereotype? Why is he and also and all of the people who think like Jews run the world, you're triggering. They're going, oh man, look at this clip. Here's one person that admits it.
Deep in my heart of hearts, I'm a troll. Okay,
Yes.
that's my true nature, Adam. It's to be a troll.
Sitch is lying to you guys. You should know that.
Yes.
There's no secret Jewish meetings.
Look, really?
I know.
There's no secret Jewish meeting
You,
that I go to
you
every
have to
Wednesday,
explain
bro.
it. You have to explain it to some
I
people.
see.
They don't get that
I
it's a
gotcha.
joke.
I gotcha.
Got to make it. You got to make it clear.
Real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
So
the question is, what is the relationship of that to biology? Meaning that the argument is made that trans women are women, for example. And what that seems to mean is that trans women are identical to women. Now, if people want to say trans women are not biological women, obviously that is the case. But people don't seem to want to say that, although that is obviously scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women. Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What are you trying to accomplish?
Oh God, look at this. The accusations are great.
I know.
What are you trying to accomplish with this?
By asking yourself, is it science or is it not science? It's people in society.
But this.
Well,
I know. Where are you going with this climate change shit? What are you trying to figure out? Huh? What are you trying to understand?
well, again, this looks really bad in the context of in the conversation. They had an entire 20-minute conversation about whether you can find moral prescriptions in science.
Oh God, I can't wait to watch it.
Okay. So it's like, wait a minute, you can't have that conversation and then afterwards be like, well, where are you going with like trying to figure out what is scientifically true or not? It's like, well, what the fuck you mean?
It's called knowledge, bitch.
Well, and Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this very thing many times, okay, which is that very often with science, some of the greatest discoveries are made by accident. Or
penicillin.
Like penicillin.
Yeah.
Or they're made incidentally.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, we joked about this on last stream. The guy who accidentally discovered the fake sugar.
Yes. Yes.
He's like, oh, I'm making like coal tar compounds, and suddenly my hands taste sweet. Let me go back in my lab and taste all my fucking coal tar chemicals. Yes. Not exactly the smartest thing to do, but and Neil deGrasse Tyson has made this very point that very often when you're looking into science, you have to look into everything because you don't know where it's going to lead and you don't know what's going to come out of it. And so for him to then turn around and say, well, why should we explore this area of science? It's so hypocritical to so many of his positions.
Aiden Paladin in the chat says it matters for medicine, first of all. Very fucking true. That's true. They're working on pain medication specifically for women now, which is interesting because evidently men and women have different pain receptors and different tolerances for pain. And they never knew this because when they do research, they often use male subjects because women ovulate and the ovulation cycle throws off the research. So for 50 years, no one knew. Oh yeah, here we'll just throw ibuprofen at women. They'll be okay. You know, they're just basically like men without penises, right?
Exactly.
No, they're completely different.
Right.
Yeah.
But just imagine like hundreds of years ago, someone could have had this exact conversation and been like, wait, why are you studying whether the earth revolves around the sun?
I know.
Or not?
Who cares?
Why does that matter? And you're like, okay, well, in the 1300s, why did it matter? It didn't, like, it's not going to create any difference in society at that time. Sure.
Devastating point.
Right. But now it's a huge thing. It completely changes how, space travel works and how we understand the universe.
Yeah, we're going to fucking Mars.
Right, exactly. So to me, just saying like, well, why does it matter? What's your point? It's like, well, that's such a bad argument, Neil. Coincidentally, that was the Catholic Church's argument on this whole thing. Why does it matter? We understand. What are you doing? Why are you undermining our credibility here? Right.
Just shut the fuck up, Galileo.
Why does it matter whether we believe God created humans through Adam and Eve versus evolution?
Yeah.
Why does that matter, right?
Well, it does, but it totally
no,
matters.
exactly. But my point, it has a huge difference. It completely changes everything.
Yeah, it's a terrible argument.
Without understanding evolution, so much of our understanding of the world and of ourselves would be lost.
Yeah,
completely lost.
I can't get over the fact that this interview is like 2 or 3 years old.
I know. It's very fascinating, and I'm upset I missed this the first time because it's a very interesting conversation.
This is a perfect example of an area where suddenly it doesn't matter to say things that are just true. Like, why is it bad or wrong to point out?
I have another way to approach this. I care what is objectively true in the world as a scientist. But let me not say even as a scientist. I just simply care what is objectively true. And science happens to be a pretty potent path to invoke, to find out what is true. And so if people express themselves on a gender spectrum, and that is an actual thing in an actual society, if we have not fully explained that scientifically, that's an interesting frontier to study. If you want to say it's only sociological, then it's the purview of the social sciences. I don't care who studies it. It's an interesting fact about society that's worth learning about. To fight someone and say, it's not biological, it's just your this, it's real and it's there.
Well,
because
so the problem with this, or well, the issue that's not being addressed, is that the people that are making the everything is a social construct, and they're using the term social construct incorrectly. The people are saying that everything is sociological. Okay, they're saying this because they want to deconstruct and do away with these concepts.
Yeah, they don't want to study it. They want to change it.
Yes, exactly. That's critical theory. Critical theory is we're not here to just simply describe something. We're here to prescribe something. We're here to change some oppressive system. Okay. And so, I mean, this is basically modern day Lysenkoism. It's saying, hey, science is oppressive. Our understanding of nature is oppressive. So we're going to pretend like it's not science. We're going to pretend like there's no nature here whatsoever. It's all just human constructs. It's all just sociology. Yeah. So it's not simply a question of, well, who's going to study this, biologists or sociologists? That's a very dumbed down, simplistic position for this conversation.
Yeah, it's totally ridiculous. The whole idea, though, the reason why you want to study it is because you want to understand, can you change it and to what extent you can change it. But the trans activist side, they've already made their decision that you can change it, and they're terrified of studying it and finding out that there's some limitations to the changes.
They're making a both sides argument, because on one hand they're saying you can change your gender because it's all a social construct, but on the same token they're saying, but you can't change your gender identity
because that's biological.
That's biological, right? And so there's this inherent contradiction in a lot of the trans activist philosophy.
So they don't want to study because actual study could overturn any of those things that are already prescriptive facts, in the same way that religious people don't necessarily want to study evolution because they have an origin story for man that they're already comfortable with.
There's a couple reasons why they don't want to study. There's the queer theorists, who I don't think are the majority of people. The queer theorists who just want to deconstruct everything related to gender completely, because they view gender and sex as oppressive categories. They just want to completely do away with it. But I don't think that's the majority of people. I think the majority of people is the majority of the trans activists. You see this with certain circles of autistic activists or deaf activists, where, and this is even weirder with some deaf people. Now, again, this is a small minority, but there are some deaf people that are against cochlear implants, that are against surgeries, new surgeries that will fix deafness. And you say, well, what the like why would you be against fixing deafness, right? And it's because, and I understand this, it's a very common human psychological thing to do, is that if you have some problem, some way to not feel bad about your problem or your life is to turn it into a strength. To turn it into an identity, to give yourself some sort of dignity regarding it, to say, oh, and it's true, to be deaf in society, you have to be stronger than a non-deaf person to some extent, because it's so much more difficult to do that. But then the dark side of that coin is then if someone says, well, if we can fix it, then they're saying, well, I'm not willing to give this up, right? Like I've made deafness my identity.
So
And
sad.
that's where the human psychology of turning the weakness into the strength goes too far in the other direction. And unfortunately, that seems to be not only what we're seeing with a lot of the trans activists, that seems to be what's being promoted specifically with a lot of the trans issues, is to say, make this your core identity, make your transness your core identity, when it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
It shouldn't at all be. You being trans should be a small part of who you are. Same as being gay or straight. These should be things that you don't have to focus on so much. Ideally, I thought that was the goal here. And this is what's so confusing. I thought the goal here in creating a just, equitable, fair society was that if you were gay, no one gave a fuck that you were gay. Like, it was something that no one even thought about. Like, it had, like, you saying that you were gay had the same weight to you saying that you were straight. It's not something people cared about whatsoever. And I thought that's where we're supposed to be going.
Yeah, I agree. That's where I thought that's where we were going. I thought we were doing a pretty good job. I thought we were making a lot of progress.
Right. But
Yeah.
then I learned that's the liberal idea. And all these illiberal leftists, commie types, they don't want that.
There's so many different communities that you can embed yourself with. It's so weird. I immediately, when you were talking about the deaf thing, I was thinking there's a video. I'm sure you've seen it, of the girl who gets a cochlear implant and hears for the very first time, and she just immediately starts crying, and her dad starts crying. It's like so fucking moving.
It's so yes, it's such a moving thing.
Like, I can't imagine like a life without music, or, I mean, oh my God. She just heard some woman in an office say a word. Imagine when she actually hears like a symphony or something. Jeez.
Right. Or just hearing her parents speak for the first time.
I know.
And that, but that's what's happening with a lot of the trans stuff, is it's been warped into this identity when it should, I would argue, should never have been conceived of as an identity in the first place.
It sucks too, because if you're getting, into a social group that really revolves around this stuff, and you discover that, maybe you've made the wrong decision, you're talking about a whole new friend group, and that's
right.
even
You have a
more
whole
terrifying.
new social pressure to not realize what's going on here.
I mean, a lot of people stay in the church for this reason. They don't want to adopt a whole new friend group. So
right, I was about to say the exact same thing. In religions, or even with cults.
Yeah,
they talked about this with Scientology.
How it works.
Some of these other cults, it's like, oh, if you're a Scientologist, all your friends are Scientologists. So then when you leave, you have literally no friends.
Yes, that's a lot of these religions try to do that. Yeah, which is not a good thing. I mean, you should have a wide array of friends and different interests and stuff like that. You need to find a goal for your life that's going to it's totally Jordan Peterson, but find something that's going to justify the suffering that you will inevitably face. You have to be, stronger than your misfortunes, and a big part of that is finding a goal, finding something that you can pursue. But the Sitch is totally right. Like, if you have legitimate gender dysphoria and this is something that's interfering with you achieving these other goals that you've set out for yourself, that's a completely different scenario than your goal is to be a transgender activist and be transgender. That's not a fucking life goal.
Well, yeah, I think what you said that's right on the money. The goal should be to accomplish, your goal should be to get rid of gender dysphoria so you can accomplish other things you want to accomplish in your life.
Yes, exactly. Get a good job, have a family,
right.
Be a part of a bigger community. We all want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves. That's what we ultimately want. So, but
it seems like we've lost sight of that, of what the real goal was.
True. Very true.
The Wooster for $20. Thank you very much, Wooster. Says, the Virgin Adam and Sitch, enlightened centrism versus the Chad Woosters, pick and choose political transcendentalism based on perennial and philosophical virtues.
I don't know. Brett Weinstein came out hard against the pick and choose philosophy.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
But because he says all of these ideological systems developed as a package, and when you pick and choose from different ideological systems, you're not really picking, like you're basically putting a car together from a bunch of different parts that you don't necessarily know when you turn that key if the car is actually going to start.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
JMac for $50. Thank you very much. Daddy JMac. Daddy Cauliflower and Daddy JMac.
Yeah.
our two wonderful dads. JMac for $50 says, triggering all, the truest form of centrism. See, JMac is a man.
Why do you think we
who
do
understands
it?
my deepest soul. Okay.
I know. We want to do is say you're wrong. That's our whole entire goal in life is just to say you're wrong.
I'll let you guys on a little secret. Okay, here's a little secret. I'm the reason I was able to break the bounds, okay, and become an enlightened centrist and achieve free will wasn't because I spent 20 years meditating in a monastery, okay, on the political compass. It's not because I was born some sort of enlightened soul. No, it's because I was born a fucking asshole troll who just wants to piss off everyone.
It's true.
That's the truth behind enlightened centrism. I want to trigger everyone.
Oh my God. It's so true. It's so true. At least we know that about ourselves. You should read
Right.
J-Mac's second super chat too. I'm zoned out a little bit on Neil deGrasse Tyson because J-Mac was saying something about zinc. J-Mac for $20.
JMac for $20 says PSA, not me, but a PSA. Men 35 and older should start to take zinc, as studies show it plays an important role in prostate health.
I was like, I'm getting me some zinc immediately.
There you go.
I don't want to have trouble.
I already take zinc.
Oh, really?
I didn't know it had
Oh,
anything to do with my prostate.
Good for you. Yeah. I've been taking vitamin D. I could throw some zinc in there. Thank you, J-Mac.
Thank you, JMac. We have a bunch of $20 super chats. So I'll try to spread them out when we
Okay,
pause.
let's do it.
It's real because it matters.
But it is real because it manifests. But the question of how to classify manifestation is a scientific question, meaning that, for example,
I guess also, Christianity's all true because it manifests. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, it's a weird point.
there was a woman over at Brown University. She came out with a study that suggested that there was a phenomenon called rapid onset gender dysphoria, in which a member of a particular group would suffer from gender dysphoria, and this person's immediate peer group would suddenly have an onset of gender dysphoria. This paper was so controversial that Brown tried to pull it, and then was forced to reassign it later. You see this sort of
That's a
treatment of
different
science.
question. What you're asking now is, are there some topics that should not be studied scientifically?
Right.
And is there some taboo? Sam Harris speaks a lot about this.
Yes.
And I think the concern is if you study some topic that's a hot button topic and you bring scientific methods and tools to it, we don't trust. I'm interpreting here. I think we as a society don't trust that people in charge in a free country won't try to legislate something that will constrict people's freedoms in the face of that information. I think that's the fear.
That whole argument applies to climate change perfectly.
Right.
I mean, that's exactly the climate change argument.
Yeah.
We don't trust the people in charge aren't going to legislate our freedom and, higher energy costs, all that kind of stuff.
Well, this is weird because what he's saying is true, but it sounds like I can't tell if he's just describing this as like this is what happens, or if he's like using this as an excuse, right? Because you could use this excuse for not studying any science that you don't want to be studying. Right.
Let's not study smoking. I'm afraid they're going to make smoking illegal.
Right. Or limit it, for certain age groups, right?
Let's not study hallucinogens.
Right. Well, let's not study evolution because I like that my schools teach creationism
Yeah,
in class.
totally.
Like you could do this with anything. These are really surprisingly bad arguments.
I know.
From Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Terrible.
Well, isn't that?
It's a fear.
I mean, and isn't that?
We don't trust our own ability to govern ourselves in the face of what could be some information relative to other kinds of information.
Isn't that a bit of a problem?
Yes. Yeah. It's not. It means it's not a free society. It's not a society of free inquiry, which I think you need ultimately. But yeah.
My general take on all of this.
Oh my God. What you need, but well.
So it sounds like he's saying. So it sounds like this is like a punt. Okay?
I know, totally.
Because he's like,
oh my God.
He's like describing like, okay, I'm not saying I'm in favor of this. I'm just saying this happens, but I'm not going to say I'm against it either.
I know, exactly. He basically said, yeah, it's not a free society. What are you going to do about it? Fuck it. What? Next question.
Yeah. This is, and it's unfortunate because it really does feel like he's like Neil deGrasse Tyson sees off screen there's like the gun of cancel culture
Totally.
like pointed at his family, and he's like, I have to weave this very narrow line of acceptability.
It's torture though. It's totally torture. Yes. Because it's all fucking tribal nonsense. Like he doesn't care. And we'll go back to the clip where he talks about climate change. I'm sure he doesn't care if he steps on climate denialist feet.
No,
like he doesn't give a fuck.
He doesn't care at all.
Kick him in the teeth. Get out of my way.
No.
We're fucking studying this shit. Fuck off. Right? But here it's like, oh my goodness, we have to like these people, you don't understand. If we don't know anything about it, and it's like,
well, this is why I find it so weird when I argue with people about who controls the mainstream narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And whether wokeness is actually a problem or not. Because when I talk to people who are not like really tied into the quote culture war, they generally always give me the same thing. They're like, Sitch, why do you focus on this so much? The Republicans are trying to make abortion legal. They're trying to deny January 6 riots. They're trying to restrict voter rights. And I'm like, okay, all those things are happening. I'm not denying any of that. But there's but you're denying that this like massive culture was happening right now, that the left completely is dominating right now. And the dangerous thing is that the mainstream left is totally asleep to this illiberal looming threat that's slowly poisoning the entire left, that's slowly poisoning the entire country. And this conversation is a perfect example of it. As you said, Neil deGrasse Tyson feels comfortable saying climate change is totally real, is going to totally be a big problem. But yet when it comes to this issue, he feels so scared because he's so worried about getting canceled that he has to thread this tiny needle.
Yeah, how is this not fucking USSR fucking Cold War shit? I just the level of authoritarianism. It's just not being able to speak your mind, not being able to say. It's just weird. It's totally weird. He's suppressing what he really thinks. He's not telling what he really thinks here.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you very much, Mr. Ubercross. Says, I'm prepping for trial while I listen, but I'm digging the topic and the discussion. A team is S. A class is S team. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross.
Thank you.
Good luck with your trial.
Yeah, definitely. Knock him dead. Unless it's a murder trial, then like maybe you want him to live. I take it back.
This stuff from climate change to gender dysphoria to all these issues is bring out the science and then let's hash it out. I think that the problem I'm seeing on a lot of sides is,
what is your motivation?
Why? Why does that matter?
That's so ridiculous.
Why does that matter? Yeah.
Because it's like the climate change thing. Well, the question is, what is your motivation here? Yeah, I want to know if the world's going to burn, you fucking moron. Come on. What are you asking me this for? What the fuck?
Right.
It matters because if you have political power, you could end up creating legislation that subtracts freedoms from people who previously were enjoying the same freedoms as you.
Like cheap energy, right? Or like,
but that's That's true of anything.
Everything.
That's true of anything and everything.
Yes.
The
And-
history of that exercise
Then make a better argument.
doesn't end well.
Well, but the history of which exercise? Bring out all the science and let's hash it out.
I'm saying if you bring out all the science and the politicians hash it out, the history of that exercise is a recipe for disaster if it involves discoveries that put people's freedom as defined in our Constitution at risk.
But now you're arguing.
So this is, oh my God.
I know, it's so bad. It is so
Because-
bad.
As you'll see earlier in this conversation, they literally talk about evolution and how that led to like the Nazi idea of
Yes,
eugenics.
totally. Yes, totally.
And even even the previous fucked up American idea about eugenics. And you could make that you could say the same thing Neil's saying about evolution. Well, why should we study this? Because this could lead us down a road where there's less human freedom, which it literally did. But it's like, okay, but that doesn't mean that we can close our eyes and stick our fingers in our ears and deny what is true. Just because irresponsible people will use the information irresponsibly, because stupid people will fall back on the naturalistic fallacy of things. Like, that's what we need to breed out the naturalistic fallacy from society. Okay.
Stupid people are going to come to their own conclusions anyway, and those conclusions are going to affect people's freedoms. That's already happening.
Right.
That's happening.
Or, I mean, to some extent, it doesn't even matter, because the way that this works politically is that you have politicians and you have people who are seeking power, not just politicians. You have activists. You have all these people who are seeking power. They don't care what the science is.
No.
They're just looking and cherry picking science, quote unquote science, quote unquote things that support what they already want to be true.
Yep, totally. Yeah. I read Stephen Hicks' Nietzsche and the Nazis, man. That book is fascinating. I had no idea how commie the Nazis were. He has a whole chapter on the eugenics thing. That's what made me talk about it. That's what made me think about it.
Cullivar for $20. Thank you, Cullivar. Says Neil is just like Fauci, inflated sense of self-worth and godlike intelligence over the peasants. These are the same types that brought American euthanasia back in the 1900s. This is why scientists are shifty societal leaders. Look, Cullivar, I like Neil DeGrasse Tyson.
I'm sticking with it.
I'm
love
sticking
him.
with him. Look, this is a poor showing on his part, but I'm sticking with him. I still like him after this. Okay, he's just a mortal man like anyone else. He's afraid of that cancel culture guillotine hovering over his head. Okay, but I still like him.
It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, it's so little. He has so little power in this situation. I would love to know what he really thinks, because I don't think this is what he really thinks. I think he's he's
disagree.
walking the line. This is like politics. Really? I think who's the science guy? What's his name?
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye, the science guy. I feel like Bill Nye, the science guy, is a true believer on this gender spectrum nonsense. But I don't think that Neil deGrasse Tyson is.
I don't. Well, I
That's
think
my
if you could
personal
talk,
take,
okay. So I think if you could talk to Neil deGrasse Tyson alone,
Yes.
he would be willing
Mm-hmm.
to dive into some of the topics he wouldn't dive into publicly. Like he has a different
Sure,
opinion
totally.
on kids transitioning or other issues like that he wouldn't talk about publicly. But with what he's saying, I think he's trying to convince himself that this is true.
It's just
I think that's generally how people
it's
lie.
just
I
like
think,
religion. It's exactly
Right.
the Scientologists are sitting across from him. Bill Nye's there going, "You got to understand, this is real. This thing measures your thetan level.
Right.
Come on, put it on your head, Neil."
And maybe this is my own naivete, but I just think most people have to convince themselves of the lie first before they go out there and try to convince others.
Yes, I agree. That's how the indoctrination works.
Right.
You're right. Yes, you got it. But I don't think the indoctrination has taken yet. I think we have an early cult conscript here. I mean, it's
Maybe.
been 3 years since this video came out. Maybe the
I
indoctrination
thought it's only been
has
like
taken.
1 year.
I think it's closer to 2 years. It was.
Okay, 1 year, 2 year.
Look at the date. I think it's 2019. It's 2021.
Oh, you're right.
now.
October 13, 2019.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. Jeez, really old video. Ben is like, let me. I wonder whose idea it was to clip this.
I could not believe you sent me those videos, and I watched a couple of them, and I'm like, these people don't even know this is an old video. This is fucking crazy. They're talking about it like it happened last Sunday.
I know.
It's
such.
such huge evidence of the information silos. It's like these guys have no idea.
Well,
They have no idea.
It shows that they didn't like, because when I watched
I
the
clicked
clip,
on the video. I was like, this is old, I think.
when I watched this clip, my first thought was, oh, I want to watch the whole interview.
Mhm.
And in the video, there's a link to it. and
There's
I
a
clicked
link
it,
right there.
and
Yeah.
it said, it says 1 year ago or 2 years ago. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? Like, why is this? But I guess the people that were all responding to this didn't care enough to actually see if this was a longer interview or whatever.
I know. Oh, God. I can't wait to get
Interesting.
to those videos.
Cullivar for $20 says, Sitch, I have the winning argument against climate change. Oh, Cullivar has solved climate change for us, guys.
Mhm.
Okay, I'm ready. No matter what happens, make Yellowstone erupt. Boom!
Oh my
instant
God.
Ice age. I don't know if that's a good idea.
Cullivar. I don't know. We'll have to run that by Neil deGrasse Tyson, see what he thinks.
Yeah, I'm not 100% certain on the science on that one, but oh wait, I missed one. I missed Cullivar for another $20. Jesus, Cullivar is just Daddy Cullivar making it rain on us. Says, I'm still A team. Oh, there you go. I'm still A team, but you both now have buttons you can throw up with my name on it.
I didn't. Oh, I guess I can get it. I will do a screen cap.
There you go.
Maybe. I might just keep the A team.
No, you
screen
have
cap.
to. You got to do both. You got to do both, and you can put them on the same picture.
I love the fact that he made yours at 199 and mine's 200 even.
Ah,
It's like,
there you go.
look
there you
at that.
go. You got that 1 cent on me. All right.
Maybe it's like $1, but any more super chats? Or
It's
shall we-
$1.99.99.
Oh, it is? Okay.
It's literally a penny.
I think that's like a cell phone thing. You must be on a cell phone, but thank you, Cullivar.
Arguing for limitations on areas of particular study.
No, I'm arguing on we need a way to shield, we need a way to protect people's freedoms in the face of whatever gets discovered scientifically.
So
Yeah, it's called the Bill of Rights, motherfucker. What the fuck? I'm sorry.
Right.
Am I being too incendiary here? I feel like maybe I am.
No, you're okay.
It's true. We have a Bill of Rights
Right.
for this reason. Yes.
Right. Yeah, we already do this. We
The
already
Bill
do
of
this.
Rights is what's protecting us from the people who want to put the kibosh on actually studying this stuff. It's called the First Amendment,
Right.
freedom of speech.
Right.
I'll give it.
I agree. I think that's what the Constitution is for,
Of course.
is to guard rights from.
But we're always
that's why-
fighting people who want rights are always fighting.
This is so good, man. You see this knee slap? Like, oh my God, touching his forehead. Oh my God, he's just, this is getting, I had no idea. This is going to be like a debate here.
Mhm.
Holy shit. These questions are hard.
I will say though, if I was being interviewed in this way, it'd be very awkward. Like you're sitting in a chair directly staring at
Oh, I
someone who's
know.
like 2 inches away from
I
you
know.
with no table in between or anything.
You don't see even down here, like Ben's foot is like he's playing footsies with him down here below the screen. He's like, look, their knees are almost knocking.
I know. I don't. Yeah.
I would not feel comfortable sitting across from another man in the same kind of way.
I don't know why they're so close together.
I don't either.
I mean, you could. I mean, even if you wanted to keep this, I mean, you couldn't keep the same frame. You just make the lights in the background a little further spread out.
Yeah.
Okay. Just back the chairs away, just like 3-4 inches away from each other. Zoom back the camera up a little bit.
I think it would be funny if their knees were like scissored together. If they were like right on each other.
That'd be a funny joke. Is like every time it cuts to the wide shot, they're a little bit closer. Just keep getting closer and closer until you start to see them in each other's close-ups of their faces.
Until Ben, and then the last
it's like
one
a
is
close-up.
like,
It's like a close-up of Neil's like profile, and you see like the tip of Ben's nose, like keep getting in the frame a little bit more and more.
and then the last one is Ben is sitting on Neil's lap. He's like right there. He's like, tell me about climate change.
He's got
Poppy.
his arm around him. Science daddy, tell me tell me about climate change.
Stop it. This is a very serious topic, Sitch, okay? We cannot be laughing about this. This is people's lives are on the line, Sitch.
Of course.
My beachfront property is on the line in this
my
discussion,
God.
okay?
My state is going to be underwater now.
Who
I
cares
don't care.
about
My
your
property
state?
value is going up, okay?
Who cares about your state? I always wanted to live at the beach. I don't care. Learn to swim.
Who cares if it's like 5 degrees hotter and you have fires year round?
I don't care. Come on.
I could go. I don't care if it's on fire. It's right next to the beach as well as water right there. Okay.
Oh God, living at the beach is amazing.
Others who are saying they don't get the rights from the Constitution. This is a daily challenge on the progressive left. It is a daily challenge, right? Here's an example. I forgot how I ended up getting this phone call. It was some magazine that serves the gay community. And I remember why, because they wanted my opinion on, they wanted my opinion about whether being gay was biological or mental.
Right, there's that new study that came out, this vast
or
study.
psychological.
Right,
okay?
right.
And I said, I don't care.
This is a very interesting, very subtle thing. Okay. So Neil deGrasse Tyson wants to give the setup to a story where apparently there's some study, which I tried to look for. I couldn't find it. I didn't know because they don't say what the name is.
Oh my God, Sitch, you're amazing. I
was
can't
just
believe.
curious. They said that supposedly there's some new study about whether being gay is biological or not, because it's always believed to be biological. And so there's this study comes out, and I guess it's saying it's not biological. And that's the implication from this conversation. And so because of this study, someone calls up Neil deGrasse Tyson to ask him his opinion. Okay. And when he's thinking of how to explain this story, he doesn't even want to say the words, there's a study that questions whether being gay is biological. So he's like, if you notice, he starts to say that, but then stops himself.
Wow.
Just so he doesn't have to say those words.
Yeah.
Because he views it as too dangerous.
Yeah. Yeah.
I remember why, because they wanted my opinion on.
Look at that. He's looking. He's like, why did I?
They wanted my opinion about whether being gay was biological or mental.
Right, there's that new study that came out, this vast
or
study.
Psychological.
Right,
okay?
right.
And I said, I don't care which it is. Find out what it is, fine. But the answer to that question should have no consequence on legislations or laws. Because, for example, suppose it said it's purely biological, okay? Then you say, oh, that explains it. Then suppose it says it's purely psychological. What are you going to do now? You say, well, now you're going to go to the reorientation camps or whatever those are called, where they realign you because they say it's psychological rather than biological. All of a sudden, people start behaving in ways in society that want to constrict the freedom of expression of who and what people are. And that is a danger.
I don't like how in the trans issue, it's always compared to the gay issue.
Yeah,
They're
I don't
very,
like it either.
very different.
Totally.
Because
for all the reasons I said earlier.
Right. Because, well, like, let's say, like, okay, if it turned out that being gay, they found out was purely psychological or something. Okay. It's like, okay, how does this, being gay doesn't negatively affect a person, really. The only negative effect of being gay is if you're not accepted by your family
or your society. Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
But like you being like, if you're accepted by society, you being gay is not going to negatively affect your life
Yeah.
whatsoever. I mean, if you're a guy, it might be positive because you can have a lot more sex.
I know, exactly.
Statistically.
Yeah, I've heard from gay friends.
Right. Right. So it doesn't, but the trans issue is so different because it's like, okay, if society accepts everyone for being trans, which, okay, that's good. That doesn't fix the problem.
Yeah, it
You
doesn't.
still have gender dysphoria.
Yeah.
You're still going to feel
Uncomfortable.
like you were born the wrong gender, and it's going to cause awful feelings in your life. These are completely different topics. They should not be compared whatsoever.
I just also isn't psychological biological? How are they different?
Well, he's using yeah.
I mean, fucking psychology is biological.
Right. He's using it as if it's like that, as if they're opposites. Right?
Yeah. Listen, men feel negative emotion for jealousy like 10 times harder than women do. Like the negative emotion is a 10 where a woman is like a 2.
Right.
So, I mean, that's psychological.
I've never heard this, but I'll take your word for it.
That's
I'm sure there's all
psychological.
these women listening right now. They're like, Adam, you fucker. How can you say this?
Well, I'm sure it's different from individual to individual,
Right.
but on average, and this makes perfect sense, right? I mean, it makes sense why. Well,
Evolutionarily, yes.
Women feel a different, and the studies that I'm referencing also, because women do feel jealousy at a level of 10, but they feel it for completely different reasons. Like if they feel like a man is going to leave them, they feel more jealousy than if a man cheats. Like men feel more jealousy if a woman cheats than if she's going to leave them.
Right.
So I mean, there's different things, and they ask different questions. But
Right.
let's go over to the women, because the women feel 10 times higher negative emotion in situations where, they're alone with a man because of sexual assault, right? A man is alone with a woman, and he doesn't, well, maybe now with Me Too all over the place, but he does, the negative emotion a man feels in a Me Too situation is completely different than the negative emotion of this woman might actually like subdue me and rape me. Like
Right.
there are these different things that are, I mean, I don't know how you can't say psychology and biology are wrapped up with one another. Like, what is it? This distinction that he's making here seems moot to me.
Well, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you. I'm just saying he's using the word. He's looking for the word that means the opposite of biology.
Yeah.
Or biological.
He
And
wants
just
to
picks
say it's like
psychological.
social. He's saying that it's like socially engineered is what he's saying. He's saying,
Well, not so. Well, first of all, even if you say something like, if you make a distinction between biology and society, so much of societal concepts exist because of our biology.
yeah, they're emergent properties.
I understand. Yeah, but so I'm just saying he's just using the shorthand to explain a nature versus nurture argument, even though in reality, often you can't really disentangle nature versus nurture.
The distinction though is really choice versus
Right. Maybe
innate.
that would be the
Yeah.
best word to use: choice versus innate. Yeah.
Because like choice is, I mean, you and I, we sell free will on the show. We don't often believe people have a lot of choice
Right.
anyway.
And
so.
people can develop
A
psychological
taste
things.
for all kinds of things, all
that-
kinds of weird things.
Right,
Toenails.
that you are completely devoid of choice in your psychology, like most of the time.
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
This is the thing, and this should be ironed out in the research, because the distinction that they make, and this is a lot of the problems and a lot of the reasons why the left doesn't like evolutionary psychology, is they want to believe that there's no evolutionary pressures going on in our decision making.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not true.
Right. They want to believe everyone's blank slate, that everyone has free choice.
Yeah.
That you can socially engineer anything you want. And it's not true. It's just not true.
It's just funny how he is making kind of a forbidden knowledge argument here.
Mm-hmm.
Which, I mean, I don't like, if we want to avoid as many problems as possible, we have to know the science. We definitely have to know the science.
It's just Tavi for 20 Aussie dollars. Thank you very much, Tavi. Says, first time super chatter celebrating my birthday, and I need some free. Well, thank you very much. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
It's just Tavi.
Yeah.
Happy birthday to you. And since it's your birthday, you got the free birthday special of double the free will. That's right. 40 free units of free will just for you, Tavi, on your birthday.
Can I throw some extra in just for him? I want to kick it up to 100. Can we give him 100 units of free will? I know,
okay,
but it's a birthday thing. Come on.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. But you understand the danger of giving too much free
you
will on your
always say
birthday.
that. I'm ready to go 1,000 units.
That's how you get.
Oh, you're right. Never
That's
mind.
how you
It's
get-
a birthday. Never mind.
That's how you get hookers
We'll go
and coke
50.
and
We'll
arrested
go
the next
50.
day.
We'll give you
Okay.
an extra 10 units
Haven't
of
you
free will.
seen The Hangover, Adam? That was
You're
an
right.
excess of
What am I
free
talking
will.
about? The Hangover is practically a documentary. Never mind. No, don't do it.
Okay, so we'll give you 50 free units.
There we go.
Okay,
Happy birthday,
150%, or whatever the math is. Okay, 50 free units of free will. For
This is
your
a
birthday.
comedy show. We don't do math
We
around
don't do
here.
math.
Come
here.
on.
Okay, we'll let scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson do the math.
Yeah. Look at that face. Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, why did I agree to this interview?
That's the face of stop asking me these questions.
We got to look up the Me Too.
So maybe there needs to be a line in the sand. Let science do what it does, but politicians keep us free. Yet there's so many politicians that are doing the opposite of that.
So why aren't you a libertarian? I
And
mean,
that scares me.
I'm a libertarian. Come over here. Just
Okay.
The line is right here.
I'm a
Just join
libertarian.
me over here.
Here I go. Come in.
Oh, look, he actually scooted forward. Our prediction came true.
I've read a
that's
lot
a-
about libertarianism.
an
There's some
interesting
fascinating, strong.
Are you looking up the Me
Question.
Too?
Is no, yeah, I was looking.
We
at it,
got to
but
look at
is-
the Me Too.
Is why, because he's basically, well, this was interesting too, and a lot of the Breadtubers bring this up. Neil deGrasse Tyson's basically making the libertarian argument,
Uh-huh.
which, and it's weird because, and I've said this on the show, and people who watch Ben Shapiro have agreed with me because I don't watch him regularly. They say that Ben Shapiro isn't really a libertarian, which has always been my impression of him. He's always seemed to be like he's a libertarian because it suits him. Where if the people he wanted were in charge of the government, I don't think he'd be libertarian. I think he'd be a tradcon.
Yeah,
completely.
he's a libertarian when you're trying to make law that affects him. He's down
Right.
a tradcon when he's making law that affects you on like abortion and shit like that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
He's
sure
not, he's not pro-choice.
I'm sure he would make arguments about how
Oh yeah,
society would be better off
Yeah.
with certain religions being taught. And if
Oh yeah, prayer in public school. He's all for
right,
that.
and if he had the access to the controls of society, that he would make that happen.
Maybe
I don't think he'd
not.
be
We might be
libertarian.
strong.
We could be. Look,
Ben Shapiro.
I could be totally straw manning him. This is just my uninformed impression
I
from the
think Ben
clips I've seen.
Shapiro.
of him.
I think Ben Shapiro would want to dissolve the public education
Mhm.
and make it all private. And if you want to send your kid to a private school where they pray, then that's the thing to do. He's probably for school vouchers, that kind of thing.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think he'd only be in that position if he feels like he couldn't dictate what the government's doing in the first place. Because
Yes.
if you do control what the government's teaching or what public schools are teaching, you wouldn't be in favor of dissolving them.
Yeah.
So that's
True.
just my impression.
Yeah.
So this interview,
Oh, did you figure it
was-
out?
October 13th, 2019.
October 2019. Now, when did the Me Too allegations come out?
It's interesting because so it seems like the earliest thing that talks about the Me Too allegations were in 2018.
Oh, it was beforehand.
But then it's not talked about till July of 2019,
Oh, July.
where apparently
oh,
it came up again. And
but that's July. That's before this.
yes, and it came up again because there was a question about whether he'd get fired from his job or not.
So the Me Too allegations came up, and he probably went on Ben Shapiro because a lot of left book tour people were like, fuck that guy.
Well, no, it's actually, it's not like that. Okay. So this is what I think happened. 2018, the allegation comes out. It's basically silent till July, where the American Museum of Natural History is deciding whether they're going to fire him or not. And think about how crazy this is. Okay. We forgot this. Neil deGrasse Tyson, beloved science man, could have almost been fired in 2018 or 2019 from his job at the American Museum of Natural History because of a Me Too allegation. That's insane. Yeah. Which, by the way, if you remember it, it's a very lame Me Too allegation too.
Yeah.
The allegation was that there was some, well, it's not lame, but like the allegation
it is lame. No, it's lame.
Well, let me just say the allegation was.
Here, I'll bring up the tattoo. Why? Don't laugh. This is serious stuff, man.
The allegation was that there was a young woman who was working for him, who was an assistant, I believe, or something, who was his personal assistant, and she felt like he was trying to start an affair with her. And then she's turned him down, and then that was it. And then I think she felt like later she might have lost some job prospect because of this. And while I say it's lame, like, okay, obviously it's really bad if you have power over someone in a job situation and you screw them over because they don't screw you, right? Obviously that's
what's
really
wrong with that?
That's really bad. Okay. But none of this was ever proven to be true. And it wasn't like he raped someone. Like that's what you think of when you hear a Me Too allegation. You think that there was some accusation of sexual impropriety, and none of that actually happened.
Here's the accusation of sexual impropriety right here. He said he looked at her tattoo.
He looked at her tattoo and he touched her. This is why
it's so lame. Yeah, he touched her arm and he's like, "Oh."
Touched her arm or gave her a hand massage. There's some weird.
Oh, there was a hand massage involved?
No, there was some like. He did something that was like some Native American blessing or there's some weird
He was trying to get some nookie, okay?
Yes.
He was trying to be a player and it didn't go well. But I think he's a married man though. So
he is a married man.
Yeah.
I think what probably happened was he's probably trying to bang his assistant. She turned him down, and I think that was it. I don't think Neil deGrasse Tyson,
your fucking assistant, Neil.
Which is bad. But I don't think you should be fired from your job necessarily from that, especially if you're beloved.
Really?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You don't think you should be fired if a married man tries to bang his assistant? I'll fire his fucking ass. I'm fucking all like, fuck you.
I would only fire him if he screwed that person's job career over at that job because they didn't bang them.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I'm more traditional than you. I'm like, guess what, Neil? We talked to your wife. She doesn't like you trying to bang her assistant. You're fired.
It's morally wrong.
It's totally morally wrong.
Yeah, but I don't think you can't be like if you cheat on your spouse doesn't mean you get fired from your job. Like these things are disconnected.
Well, if you cheat on your spouse with the woman who's your assistant at work, fucking. Yeah,
right, but the problem.
That's a different situation.
Okay. I understand.
Why are you bringing it in the workplace, Neil? You want to cheat on your wife?
Well, let me ask you a question.
Get on the internet.
We got to narrow down the specific issue here. Okay, so if you cheat on your wife with someone who's a coworker, do you think they should get fired for that?
If it's gonna mess up the workplace, yeah, of course. Oh my God! Wait a second.
No. But it's not going to mess up the workplace because you're of equal positions in the company.
Hold on, I found that situation happened at a party, but I found a picture of the assistant. Let me bring that up real quick.
Oh, is she really hot or something?
Well, you tell me. I don't know. It's difficult for I'm a married man, so I don't usually look at other women.
Of course. I'm a married man, of course.
But here, let me bring this picture up. You tell me if what you think of this assistant.
It's interesting because you started by saying it's lame, and now you're saying, oh, he should have been fired for this.
Fuck yeah, he should be fired. Look at this. This woman looks like she's 19.
I have to wait a couple of seconds till I can see the picture. But
oh my God.
No, but so because the way that what I'm trying to get at here, okay, is that the problem why you'd be fired is not whether you bang someone at work. It's not whether you cheat on your wife or not. Oh, she's pretty hot. Okay.
Okay, you're like,
That's why I say you probably tried to bang her. Okay.
how
The problem is,
uncomfortable? How uncomfortable to have this fucking geezer totally hitting on you? Like, what the fuck do you have to offer this woman, Neil?
what do you mean? What do you mean? He's Neil deGrasse Tyson. That's what he has to offer. Okay.
Yeah, but like for sex, I mean, what does he got to offer in the bedroom? Come on.
How do you? He could be the best lover you've ever known. Okay, you've no clue. He could have a doctorate in the science of the woman's body.
This girl does not want to be dating Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay, this girl could get like any Chad she wants. Come on.
I don't know. Have you seen Scott Adams' wife?
Yeah, Scott Adams is like, oh my god. It's obvious what's going on with the Scott Adams thing. Let's be honest here. Someone's like, oh, he's gonna die soon. He's fucking loaded. I'll get to spend all that money on as many second husbands as I want.
Let me finish this job point. Okay, keep getting distracted. Okay, the thing that would get you fired from your job is if you were using your position of power to gain sexual favor from an employee.
Yes, and the argument I'm making is yes, that's what's happening here.
Well,
obviously.
No, but first of all, I thought his assistant was his personal assistant. I didn't think she was related to the museum job.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the situation, but now it looks like there's another picture that has 3 women in it. Like he's like all over this. This is a thing. Like it just doesn't pay to be famous anymore because the whole point of being famous is that you get a lot of action, right? I mean, that's what's going on here.
It depends because I'm scanning this article. It said there were other allegations. I don't know anything about these other allegations. I just remember the one. So.
But we did the important takeaway here is the allegations came out in 2018, July 2019. Like all these articles are coming out, they're talking about getting rid of Neil deGrasse Tyson, firing him from his job. And that is July, August, September, October. 3 months later, he's talking to Ben Shapiro about these trans issues. So the Me Too allegations came before the trans issues. I hypothesize that it was.
Oh, okay. Well, hold on. Let me. Okay. So there are incorrect. 3. You're sort of incorrect. Well, this is what I think happened. Well, let me address your point first.
Okay.
So in July of 2019, the museum decided that Neil deGrasse Tyson would keep his job. And then the reason in early October, all these articles start to talk about Neil deGrasse Tyson's sexual misconduct claims. Okay, October 8th. Okay, so this is before the Ben Shapiro interview. And the reason for this is because he just had a book released and he was on all these talk shows promoting his book.
Yes, that's why he's on Ben Shapiro.
Right, but he was not just on Ben Shapiro. He was on Stephen Colbert. He was on Bill Maher. He was on a bunch of talk shows.
Right.
And so every time he was going to a talk show and they didn't ask him about the sexual assault allegations, someone would write articles saying, they didn't ask Neil deGrasse Tyson about the sexual assault allegations in his interview. So that's why all these articles were coming out at the same time.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
So it's not like he didn't appear on Ben Shapiro because he was blacklisted from appearing anywhere else.
So the Me Too the articles started coming out because he was going on different shows to promote his book, and none of the people were asking him about the 2018 Me Too allegations.
Right.
And people were giving him a hard time. They probably put his book tour off. They're like, okay, settle down, chill for a year. This will go away. And they're like, hell no, this is not going away, bitch.
No, you're probably right.
Yeah.
So there were 3 accusations.
Yes.
One was that in the 80s, he was accused by someone of drugging and raping a woman.
Oh my God, he went full Bill Cosby. Holy shit.
But
shit.
This was never substantiated in any way. Okay.
Oh my God.
So he was accused of Bill Cosbying / Brett Kavanaughing something.
Yeah, I feel bad because maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it was just like.
Right. He was accused in 2009 of groping a fan during a picture or something.
Yeah, that's a tattoo one. Yeah.
Oh, that's a tattoo one. Okay.
Here, I'll bring the picture up because.
Which is silly.
Okay.
And then so this thing the lady that showed up, this was his personal assistant in 2018. So but okay, so here's the question, Adam. If that's his personal assistant, She has no relation to his job at the Museum of Natural History. Why should he be fired from that job? Even if it turned out that he did solicit her.
Oh, it's his personal assistant.
Right.
So if he could have hooked her up just thinking, oh, yeah, personal assistant. Yeah, help me. I need you. My personal assistant hands me my towel while I'm in the shower, right? I don't know about you, but ladies, do not take these jobs. It's funny. I had a friend of mine who moved to Southern California, and she was like looking for apartments and stuff like that. And there's a bunch of skeezy guys that will like rent rooms out to girls and stuff like that. And she got,
that's terrible.
I know it's totally terrible. They're like doing the casting couch thing, move in and like she went to this one and she was so fucking livid about this. She was so angry. She was totally venting to me about how the guy was like, yeah, sometimes I walk around the house naked. I hope that's okay. She's like,
oh my God.
She's like totally been out of shape about this, right? And she got so mad that she called the police. She wanted to turn this guy in, tell him, this.
What is this? Bill Cosby did nothing wrong. Watch Razorfist video. Razorfist made a video defending Bill Cosby.
Yeah, I feel bad. Because maybe these allegations are not true. Obviously, we should say that.
It seems so unlikely.
I want to know what the situation is with the 2018 assistant, but just let me finish my story about the
okay.
So she calls the police, and the police basically told her, oh man, there's nothing we can do about this. That's some fucking girl's dream to move in with this old guy and pay the rent by having sex with him. That's what the police told her.
That's awful.
I know.
I can't believe
it's so awful.
That just proves all the misogyny arguments correct.
And this made her even more livid. Of course.
When did this happen?
Oh, this was forever ago. This was like, this was probably 10 years ago. Yeah.
Well, that's not that long ago. Fuck.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure it's still happening now. I'm sure it's totally happening now. Southern California.
No, I'm sure the situation's happening. I'm just saying that the police's response to that is really fucking disgusting.
What can they do?
No, they can't do anything about it, I imagine. But you don't say that to the person. Say, "Oh, this is some woman's dream is to get fuck some old guy so he pays the rent." If you're a cop, you don't fucking say it to someone. What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't know.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus.
God,
fuck off.
She was so
that guy should be fired. What the fuck is that?
I didn't follow up on the.
Jeez.
I should have asked her if it was a guy cop or a lady cop.
I imagine it was a guy cop.
I always imagined it was a guy cop too, but now I'm curious. Maybe it was a lady cop, because a lot of times when you call the police, the
dispatcher,
it's a lady, yeah,
right.
And I don't know that she got past the dispatcher, but
that would add an interesting element to the story.
Can you imagine? I mean, you got to admit, it's Southern California. You got people moving here all the time to become the next big star. So
sure.
That situation.
Adam,
oh God, these old guys are such skeezers.
I was dating a girl in college.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure you were.
Who?
Likely story.
Likely story. No, who? She was in, I don't want to say the specific field. She was in a competitive postgraduate field.
Well, Sargon says it's Adam's dream to be that guy. Fuck you, Sargon.
Yeah. No, Sargon. It's Adam's dream to be that girl. I don't know what you're doing.
Fuck both of you guys. Fuck both of you.
Okay. No, I was dating a girl who was in a competitive postgraduate field. Okay. And she was at one of these fancy dinner parties with like other people in the field. And she was literally propositioned by an old man.
Oh my God.
Like an 80-year-old man who was like, oh, come be my girlfriend and I'll pay for your college.
Oh my God. It's so
And I was like, that's fucking crazy.
There's websites for this now. That's like sugar daddy, sugar mama thing. I don't know.
Yes.
It's awful.
I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but look, I don't care if someone wants to be part of some website and they put themselves out there and someone agrees, that's fine. But propositioning like random people, like that's so gross. What the fuck?
I know.
It's awful.
This is the moral decay. When the tradcons start talking about moral decay, I think about these situations.
Well, I don't know.
See, maybe they got a point.
I don't know, because does this bother the tradcons? They're like, well, it's the natural order. A man's taking care of a woman. Like, I don't know.
Oh my God, I know. And historically, this was the norm. This is totally the norm historically.
Right.
We're just reverting back to a very ancient situation here.
Well, it's only the
God,
norm
it's
once
so
you
awful.
add. It's only the norm once you add in power and wealth generation dynamics, which is generally as you get older, it's easier for you to accumulate wealth and power, and thus attract younger women.
Yeah. No, I know how the I know how the biology works. It's just sad. I like to think we're in a different place, but maybe we're not.
This is the end of the clip.
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna go back to the other clip, or
yeah, but I just want to play because in the clip it's kind of funny. It cuts right when Ben says, "Why aren't you a libertarian?"
Mm-hmm.
And they laugh, and that's the end of the clip. But it's funny when you hear Neil deGrasse Tyson's response to this.
Okay, let's hear it.
Which they cut out.
Strong points within it.
Join me over here.
Here I go. Come in. I've read a lot about libertarianism. There's some fascinating strong points within it, but I would say that I have too much of me wants to help others to possibly cross over the line to libertarians. Libertarians, I got mine, you get yours, that's your problem. I'm paraphrasing, of course, but I
just thought that's so funny. His answer is like, well, I like helping people, Ben.
Yeah.
I can't feel libertarian. So it's like, yeah, I understand why they cut that out.
I mean, I feel that. I feel that as well. We both have bleeding hearts.
That's true. That's true.
We are very bleeding heartish.
So we'll go back to the earlier section where it adds a completely different context to this whole conversation that is lost on all the people that just watched the clip. Speaking of which, do you want ExpressVPN?
Did you see the Russell? It's Russell Brand, right? Did you see the Ben Shapiro interview with Russell Brand?
No.
Oh my God. It's actually amazing. Russell Brand is so funny. Ben Shapiro does his ads in the middle of the interview, and Russell Brand joins in and starts playing along with him. Oh my God, I need a VPN so bad. I don't know what I'm doing here on the internet. I'm just sitting duck, Ben. Help me out. It's fucking hilarious. It is so hilarious. Yeah.
That's funny.
I don't like Russell Brand just did a solid for all of Ben's sponsors because those things are so funny. And it's like such an endearing moment over a fucking product. It's so weird. Yeah.
Karak for $5 says, did I hear you guys right the other day that Aiden supports kindergartners voting? You never
Really?
know about some people.
Aiden,
is this true? Do you support kindergartners voting?
I'm for abolishing the voting age, so I don't
she
see
made a sad face or a sad shocked face, so I'm assuming she's not.
How come Sargon and Aiden don't have wrenches? It offends my sensibilities that
okay. Because they got
Sargon
they got the checks.
Oh, okay.
Check marks,
so the wrenches don't show up? Is that what's going on?
I don't know. No, they don't have wrenches.
Really? Oh my goodness.
I mean, it's like a responsibility they want to thrust upon them, force them to be moderators on the channel.
What do you mean?
Right?
They don't.
Right.
It's not a responsibility to be a moderator. What are you talking about? You're right.
Just a
Sargon's going to rip through the chat and ban everyone. Right. Oh my God, Sargon, why are you banning all of our fans?
Right, Aiden and Sargon, I've given you guys wrenches. Be careful.
No,
okay?
Come on.
Your power.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's right. There you go. Come on. Although we do have a lot of wrenches now. Oh, look at that. There we go.
See, John Smith is mad. John Smith is always mad when I give someone else a wrench.
I'm always
like, no.
Listen, come on. MMT, wrenches for everyone. We manufacture the wrenches around here. We have a monopoly on wrenches.
She wants the supply of wrenches kept very low. Okay.
No, we love our wrenches. Come on.
Sargon says check mark master race. There you go.
Oh my God.
J-Mac for $20 says the danger of hyper-acceptance. Have empathy, but not to the point of dangerously rejecting reality. True.
Yeah. I get dangerously close. I'm going to admit it. I have a little too much empathy, I think. I'm always trying to hold it back a bit. True. I am. The pest control guy shows up on my porch. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. We let our insects live.
Oh, I thought you
Fucking murderer.
I thought you were gonna have empathy for him, but you have empathy for
No.
the insects.
Try to kill our fucking mantises. What are you doing?
Oh my God.
Get the fuck out of
Oh,
here.
I'm glad you said that. You reminded me of a video that we'll have to watch.
Oh, nice. You got a mantis video for me? We need to do an outro. Stick around for the super chats, guys. We're gonna do an outro for Nate, our clips guy, Nathan Margolis. Link in the description. Sitch and Adam clips. He wants an outro for the show.
Sure.
So I figure we just do it live. We'll do it live.
Fuck it. We'll do it live.
It'll be fun.
That's
yeah.
right.
To the irreligious. And in your book, you deal a lot with the question of meaning. And I have a lot of friends who are scientists, ranging from the religious to the irreligious. And I will say that my irreligious friends, my agnostic or atheistic friends who are scientists, look for meaning in science itself. And I've always found this a little bit puzzling on a materialistic level. Why should there be meaning in agglomerations of atoms or in evolutionarily beneficial adaptations? Well, where is the meaning to be found in that?
This is like Ben Shapiro being mega stupid right here. Totally mega stupid. People like to track reality. This is why movies that are, based on a true story are more interesting to us than our, complete fiction.
Yeah, but what he's saying, when he says meaning, what he means is like, are you going to find your life's purpose somewhere in science?
Yes.
Okay. Not whether your life purpose is to be a scientist, but are you going to derive some great moral truth or some great purpose in your life that you didn't know existed by looking into science?
Yeah. They're called mysteries. The same thing happens with detectives when they solve crime. There's a mystery here.
Well, no, that's different.
No, it's not. It's the same.
There's a difference between saying your life's meaning is to uncover mysteries and saying there's something in the mystery itself that gives your life new meaning, right? Those are two different concepts.
People gain an immense amount of meaning from understanding the world, the factual world. It's true. I mean,
do they?
Yeah, they do. Yeah. This is why it's so important for religious people, for the religious stories to be true, because it's much more meaningful. Like when people like Brett Weinstein start talking about metaphorical truth, it's offensive to them because it makes it less meaningful.
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
That's true. That's a good example.
That's why this is completely stupid of Ben, because I'm like, okay, let's just say that like the Torah that you worship is, well, he might think that it's all metaphorical. I'm not sure his religious take, but it is, you do define.
I don't know. He's literally wearing a yarmulke right now.
I know. Yeah. Well, you understand the argument that I'm making. Tracking reality is meaningful for people. It's something people enjoy doing.
Well, I don't know, because the way I would say it is that maybe you're not going to find exact meaning in science, but it should inform the meaning that you derive from life in the first place.
Yeah.
So, like using your religion example, if you look into the history and find out something like, oh, the Jews were never enslaved by the Egyptians, right? Or the Bible
Oh my God.
is not based on, literal history, right? That should, I would imagine, it does change the meaning you derive from the Bible.
Sure.
It is going to change how you feel about life and your place in it.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't know if there is specifically meaning in the science, more that the science informs the meaning you find in your life. If that makes sense.
This is the whole argument over the 1619 project and stuff like that. They want certain facts to be front and center because they provide meaning for people.
Well, actually, no, it's worse than that. She said that the objective truth isn't what's important in the 1619 project.
Right. But for her, and this is like a little bit of a bait and switch, because I think a lot of people, the objective truth is super important to them. And it's easy for them to say, it's easy for her to say, okay, well, I got found out. None of this is several aspects of this are not true, not really
Right.
true.
Right.
But it doesn't really matter anyway, because she knows other people will believe that it's true and
Right.
that it will give meaning to their lives in that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, history is the truthiness of history is always in question. So,
Right.
but you got to admit, if you think like the more true something is, the more meaningful it seems. I mean, I feel that like deep in my gut. It seems very. Do you disagree? I mean, I guess maybe I'm just biased. Maybe it.
Do I
doesn't
disagree with
affect
what
me.
specifically?
The fact that things that are more true seem more meaningful to me.
I think that is the way people conceptualize.
Are you
it, yes.
calibrated that way? I'm definitely calibrated that way.
Sure, of course we are. We always talk about the importance of knowing what is true.
Sure. Yeah. It's
Okay.
our thing.
Right.
Maybe other people
Yeah.
aren't calibrated that way.
No, I think most people are calibrated that way.
One
'cause then I think you're-
objective metric is that, Hollywood has gotten into this thing where they are like based on a true story.
Right, I was literally about to say
Yeah.
that. Yes, whenever something's based on a true story, it adds a whole new emotional dynamic to
Right.
the story.
And they do that because it adds a whole nother level of box office
Yeah, exactly.
which is
Well,
an objective measure.
Well, that's why I get mad at, like, even though I love David Fincher, with the Facebook movie.
Mhm.
Like, that's
Oh,
just
yeah.
totally fucking made up. Like,
I
it's-
know.
And I'm
I
like,
know.
you can't just make up some shit about some person that's like alive right now. Like, what the fuck? Like,
Do you know that Winklevoss twins are huge Bitcoiners? Did you know that?
yep, I do.
So
Every time we
crazy.
talk about it, you bring it up.
No, I've only brought it up once. Let's get into this video. Let's take some.
I'll be right back. Okay,
All right.
You get
I'll
into the
watch some video.
Yes.
Yeah. So let me adjust something you said in your question. You're saying that scientists are looking for meaning. You're
On
right.
a personal level,
Well, sure, but the number of letters in this book. These are letters from people who wrote to me especially during a period of time when my email address was publicly accessible. Not anymore. But over that interval, people had access.
I just wonder how many of the people that wrote letters look like this here. Looks like his 2018 assistant. I wonder how many letters he responded to that actually had photos in them. Oh my God, I'm so bad.
Access to me after it, typically in response to some appearance I made or on TV or even in a public venue, and I'm intrigued by how many people were in search of meaning, and so it's not like I am putting that in this book.
No, not at all.
They are making that happen by their inquiries, and
This perfectly goes to exactly what I was saying, because I haven't read the book, but I'm assuming the people have some idea that if that idea was true, that idea would be more meaningful to them and it would give more meaning to their lives. So that's why they're looking to Neil deGrasse Tyson to validate that idea, to tell them that it's true, and therefore they can feel that they have more meaning in their lives, which is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Personally, I don't look for meaning. I think maybe that's okay for some people, but those who look for meaning, typically it comes with some assumption that, oh, there's the meaning, it's behind the chair, okay, or under a rock, or behind a tree. It implies that meaning is something out there that you search for and then may one day find. And personally, it's not how I think of meaning. And I capture this fact in my replies to so many of these letters. For me, meaning is something you create. You have the power to create meaning in your life and in the lives of others. Can you lessen the suffering of another person? That creates meaning. It creates purpose. It creates mission for who you are and what you might do in life. So for me, meaning can involve other people. Are you raising sort of moral children? Are you a good spouse? This all
Good spouse. Interesting choice of words. Are you a good spouse? Huh? That's how you create meaning in your life?
Sure, if you're, I mean, being good to your family, right?
I wonder how Neil deGrasse Tyson feels about this picture of his assistant. I wonder how Neil deGrasse Tyson's wife felt when he came home with this assistant. Oh, don't worry, honey. This is my new personal assistant. You know, I know she's a fucking knockout, okay? She's just going to be hanging around the house, making you feel ugly.
Well, maybe that's why he said it. He's worked on himself the last 3 years, and he's.
Oh, is this the part of the interview where he's talking? I'm like, meaning is something you create. When you hire a personal assistant, you're creating meaning in somebody else's life.
You're right. Maybe, I mean, this was at the time where people were talking about it. Maybe this is like a subtle way of acknowledging
Oh
it.
my God. I feel bad if these are false allegations, and I don't think women are below. Like
of course not.
Automatically raises a profile of all of these women, which
I've known women who were sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
And I know men who've had women lie about sexually assaulting
Yeah,
them.
I know.
To the extent that it has caused severe negative repercussions in their lives.
Yes.
Yes.
I have experienced the same. But my experience was like an ex-wife situation where things just got fucking crazy. So the kinds of things you would not wish on your worst enemy.
Right.
Creates meaning. Addition is what you might do for yourself. So for me, as an academic, I care that I learn something every day. If a day goes by and I don't learn something, that's a wasted day. I want to like go back.
So he's deriving meaning from learning about the objective world. Now, how would you feel, Neil, if you found out all those things that you learned every day were fucking lies? Gotcha, motherfucker. Gotcha. None of them were true. Point. They were all fake. We made them up.
That's actually, no, that's a really good point.
We tricked you your whole fucking life. You've been living a lie, dude. You're in a simulation right now.
Sure.
You're a fucking brain in a vat. Dude,
but see, that's how a lot of people feel about religion.
No, I totally
a lot of people
agree.
get very upset. That they feel like my entire life I've been told all these lies. I thought I was discovering truth, but I wasn't.
I totally agree, and I mean I agree. I agree with the hardcore anti-theists that do feel that, but the antidote for that is to explain to them the deeper truth. And the anti-theists aren't explaining the deeper truth. They're just basically grifting off of them, saying, no, you were lied to. Fucking tell your parents to fuck off.
Well,
join us. Give us your money. Okay. Subscribe to my Patreon.
No, see, you're going up to someone who's very angry because they feel like they've been betrayed.
Yes.
And you're like, well,
you have.
Let's think about this logically, Commander. And you're like, let me explain the cold, hard Vulcan logic to you. And the person's like, I don't give a fuck about your logic. I'm angry. Okay.
Yes. Yes. True.
Back, recapture the day, and rummage through the books to find something. And ideally, you should get your mind blown at least once a week.
He's using all these strange words in the context of what we were just talking about.
Oh my God.
you should get your beep blown once a week.
No. But look, bringing it back to the topic, you fucking pervert.
Well, you should get your blown once a week. What are you talking about?
Is it just
once a week? Once a week? Is that really enough? Let's be honest here.
It's a comedy show, guys. It's a comedy show. Look, but doesn't this completely change the context of the conversation he had about transgender issues?
Yes.
Because he's like, well, you shouldn't find meaning in science. You should derive it, in other places in your life.
True.
And yet in the transgender part, he's like, well, you have to be super careful about what science you look into because people make bad laws about it. I don't know.
You're totally right. Yeah, good catch.
It doesn't seem like it aligns, Neil. I'm sorry. I love you, Neil, but I don't know.
Come on, this was an hour before he said those other things, so this doesn't count. This is already water under the bridge. Oh, it's so weird. It's so easy for us as human beings to be total fucking hypocrites.
Of course.
Total fucking hypocrites.
It's literally biological. It's bred into us.
I know. It's tough. It's tough. I want to be ideologically consistent constantly. It's just
Sure.
it's
Sure.
some people do try at it harder than others. Some people just don't care, don't give a fuck.
I think we try very hard to be
We do,
ideologically
yeah.
consistent.
Yes. Yeah.
I just something, whoa, I never knew that. And so for me, that is where I get, that is how I establish and derive meaning in my life.
So I mean, maybe I should redefine the terms. Maybe meaning, I should be using the word purpose, which is a word I like to talk about a
They're
lot.
related, I think.
I mean, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, in my book, I talk about the relationship between meaning and purpose, and I suggest that people do have to have purpose in order to find meaning. I guess the question remains that when you look to finding a purpose, why should we be looking to the random assortment of guts or the evolutionarily beneficial firing of neurons for purpose? And how does that relate to questions like morality or the moral good?
What's interesting about your set of questions there is that they're in at least half a dozen letters written to me. You are not alone in that sentiment. So I think it's not obvious in just a cursory review of science. You think to yourself, this is dispassionate, cold facts about the universe, the world, nature. That is not where I'm turning if I got to find meaning in life. However, consider that the atoms in your body were manufactured in the cores of stars billions of years ago. Stars that exploded. If they didn't, these atoms would be locked away forever. They exploded, scattering that enrichment across the galaxy. And out of that enrichment forms planets, life, people. And so when you look up in the night sky, if you feel small and lonely, the knowledge that you're connected in this way to the stars, that we are not just figuratively, we're literally stardust, can give you a sense of belonging in what might otherwise come across to you as a cold and heartless universe.
It is.
Does that do anything for you?
Nothing. I was like, that's the biggest nothing burger I've ever heard in my entire life. Not to mention that I think I heard it in first year astronomy like 1,000 years ago. So that,
Yeah, I mean,
that kind of takes the wind out of the sails, but go ahead.
that was Carl Sagan's big thing, right?
Yeah.
He'd always say that. And
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to take that away from some people. I'm sure some people find.
Do you know that
meaning
Carl
in
Sagan
that.
mentored Neil deGrasse Tyson?
I did know that. That's why he said it. Yes. But I don't know. I don't think most people find a like great life meaning in just knowing the fact that there is this physical connection to the stars that I don't think humans really conceptualize emotionally, really.
I feel like maybe I should bring up the picture of Neil deGrasse Tyson's assistant again if we're going to talk about if we're going to talk about meaning in life.
There you go. Well, but see, he's kind of trying to do, and maybe this is just Neil deGrasse Tyson's style, because he's always tried to be sort of apolitical.
Yeah.
Because he's kind of trying to both sides of the issue, because he's saying on one hand that you're not going to derive meaning from science. But then on the other hand, he's saying, but you can derive meaning from science. So he's kind of trying to just say, well, he's taking the fence-sitting position here.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to have it both ways, that's for sure. I thought it was funny because the whole spiel there, he meant to be like a big, like, blow your mind type thing. And Ben's like, yeah, well, okay, let's move on. I agree that it's not meaningful in this current environment. That might be interesting to somebody, but not generally not me or any of my friends.
I keep getting these really obnoxious. I don't know how I get in these lists. I've never donated money to any political campaign.
Oh yeah,
ever, my entire life, and I always get these fucking text messages.
Yeah,
Ron
Republican
DeSantis.
Party. Oh,
I get both.
Republican
I get
Party.
both. Okay. Ron DeSantis wants to be the next Donald Trump.
What? Why would
Chip
he?
in
Oh my God.
$5 to help us remove Ron by turning Trump supporters against him.
Remove Ron? Oh, that's
removeronfl.org. Okay.
Who's Ron?
Ron DeSantis,
Oh.
governor of Florida.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Hmm.
I don't know how the fuck I get on this bullshit. Get me out of here.
Oh, they're saying Ron DeSantis wants to be the next Trump, and that's the insult against DeSantis.
Yes,
I thought
they're trying to raise money.
DeSantis
No.
was saying that he wants to be the next Donald Trump.
Well, he is saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's saying that. I don't know that that's
Well, no,
like
but
a
I'm
good
saying, like,
electoral strategy, but
I'm saying that's the strategy that they're running. It's funny. The strategy that the left wants to run against him is that he wants to be next Donald Trump, and the strategy he wants to run is that
he wants to be the next. That's a weird matchup there. That
It's
is
funny.
totally weird because they're marketing for him basically.
Right. It's the perfect two movies right there.
What? Yeah, it's sounding. I listen to a bunch of political podcasts and stuff like that. It sounds like Trump is actually going to run in 2024. Which, wow.
Yeah, I'm skeptical.
I guess I am skeptical, but
I'm skeptical.
yeah.
I said here's the Sitch prediction. Here's how you'll know if Trump's actually running. If he comes out and starts insulting Ron DeSantis,
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
then you'll know he's running. If he doesn't, I don't think he's running.
Well, this is why DeSantis is insulating himself from that because he's going out and saying, I want to be like Trump. He's like, Trump is like, I'd love to insult this guy, but listen, he loves me. He loves me to death. I can't do it. I can't do it. He's like the little Trump. I can't take him down.
He's like the son I never had. There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. He's like the son that I wanted my son to run for president, but the deadbeat won't do it. Actually, I think he was trying to get his daughter to run for president.
That's right.
What was happening?
Ivanka, the intellectual giant.
She's like, I don't want to be president, Dad. Shut the fuck up.
Jenny's dye jeans, digger jeans for $20. Says the only reason transgender people are trouted by leftists is because it's the next step in a historical fight against, quote, gender oppression. It should have always been a proper treatment and dignity, not advocacy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't disagree.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, give me a correct Sitch, please. Correct. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened.
Your
It's so
soundboard
weird.
died.
My soundboard died and I never fixed it.
That's okay.
It's suddenly like you need to completely change a bunch of like settings. And I'm always afraid that when you change a bunch of settings,
I know.
it's just going to like melt everything.
We had mic problems and I changed them on the fly and I never went back to the old system. I was like, okay, if this is what's working now, let's just stick with it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and in beautiful sentiment. I know Michael Shermer's written a lot about this sort of belief as well in your book. And
I love that he just says, yeah, I've heard that before from Michael Shermer. It's like, Michael Shermer said it better, but let's move on. Dude, he totally slaps him in the face. This is the nagging part of the interview right here. He's like, yeah, Michael Shermer you're like half as cool as Michael Shermer.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is way cooler than Michael Shermer. Okay.
It's true, but he's got to nag him to get to before the transgender part.
Is Michael Shermer the one that's in the open relationship, or is that someone else?
That is someone else.
Who am I thinking of?
I'm scared to say it because I don't want to get it wrong.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'm like,
some other old atheistic white guy. They're all the same, right?
I listen to Michael Shermer's podcast pretty regularly because he has people on that give good book recommendations. Yeah, exactly. And he talks openly about how, oh man, I would never my wife and I would never fly in my household.
Oh, maybe I'm confusing because he was talking to the person who said this, and I'm mixing it together in my mind. Yeah.
He did an interview with Abigail Shire, the one who did the Irreversible Damage book.
Right.
And he made some joke about polyamory, and man, it was like so uncomfortable. Like Abigail Shire she's an attractive woman. I don't know how old she is.
Is she polyamorous or something?
No, not remotely. I think she's like a trad con. She seems like
I don't understand. Why would the joke make her uncomfortable then?
Because it was like, why are you bringing sex up, you cringy motherfucker? She was just like,
oh, like as if he was propositioning her or something?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I understand.
Yes. I think he was just making a joke, and she she reacted like it was offensive to her.
That's funny.
And then Michael Shermer was like, okay.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's a hilarious moment. You look for the little real moments in these things, that's for sure. I'm a study of human nature. I love it. Yeah. Don't make whatever you want to do not joke about Neil deGrasse Tyson fucking his assistant in front of Abigail Shire, because she is not gonna respond positively.
Okay.
She's not gonna respond positively to that kind of like horsing around.
You talked about the application of science to questions of morality. And I guess the question that I have when I hear something like that is, that's a romantic way of putting the idea that we're meatballs in space. That basically
we're romantic meatballs.
Yeah, exactly. That we're Spinoza's stone that's sort of thrown, and then we have this bizarre awareness that we've been thrown, but there's nothing we can do about it. And
by the way, you are the first ever talk show host to mention Spinoza.
Oh, well, thank you, I guess.
Famous Jewish philosopher.
Right, exactly. And probably, pantheist, maybe the first open atheist.
Yeah, exactly.
But
first atheist Jew.
Exactly.
It started
publicly,
a great long tradition of atheist Jews.
Yeah, I mean, we can argue about how great it is, but Marx's introduction to it didn't end great. But in any case,
that's so good. So good. Oh my God.
That's so funny.
Oh my God.
The great tradition of atheist Jews. Is he saying it's the Ben Shapiro?
I know. Ben's like, maybe not.
There's your slapback from the Michael
I
Shermer
know.
comment.
Yeah, totally. Things are getting real now. This became WWE all of a sudden.
Uh-huh.
When we talk about that particular moral question, or the purpose-driven question, in your book, you talk about how you think a moral system can be derived from science. And you sort of assume that moral systems, the thriving of humans, the same way that Sam Harris or Michael Shermer talks about it, that is sort of a given, and that we all define thriving in the same way. And you're very critical, obviously, of Judeo-Christian religion particularly.
Well, no, I wouldn't put it that way.
I had no idea. Really? He's an anti-theist? I didn't know Neil deGrasse Tyson was an anti-theist.
I didn't think he was.
Yeah, you got it. We got the Ben Shapiro filter here, where he could just make some.
Right.
He seems like he's trying to. He doesn't. I was always under the impression that Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't want to disparage people's faith, which that's my position basically.
Right.
I don't want to.
Right. Unless that faith is wokeism.
Well, it's a completely different type of faith. Like that'll fuck your life up, man. That's an untested moral system.
Well, any faith can fuck your life up.
Wokeism is the equivalent of like snorting glue to get high. like you do it because you don't have anything around, but
you do it because it feels good and you don't have anything around.
You're throwing caution to the wind here. It's not a tested form of drug use.
That good feeling starts to go away after a couple seconds, and it's replaced by awfulness.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the analogy holds true in more ways than one. I like it.
Yep.
That way.
Don't sniff glue, kids. Stay away from the wokest.
I would say, if you're trying to fight me using Judeo-Christian religious texts, if you're trying to fight me about the nature of the physical universe...
No, that's idiotic.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's idiotic.
Right. But otherwise, I'm not going to... If Jesus is your savior, if Moses is your man, I'm not taking that away from you. I have no intentions on taking that away from you. There are letters in here from Jews, from Muslims. This Buddhist wrote in, and the corpus of those where people like to sort of tussle with religion tend to be fundamentalist Christians. So
it's funny, but he's not going to fight on biological sex at all. That he's willing to totally completely give in on.
I know, and that's why I wanted to play this. Is that all these illiberal breadtubers are like, Ben Shapiro totally destroyed by Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm like, if you watch the whole interview, first of all, I disagree with that assessment, even from the clip, but even if you watch the whole interview, like, this comes off so poorly.
Yes, terrible.
Because, well, I mean, this part doesn't, but then the context of the transgender stuff, it does. Because here he's saying, look, we can make a distinction. He's like, we have to make a distinction between what is the real facts. Okay, I'm going to fight you if you're going to bring up religion in the context of the age of the Earth,
geology.
evolution.
Yeah.
Right. But beyond that, I want to make a distinction between religion and science, and I don't want to take away people's, Jesus or Moses from
Sure.
them in the name of science. Okay. So when it comes to this issue, his issue, right, about star stuff and the age of the Earth and all this stuff, he's very comfortable in saying, I can make a distinction between what is true without taking away from other people's lives.
Right. Yep.
But in the transgender topic, he's so afraid to say the exact same thing.
I know.
He could have just said, we should study the science and we can have the science without taking away from people's rights in society.
Yeah. Yeah. Same exact stance. Same stance.
Yeah. Right.
We got to know that we got to know the scientific truth. He should say, if you're going to fight me on, biological sex differences, I'm going to pull out my fucking biology book.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
But he caved.
He did cave.
He saw the guillotine. Okay.
He did. He did.
The Church of Wokeism was going to lock him up for saying
he didn't pull a Galileo. I'm very disappointed.
Nope, I know.
He didn't stand
Very
up to the
sad.
church. No Galileo here. No Galileo detected here.
Right. Eufen for $20. Thank you very much, Eufen. Says, much like A-Team and S-Class, Sargon needs a suitable group name. I propose the Keto Collective.
The Keto Collective. I like that.
We've tossed around a bunch of names. Sargon seems to not give a shit.
Sargoninos.
The original was Sargoninos. I think Keto Collective was pretty good.
Yeah.
We had one. We had the Sea Crew or something.
No, Sea Crew is Shoe Crew.
Oh, that's Shoe Crew.
Yeah.
Right.
AP
Keto
class.
Collective is good. But maybe we'll stick with Sargoninos, even if it doesn't fit the naming.
Sargoninos is so funny.
It's so good.
That actually came from one species too, which
One
is
species.
funny.
Our good friend, one species.
Our mortal enemy, but I don't know. Sargoninos is funny. The way he says it is even funnier.
Sargonini, he with his
Oh,
he's
you
like
and your
Greek, right?
Sargoninos.
Greek accent.
You
Yeah, it's
Sargoninos.
very funny. That's wonderful. It's
Keto
wonderful.
Chads. There you go. I like
There
that.
you go. Keto Chads is pretty good.
Yeah.
Joey Not Nice for $20. Thank you very much, Joey. Says, really nice to tune into the stream and hear Ben Shapiro and Neil deGrasse Tyson. Quite an intelligence jump from the usual commie YouTubers y'all watch. I guess that's true. That is true.
Well, we're gonna dive into the.
We'll dive into them later. Yes,
into the
don't
mud.
worry.
Don't worry, the mud wrestling's
You'll have your weekly dose of intelligence dropping Breadtubers.
Oh
So,
my God.
there you go.
A chunk of letters in there as well. But each of them have a different reason for coming to me. And so the conversation is different. One of them says, is there any way the universe can be 6,000 years old? It just please help me out here. I want to try to get back. And as you know, 6,000 years is the canonical biblical age if you run through the begats of Genesis. And the begats in Genesis? What
Yes, they
book
are.
they? Thank you. So I don't think science hands you morality, but I think science informs morality. And
Dude, I agree with that.
Science, yeah. I think we like this. My whole thing with moral foundations theory. I think Jonathan
Well, no, but it
Haidt
sounded
has an
like you
idea.
were saying something else.
I was saying something else.
So you agree that science doesn't hand you morality. Science informs you how to create morality to some extent. Or how to
Moral
make
foundations
decisions.
theory is like a scientific understanding of morality. Like I define morality in a very specific way because it can be studied scientifically.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not really the best person to. I mean, I have a really atypical way of looking
That's
at
true.
morality that most
That's
people
true.
don't. Most people think of just they don't. They're. It's like they're swimming in morality. They don't think of. They don't think of. They think
Right.
morality is morality. They don't understand that there are different moral systems and like
Sure.
conservatism is a moral system, progressivism is a moral system.
that's an important connection that I don't think people commonly make today.
I am curious if Neil deGrasse Tyson knows this, because a lot of these ideas of morality from Sam Harris are flat out bullshit. Let's face it. Sam Harris's understanding of morality is basically, and I've read The Moral Landscape. He wants to take progressive morality and just say, we'll explain why progressive morality is best using science. Like he doesn't understand. He doesn't have a framework that can articulate the differences between the moral systems.
Right. So he'd have to make, the problem is you have to make the argument for the presupposition in the first place.
Right.
That the progressive values are
the correct
values.
Ones. Yes.
Yeah. Because I'm assuming Sam is making more liberal values than
Hell
progressive
yeah.
values.
Yeah. If you listen to his TED Talk on this, it's ridiculous.
Right.
And so many people have just destroyed him on this argument. Yeah.
Right.
There's a lot to know about life.
Sam Harris, famous TDS podcaster. I don't know. Did you know he came out with a podcast recently and still is drowning in Trump derangement syndrome?
No, I haven't listened to him in a long time. What does he say?
That's funny. Yeah, I haven't either. But people were talking about his TDS on Twitter, and I was like, okay, I have to check it out. He did a podcast on COVID and totally threw Brett Weinstein under the bus. It's so bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You should listen to, if you can bear, I mean, it's just, his podcast, Sam Harris's podcast is just, I mean, if you want to listen to it for like the train wreckness of it, sure, go ahead. But you should listen to Brett Weinstein's response, because he completely mischaracterizes what Brett Weinstein has been doing and what Brett Weinstein has been saying. Like he invited a super hyper political guy on his podcast and just, I don't know, it was a big nightmare.
Sam or Brett?
Sam Harris. Yeah.
Yeah, because I haven't really been following any of Brett's stuff on COVID very much either.
Really?
So
Brett's
I mean, all I know
podcast
is
has
that
gotten way better. Heather doesn't interrupt near as much. Like they've got their shit down. It's
That's good.
It's way more listenable.
like I know that he had been a big proponent of it being probably a lab leak early on.
Yeah, he nailed it.
Because I remember hearing his earlier podcasts, when it came out, about why he thought that and the spike protein stuff. But I know that he's been pushing. I don't know if he's been pushing for it or just pushing for study into ivermectin.
Yes.
And I don't really know anything beyond that, what his position is.
I think he might be taking ivermectin and not getting vaccinated.
Ivermectin.
Yeah, I never heard of it before, but yeah. Sam's all been out of shape. Sam is just like, we want to vaccinate everyone. Also, they cited 2 studies that were saying, we shouldn't talk about this because I don't want to get it wrong. You should listen to Brett Weinstein's podcast. Him and his wife, obviously are evolutionary biologists. I trust them to read the studies and whatnot and give me the straight dope. So, but the people shitting on them doing that, I think it's wrong. They're reading actual studies, these COVID studies, and just giving you the feedback on them. It's weird.
About people debating abortion, people debating issues related to human physiology and health. Mm-hmm. Well, what do you know about the nervous system? What do we know about consciousness? What do we know about, in the brain, the neurosynaptic connections? If a part of this brain gets damaged, you don't even know who you are. If another part gets damaged, you can't speak. Another gets damaged, you can't recognize a face. And that's kind of important information about how we're going to handle what happens to people, right?
Yeah, I agree. It's also important to understand gender and sex and gender dysphoria, Neil. These are all important questions that you should not have punted on.
Yeah.
Later in the conversation.
This is, you kind of disagreed with me earlier, but I would argue that understanding gender and sex is more necessary to you living a fulfilling life than understanding climate change. Let's be real here.
No. I didn't say that. Obviously, on a personal level,
Yes, where it
yes, I said,
matters.
yeah, right. I said, if you're looking at what is going to be more detrimental to society in the long run,
Yes,
denial of climate change or denial of gender and sex, I said that's to be determined.
yeah. Okay. So it's just miscommunication,
Right.
But on a personal level, this stuff it could like dramatically improve your life.
Right. Until people start having to move and dying because of climate change, then yeah, I agree. On a personal level, obviously, gender is going to have a bigger impact.
I already said you could crash at my place. Come on, why are you? I already said I got beachfront property.
What about everyone else in Florida? Can they all crash at your place?
We'll talk. I mean,
Okay.
maybe your mom and dad, but
I see.
I'm not.
My mom, my dad.
We don't have infinite.
My friends.
We don't have infinite out of space here in California.
Uh-huh.
We're trying to get the riffraff out. You understand?
I see.
It informs
sure.
it. Now you can have your morality panels or whatever they're called. You know, the people who advise politicians or whatever. Ethics panels. They're called. Right. And so, but don't believe that a scientist shouldn't be in that room.
No, I certainly believe that science.
Don't believe that a scientist shouldn't be in the. They should be in the room.
Yeah. Sam Harris, pick that scientist. He's totally objective.
Ergoth for $20 says, do you think there's a social contagion of homosexuality as well? Obviously, the harm isn't as immediately viewable as transgenderism, but thinking you're gay because of social pressure is just as psychologically traumatizing.
I mean,
I think it's possible. I mean, I'm sure it's happened. I think it's far rarer, far less likely, because I think it's as you said earlier, Adam. I think most people very intuitively know who they're attracted to.
Yeah, exactly. That's a huge problem.
Yeah,
I mean,
I think it's pretty easy to figure out who you're attracted to for most people.
I mean, Douglas Murray talks about this in his book. Oh, I can't remember the name of the book. His last book, he does talk about how there is some elasticity around homosexuality that a lot of people are not willing to admit. And he cites a number of studies. He's definitely like a science type, let's look at the evidence guy. And I don't know, because it's just not that. I mean, for me, it would really be. I mean, I couldn't. You couldn't force me into a homosexual relationship.
Well, was he talking about, like, I'm sure you could socially condition some degree of bisexual behavior in people?
I don't know that you can, but maybe.
I mean, some societies have done it.
Yeah, but there's that one. There's the Zambian tribe that everyone talks about.
Well, I'm not talking about that. That's a whole other thing.
Right, but
I'm talking about, like, with the Greek pedastry and stuff like that.
That is homosexual behavior in the Zambian situation. But I mean, Jonathan Itis talked about how you look at those ethnographies and nobody's into it. They're all like, okay, this is
right, but that's very different. I'm talking about, like, the Greek pedastry. I'm talking about like situations where people are in war or in difficult situations or jail, and you know, their sexuality kind of changes. So there are, I would imagine there are social pressures that can affect it in some people, not everyone, obviously.
Yeah, like a job situation where, you know, you don't necessarily want to go to work, but you're like, I like to eat, so I'm going to go to work. But when you think of sexual attraction, you're not thinking, I mean, unless you're trying to, like, you know, unless you're a male prostitute or something like that. In that situation, sure, you're not homosexual. You're not attracted at all. There's like a money exchange going on. Sure,
well, there's like weird ideas in some countries. I'm trying to remember which one. I've heard about this.
I'm talking about physical attraction.
That's okay, but there's like weird ideas in some South American countries where, like, if you get a blowjob from a man, like, you're not gay. Only the person giving the blowjob is gay, and thus it's like rationalized that it's acceptable if you're like a macho straight man to get a blowjob from another guy.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. There are like,
so
I'm saying there are weird social pressures that I said could influence to some degree. However, to address the original question of social contagion.
Oh my God. I saw a comedy show just recently that this was in. But the guy was like, the guy had to give a blowjob to some other guy, and he's like, oh God, no, please don't let this happen. He's like, just pretend you're gonna do it. He's like, it's getting closer and closer to him having to do it.
But to answer the social contagion question, I guess it's possible. I just think it's far less likely because I think it's far more clear for most people to instinctively or intuitively figure out who they're attracted to. Where the trans issue, it's a lot more complicated because people are like, oh, I feel bad. I feel depressed. I feel anxious. They're not really sure why they feel that way.
Hugely.
And so I think it's easier for people to map those feelings onto, well, maybe I have gender dysphoria.
Mm-hmm.
Where with the gay stuff, I'm not sure that happens too often. I'm sure it's happened. I just don't think it happens too often. So.
Yeah, obviously you're consulting your own feelings and then kind of extrapolating that on the world. And I guess if you personally are in a situation where you're attracted to both males and females, then that's a completely different situation. A lot of people don't have that at all. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, that's not. I don't think that's what they're referring to. They're referring to like if I don't know, for whatever reason your friend group is trying to pressure you into, having some sort of sexual activity with someone of the same sex for whatever reason. I mean, I don't know if this happens. I would imagine this doesn't happen too often,
but if you're in a situation where you're attracted to both men and women, that situation is going to seem less offensive or less unthinkable to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Sure.
But I don't know that the social contagion works with homosexuality, but
an actual American flag for $20. Oh my God. Says NDT is what happens when you get addicted to having your mind blown once a week. What's NDT?
I don't know. I'm scared.
Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson. Oh, I see. It starts innocent, but soon you're on the streets browsing. I fucking love science for any hint of science facts. There you go.
Yeah.
That's true. Be careful.
Watch out.
Scientists should be in the room to provide the additional information necessary to fill out the application of moral principle.
Yes.
I
agree.
I guess that my question becomes, when we're talking about the original initiation of moral principle, why should we believe that science can do that?
I've never said that.
I think that there's a very strong David Hume is ought problem.
Well, yeah, except if you look at...
Do you agree with that?
No.
You disagree with that?
The is-ought problem? Yes.
No, wait, hold on.
Principle. Why should we believe to fill out the application of moral principle?
Yes. I agree.
I guess that my question becomes, when we're talking about the original initiation of moral principle, why should we believe that science can do that?
The original initiation of moral principle, you think, is in science somewhere?
Yeah, that is a difficult question. That you can derive moral principles just from science?
Well,
I don't think so.
Well, okay. I think there's some Sitch's law going on here because it depends how you define the term.
Yeah, totally. If we're breaking it down to moral foundations, then obviously, yes, you can.
Well, because you could make an argument that says, okay, I think scientifically we could figure out how to make the most amount of people happy in some moral framework that values individual rights or liberalism or, not fucking over other people, blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But you're still taking the presupposition that you want to create a society that makes the most people happy without trampling on other people's freedoms in the first place. And that presupposition, that's
a moral
not
claim.
Based in science, right?
Yeah, totally.
So.
Yeah, you can't really base that in science.
I never said that.
I think that there's a very strong David Hume is ought problem.
Well, yeah, except if you look at what we consider to be moral principles today, it is, especially in communities where they say we have Judeo-Christian foundations for society, there's a lot of editing out
For sure.
of what went on in the Bible versus what we value and judge today. And so you can ask, what is the foundation of the editing? And this really is traceable to secular discussion about our understanding about civilization, about people, about how we treat each other, one another. And so, you know, when you look at Darwin and learn, of course, there are people, social Darwinists, which fed Nazism, right, and eugenics. But you part through those curtains. At the bottom of Darwin is the fact that we are all genetically connected. That's profound. It means we have...
See, that's what when he talks about evolution, he's fine creating this distinction where, like, yes, people can use the principles of evolution to create negative consequences in the world. However, we should still study it, and you can find something profound with it.
Yeah.
But when
Totally
it
in
comes
contradiction
to
to the,
gender,
totally in contradiction to all this stuff. Someone should clip this out and clip these out right next to the sayings, because they're completely contradictory here. Like in the trans part, he basically says, you know, yeah, we don't have any freedom in this issue, so fuck it. It's like, what? Yeah, we got to keep our mouths shut about this shit. Yeah, it sucks, but that's the way it is, man. Shut the fuck up.
I think that's another reason why he could have been so nervous or like felt like he was trying to walk the tightrope, because he has to be aware that he's like trying not to contradict what he said in the beginning.
Yeah, you think so?
The conversation. Yeah. And all this is lost. All this amazing context is lost.
Yep.
To all the Breadtubers who just watched that 10-minute clip and they didn't think to watch the rest of the conversation.
All of those Breadtubers who hate religion, who think religion is a scourge on society, how all these trad cons are just they're trying to destroy the gay community. They're trying to eviscerate all the LGBT. Yeah. Anyway.
We have different skin color, but we are fundamentally identical as a species, okay? And, you know, to a jellyfish, they will not be able to tell us apart if we're a jellyfish. So the commonality of DNA among all humans, the commonality of DNA among all life on Earth, that is stupefying. That has value. And the is and the ought question, I don't have a problem with that as a starting place, but generally people who come at it from an is and an ought, in other words, science can tell you what is true, but they can't tell you what should be true,
right.
Just to paraphrase.
Yes.
That is not the is-ought problem, but anyway. I can't believe that's such a boneheaded move there. What ought to be true? No, it's how you ought to behave.
Condense.
Clarifying, because I missed it. Yeah, exactly.
To condense.
Ben Shapiro let him off the hook there.
Well, to be fair, lots of people conflate those.
They do?
Sure.
What ought to be true?
Yeah, they conflate it in terms of the people who are very religious. They believe you ought to behave that way because the religion is true. That's why you ought to behave that way. It's because God tells you.
Prescriptions is all about behavior.
I understand that, but I'm saying if you believe in a moral system based on religion, it has to be built into it that the reason you're behaving that way is because God,
because of
or
descriptions,
whatever, is dictating this or has built this moral system into the fabric of the universe in some extent.
I think of it more like because factually there's a God that's going to punish you or reward you in the end. And
that's what I'm saying.
If you believe in that factual system, then obviously you should behave a certain way. I mean, that's where Pascal's wager comes from.
Sure.
I think they both still have to happen together.
So we're talking about how to construct a morality or how to live within a moral system. And you've suggested, I think rightly, that the effect of reason on religious principle as inherited over time has purified many of those principles, made those principles better, made for a better world. I totally agree with that, obviously. I believe that the way that I've put it with regard to civilization myself is that civilization is a suspension bridge, basically, between a pole that is certain fundamental assumed premises that can't be proved by science, and then science and reason. And the fact is that where I start to get a little afraid is if the pull of science and reason begins to believe that it is self-perpetuating and we lose some of the fundamental principles. So the example that I would give is you mentioned Darwinism before. It is perfectly plausible and, in fact, fairly easy to read social Darwinism into Darwinism, and people did for several generations. And so now we say,
at least 2 generations.
Exactly. And so now we say, okay, that never should have happened. Obviously, that's wrong. That's a bad read of Darwinism. There's no reason you have to read evolution to suggest that we should benefit certain people at the expense of other people. But that is a moral reading of Darwin, not a reading of Darwin that is inherent in Darwin itself. Meaning that is bringing premises that actually pre-exist Darwin to bear on that, if properly read.
It's bringing bias,
right,
which humans are highly susceptible to, and especially in the social sciences. So there's less bias in the sciences that don't involve human behavior. You can still have bias, there's just less of it. And it has, and
that's totally true. This is the whole problem of having all the socialists in sociology, because they're bringing like the most biased take you could possibly bring.
Right.
Yeah.
No, exactly. I mean, especially since they're, not only are they incredibly biased just because of their own philosophy, but then they're perpetuating a philosophy that says our teachings have to replicate our philosophy and worldview for everyone else.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as being purely descriptive. That's a lie that the dirty liberals and the dirty fascists tell you.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. It's so bad.
You can't, does science can't even function in that atmosphere? I mean, you're throwing the whole presupposition of science that we can agree on things through evidence out the window.
I know. But that's why so many of these fields like critical race theory and all this other stuff, that's why they say, oh, we don't believe in objectivity.
How did they end up in the sociology department? So that's my big question.
Because I thought sociology is all branched from Marxism originally, from Marxism.
No, it's the father of sociology is Emil Durkheim. It's not Marx.
So are you sure about this?
Emil Durkheim.
I could have swore we looked this up on stream once.
Yes, Marx is not a sociologist.
Origins.
So
if you look up on the leftist propaganda encyclopedia, according to co-founder of Wikipedia, I forget the guy's name.
Terrible.
If you type in sociology under the origins section, it labels 4 people.
Marx. It's Wikipedia. I don't trust it.
Sieyès. Okay. The term sociology was first coined in 1780 by the French essayist Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès. The next one is Comte. Probably saying all these names wrong. Scientology was later defined independently by French philosopher of science Auguste Comte in 1838. And then number 3, both Comte and Karl Marx set out to develop scientifically justified systems in the wake of European industrialization and secularization, informed by various key movements in philosophy of history and science. Marx rejected Comtean positivity, but in an attempt to develop a science of society, nevertheless came to be recognized as a founder of sociology as the word gained wider meaning. Even though Marx... even though
father of
Marx,
sociology, and the first thing that comes up is Emil Durkheim, 1858 to 1907.
Okay, but hold on. Even though Karl Marx did not consider himself to be a sociologist.
Okay, there you go. So the Marxists have taken over Wikipedia and fucking inserted Karl Marx as the father of sociology to displace Emil Durkheim.
I don't know if that... I think he's always been considered that to some extent. So I don't know if it's like a conspiracy, but
hold on. I search father of sociology and I get like related searches. Auguste Comte, the same one that you've got, Emil Durkheim, Herbert Spencer, Talcott Patterson, Robert K. Merton. There's no fucking look. And then there's a thing underneath famous sociologists and it has Marx.
Okay, I'm
These
just
fucking commies have taken over the internet. This
maybe,
is so
maybe.
fucking crazy. They literally call Emil Durkheim the father of sociology. Like he wrote the book Suicide. Like he has half a dozen books on. Like he's the founder of the field of sociology. And they're trying to give that to Karl Marx now. These fucking commies are like, this is awful.
Well, it's weird because
Fucking morons.
if you search the article, Emil Durkheim's name is referenced like all over the place.
Yeah.
But if you just look at like the subheadings, he doesn't have his own subheading.
My
under
God.
Origin of sociology.
My
so it's
God.
Very strange.
My God.
Very strange.
Wikipedia's trash now. Okay. Oh my God.
Though if you look at his own Wikipedia page, it says he formally established the academic discipline of sociology with Max Weber and is commonly cited as the principal architect of modern social science.
Yeah. Max Weber.
Or actually, maybe, okay, here's the question. Maybe you're right in terms of the conspiracy. Because now that I'm looking at the sociology section again, it doesn't say that Marx is the originator of sociology. If you look at it closely, it says the category is origin, and then it says 1.1 etymology, and then it goes to list those 4 people, including Marx. So then maybe it's a sneaky way of sneaking Marx in there to say, well, he was involved not with the origin of sociology, but the origin of the term.
This is so
sociology.
fucking crazy. This is so crazy.
So that's the sneaky tactic, maybe.
Marx is not influential in sociology at all.
Well, he is now.
Fucking now, but like rewriting history. What the fuck did Marx do in sociology? Like, listen, Emil Durkheim actually studied fucking society.
Well, you're gonna have to
Marx
bring this
did
up.
nothing but fucking navel gaze. What the fuck did Marx do? Marx sat around and got high and fucking wrote in journals.
You're gonna have to bring this up with Aaron.
Thursday.
Totally. Because if I recall correctly, Aaron brought up this point in our previous conversation where he said all sociology is based off of Marxism.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
So
that's
you'll have to bring this up with
fucking
him.
bullshit.
Yep. Interesting.
Yeah, Emil Durkheim is 1858 to 1907.
Mm-hmm.
And Marx is 1818 to 1883. So they definitely overlapped. Marx was older than Durkheim. I wonder if Durkheim has any writing on Marx, or if Durkheim was Marxist at all.
I'm sure he could. Well, I don't know, because if they're close together, didn't Marx not gain a lot of press till like after he was dead?
Durkheim helped establish sociology as a formal academic discipline by establishing the first European department of sociology at the University of Bordeaux in 1895, and by publishing his Rules of the Sociological Method in 1895. In other important works, Division of Labor in Society, 1893, Durkheim laid out theory of how society transforms from a primitive state into a capitalist industrial society. According to Durkheim, people rise to their proper level in society based on merit. Oh my God. Listen, this is the Marxists are like, we got to fucking memory hold this Emil Durkheim guy. Durkheim believed that sociologists could study objective social facts. He also believed that through such studies, it would be possible to determine if a society was healthy or pathological. He saw healthy societies as stable, while pathological societies experienced a breakdown in social norms between individuals and society. This is why he wrote the book Suicide, because he was fixated on the suicide rate. He was like, if the suicide is where people are saying this society sucks, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I'm fucking checking out. In 1897, Durkheim attempted to demonstrate the effectiveness of his rules of social research when he published a work titled Suicide. Durkheim established suicide statistics in different police districts to research differences between Catholic and Protestant communities. He attributed the difference to socio-religious forces rather than to individual or psychological causes. Yeah. So also he was a proponent of religion as well, which is another thing that will freak the fucking Marxists out, because he was saying the industrialization. He basically was saying that industrialization has created a type of meaning crisis where religion could be used to solve that. But at the same time, you have the scientific community coming up and really destroying the foundations of religion, which he felt was what was driving a lot of the psychopathologies in society. Yeah, Emil Durkheim is the fucking bomb. I can't believe these fucking Marxists are trying to get people to read Karl Marx over Emil Durkheim. This is crazy.
It's interesting because if I look it up, I do see it's not just Wikipedia. There are multiple different sources that label Karl Marx as being, one of the important, origin points for sociology. So
Marx is listed as a philosopher here, German philosopher and economist.
I mean, I would agree with you. I don't think he should be even classified as a sociologist.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
But apparently he snuck in somehow.
Under Karl Marx here, it says, while his economic predictions may have not come true, go figure, in the time frame he predicted, Marx's idea that social conflict leads to change in society is still one of the major theories used in modern sociology. Yeah, but he is that Marx's claim to fame, that social conflict leads to societal change? I mean, that's such a revelation. I don't know. It seems like nobody probably knew that before Marx. What do you think?
I don't know. That's a pretty big one.
Sitch,
That's
social conflict leads to societal change.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said that you should have your mind blown once a week, and let me tell
you, I just blow your mind?
I'm glad he told me that.
Marx came up with that. We didn't know that before 18.
My mind is just. Oof.
We didn't know that before 1818.
I never
Thank
knew
God
that.
Marx brought that to the world.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What would we have done without Karl Marx?
When was Machiavelli? Because Machiavelli pretty much said the same thing.
That's hilarious.
God, these people are just, they're really squatting on the internet. This is, Wikipedia just needs to be nuked at this point, because it's extreme disinformation. I'm assuming that there's probably Russian spies squatting on all of these Wikipedia pages.
Well, here's the thing that's crazy. I don't even know. I wouldn't be surprised if, especially now, if you go to most sociology classes, they probably teach you that Karl Marx is one of the foundational thinkers of sociology. So the people that are editing the Wikipedia articles don't even know that they're engaging in propaganda.
I was introduced to Emil Durkheim as the father of sociology.
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you were introduced to Emil Durkheim by Karl Marx, and I was going to be very confused.
No.
I went to the pub one day, and I saw Karl Marx, good old Karl over there, getting high off of his ass, ranting about changing the world for the workers, as he always did every day. And he was like, this Amelia Durkheim motherfucker thinks he knows what's up. But let me tell you, Adam.
Oh, my God. This article says the first woman sociologist, and she is actually she lived before Emil Durkheim.
Mm-hmm.
So they're basically saying, okay, anyone like Emil Durkheim founds the vocation of sociology as a science, right? Sure. But they're saying, oh, this other woman came up with ideas before Emil Durkheim ever made it a science. So therefore, she's the first woman sociologist.
Yeah, there you go.
Even though she lived 50 years before Emil Durkheim even lived.
Yeah. Fuck you, Adam. You misogynist pig.
What the fuck?
You're talking about the fathers of sociology? What about
fuck?
The mothers of sociology, Adam?
What the fuck? What is
horrible
happening here?
Man.
The term sociology was first coined in 1780 by French essayist. Oh my God. essayist. Really? Really? This is, oh my God. Insane.
Anyway.
Who cares? Facts
Lord
don't matter.
Tennyson's pipe for $2 says Marx was less influential than Durkheim and Comte. Is that how you say the guy's name? That's such a weird name.
Less influential in his time, definitely. But now, probably more influential because of all this Marxist stuff.
Okay, apparently it's pronounced Comte.
Oh, it is?
Damn French.
I know the French did everything, right?
Putting E's at the end of shit that doesn't need it.
I think Durkheim, is Durkheim French or?
He's German, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah.
Die Hard Dougie for $20. Thank you very much, Die Hard. Says the new political correct term for human beings is POS, person of stardust.
Oh yeah.
I like it.
So you just blew my mind.
There you go.
You so blew my mind.
You know, white people should say that. They're like, oh, you know, these BIPOCs are like oppressed people. Are like, well, as a POS, like as a piece of shit. No. As a person of stardust.
I know POS. Okay. POS, I think already has a term, doesn't it?
Yeah, person of shadow. Okay, you're trying to hedge in on the proud people of shadows.
So
okay.
Sitch, I think, is coming on my live stream on Thursday on my Adam Friended channel. We're going to talk to Aaron again about critical race theory if you guys want to join in. So
yeah, you can ask him about this.
Yeah,
you can rail him about
we're going to
this.
bring up. Was he sociology? I don't even remember. So
I thought he was.
But a lot has changed. A lot has developed since we originally talked to them about CRT on the show. Now it's like a full-on political thing, mainstream. Right. I mean, I'm seeing it on the local news. They're talking about critical race theory, which is kind of strange.
The consequences are less dire if anything that happens becomes policy.
Maybe we should get into the response videos now. What do you think?
Sure.
I think we made our point on this.
Yeah. I just wanted to, wait, let me zoom ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
I wrote a note.
We can listen. We can listen longer. It's no big deal.
I don't remember.
And so that's the digesting over the whole country's conduct.
So let's talk about the scientific process as it's currently carried out in the United States. One of the things that I'm afraid of, and I see it from the right on certain issues and from the left on certain issues, is a fear of actually investigating certain areas of science. So on the right, obviously, people typically cite climate change here and say, well, you know, the right refuses to acknowledge that climate change is even happening, or at least large swaths of the right refuse to acknowledge that climate change is even happening. And
or anthropically.
So there you go. That was just want to show that was the context of the transgender topic. Was just, oh, Ben is saying both sides are denying science in certain regards when it suits them. So,
which we fully agree with.
Which we fully agree with, yes.
Oh my God, you agree with Ben Shapiro, Sitch?
I know, shocking.
Such a nightmare. How are you?
I mean,
you're basically a tradcon now.
You know, I saw him at the Secret Wednesday meeting.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Okay, which should we watch first? We got Young Turks.
Sitch is such a libtard. He's like sworn to fight Ben Shapiro on site.
Oh my
if he
God.
actually saw Ben Shapiro,
that's not true at all. That's not even.
He'd run over and knock his yarmulke off.
Oh my God!
How dare you? How dare you? How dare you besmirch the progressive?
I'll put on my best Greta Thunberg impression. I go, how dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you? I'll knock his
Exactly.
yarmulke up. No, of course not.
Well, I'm just kidding. We would never do anything like that. Ben, you're cool. Come on the show sometime.
That's right. So should we watch the Young Turks first?
Sure.
I feel like
a
good starting place.
Young Turks is always good. Old Nathan can get a viral clip out of the Young Turks
Ben
stuff
Shapiro
for sure.
had.
That's right.
Everyone hates Young
Everyone's
Turks.
favorite, Anna Kasparian.
You know, I've met Anna Kasparian in person.
Wow.
Did you know that?
Incredible. Did you tell her that you think she sucks?
I did a little bit, and she got super chapped about it.
Did you tell her that she was dressed unprofessional and that you could see her
I said,
underwear?
listen, Anna, I can see your ass here. What's going on? I mean,
Anna,
I'm staring at
thong,
it. So.
Okay. I have a mirror up your skirt in front of your
Tell
student.
the backstory. People do not everyone knows the joke here.
So there's beef right now going on between big beef going on between the Young Turks, specifically Anna Kasparian and Jimmy Dore.
Yeah.
And Anna Kasparian sent an angry DM where she basically kind of like it comes off like she was drunk at 2 a.m, basically. Yeah. And she's like, "Fuck you, Jimmy. You better stop insulting me on your show, or I'm gonna tell everyone you're a sexist pig." And then so Jimmy's like, "Well, I'm just gonna like show your DM to everyone, so you look like you're fucking blackmailing me, you fucking moron."
Yeah, totally.
And so apparently, and it's so stupid. It's so dumb. I only know about this because I watch actual Justice Warriors drama videos about it, which are funny.
They're great.
Funny,
are you kidding?
The rest,
how do you not like this? This is amazing drama.
Not care about this any other way, but
bullshit. You love it. We love drama.
So apparently, the stupid story is that Jimmy Dore says that Anna Kasparian was wearing a very short skirt or something when they at the office, and her students were there, and she bent over to like get something from a drawer, and he could see her ass.
Her thong peeked out from below her skirt.
Yes. And he said in front of her students out
nice
loud,
news skirt.
Nice news skirt. Yes. And she was very embarrassed.
Which is funny.
Which is funny. Yes.
News skirt. There's no such, I don't know if you know this, Sitch, but there's no such thing as a news skirt.
That is not true. I've seen Fox News. I've seen those news skirts.
Oh, that's true. I guess
those
you're right.
Those girls can't bend even an inch.
I guess you're right. I guess you're right.
Have you seen? They have their glue. They have their legs glued together. Okay.
I stand corrected. The Fox News hosts are exceptional at keeping their knees together. Yeah. I mean, I've watched Fox News a few times.
Those skirts are so short. It's not their knees. They have to have their thighs together.
I know. Clamp down. Oh my God! Please do not let the camera.
It's got to be like their legs. Oh my God! Their legs are like permanently stuck in that cross position.
Yes. Yeah. Crazy stuff.
So anyway, that's the drama.
Ben Shapiro had a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson about science because
Tyson schools Shabibo on trans athletes.
Shabibo. What?
Shabibo.
Who's Shabibo? Is that that's Hassan? I think Hassan calls.
I thought that was Hassan's
Shabibo.
thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Shabibo.
I guess they all call him Shabibo now. Look at that. Tyson's Punch Out.
Is that anti-Semitic? I can't tell.
I can't either. It seems anti-Semitic
It feels a little bit, doesn't it?
Shabibo? Yeah. I always thought it was.
I don't know.
I don't feel comfortable saying it around you, to be honest.
It feels a little anti-Semitic. I don't know. What do you guys think? It feels, something about that feels off. Something about that feels off.
It is fun to say, though.
It is a funny word. It's
definitely a funny word.
Yeah. I don't know, though.
A
little sus.
Conservatives care conservatives care.
If he was black, I don't think they would feel comfortable making up some cutesy nickname for him.
No, not at all. Yeah. Especially Shabibo.
So deeply about science. This time, the topic was specifically about transgender rights. He refers to it as transgender.
I hate that they just play right into this stereotype that conservatives don't care about science. They do fucking care about it. Everybody cares about science when it confirms their position.
Right.
Like science is a great tool. What are you talking about? And Ben Shapiro wrote a book about between Jerusalem and what?
Majin or Madijin in the chat said, "I feel it in my snipped tip. It's anti-Semitic."
Oh, okay.
That's how that's how us Jews, we can always tell. We can feel a little tingle.
My tip is snipped, and I'm not Jewish, so I mean
that's why you can't feel the tingle when something's anti-Semitic.
Okay, I got it.
See, you feel the tingle when something's anti-white.
There's there's a different type of snipping going on.
No, it's a different type of tingle.
Okay. I don't. Ben Shapiro basically makes a pro-science argument in the book that he wrote. That's all I wanted to say. So Ben Shapiro is not anti-science at all. And Ben Shapiro, even in the interview, says that, I don't think it's good to make religious arguments in the context of politics because people believe different things, and he respects that. Which, yeah, that's good. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, actually, the most dope brought up a good point. I forgot this was another Actual Justice Warrior video. They were comfortable calling Ben Carson and Uncle Tom and said he was doing a minstrel show jig for white people. So I guess
What? Oh my God.
I guess that Young Turks are comfortable calling black people all sorts of nasty names.
My
I forgot
God,
about that.
racist pieces of shit.
Yep.
How it's so weird. They're so they can throw the racism around as long as it's at conservatives. It's so fucking hypocritical.
It's interesting because, I mean, the Young Turks, any shell of wokeism is obviously fake. Like it's put upon because, I mean, there's a whole show of like old clips of the Young Turks, and they're like so fucking misogynistic, so racist, you know, like, yeah, it's like it's the early 2000s, you know, there's no wokeness to be found anywhere near.
True.
So,
Yes. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Transgenderism, and I'm guessing he was hoping that Neil deGrasse Tyson would go along with whatever narrative he was trying to push. And we know that Shapiro has not been so kind to the transgender community, so you can imagine what kind of narrative he's trying to push. But what I appreciated was how Neil deGrasse Tyson responded to Shapiro's statement in this video. Take a look.
The argument is
Notice how nobody's mentioning that this is from 3 years ago.
I know.
Now it's like 5 years. I'm adding a year every time I bring it up. Notice nobody is mentioning the fact that this was 10 years ago.
This was in 1999.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
This was September 12th,
2 years
2011.
ago.
This was the day
I wrote it
after
down, so I won't.
9/11. Okay.
My propensity to exaggerate is getting bad here.
Yes.
This came out in October of 2019. Nobody's mentioning that this was 2019. So
Right.
anyway,
We don't
let's
need to watch
continue.
the clip again, right?
No. Let's fast forward.
is made that trans women are women. For
Okay, so fast forward to.
Oh, look at you. You got it all fucking mapped
About
out.
society
figure it out.
that's worth learning about. If to fight someone and say it's not biological, it's just your it's real and it's there.
I am curious what clips they picked because
Oh,
obviously. But no, we got it. We got it.
yeah, it was the. Why are you looking into
Why
this?
do you care?
Why do you care? It's
fucking
real
care?
instant. Yeah.
Why do you? What are your motives here,
Mm-hmm.
Shabibo? Come on.
What are your motives, Shabibo?
Yeah, totally.
We've got some more clips from this interview, but Francesca, I want to go to you first. How did Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Oh, look at this. She's like, oh my God. She's like, oh, my hackles are up. I can't believe this. You made me watch a clip of Ben Shapiro. Oh,
Is
the
it?
disgust?
It's strange to me
Mhm.
because you have some of the older people like the Young Turks, Secular Talk, Jimmy Dore, like they kind of Sam Cedar, Dave Pacman, like they they came up in a setting that was very different, and you can see this reflected in like they have the studio looking background, like they're trying to be newsy,
Right.
and then you see like everyone who came up later, they have, you know, I'm in my room with the colored light.
What's wrong with being in your room with a colored
There's
light
nothing
here?
wrong, Adam, with being in the room. I'm just saying it's
I
a
think I'm
different-
older than any of these people, and I'm just chilling in my room with a colored
Right.
light.
No, I'm not. Yeah, but I'm talking about like the age in which you came up into the sphere of YouTube,
I
not
did-
the
Yeah.
age of the person.
I
And
didn't
so,
try
but it's
to.
funny so that to me, it's very visually bizarre that when you have on screen the same two,
Right.
the clash of the two aesthetics from like the generations of YouTube.
Right. Look, she's got her diary back there. Oh no, those are Harry Potter books. All right, let's continue.
Handle that. Were you in favor of it? Could he have been a little stronger? Look,
That's what you said. Couldn't he have been a little stronger?
Yeah. I
Shouldn't
mean,
Neil deGrasse Tyson have been a little stronger against Ben Shapiro?
we don't know how she looked at him. Right? We don't know what was going on.
No, I meant stronger in terms of defending trans issues.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
horrible.
his personal
no.
assistant from
Oh my
2018. Do I need to bring
For
her
me-
picture up again?
No, stop it. Stop it.
personally, I love the first reaction to Ben Shapiro's statement because it was like, where are you trying to go with this? Like, what is your intention here? Because that's really key in understanding the motivation behind the framing and the
See, I hate this because this is the hugest straw man. Like, you're not even equipped to engage in a debate with someone when you don't even know the argument that they're making. You don't even know the problem that they have with the situation. All they're doing is straw manning. They're saying, listen, conservatives hate transgender people, and that's their only motivation whatsoever. They don't care about women's sports. They don't care about women-only spaces. They don't care about their kids learning this stuff in school. They don't care about any of that, right? All of those things are completely meaningless here. That's so fucking ridiculous. How can these people call themselves political commentators? Like that?
No, right.
They have a legitimate grievance.
Well, they're not. They're pundits. They're pushing a political tribe.
Yeah. You got. I guess that's the point. Like these people they're basically like attorneys. They picked a side, and even if they're defending a fucking serial killer, they're like, no, he's innocent.
No, that's a good way of conceptualizing it. It's like an attorney. They're advocating. They're in the trial. The trial is the culture war, and they're advocating for their side.
Yes, yeah,
regardless
totally.
of the truth. Because if you watch the whole clip, Ben explains his intention. He says, I want to talk about how both parties deny science when it suits their ideology.
Which is not a great place to be in as a culture.
Exactly. And shouldn't we try to find out what is objectively true regardless of the politics?
But now
he says what his intention is. Okay.
But now we're talking about the Young Turks who all they want to do is participate in the culture war. They don't actually want to have a reasoned debate about this stuff and move past it because they make money off of doing this. This is how they make their living. They don't want to move past this. They want to have this culture war in 2025, 2030. They want to keep it going.
Line of questioning in this interview.
Yeah. I love when he just like folds his hand and is like, his mind is just going to outer space. Like,
yeah, because he doesn't want to talk about the transgender topic, so you'll fucking cancel him. What do you think? What do you think? Why?
It's the two movies are so interesting because like we look at that and we're like, wow, Neil deGrasse Tyson seems nervous, and he's like trying to figure out how to walk this tightrope. And then they look at it like, oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson's like, I'm so above this. Why do I have to engage in this?
Yeah, he's going to his happy place right now. It's like, what the fuck?
Find the peace, Neil. Like, you're hearing a lot of shrill nonsense. And he just like folds his hands and goes there and then comes back with, you're right, an incredibly, very smart retort, which is, why? Why are you obsessed with this? And that's the same.
Why are you obsessed with this? It's so bizarre to me because who is obsessed with this? Is it the left or the right? Who's obsessed with the fucking gender stuff?
It's the left.
Yes.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
But this is such an opinion formed out of ignorance. She's like, oh, he's such a smart response. Well, it's not a smart response, especially if you see the entire context.
Yeah.
It's actually a very bad response.
Yeah, it's a lame response. It's a totally anti-science response.
Yes. It completely contradicts a lot of his previous positions.
Yeah. No, this is this is like fast food content right here. This is fast food of the internet.
Well, I think that's exactly what it is. Young Turks is fast food. Diogenes for $20. Thank you, Diogenes. Says, how y'all liking Biden's presidency so far? Inflation. And Biden rambling about sucking kids' blood. Yep, thank God Trump's gone. Also, do you believe maintaining a healthy body leads to better cognition? So here's the second part first, because that's quick. Yes.
Me too, obviously. Yeah. Eat healthy. Eat right.
Right. I don't know.
Exercise.
I don't think anyone who's basing their opinions on science, since we're talking about science, would disagree with that. Yes. Especially now, even more so, because every day they're learning more and more about how the neurotransmitters in your gut is almost like a second brain.
Yeah.
And really affects your cognition and your behavior and your mood. So, yeah. As to the first question, blaming Biden for the inflation seems very bizarre to me.
It is his fault, but anyway.
How is it? Well, I know you're saying this is like a joke.
No, I Stephanie Kelton laid this out in her New York Times article about how how Biden, the Biden the tax cut or the increased taxes to offset the spending are coming from places that are not actually money in the economy, are not actually
Is that
money
what's
that's
creating the
adding to the
inflation?
inflation. Well,
Or
she says that that's part of it, but it's COVID,
Or
also COVID.
is it the supply chain disruptions caused by COVID?
Well, and
Which
also,
one of those seems to be the bigger factor here?
and also,
Mhm.
they've been talking about this on CNBC for a couple weeks now.
Right.
That they're predicting a collapse in commodity prices because they're saying all of the commodities have been working to catch up from production because everyone's stuck at home and they can only spend money on commodities. They can't spend money on goods and services as soon
Right.
as the lockdowns are over. And I don't know, this could change because now we're back in lockdowns, but they were postulating on CNBC that if the lockdowns end and people go out and spend their money on services and stop buying commodities, obviously the commodity prices are going to collapse because they've built up a level of production that's not really, people aren't interested in. There's not the demand there for that level of production. So I don't think that we're in. I think all the talk about hyperinflation is really just a bunch of people yammering, to be honest with you.
No, I agree, because especially when the inflation is caused by conditions that are very temporary.
Yes, yeah.
Because
if
will,
it's sustained, I mean, I don't know that you can like plywood is like $50 a sheet. I don't know that you can sustain that.
No, you can't sustain that. And as you know, assuming there's not some crazy shit with the Delta variant, which I think these new lockdowns that are going on in some states, I think will very quickly be reversed. In my opinion, this is my prediction. I don't think any of this stuff's going to hold because I don't think people are going to abide by it. I think people are going to just say, oh, we're not doing that. Fuck you. And so I think a lot of the supply chain issues, they will even out. Things will go back to the way they were in a few months' time. I don't think the inflation is going to survive beyond that. But we shall see, I guess.
I just looked up plywood at Lowe's and it's $59 a
Yeah, it's crazy.
sheet. Holy
It's crazy.
crap.
But what Biden tax policy raised the price of plywood?
No, she was saying that you have to look at how money flows around the economy. So if you're basically going to do $2 trillion of spending and you're going to spend it basically by giving it to people who are going to go out and spend that money on things, they're going to be competing for goods and services in the economy that are going to drive up the prices of those goods and services. Inflation is caused by people bidding. The reason why plywood is $59 a sheet is because there's a limited supply and a lot of people want it. So they have a completely screwed up model of the Biden administration has a completely screwed up model of how the economy works. They think if you just need to offset the spending with taxing from wherever you can get it. Well, if you tax money in the economy that's in a bunch of corporate coffers that's not being spent, it's basically they're just, I don't know, accruing interest or whatever, then that money's not being out there. That money's not in the economy driving up prices.
Sure.
Yeah.
But you understand that her argument about this is not anyone's argument on the right about Biden creating inflation.
I totally understand that. Yeah.
No one has. What are you describing her argument is not what anyone who's blaming Biden for inflation is saying whatsoever. They're making completely different argument.
I agree, but it is still Biden's response. Like the Biden people and the Biden detractors are both working off the same untrue model of the economy.
Right.
Yeah.
Even people in the chat.
What's that?
Printing. Even people in the chat. They're working off the old paradigm of printing money.
Yes.
Printing money is making the inflation, Adam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's supposedly his plan is deficit neutral though, because he's saying he's taxing at the same rate that he's spending, right? He's taxing $2 trillion. He's just taxing corporate America.
Right. Well, I don't know, because there's some article There's two articles.
God, I can't
One-
imagine like a roofing job right now. It has to be so expensive.
I know. I saw someone that was getting the roof done, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like
I know. My God.
that's awful. There's some article I can't. It's not opening for me. It says Stephanie Kelton claims that Biden has adopted MMT,
Oh, really?
and this was from June. I don't know why I can't look at the article. It's just it's just my browser. So there's that. She also says, I can't. It's not an article. I hate when you click on an article. It's a fucking video. I'm like,
Oh,
I'm
wait.
not gonna watch the video.
Here's a 4 foot by 8 foot plywood for $25. That's considerably cheaper. So
There you go.
maybe I'm just looking at the Cadillac of plywood here. Here's a sheet of plywood for $15. So plywood prices looks like maybe are coming down.
There's
this
a video.
This is like Douglas fir. That's why it's $60 a sheet. Never mind. Never mind, guys. Plywood's already coming down. Pine is a cheap shut. $25 a.
So there's a video, a 2-minute video of her saying that Stephanie Kelton is saying the inflation is growing pains and is transitory for our coming out of COVID.
Yes. Yeah.
So there you go.
2x4s are already like down way lower. We had to buy 2x4s during when they were like fucking $8 the 2x4. We were like, what the fuck?
You know who defended the sucking blood comment?
Mm-hmm.
Your favorite comic book artist,
What was that?
Scott Adams,
Oh, he doesn't.
defended Joe Biden's blood sucking comment.
I don't know the blood sucking comment or the Scott Adams defense.
Tell
Tell
I
us.
remember.
Scott, what did
was-
Biden said something about sucking blood?
Yes. What was the guys? What was the?
I
the
did
context
listen.
of
I
that?
did hear.
What was the question? I don't remember.
Did you hear the quote, the nonsensical quote that they were passing around when he was talking?
Yes.
Like,
Yeah,
that
there
was-
are other.
That's
there-
hilarious.
There's lots of nonsensical quotes that you could pick.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. The reporter said, "Are there people in the Democratic Party who want to defund the police?" And then Joe Biden's response to that is, "Are there people in the Republican Party who think we're Democrats sucking the blood out of children?"
Yes, that's true. There are
Right.
people that think that.
Yeah.
But how
Well,
is
that's the
that
thing.
a
I don't-
response?
I don't think that's an irrational response or whatever. And Scott Adams agreed. He said, "No, it makes perfect sense." So
Oh,
if you want to, there are clips of Biden rambling that I think are
I know,
complaints
they're terrible.
beyond the blood sucking comment.
This
so.
guy's gonna make it 8 years, Sitch. I can feel it.
This guy is not going to make. He's going to barely make 4, if even that. So, yeah,
But
it's
anyway,
not great. A-Rog for $25. Thank you very much. A-Rog says 12-year-olds would definitely vote in Ben Shapiro. That's why S-Class is the best class. Thank you.
okay, I don't know.
Thank you.
That's all right.
You don't agree with that?
They would maybe. I don't know. I
I'm not sure
totally
12-year-olds would
disagree.
vote in
Yeah,
Ben Shapiro.
nobody's voting. Everyone hates Ben Shapiro. Come on.
That's true. That's true.
Same thing with anti-trans extremists all the time is, what's your point? Let's say you're correct, right? So what?
Mhm.
So a bunch of children are going to get false positives and cut their
Yeah, wait.
dingling off.
What the fuck is she talking about? Say you're correct, so what? Say you're correct about what?
Yeah, lay out your argument. Come on.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Right? And the answer is, well, I don't know. I just I want
What? That's her impression of a conservative. I don't know.
What is happening in this segment?
to keep people from living their truth. I want to keep people from accessing the same services.
Oh my God. Oh, it's fucking giant straw man.
I know.
Giant fucking straw man.
I hate that the people that supposedly defend trans people, they don't understand why people transition medically at all. Like they conceptualize it like you have to live your truth. You know, that's why you transition. You have to live your truth. That's not why you fucking transition. You transition because you have dysphoria.
Yeah, because you're experiencing negative emotion that you're trying to
you're
get to go
experiencing
away.
extreme negative emotions that drastically lower the quality of your life.
Yes. Yeah.
That are so extreme that could possibly that have a statistically high chance of leading to suicide.
Yep.
And you're going through a intensive, long process so that you feel better about yourself, so you can fucking exist in the world without experiencing these horrible negative emotions. It's not so you can feel your true, I gotta be my true self. I'm like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Like, no.
Negative emotion ain't no joke. I mean, we've all
Right.
experienced negative emotion. It's
Yes.
fucking lame.
It's awful.
It's fucking
awful.
lame. Especially when it's like nondescript negative emotion that you can't even really place. Like, why do I feel down? What's going on? Why?
Yes.
Why am I?
Yes.
What's going on? What am I missing? What is not conscious right now? Yeah,
Right.
it's a fucking bitch. People spend thousands of dollars on therapy trying to figure out why the fuck they feel down.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Yes, it's a real thing. This is what's so insane. This is the left's wheelhouse here. They're the ones that should know this.
You would hope.
Yeah.
Because it's all wrapped up in identity now. It's like,
Oh my God. They joined the team now. You got to understand. They're on the team. I don't know. These people just bug the shit out of me.
look at them. I've never told anyone this ever. So don't,
Oh my God.
this is just a secret between us. I don't want
We
to
have
tell
like
anyone.
1,200 people listening right now. I wouldn't, maybe you should not say.
I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. It's just you and me here alone in this call.
Okay.
Deep inside Adam, I know that I am really a 12-foot tall green dragon
Me too. Holy
Okay.
shit.
who can breathe blue fire and has
Oh my
one
God.
very large buff arm. Okay.
My God. My fire's red, but I feel you.
Right. And so because I feel this is who I am deep inside, I'm thinking that I'm going to transform into this, right?
Yeah.
And under the idiotic logic of not understanding why transgender surgery and treatment exist, under this idiot's logic, it's acceptable for me to transform myself into
You
a
gotta
12-foot
live your
tall
identity,
dragon
man.
with
You
one
gotta-
buff arm.
You got to live
Right.
your truth.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Which buff arm is it, and why is it buff? I'm curious.
It's just the one buff arm. Just one buff arm.
Been working that one arm a lot, huh?
Just been working.
That one,
I'm not gonna tell you which arm it is. Just,
solo
look,
arm.
I do a lot
Oh,
of
we
bowling,
already
Adam.
know what arm it is.
I do a lot of bowling, okay?
We already know what arm it is. We better continue before this gets too personal.
I want to keep people from healthcare. I want to make sure that there's more hate crimes against them.
Oh my! Oh, this is.
I want to
so
make
evil.
sure that there's more health crimes against hate crimes.
more hate crimes and keep them from getting health care.
Yes.
Dude, what the fuck?
Crazy.
What a gigantic straw man. They're just completely demonizing their political opposition. That's their whole goal.
I know. It's terrible because there's so many people that watch this slop.
Yeah.
And this is how they conceptualize the other side.
Yeah, you walk away thinking conservatives are fucking evil, man.
Right. They're just evil people. Yeah.
I want to send them to, camps so they can re-educate themselves about what gender they really are and what is the next level here? Because that's what it feels like.
It's so funny that both sides are talking about re-education camps now. They're like, they want to send us to re-education camps. No, the difference is that their re-education camps actually come to your work. They're called critical race theory.
Right. Right.
And if you're so obsessed with it, do you have something to tell us? Do you also have feelings like you're in the wrong body? Like what?
Oh my God, that old trope too. They always go to that one. They're secretly gay. anyone that talks about this stuff is secretly gay.
It's true. Yeah. They're secretly gay, secretly trans, you know. It's so strange because it's like, on one hand, they're like, oh, there's nothing wrong with being gay or trans. But on the other hand, they levy it like a weapon.
An insult. I know.
An insult against certain people. Like, well, you're saying this because you are secretly gay. It's like, wait, what?
Yeah.
What's
There are
happening
lots
here?
of, just so you know, I don't know this woman's name, but just so you know, there are like a lot of gay conservatives, okay? Like,
Right.
it's
right.
not exclusive to the
No.
progressive ideology.
Fucking
Peter
what's
Thiel. Yeah.
What's the Kardashian? I'm totally blanking.
Oh, yeah. Trans.
Cardassian lady now.
Running for Congress?
Running for Congress as a
Killer?
conservative.
No, not running for Congress. Running for governor.
Or governor, whatever.
Anyway,
And,
let's move on.
Joe Rogan always gives her flack because she said, "I'm a traditional lady."
Oh my God, does he
Like,
really?
all right. That's what she said, apparently.
Oh my goodness.
Ergoth for $20. Thank you very much, Ergoth. Says, forms of social pressure I've witnessed is fetishizing bisexuality in men.
Mhm.
Men with feminine traits being gaslit into thinking they're gay. Exposure to gay porno at a young age. Sexuality can be warped. Thanks for disgusting. That's interesting. I've never witnessed that, but I mean, that's definitely crazy if that's going on in certain places.
Yeah.
I've never personally experienced. I don't know if it's other gay men or if it's women that are fetishizing bisexuality in men. I've never experienced this, but
Caitlyn Jenner is the one that we were looking for.
Caitlyn Jenner.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I don't know, and I don't know if this. Obviously, you can't do these kinds of studies because it's completely unethical. You're like, yeah, we're going to take these children, like,
right.
yeah. So I don't know. I really don't know the elasticity of that kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's similar to the mentality against same-sex marriage, right? I think that there's an element to this where I don't think elements of the right wing take the transgender community seriously, in that they seem to think that it's some sort of lifestyle choice, right? Mm-hmm. And it's so odd. That's why they're so focused on the biological arguments, right? Well, biologically, it's a woman, it's a man, not a woman. Biologically this, biologically.
This is what's passing for content these days. Oh my God.
Oh, I know, right?
This
it's
is
just
crazy.
A part of the reason I want to show you this and secular talk, like, they just ramble kind of incoherently for 10 minutes.
Oh my God.
Like, I was shocked watching it. Like this is like the worst reaction. They say nothing of substance. And it made me wonder, because when I first saw their reactions, I thought, oh, this is classic two movies. They're just perceiving the way they want their tribe to perceive it. But then I started to think, well, maybe they actually don't. Maybe they don't buy that Neil deGrasse Tyson pwned Ben Shapiro. Because if you thought that, you could lay out a coherent, cogent position about, like, oh, this is where he got him. Look at how he destroyed Ben Shapiro. But they don't do that. They just kind of ramble these vague, generic statements for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean,
they're not really making any argument.
No, right? Like,
I don't know how to respond to this.
It's interesting because it's like we went through the clip as we do. We pause it like every 10 seconds and we have something to say about it.
Fuck yeah, exactly. That touches on the real world.
Right, that has something to do with what they're talking about. And they just fucking, I don't know, they just babble.
Yeah, what is this? And also, it's just completely not even addressing the clip. It's just mischaracterizing some like fake straw man conservative that just like who are you talking about here? What conservative are you actually?
Right.
You're not talking about Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro actually had some arguments to make.
Though, if I recall correctly, Ben Shapiro is against gay marriage, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
He definitely, and I think the way he tries to square this in the libertarian sphere is that he says,
"Oh, I know, it's such a punt."
That, oh, well, the government shouldn't be involved in marriage whatsoever.
Yeah.
Which is like, that is a punt. That's a total fucking punt.
My favorite one, because it's just so like, come on, really?
Yeah.
When people come out and say, listen, they do have the same rights. They have the right to marry someone of the opposite sex. Everyone has that right.
Oh, very rarely do I hear people say that.
I've heard people say that, and I always think,
I hear people say that like as a troll, not like as a
really? Maybe
argument.
I'm just being trolled then.
No, but I mean, I've heard people who are anti-gay say that, knowing it's a stupid argument. Like, it's not...
just to troll me. You think that's
it?
Just
to troll people. Yeah.
I don't know. I have a lot of empathy, and I've said it before. I've listened to the Supreme Court case that overturned the bans against gay marriage. And man, you cannot, if you have any libertarian in you whatsoever, you cannot listen to that court case and not think, okay, these gay people were getting fucking fucked over.
Sure.
The
Well, you don't even
state
have to
was
be
just
libertarian. I mean, I'd argue part of where I think the conservatives or social conservatives, the thing that they get more true than anything else, okay, is the importance of having a family and having two parents and having a family unit.
Yes.
And under that idea, 100% you should be in favor of gay marriage, because gay marriage has the same effect on gay people as it does straight people. It calms people the fuck down.
It does. Yeah, totally.
It creates, people become more responsible. They have a family to look out for.
Yeah, they're like,
have,
I can't get in trouble.
To care for. Yeah.
My fucking significant other's going to fucking beat the shit out of me.
Right, exactly. You suddenly have to think about
I got
your
responsibilities.
Behavior, beyond just yourself. Yeah.
Women civilize men, they do.
Sure.
I'm curious if that happens in gay relationships. I'm sure it does, because it's like the buddy system.
Right.
Yeah.
They're trying to like hone in on, in their minds, this perverse way of living and a perverse lifestyle choice that people are making.
So fucking bad. This is so bad.
I know.
They just want to make it seem like, were any of our arguments talking about their perverse
life? But we didn't put on, this is the problem, Adam. This is where we messed up, okay? We used this thing called our ears to listen to the words that were spoken out of the thing called the mouths of Neil deGrasse Tyson and Ben Shapiro. And we listened to these words with our ear holes, and then our brain meat took those words and it said, oh, let me analyze these mouth sounds. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what we did. And that was very foolish. And you see, we wasted hours doing all this work for no reason, when Anna and the Young Turks have a much easier, better solution. Okay. It's very simple. It's called, you put on your invisible mind reading cap that bypasses all of this fucking shit. You don't need to hear anything. You don't need to see anything. You just put on your invisible, intangible mind reading cap and you peer directly into the mind of Ben Shapiro. And you say, oh, I know the secret. He just fucking hates trans people. He thinks they're degenerate.
So sad.
I know what he really wants to say. And I'm going to tell the world. What's really going on in there.
I feel bad when I mischaracterize people's positions. I don't know how you feel, but I mean, I can't imagine doing this. I mean, they do this, 8 hours a day? They come out and just mischaracterize people?
Morality binds and blinds.
So being blind to it makes it okay? I don't think so.
That's the basis of human. I don't think
so.
This is the base. This is why critical race theory is wrong. This is why socialism is fucking stupid. Okay. And Marxist theories and identity politics is fucking stupid. Okay. What you're witnessing is the core part of human behavior. As long as you perceive someone as being outside your tribe.
Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Do whatever the fuck you want.
That is immoral as fuck, dude.
Yep. And that's why the only solution is common humanity. And all the critical race theory shit is fucking dumb.
Yeah. This is terrible, though. Like, they don't even understand the complexity of the problem. That's why this is fast food. There's no nourishment here whatsoever. You might as well eat a piece of fucking cardboard.
No, they showed you
It's like 5 seconds.
Yeah, they showed you like a 5-second clip, or it was like a minute clip. And then they just extrapolate a bunch of shit that wasn't said in for the next 10 minutes about this 1 minute clip.
This is crazy.
It's crazy.
I wouldn't be able to sleep at night, Sitch. Seriously, how do these people sleep at night?
I know, because they don't realize what they're doing. I think they honestly believe
you're giving them.
I'm not giving them an out. No. You misunderstand me. Okay. When I describe people's behavior, I'm never saying it's justified. Okay. I hate stupid people. This is why I hate stupid people.
Yeah.
Okay. This doesn't justify it. I'm just saying they're so stupid and devoid of self-awareness. that they think what they're saying is true. They think they do have this magic ability to peer behind the veil of Ben Shapiro's words to get to the root of the issue.
Yeah. It's worse though, because they're stupid and powerful.
Yes.
Which is a terrible combination.
The worst combination. Yeah.
I know, very dangerous.
When in reality, that's obviously not the case. Who the hell?
Who was the guy that had like the different types of people, the stupid and lazy people?
We should look that up. I love that one.
You always cite that guy.
I know.
Yeah.
Because I'm lazy and smart. Lazy and clever.
Lazy and clever are the best people.
Lazy and clever are the best people for upper management because they won't cost you. But the worst is stupid and industrious.
Yes, and that's who the Young Turks are: stupid and industrious.
He says most people are lazy and stupid.
Right.
And they can't do too much damage being lazy and stupid because they're really not doing much.
Too much damage.
Yeah, exactly. But he definitely says in the end, the most dangerous people who you should dispatch, you should not ever use in your military or anywhere in your organization, are industrious and stupid people because they just create problems everywhere they go.
Right.
Yes.
That's the Young Turks.
Yeah.
Is this Kurt von Hammerson?
That's it. Yeah. What are the four? Did you look it up?
It was. I thought it was lazy and industrious, lazy and stupid, smart and industrious, smart and lazy.
Yeah. I think he uses clever.
Or clever. Yeah. Clever is the word he uses. Yeah. He was talking about military officers.
There's 4 different types. Yeah. He's like, in the military, there's 4 different types of people. There's he just listed them all.
The clever, the industrious, the lazy, and the stupid. Each officer possesses 2 of these qualities.
2 of the qualities, right? And he lays out which level each are. What's the first one is
those who are clever and industrious. I appoint to the general staff. Use can under
clever and industrious. Yeah.
Right.
But the clever and lazy is like upper management.
Right.
Which I was like, yes.
Right.
Yeah. Because
the man who is clever and lazy qualifies for the highest leadership post.
Yeah, totally. Because you got to think about it too. Because you're if you're lazy, you're less likely to like make a decision hastily.
Right.
Basically, like, I'm going to think about this a while. I don't want to make the wrong decision.
Well, you're also, I would imagine, if you're clever and lazy, you're thinking a little bit more pragmatically about.
True. Very true. Yes.
How much work is going to have to
be that too. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. But then he really throws stupid and industrious under the bus.
Must be gotten rid of, for he is too dangerous.
Yeah, totally. And that's what I see right here in Anna. I see stupid and industrious. That's exactly what I see. But here she is, promoted to the highest office in TYT. Isn't it funny that Jank basically hired her because she was cute? Jank is like, I'm an ugly fuck. I need a cute girl to sit next to me.
How do you know? You don't know if that's true.
I used to like watch the Young Turks all the time. This is no secret.
Oh, they said it? Okay.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Jank knows what he's doing. He's like, I'm nothing to look at.
Jank is like, look, I've been watching a lot of Fox News.
Totally.
We need some news skirts in the office.
We need some news skirts. It's funny because the original news skirt on Young Turks got tired of being the news skirt and wanted to move on, and she moved on before Young Turks blew up. So they
who was it?
I can't remember her name, but so they brought in Anna as the replacement news skirt, and then Young Turks blew up, and the other girl was like, "Oh my God, like what did I do?"
Yep.
Like I look up. Well, the net worth sites are all lame, but I think
they're all wrong. Yeah.
They put Anna's net worth at like $2 million or something like that.
Right.
And that girl's like eating top ramen at some apartment.
I know.
Like,
it's always
Sherman
awful.
Oaks. Yeah.
I know. It's always sad. You see that a lot with like TV
She's like
shows.
the fifth Beatle.
Yeah, like someone leaves a TV show in the first season.
Yes.
And then it blows up immediately afterwards. And
Parks and Rec.
Oh, God.
Parks and Rec. That one guy. And he was, I can't remember who he was replaced by, but yeah.
Right.
Sad stuff. Anyway. this is I don't know how much further we're gonna make it on this video.
Oh, we're gonna make it all the way.
Oh, really? Does
yeah.
it get? Man, I don't. It's funny because I don't want to. I don't think of I'm definitely like intermediate intelligence. I don't think of myself as like a smart person. You're definitely smarter than me, but this is just ridiculous. This is fucking ridiculously dumb. This is ridiculously dumb.
You always downplay your intelligence, Adam. You're always like, I'm a man of the people. I'm just a stupid idiot. Like all
I'm not.
You people
There's so many people that are so much smarter than me. So
of course, there's so many people that are so much smarter than everyone. Right.
But I guess there are a lot of people that are way dumber than me. But I would much rather focus on the people above me that keep some humility.
That's right.
I've been reading a book on one of the books, one of our watchers recommended last week, The People Know by Thomas Frank.
Mm-hmm.
That book is really good. Yeah, I've been reading it. I think I am definitely a populist. I think I can say I think you're a populist too, to be honest with you. It's funny that you talk smack
How are we
about
defining populism?
Well, he goes into that in the book and how there's been a concerted. There's been a concerted effort to tar the name of populism, to smear populism, to paint populism as something populism is not. It's the book is basically the history of populism. Yeah.
Well, the problem is populism is like Antifa. In that you read the one sentence description, you're like, oh, I'm in favor of that. But then it's like, wait a minute, where does it go though?
Yeah.
And the thing is, populism is vague enough.
Fucking listen to this elitist here, guys.
No. Populism is vague enough that it can go in any direction.
It's not that vague though.
It is.
I'm reading like a 10-hour audiobook on
Populist it's a broad enough descriptor that it can lead to both extremes of the political spectrum. And if that's the case, then how can you say, well, I'm a populist? Like it almost doesn't even make sense.
What do you mean? Populism can lead to both extremes.
If you can have right-wing populism, which breeds to fascism, and you can have left-wing populism that breeds into communism, and you say, well, I'm a populist, it's like, okay, well, what does that mean exactly? If your political identity can lead to two extreme opposites, is it really that importantly descriptive? I mean, I guess it is to some extent, but
in the book, they talk about how different organizations are getting fucked over by like middle managers and banks and shit. And they decide that they're going to, basically come together and do something about it. Yeah.
Okay, so what? I don't understand.
Are you against that?
Am I against middle
there's
managers
one thing. There's
fucking
also
over people? Like, okay, sure, I guess.
The book also, it's interesting. They talk about the smearing of populism in recent days and how the elites basically always come up with some committee to study this problem once some outcome comes out differently.
Well, hold on. Let me be clear.
Anticipated.
Okay. Populism is not inherently good or bad at all. And that's what I'm saying is that I don't think it should be conceptualized as a good or bad thing. It's just a thing. Okay. It's just people generally saying, I'm currently fed up with my institutions and my elites, and I feel like I'm being ignored. And we need to focus on the ordinary people. Okay. And that's what I mean when I say, well, that's so broad. It's like, okay, first of all, I assume everyone feels that way 99% of the time anyway. Anyone who's not part of the elite feels that way, right? And so under that definition, then almost everyone alive is a populist. But that's not generally how these manifest politically.
I haven't finished the book yet, so I just started. It is fascinating when he talks about, because Congress and stuff has done committees to study, populism in different areas of the world. Obviously there's populist uprisings and they want to figure out what went wrong, what happened, why did Brexit happen? Oh my God, populism, Brexit, terrible. But he mentions the fact that there are a lot of fuck ups that happen because of the elites do the wrong thing, but nobody ever studies that. Funny how that never happens. When elites participate in bad decision making, no one ever jumps in and says, "Oh yeah, we fucked up. We should study this problem." They only study it when the little guy has some has some say in what took place.
It's so interesting when you see how political sides have shifted throughout the years in America. Because you have someone like William Jennings Bryan, who, if you don't know, he was nominated for president to be literally the left-wing populist party in the 1890s. William Jennings Bryan, who everyone knows but doesn't realize it, is actually the character the Cowardly Lion is based off of in Wizard of Oz.
Really fascinating.
And this was his platform. Okay, he was against the gold standard. He wanted inflation. Okay, so he wanted more inflation, but also he was against evolution being taught in schools.
This was he. He was.
And he was
founder
on the left.
Was he the founder of the People's Party? Is that it?
I don't know if he was the founder, but he was nominated for president of the left-wing populist party in 1890.
Okay.
The People's Party, yes.
The People's Party, yeah. That's the founding party, yes.
Right.
Yeah. He goes into that in the book, so.
Sure.
I'll have more to say about this next week because I'm definitely going to finish the book this week. It's fascinating, so.
Right. I just think it's interesting how these issues, which we would think of, wouldn't coexist together at various times in American history.
Yeah, definitely. Did we read? There's a $200 super chat from J Mac. I just noticed. What happened there?
We didn't read it. Holy shit.
J Mac.
Thank you so much, J Mac. Daddy J Mac for $200.
Patron, benefactor. Come on, Daddy.
Right.
Come on. We're not at the strip club here. All right.
I think Jay and Cullivar appreciate it. Ben Shapiro did a debate with Blair White about trans issues, and it was pretty good. Listen, I think I watched this. It sounds very familiar. It's pretty old, though. Say what you want about Benny Boy, but I find him more tolerable than most Republican pundits, and I do believe he's more libertarian than others. Met him once. He's 5'9".
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go.
Look
Throw
at
all
that.
your short jokes aside.
Look at that.
So,
yeah, I find Ben's analysis on politics pretty spot on. He's pretty good there. When he drifts into like the religious tradcon area,
right.
Obviously I disagree. Like
sure.
I don't think you should discriminate in the realm of gay marriage. I don't think gay marriage is going to destroy society. So
it's funny because a friend of mine literally says the exact same thing that you said. He said, I like listening to Ben. He gives a lot of good analytical takes as long as they don't stray into certain topics.
Totally, yeah. Strategically, so, also, because you and we follow politics.
I'm sure everyone feels that way about everyone they listen to. So
we like talking about the strategic stuff with elections, and
right.
That's the most fascinating thing about American politics. Yeah. All right, this stupid video we got to get back to.
Yeah.
Anna Kasparian. God,
while you suffer through this, I'll be right back.
What a lame brain. What a. Am I allowed to say airhead? Is airhead a thing?
Wow, that's very misogynistic.
Is that sexist?
That's pretty sexist.
I mean, a guy can be an airhead, though. I don't understand why it's sexist.
You're a bigot.
Makes a decision that basically makes them vulnerable to the worst forms of hatred, brutality, violence, discrimination. And also, yeah, why do you care? Like, if your whole ideology, and look, I think Ben Shapiro is actually different from other right-wing media figures in that I don't think that for him, this is just a culture war to deflect from economic issues. Ben Shapiro was writing anti-pornography books way before he was like a known figure, right? Like these are issues that he deeply cares about. But the question is
the most backed up. I mean, I swear, if there's anyone who's
what does anti-pornography have anything to do with the transgender issue? I don't get it.
backed up than Ben Shapiro. I'd like to see him. I'm sorry.
Well,
like his whole thing is like,
I
anyway.
don't know. I mean, he's got a wife, he's got kids. Like, I've heard that the Proud Boys don't allow themselves to masturbate. Like, I would argue maybe they're a little more backed up. But no, Ben Shapiro does seem to have some issues. Like the fact that he lost it over a Cardi B song, and like the idea of women getting aroused, like really offended him. Like there's something up. And I would just argue that if,
I mean, that's not really even a good take either, because it wasn't the Cardi B song. I think it was the fact that it's basically like softcore pornography on YouTube. I think that was what he was getting upset about. Not that it existed, but the fact that it was just out there for children to view. I think that's I mean, there's an argument to be made there.
What about these kids?
I mean, that's what it is, right? Like, he's a family man. I mean, I got to admit, I watched the Cardi B song and I was thinking, God, I wish I had this when I was like 14. Jesus.
Are they talking about WAP?
I know. Did you see her fighting with Candace Owens on Twitter?
Yeah.
It's calling her like a dusty ass pussy and shit.
That's so weird. It's like, I'm like, Candace, you're not going to win this fight.
I know.
You're playing two different sports.
Walk away, Candace. Walk away. Exactly. Two different sports. She's in the, like, Cardi B is in the octagon and fucking Candace Owens is golfing. It's like, come on. You're going to lose.
That's a very accurate way of portraying it, yes.
I mean, she's got a club, but you're not supposed to use it for that.
Well, no, but so the people railing on Ben Shapiro for the WAP thing is that's a straw man. That's such a
huge,
baffling, bizarre straw man. Because like he read the lyrics like mockingly.
Yes.
He made that joke about like, well, I think if your pussy is that wet that you need to seek medical attention. He's saying it like sarcastically. And then so many Breadtubers and liberals and Young Turk leftists and all these people are like, oh, this means Ben Shapiro can't please his wife. Like, it's like, what? Like, just relax. What the fuck's happening?
Oh, they made it nasty.
They made it super nasty. They went total.
That's
this was
awful.
so. That's why these people are so despicable. They're such fucking hypocrites. Because as you said, growing up, okay, I was always taught like, oh, the left is, that's the party of empathy. Right?
Yeah,
like,
me too.
Supposed to be empathetic and understanding. And we don't, ad hom people and use nasty names and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, oh, well, Ben Shapiro is a tiny dicked short boy who can't fuck his wife.
I
properly.
know.
And you're like, wait, what? It's like, oh, I
God.
see. Because he's white and a male, it's okay to attack him in these very disgusting, ad hommy ways, which you would never feel comfortable attacking, someone who is quote oppressed. Like, they're not going to say, oh, I bet this woman is barren and can't, please her man, with her cooking or something, right? Like, they're not going to attack some woman on the same like sexual grounds that they're attacking a man. Or no, I guess they would say, oh, I bet this woman is like a total fucking slut and cheating on her husband.
Yeah.
They're not going to say that about some female news commentator.
No,
they're not going to feel comfortable saying that.
Dude, she tried to blackmail Jimmy Dore just because he made a comment about her skirt.
Right.
For heaven's sakes.
Right.
We're not on equal playing field here.
I'm just so disgusted with the hypocrisy.
They're like street rules. They're like, when you're fighting me, though, it's, official rules, right? But when I'm fighting you, street rules.
Right. It's terrible. It's terrible.
The majority of your ideological beliefs revolve around denying others their rights because you disagree with their lifestyle choices, which have no bearing on your life.
Dude, talk to the women in sports about denying them their rights. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it. Look at the faces on those women in the high school that fucking are competing against biological males and losing their fucking shirts, thinking about how they're not going to get the scholarship they were hoping for, and tell me about whose rights are being violated. Like, I don't fucking understand this.
Sure.
Like, do you understand there are other people's rights that are being violated? Talk to the woman who's pissed off that some guy jumped in the fucking hot tub with her fucking little girl at
It's
Lee
a race
Spa.
to the bottom, okay?
Yeah.
The oppressed Olympics is a race to the bottom.
It's just like I don't understand how they don't get that there are rights in conflict here. You're obviously like you're siding with one side, but the attorney situation is apt because in like a murder trial, you're going, okay, well, we don't want to wrongly accuse a guy of murder, but there's a family over there that lost their fucking son. Okay? There's two sides of this argument here, and you seem to be just going, oh no, fucking one side.
I mean, the red pill, this was the real red pill for all this. All this woke shit, the wokeness stuff really showed me that 99% of the people don't really care about any of the principles they claim to care about.
Yeah, that's fucking so true.
It's all just, what is my intuitions? My intuitions point me to a team. Okay, so my gut, I put on the sorting hat, which is made from my gut. Okay, it tells me what team I'm going to be part of. And then whatever that team tells me to do, I just do it. And I just don't listen to anything else. And then after the fact, I'll create all my bullshit rationalizations and logic and quote unquote principles to justify all my positions that the team told me I have to have.
These aren't principles, man. This isn't principles. This is
that's
bullshit.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly it.
This is how you end up drunk at 2 a.m, fucking DMing
Jimmy Dore. Leave me alone.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get you canceled because you talked about my butt.
All these are, this is like attention, just the literally epitome of attention whore. Like, just, I need my attention. Please give me some attention.
I always like when you read these, like, Blizzard is going through, a bunch of people are suing Blizzard or something because all these like weird sexual allegations. And some of them, I was reading through them, some of them like are really serious, like passing around nudes of a female employee. There.
Did they get them off their OnlyFans?
No.
I'm just curious because that makes a difference.
So supposedly someone was killed themselves because they were bullied about, like, there's some like really serious allegations.
Wow. Right.
Holy cow. Then mixed into it, there's like all these bullshit allegations. You're like, really? Like, you're gonna mix in like this with the suicide allegation? Like, someone like touched your shoulder and you felt uncomfortable? Like, really? This is And I felt it was the same thing with the Anna Kasparian thing, because it's funny. She's like, she talks about the him looking up her skirt thing, which could be serious or not, depending on the truth of how exactly that situation played out.
I mean, if he's got his camera out and he's like,
it's like, but then or either, and I don't know who's accurate in this. I'm more inclined to think Jimmy Dore is probably accurate in the situation.
Yeah, me too.
But then she mixes in with the other accusation, which is that like he asked me where I bought my outfit because he wanted to buy it for his wife. I'm like, so like, this is sexual assault now? Someone's like, oh, I like that outfit on you. Where did you get it? My wife would probably like something like that. Yeah. This is sexual assault.
That's not like, sexual assault. Not even close. Yeah.
And whenever I read that in these things, I'm like, wow, this person's really grasping for straws here.
What was this thing that you were looking at?
There's a Blizzard Activision lawsuit.
Okay.
I don't remember all the there was like a million fucking allegations, and some of them were like, oh, serious, and some of them were like, wow, this is really lame.
And it's a class action lawsuit.
I think it's a lawsuit, right? It's not just like a complaint. I'm pretty sure it's an actual. Let's see. No, it is an actual
in the chat
lawsuit.
said the woman committed suicide over the nudes, which is fucking sucks.
Right, that was the claim. Yes.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's a harassment and discrimination lawsuit. And some of the claims, you're like, wow, it's really serious. Some of them you're like, okay. Some of these people in this lawsuit just wanted to jump on the money train.
There are some pretty serious laws against revenge porn now, which is actually good. Yes. So,
which is very good. Yeah. Revenge porn is disgusting.
Fuck yeah, it is terrible.
All right.
You got to really rethink what your priorities are. You really do. There's something.
Look, this is being lectured about rethinking my priorities from a fucking idiot who has no like. Listen, you're on the internet, totally lying about people. Like, maybe you should rethink your priorities. Like, you're a paid fucking liar.
Yeah, and I will say, even though I think Ben gets led around by his elephant sometimes, I think Anna is just 100% elephant.
Yeah, totally.
There is no writer. She's just an elephant.
I can't. Sooner or later, you have to like you have to come to the realization that you're a goddamn liar, though.
Do you?
Like this?
Do you
is
ever
just
have to come to that
fucking-
realization?
Yeah. Otherwise, you're a terrible person. Listen, this is like someone. This is like, I view this as like drunk driving, like someone getting in the car, fucking drunk driving and running over people and animals and pets like all the time. Go, what? It wasn't my fault.
Why are all these people walking in front of my car?
Yeah, exactly. Sooner or later, you have to take some responsibility.
Sooner or later, you have to wonder if you keep getting yourself into the same situation, maybe it's not. Maybe it's not the world.
We live in a different world now where people I guess they have a high tolerance for lies, just fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't, because everyone hates TYT, and this is probably the reason.
That's not true though. They have tons of fans. That's how they make all this money.
Yeah, all the people love the lies. They're like, I hate Ben Shapiro too. Tell me lies. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. They love it, man.
Something wrong with you if your political identity is about snatching rights away or denying rights to people who just have lives that are different from yours or identities that are different from yours. That's who Ben Shapiro is. I mean, I keep track of his podcast. Like, I'm curious, like, what is he talking about today? And the majority of his content is, I don't like the way you're living. I don't like what you're rapping.
Not true. Fucking not true.
It's a pretty good impression, right?
That's no, it's a terrible impression, and it's a total lie. I mean, I don't listen to Ben Shapiro every day, but if like some important news goes down or there's something I'm interested in, I get his take. I totally do.
Sure.
And that take is not, oh, you're living your life irresponsibly. No way. When does he even talk about like how you live your life? That's not a popular Ben Shapiro thing.
Right.
He talks about politics and who's gonna be taking the Senate and what laws are passing.
But see, when you conceptualize this is the trick. This is the magic trick, okay? It's like, how the leftists, they say everything's racism, everything's systemic now. The magic trick is that anytime you speak against them, it's because you're denying the humanity of someone somehow.
I hate that.
Every argument is, I'm defending humanity and you're attacking humanity.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm defending the institution of women's sports. That's part of humanity.
Right.
So I don't necessarily know. Is Anna defending women's sports?
J-Mac for $20. Thank you very much, J-Mac. Says, people of Shadow versus people of Stardust. Is the race war worth watching?
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Stardust
CS for another $20 says, Anna Kasparian is so whack. Jimmy Dore is the man for calling her out.
Yeah, I like Jimmy Dore. I actually do. I think he's funny. I used to listen to his podcasts quite a bit. So he's definitely a little bit in the liberal bubble, but not as much as Anna or Jank by a long shot. He's even complimented Trump a couple times, which is kind of crazy for someone on the left.
Sure, because there is this interesting group where if you're like on the populist left, you appreciate.
Oh my God, the populist! Look at you.
Well, I'm sure that's how Jimmy Dore would classify himself.
A populist?
I thought he did. I thought Jimmy Dore considered himself a populist.
What's wrong with populist?
There's nothing. I told you, there's nothing. America.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
America is founded, okay,
on populism.
On the interesting principle of trying to balance populism with institutions and elitism. That's America's foundational premise. Is how do we balance these two forces?
He points out in the very beginning of the book a super interesting thing about how the elites blamed the election of Donald Trump on a populist uprising when he actually won via the Electoral College, which is completely anti-populist.
I don't agree with that, actually, at all, conceptualizing that.
How? What do you mean?
The Electoral College is a populist mechanism because it's protecting the minority from the quote-unquote tyranny of the majority. How is that not populism?
The majority is the population, though.
But no, because populism isn't the majority. Populism
Elitism is people taking advantage of the populace.
I understand that.
Yeah.
Right, but what I'm saying is you can't. The Electoral College, I would argue,
is a populist institution. You can't make that argument.
It didn't start out to be that way, but that's how it's functioning, right? That was not the intention when it was created. Mm-hmm. It was created as an elitist institution.
You think the Electoral College is protecting?
That's literally how it's functioning right now.
Protecting.
That's the argument the right is making.
Let's protect. Well, they're making the argument because they're using it to win.
I understand that, but the logic, whether you agree with it or not, is that the Electoral College protects the oppressed minorities who are living in states that are not as populous from these elite liberal states that are brimming with people. Mm-hmm. And if you didn't have the Electoral College, all politicians would do is fly around to all the elite cities where all the people live. Okay. Mm-hmm. So they're literally saying that the Electoral College is protecting, as a populist institution, even though I agree that was not the intention of its.
I got to read this book closer. You're so against populism. I think it's interesting. That's one of the most interesting
populism.
Things.
I'm against conceptualizing populism as inherently good. That's the only thing I'm against. Mm-hmm. As I said, America is founded on the principle of trying to balance populism with elitism. Because think about it this way.
It's true. That is very true.
What is, if we say that we're going to be 100% populism, you know what that looks like?
Yeah, mob rules.
That looks like Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, it's awful.
That looks like a bunch of fucking hippies standing around saying, we can't create hierarchical structure and everyone's voice gets to be heard. Mm-hmm. Okay? No one's in favor. Well, some people are in favor of that. No one listening is in favor of this. Mm-hmm. Okay? The people who are saying I'm populist right for Trump, they're not in favor of that either. So that's why I'm saying saying populism is some inherent good or bad is an incorrect way to conceptualize the concept.
Mm-hmm. I got to read this book closer. Now I got to super pay attention so we can argue. I'm going to tell you you're wrong. It's going to be great. I can't wait. It's so exciting. It's so exciting.
UFen for $20 says, I like watching Ben Shapiro as well. He gets into religious issues. And in the same vein, I like Sitch and Adam until they start wading into MMT. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. There you go.
We try to keep it to a minimum, guys. Come on.
Yes. I just I always find it amusing that MMT triggers some people.
MMT triggers everyone.
I understand people find it boring. It's different. I understand it's just boring.
Well, it's infinite money printing.
That's right.
Stop. Yeah, money printer.
He's like the woman from our HOA who's like constantly like snooping in on us and trying to figure out whether or not we're doing anything right or wrong. Like, just get out of.
He just said that he was like libertarian. He wants the government to get out of the marriage business. Yeah.
Sure.
We of course think Ben Shapiro's lying there, but.
Well, I don't think he's lying. I just think I question if he would still be libertarian if he lived in a socially conservative Jewish religious state.
No.
If he lived in Israel, Ben Shapiro would be libertarian. I don't know. I question that. Maybe he would be. Maybe I'm throwing him under the bus for no reason. But that's just my impression.
Ben Shapiro doesn't want to make rules for you, and she's making the argument that all he wants to do is make rules for you.
Yes.
He's basically saying, well, Ben Shapiro is saying that you want to change the definition of man and woman to something that's completely unscientific and not founded in science in any way, shape, or form, and at the same time threaten women's sports and women's only spaces and stuff like that. And we should have a conversation about that.
Yes, that is his position, which is completely just, completely fair.
Yeah.
And if you're the one who's saying that we need to change
society.
Okay, if we need to change society, we need to change pretty deep-rooted concepts like gender and sex, then you're the one that has to make the argument.
And you're obsessed with it because you like, who's the obsessed one here?
Right.
Who's the one who's obsessed with it?
Sure.
our lives. Get out of our lives.
And it's also, it is exactly, Ben Shapiro is someone who trots out the Holocaust all the time. He talks about, which is fine.
What the fuck? What Ben Shapiro? My God. I would not listen to Ben Shapiro if he was talking about the Holocaust every show.
Yeah.
Right? But he weaponizes it against people like Ilhan Omar and calls them anti-Semitic whenever they criticize Israel, right? But like looking at his ideology.
Wasn't Ilhan Omar the one that said like
9/11 was just a thing?
Yeah, but I wasn't even going to say that. Didn't she say something like Israel hypnotized the world or something?
Oh my God, that's even worse.
She said some comment there like,
she says
I don't
anti-Semitic
know.
shit all the time. I mean, nobody's, I mean, this isn't a mystery.
She said, Israel has hypnotized the world. May Allah awaken the people and let them see the evil doings of Israel.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There you go. So, I don't know. Shabibo. It feels a little.
Oh my God.
It feels a little question, a little sus.
Oh my
a little sus,
God.
Shabibo. I don't know.
Oh my God.
Whose ideology is more in line with Nazism, right? Like people who say that everyone should live their truth and live the identity that they feel like they want to live and love who they want to love. Or the person who's like, nah, there's a right way and a wrong way. There's a pure gender and a not pure gender.
Dude, this is so far from reality. Oh my
Well,
God.
and that's literally the leftist position, is that there is a right way and a wrong way.
I know, that's
and
what I
if
was
you
going to say.
Yeah, this is all projection. This is 100% projection.
You were the one coming out and saying there's a right way to live and a wrong way to live, and Ben Shapiro's saying I disagree.
Well, they're not even saying they're saying worse than that. They're not saying a right way to live. They're saying there's a right way to think.
Yes, totally.
And if you don't think this way, then
Right.
you're gonna get canceled.
Yeah.
You need to be unpersoned. For people that are so concerned about the humanity of certain groups of people, they're very quick to try to unperson other people.
He said, he even in the discussion, he talked about how you have to say, trans women are women. And that's what
Right.
he's refusing to say. Like, she doesn't seem to understand that the left is the one who's coming in and saying, this is how you have to live your life. Say it now, otherwise you're canceled.
No, she's totally blind to it.
That's some Nazi crap, all right? So like, again, and the last thing I'll say is, I said this before on the show, and if you are obsessed with men, so-called men, going into so-called women's bathrooms or dressing up as women or pretending to be a woman in order to get a gold.
What is it? I understand saying so-called men, but what's a so-called women's
I know, that's what
bathroom?
I was wondering. So-called women's bathrooms. I was like, that's
What?
a little odd.
Are there women's bathrooms that
I
aren't
know.
women's bathrooms?
I was going to say, do I get to go in? Are the women's bathrooms open to just anyone? Are they all co-ed now?
Is the sign on the door
Is
like a
this so-called
suggestion?
women's bathroom I've wandered into?
This whole time, Adam, it was just a suggestion on the door. Okay, it wasn't wasn't a strict rule.
In California now, they're all basically co-ed bathrooms now. Well, I don't know.
God.
I've been out in so long because of COVID. So
gold medal in an Olympic sport, because that just happens. When you transition, suddenly you're really good at sports.
what is happening, Sitch? What is happening here?
It's so amazing because, sometimes people are like, God, you guys pause every 2 seconds. I'm like, yeah, but sometimes when you watch a video, like every other word is just so stupid.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. Somehow, when you transition, you're better at sports. Do you understand the whole? Like, do you understand this topic at all?
Well, no, you see, there's no biological difference between men and women, Adam. So obviously,
This is so weird. Do they even understand the topic?
no.
That's because your little twisted, perverted brain,
Oh my
it
God.
would do that. Not because anyone else is a pervert, it's because you're a pervert. Because it would only occur to you, perverted cisgender dude, to be like, well, I could just go up in the women's restroom and
Oh my God, Sitch. This is not a good Ben Shapiro impersonation either.
Well, no, this is the average. We all know that the average Ben Shapiro watcher is a good old boy from the South.
I know. This is like a little redneck shaming going on
Yeah.
here, I feel. This reeks of the
All these rednecks putting on the dresses to sneak into the woman's bathroom.
This reeks of coastal elitism. I don't understand, because this is my question here.
Mm-hmm.
Are they saying that like transgender people using whatever bathroom they identify as, there's obviously the passing issue, which I'm 100% sure that they're aware of, right?
Right.
I don't have a problem with the transgender people going in there.
Right.
I do have a problem with a fucking pervert pretending to be a transgender person going in there. I think everybody does. As a woman, shouldn't you care about that?
Sure.
Yeah. So we're in a weird situation now where we don't have like a magical 8-ball that we can go, is this person a real transgender person or a pervert pretending to be a transgender person, so that they can like oogle girls or take pictures for their blog underneath the fucking stall?
And I think that question, or that distinction you made, is amplified, because right now a lot of the trans conversation is that you have to be completely trans affirmative or trans affirming. You can never question someone, whether they're actually trans or not, whether they're actually have gender dysphoria or not. And so that attitude breeds an environment where you can't actually question whether someone is, trans or not. Well, and maybe that's part of the issue.
But I don't understand why you can't have a conversation saying, okay, do you believe there are perverts in the world that are fucking out to do nefarious shit?
Because
it doesn't seem like you can't.
You're not looking at it how this works politically.
Right.
And they are. Because they say, okay, if I make the concession
that there are actual perverts in the world,
some small minority of perverts out there who are engaged in this behavior, then what I'm doing is I'm giving ammunition to the right to basically make laws and legislate that trans women can't use the women's bathroom. Okay. So that's how they're perceiving it. So they're saying, okay, so I'm going to be a little dishonest. I'm going to say this doesn't happen because I'm doing it for the greater good. This is how this all works out.
You don't know that this is the thing. Because until you have numbers on this, you don't know that it's the greater good.
I know.
You honestly don't know.
I know, but that's where they're operating
women's assaults could go up like 500%.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know.
Sure, definitely.
I mean, you have to talk actual numbers. Yeah, it's just so fucking weird. It's so weird.
But I was trying to look into desistance rates. Mm-hmm. In literature on how many people desist. That is, people who felt like they were trans or had gender dysphoria and then quote unquote grew out of it or didn't feel that way anymore. And you would think that this would be a very heavily researched field. This is a very important question to the gender dysphoria topic. But guess what?
They don't. I know they don't.
It's not heavily researched at all.
Yeah, Abigail Schreier talks about this in her book, how the people who are doing this research, the trans activists have basically driven out of business.
Yep. They've basically vilified them. And it's funny because for the studies that do exist on this, that are recent, there are some from like the 70s and 80s, which, fine. You want to dismiss those, that's fine. But there are studies from like the year 2000s and 2010s. And for all these studies, the trans activists, they always criticize them for, some are valid and some are not, for having certain shortcomings. And it's like, okay, so why don't you go out there and actually do the study correctly then, right? Mm-hmm. Like, if you're just sitting here criticizing the study, that doesn't mean you're right. It just means you found some flaw in the study. Go out and do the study to actually find out what is true. But that's the problem. They don't want to find out what's true. And it's the same thing with what you're saying. It's like, well, how do people know, how much assault would occur? It's like, because they don't care. They don't care. It's all a political game.
They don't care. Yeah. The odd thing though is these are the same people who would talk about how they buried the science on smoking, or they buried the science on fossil fuels, right?
Right.
As they're literally burying the science on all of this stuff.
But this is the insipid nature of shows like the TYT and how our cable news is structured right now. Mm-hmm. because basically all cable news right now is structured as, what do you want to see? Do you want to see the left being evil, or do you want to see the right being evil? That's how all cable news is structured.
I know. It's
like,
so bad.
if I want to see the left being evil, I click on Fox News. If I want to see the right being evil, I click on MSNBC or CNN. And that's the way our news is structured. And the problem is it creates this atmosphere where all issues are conceptualized as, what is my team doing and what is the opposite team doing?
Maybe
I
I'm
can't
biased,
give any validity to the opposite team's position because they're evil.
Yeah. The vilifying of the other teams is definitely taking place. But I mean, when I and maybe I'm just biased, but I don't see like Ben Shapiro vilifying the left. I see Ben Shapiro critiquing the left very.
Well, I don't watch enough Ben Shapiro to comment, but that's why I said Fox News. I'm not throwing Ben Shapiro
Fox
necessarily
News
under this bus.
definitely like you get the whole, you know, liberals are crazy.
These are the people destroying our America.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly, exactly. It's definitely dialed up a bit.
Sure.
So yeah, this is just fucking nonsense. This is total nonsense. I can't believe she pulled out the redneck accent too.
Yep.
Touch all the boobies. No, man, like that's no trans person thinks that.
This is the comedy, Adam.
Yeah.
You know, this is the comedy.
This is the comedy show.
This is a comedy show. The TYT's just a comedy. Adam, why are you upset? TYT's just a comedy show, okay?
She's not addressing the real issue here.
They're
like
doing
literally
voices. It's funny.
I saw a TYT clip from forever ago, because I never watched TYT anymore, but the story, and this obviously I remember it to this day because it's so horrifying, but they did a story about a guy who hid in a porta potty to basically take pictures up people's skirts. Okay, if you're fucking climbing down in a porta potty, okay, we're not talking about transgender people going into the bathroom as to touch boobies, okay? Nobody's saying a trans person is doing that. What we're saying is there's a dude willing to climb down into a porta potty to fucking take pictures of girls' hoo-haws.
Right.
You don't think you just made that guy's job a whole hell of a lot easier?
Yep.
He's fucking climbing down into a porta potty.
Yep.
Like, I don't understand how you can do a video on that guy and not make the connection. Oh, this is the guy Ben Shapiro's talking about. Like, what's going on?
You think that, because it's the same thing where this is so stupid. You know, whenever like men are like, oh yeah, if I had boobs, I'd like touch them all the time. Like, hey, as a woman, do you like touch your own boobs? Like, no, we don't. We don't actually.
Kind of.
Oh
my God. Holy shit. Holy shit. This just went totally hilarious.
See, this is a comedy show.
Oh my God.
I couldn't believe that just happened. I thought that was so funny.
I'm stunned. I'm shocked. I'm totally shocked.
Not on the show.
And no judgments if we do.
Well, it's funny because when she said that, I'm like, I've heard lots of girls that talk about touching their tits all the fucking time.
Yeah.
So I'm glad Anna was like, well, actually.
Oh my goodness.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's the same. It's just dumb cis gross logic.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Cis is becoming insults.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. Definitely.
The Dark Conservatarian for $20. Thank you. Says, I'm going to call straw man on Anna. Ben Shapiro does not want to ban trans procedures, nor a lot of the other social practices he criticizes. Just because he criticizes people's lifestyles doesn't mean he wants it illegal. That's true.
Yeah.
That is true.
True.
I totally agree. Look, one more video. Let's go to the next one.
Okay,
this is earlier in their conversation. Let's watch.
The argument that is typically made by gender theorists is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological women. And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are in fact binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to opine on this. This only matters because today we segregate nearly all sports by gender. Otherwise, why do you even give a shit? What someone identifies.
That laugh is so awkward.
So we live in a free country, and with consenting adults and people's free expression of who and what they are.
Yeah, on adult level, I agree with you. I think it does matter what you teach the children.
That's what I'm saying. And so there's the matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual. We live in a free country.
Regarding freedom. Look, I love that he uses the rhetoric that's typically championed by conservatives, regarding freedom, and we live in a free country, and no one's forcing you to do this. I think that it's effective, and if you watch the full conversation, Shapiro kind of struggles to respond to it.
It's so big of Shapiro. I'm sorry, but just hats off to little Ben Shapiro for having someone who actually believes that the Earth rotates around the sun instead of the other way around.
Oh my God, so bad.
And
right?
My viewers.
Imagine if they were talking about some conservative or libertarian woman and they kept calling her ugly.
Yeah, totally.
How do you think that would go over?
This ugly bitch. No.
This ugly, unfeminine skank. Okay.
Yeah.
She's so mannish. Skank. You see her Adam's apple, because that's what's when you talk about when people attack Ben Shapiro. That's they say he's
for
small,
his height.
or they make fun of his voice. They're attacking his masculinity, which is that's the biggest irony here.
Totally.
The people who are supposedly
gender abolitionists.
Advocates, yes, for transgender people and for getting rid of gender norms are literally using gender normative attacks on Ben Shapiro.
I know.
Okay.
It's fucking evil.
Fucking stupid
Yeah.
are you that you don't understand what you're doing?
Are we allowed to attack them? Because I feel like we could pretty easily.
Sure. Look, you're allowed to give what other people
I know.
give,
I try to keep it. I try to keep it. This is a family comedy show. I try to keep it clean.
Definitely.
Although I do have
family comedy
I do
show.
have quite a potty mouth. So
let's talk about dissies on our family comedy
I know.
show.
That's what I was thinking.
Probably believe, and that I know, and I know this might trigger some of the flat earthers out there, and I mean no offense to them, but is it great? Like, I love that he's got an astronomer on. That's just and of course he's gonna lose. He just lost, destroyed. Neil deGrasse Tyson destroys Ben Shapiro in that, and again, women's sports. Look, women's sports. I will take you seriously on women's sports, right wingers, the day that you put women's sports on television. That's it. The day that you put.
I didn't realize that right wingers controlled television.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
It's amazing.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Put it on television. I'll believe that you care at all. The day that you're like, oh, we've never won a World Cup. We've won like 4.
This is so fucking stupid because it's not like conservatives don't have their kids competing in women's sports in high school. I mean,
this is also not an argument. This is your favorite. This is whataboutism.
Oh yeah,
because she's saying she's not addressing the point about whether it would be fair. She's saying, well, they don't actually care about the issue, so I don't have to address the logic of their position.
Who, in reality, she's the one that doesn't care about the issue. She's like, I don't give a fuck if women don't compete. I don't compete in sports, so fuck it. Who cares?
Well, she might care, but it's since she's viewing it through the lens of the oppressed hierarchy. Trans women
she's
are
not
more
allowed
oppressed.
to care.
well, trans women are more oppressed, therefore they get, extra privileges.
Watch those videos. Look up those videos online of the high school girls competing against the transgender females, and look at all of their faces as they're walking away, losing in disgust. It's so it's very real.
Some people are upset about transgender weightlifters competing in Olympics this year, but I think it's great because this is the perfect way to put a spotlight on the issue and whether it's a problem or not.
Yeah, fair enough. I agree.
It's fair enough.
Yeah.
This is what's going to happen. You're going to have to show on a very big world stage that, like, well, if certain transgender athletes are just blowing away the horrible cis women, then it's not fair.
This is the problem that I have, though. It's just, I feel so bad for a lot of these people really get a lot of meaning out of sports. They do.
Sure.
It's like their life, and it's just totally being fucking shit on.
I don't blame the individuals. I mean, I know there's someone, I forget who it was. There was like one person who seemed like they were maybe not really transitioning. They were just doing it to win.
Really? Holy
I try to remember who it
shit.
was. But I think that's really rare. I think the majority of people, they're just transitioning and they like to do whatever the sport is. And I agree, it's an unfortunate situation. I don't know what the solution is because I don't think there's enough transgender individuals to, create their own category.
Yeah.
But, I don't know what else to do.
I mean, will there be? I mean, I wonder if the girls will be like, we got to get a transgender on our team. Like, we'll start smoking them.
They are. There's some picture
Really?
of like some of some
Like a basketball team or
high
something?
school team, or I don't know if it's a high school or college like girls basketball team, and it's
Yeah.
like they're all like, I don't know, 5'6", and then you
Yeah.
have like the transgender lady who's like 6'2". It's like,
Oh my God.
and you're like, well,
At least she's on our team, right? These other women can suck it.
Exactly. And you're like, well, okay. I don't know.
Well, it definitely will make the sport more interesting, so maybe it's good.
That's true.
Yeah.
Look, that's a good point. That's a good point.
It's good to get women used to losing to men. That's the way I look at it. Since they're going to be losing to men their entire lives.
Terrible.
Since they're basically going to be losing to men their entire lives, it's good if they could just see it up front.
Wow.
Up front.
Diehard Dougie for $20. Thank you very much, Diehard Dougie. Says, when is the Adam-friended hangout / grill out in Griffith Park in LA?
I'm not sure.
When is that at?
Griffith Park? I don't know.
Is that near you? You gonna do
I know where
you do
Griffith
it-
Park is. Yeah, definitely.
you gonna do an Adam-friended
Reed-
hangout in LA?
Reed goes out to Griffith Park to do his stuff, what's it called?
Epistemology.
Is it street epistemology? Is
Yeah,
that what it's
cordial
called?
curiosity. Street
Yes,
epistemology.
yeah.
Yes.
He goes out
You
there.
should, there you go. If you want to do a meetup, hang out with Reed.
I've been to Griffith Park a bunch of times. It's great.
Yep.
The last time I was out there, I tried to get my friend to fly. They won't let you do a drone out there, but we were like trying to sneak it.
Rebels.
I know. God, it's so beautiful.
You're gonna get accosted. Some guy's gonna he's gonna
I
threaten
know.
to take your dog away.
The women's national. Start caring about women's sports first, and then we'll talk about trans.
Okay, I care about women's sports. Let's talk about it. I'm ready. I care now.
But Adam, you don't actually care.
You're right. I don't. So
People.
I do care about the women who are, I saw one video where the mom was talking about how, one less scholarship is going to one less girl. So
Did you see? I don't remember if we talked about this last week. There was that weird story where the Norwegian female beach handball team was fined because they didn't want to play in bikinis.
really?
Yeah, they were fined by like the European. Apparently, there's some European
Really?
league that they participate in, and they wanted to wear
that's
shorts.
messed up. That's messed
Yeah,
up.
super messed up. They wanted to wear like the same kind of shorts that the men wear, and they were fined. Like,
That's
you have to
messed
wear
up.
these like tiny bikini bottoms. The ridiculous bikini bottoms.
That's
they make these.
totally messed up.
Isn't
We know
that
what's
totally
going on
fucked up?
there.
Oh yeah, we know.
They care about their women's sports over there. Definitely.
mhm.
A little too much, maybe. They're like, this is going to be televised. Here, put the bikini on.
Yep.
Yeah, by the way, one of our members wrote in and said, it's pretty rich of Shapiro to ask like an astrophysicist about like issues pertaining to like genetics and gender and all of that. But I was under the impression that all scientists are the same. All scientists study the same science, don't they? I mean, don't all scientists?
But this is so bad. This is so bad.
But this is this is the ignorance and stupidity that comes out of not taking the time. I mean, obviously, Anna's not going to watch the whole video, but they could have had some fucking intern look up the context and be like, well, actually the context was Neil deGrasse Tyson's book, and it was about, there's this whole conversation about whether you can ascribe morality and meaning from science, and it's completely relevant to the conversation they're having. Look, Ben Shapiro doesn't think that all scientists cover all issues, okay?
What? Why do they have Aaron W? Why is Ben obsessed with this? Why? Why? Why is he obsessed with this?
Why is he obsessed? Why in an hour-long conversation did he spend 10 minutes on this? He must be obsessed with it. He must be obsessed.
Oh my God! And it's a complete reaction to the left's obsession with it. So,
well, it's
also
the majority of their conversation is about whether you can find meaning in science, or do you need some, outside force like religion or something to ascribe meaning.
Holy shit, that's
the
something
majority of the
I'm
conversation.
obsessed with.
Right. That's the majority
I'm
of the
literally
conversation.
obsessed with that.
Yeah, but no.
So look into it is that women would feel any type of arousal during sex, which I've failed to provide.
So who told them that they did a good Ben Shapiro impersonation? Because I think that person should be fired.
Well, I know it. It's the same person that told us we do a good Bane impression, Adam.
You got to hit the glass, Sitch. You have to do it with the glass.
Welcome, Anna. You think the impression is your ally? But I was born in the impression.
No, let's not. Come on, we're ruining the show.
Okay.
My own wife, and my Cardi B literally triggers me, and I'll do an embarrassing segment on it. Anyway, that's who Ben Shapiro is. By the way, pay attention. He doesn't even blink when he's asking these insane questions. But I'm glad he had the conversation because I enjoyed having the discussion on our show.
Glad I had the conversation 2 years ago. Anyway, morons.
And maybe he should have more scientists on. More scientists.
Yeah, I mean, it's been 2 years. Neil deGrasse Tyson could come back.
Scientists, less cranks. I think that it would do a world of difference for Ben Shapiro's show and maybe even Ben Shapiro's ideology. We'll see.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks.
No, my God.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks.
That was painful, Sitch.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, I can't believe you submitted me to that.
So this one's going to be less painful because it's going to be very short. Okay.
Is it Kyle Klinsky?
I love his patience.
No.
Oh no, it's Lance.
It's Lance. So this video, I want you to notice something. This video is 21 minutes long.
We're not going to watch 21 minutes.
Oh, no. There's not. This video is so devoid of content. It's shocking.
Really?
Okay. There's so little, like, you know how sometimes people criticize quote unquote reaction channels who they just basically steal content and they barely add anything to it?
Yeah.
That's this. I was shocked by how little content.
We are
Lance
completely
adds to
the
this
opposite.
conversation.
We are completely the opposite
know.
of that. Like most of
know.
it is our content.
I know. So I actually have some timestamps, so I'll show you the brilliant contributions because he watches the whole 10-minute video. Okay, so I'll show you the brilliant contributions that Lance adds to the conversation.
Okay.
Here, you can just see that, like.
Oh my God, what is happening?
All right, Ben. Let's do this, Ben. We're gonna do it.
Well, he's got to pad it. Okay, so we had 15 seconds of silence.
Oh my God.
All right, I'm gonna play this. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson's thoughts on transgenderism with Ben Shapiro.
He's got a name for Ben too. Holy
Ben
cow! Did you hear
Shapiro,
me?
yes, Ben Shapiro.
I messed up. I see you fixing it already.
did.
Perfect.
Look, and see, he's even got the dog cam. Okay, you need that for Wormy. You just need a cat cam.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Is that a real dog?
That's his dog, yeah.
Oh, crazy.
that Ben Shapiro got absolutely wrecked.
At least Ben Shapiro, it sounds like a crude penis reference
It's
or
a
something.
penis reference, yeah.
It doesn't sound like an anti-Semitic.
True. It's just making fun of his wang.
In this conversation, so I'm curious to see this. I know Neil deGrasse Tyson is incredibly problematic. I know that he is very problem.
Oh my God.
That's the reason why I wanted to show this. I love the intro.
Oh my
Lance has to be like,
God.
I know that he has allegations, guys. I understand. I can't. Like, it has to be said.
Incredibly
Has to be said.
problematic.
Yeah, not just I don't like him. Incredibly problematic.
Oh my God.
I'm curious to see this. I know Neil deGrasse Tyson is incredibly problematic. I know that he has very prominent accusations against him. I'm not going to venerate the man who I once used to venerate. All right, he was everyone's surrogate daddy for a long time, and I too, I loved my Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I'm still.
So because of uncircumstanted accusations,
Yeah.
two of which are probably completely ridiculous, one which maybe there's some truth in it. Because of that, Lance is going to change his entire opinion. It's like, this guy I really liked and respected. I just, fuck him. He's problematic now. Throw him in the trash. Yeah. Wow.
Well, that's what purity spiraling does.
Loyalty Foundation.
Yeah. They score very low on that. As in 0.
I'm still here for this. Problematic how? He's had a number of accusations against him that have kind of come and fizzled away multiple times. But anyways, let's see this conversation.
Is militating against.
Okay, so that's the first bit of Lance. So
That's
now we
it?
got to go all the way to 3 minutes to get some more Lance in our lives. Okay.
God, he
Way.
looks so much like my cousin.
See, this is
I'm like, oh man. It's like the spitting image.
As a sexual partner, if we actually live in a free country as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all. Nor are they requiring that you behave.
Why would studying it change that dynamic? I don't get it. I don't
What do you mean?
understand. Like, I don't understand what scientific information could possibly come out that would change the dynamic and them being able to live their lives and however they want. I don't.
Gay people or trans
Yeah.
people?
Trans people. People. Like that's he's saying that studying it could cause politicians to make laws that would interfere with people's freedoms, and I'm just like,
Right.
what?
Well-
Like, what information would come out?
I guess if no, there is information. If the information came out that there was absolutely no biological basis for gender dysphoria, there would be no reason for transition treatments whatsoever.
Yeah, but if people wanted to do it because they wanted to do it, it would still be considered cosmetic surgery. They're
It would
like,
be
I want to look
cosmetic
more
surgery.
like a
It
woman.
wouldn't be if it's cosmetic surgery, it wouldn't be covered by medical insurance. And
But
no one would
his
let their kids
argument
do
is
it.
people should be able to do what they want to do.
Right.
I guess the argument is you would label it something different that's offensive to the trans community.
But
They're
it
like,
would change. It would definitely change things because it would be labeled as cosmetic surgery, which means all this
insurance wouldn't
expensive
pay for it.
treatment.
Oh yeah.
Okay, no
Oh my
longer is covered
God.
by medical insurance.
Where's the medical community on this, Sitch? Let me take a guess.
Right. Well,
let me
that's a good
let me
point.
guess where the medical
That's a
community
good
is
point.
on
Yes,
this.
that's a good way. That's a good way. Of
How
thinking.
they would like to define this.
Right. But
My
then
God.
also,
These are the fucking anti-capitalists too. What a
there's
fucking-
another level to it too, because if someone has a biological condition
Mhm.
that they have no control over, then there's a moral argument, which most people agree with, that you're not allowed to shit on someone for something they have no control
You
over.
can't shit on them anyway. You like if a girl's fat, you can't shit on them. I don't. What? How's that different? That's my
Well, no.
question.
Well, but that's okay. But wait a minute. But people don't accept that. People argue about that. Okay.
Yeah,
And
but
so-
still,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, if gender dysphoria was entirely not biological, so it was just people's decision Okay, there's no dysphoria. Someone just wanted to transition through cosmetic surgery. There's no prerogative for anyone to respect that person's decision. There's no moral prerogative. You're like, well, this person's a crazy person. Why would they do that? I don't understand.
Oh,
like, there's
okay,
no
so
more. There's no. It completely changes the moral
it's the
argument.
respect. It's the respect that they're like,
Right.
no one will respect me if they think I'm just doing it for cosmetic reasons.
Which
They're like,
I think is true for the most part.
okay, that's an interesting thing because they're like, we want the respect of society, and the way to get the respect of society is that it's beyond our control. We
Well,
can't
the
help
respect
ourselves.
or the validity of the quote unquote identity.
Well, I think that's interesting. Yeah.
Right.
It's funny. We've already commented more on a video that we already commented on.
In a deeper analysis.
In Lance's video.
In a deeper analysis than Lance will get to in 20 minutes.
I'm curious, man.
Yes, that's true.
I'm so curious.
But see, there's also the benefit of us streaming together.
Yes,
because
totally.
Oftentimes we say things that spark someone else, the other one, to think of a point that we never would have thought of.
Lance needs a streaming partner. He's got one. Look, his dog's right there. He just it's like Bow Wow needs to speak his ass up.
I think he used to stream with like Thought Slime or something fucking terrible like that.
I don't think you've never streamed alone, have you? I mean, aside from me running off to the bathroom or something.
No.
Like I've literally streamed alone. I've streamed for like 3 hours just by myself.
I know. But you have the gift of gab.
I'm a motor mouth. I got lots to say about lots of shit.
Right.
But it is way
remember,
better
I'm
than
on the
you.
chart. I'm basically on the line between antisocial and autistic. So.
I mean, you are a great sounding board for this stuff because I mean, we did kind of dig in that I think on a surface level, you don't really see that it is about respect. They want respect from strangers.
Sure.
And if it's something that's within their control, this is also, I mean, this is like the fat acceptance movement touches on this too, because it used to be people would go, you know, oh, you're a big fat pig because you can't stop stuffing your face. It's a fucking choice that you're making.
But fat is kind of a weird issue because there are genetic
I agree. And people have made those
weights,
genetic arguments and it makes you.
Lots of food is literally designed to be chemically addictive.
Yes,
I think
that too.
like a better comparison would be if you see someone who's dressed like in goth or punk rock gear, they got the big boots, they got the spiky mohawk and the eyeshadow, and you're like, well, I have no moral imperative to respect this person's decision for being, you know, emo or punk rock or whatever. Right. That's how transitioning would appear to many people if there was no biological component to it.
What about breast augmentation, though? We don't disrespect people who get breast augmentation.
Well, because people like it.
It's like, but nobody goes, you didn't need to get that. You're just weird. You didn't need to get those big old titties. What are you doing?
Well, I'm sure some women feel that way.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Well, it's an interesting topic because there's not there's no disrespect there.
Because it's a completely different connotation. So
I guess it's because it's like cis-normative. It's like you're getting those to be more attractive to the opposite sex.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're just playing more
sense.
into normative beauty standards.
And that could also be categorized as like oppressive. Like
I'm sure feminists do consider cosmetic surgery for women oppressive. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
You're literally cutting yourself and injecting things in your body to please the man. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some guys take steroids to please the women. So, I mean, it goes both ways.
That's true.
Yeah. Listen, we
that's toxic masculinity.
We just saw 2 women insult the dude for being too short and
not being able to pleasure his wife.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. No, I know.
Terrible. Are we there? Are we at 3 minutes? Let's hear what Lance has to say.
Yep.
Behave that way.
See, this is something I've talked about this before, how the left has to become much stronger at reframing arguments, especially when it comes to a number of topics that are highly controversial. So, for example, one of the topics would be abortion. And always the right likes to clutch their pearls and say, well, this is about the unborn babies. All right, this is about the ghost babies. And I care deeply about ghost babies. So every unborn child that dies, reframe the argument immediately and be like, hey, by the way, what we should be talking about is bodily autonomy. That's what this really comes down to. And you are trying to impose upon women something.
But what about the baby's body autonomy? Bodily autonomy.
So, well, I have two things to say about this. Well, you brought up a third thing, which is a great point too. The first is him saying, if you care about, I'm pro-choice, but I'm not so dismissive as to say, you care about the ghost babies? Like that's so grossly dismissive of
totally
abortion stuff. But I found it interesting that he's saying the left needs to be better in their rhetorical strategy. And here's an example of how I think they would be better in their rhetorical strategy. When the right talks about abortion, we should talk about, female bodily autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, really, Lance, your great observation is that the left should make the argument they're currently fucking making? That's why it's called pro-choice, Lance. This is literally the position they have. You can't say, I have a big brain idea. We should all inhale air through our noses and mouths and breathe. Really? That's what everyone's fucking doing. I know. We all agree.
That's hilarious.
I was just saying, like, are you kidding me, Lance? Is this a great contribution to the video? People should do what they're fucking doing already.
Oh my God. Oh, it's so basic. It is so basic.
God.
That's hilarious.
And then, as you said, which I didn't even think about, that argument is inherently flawed, or at least inherently opens the door for you to say, well, what about the autonomy of the baby?
Yeah, that's what they do say all the time.
Right.
That's their
And that is
counter
the
argument.
response.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the counter.
What about the baby? You think it's cool if we just do babies have bodily autonomy? What's going on?
Right.
Notice how there's a cord between the two bodies? One body here, one body there? What?
Philosophy Tube had an awful video on this very subject.
Really?
That was on the list, but we never covered it.
I already made it's really about how you conceptualize it. I can't conceptualize. Well, first of all, nature does this really weird thing about a lot of zygotes become twins, and one of the twins is absorbed by the other twin. So I don't know. Obviously, nature's aborting a lot of kids already. So that complicates the issue as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see how you know that and then start talking about how it's a human life that's got all of these human lives start out, and the chain of reaction is there's a 30% chance it's going to turn into twins, and then there's a 80% chance one of those twins is going to get absorbed by the other twin.
Is that high?
It's some look at vanishing
Holy
twin
shit.
syndrome. It's crazy.
That's crazy.
Because they do a lot of now that the ultrasound is so good, evidently they tell people, oh, you're going to have twins, and then all of a sudden, oh, I guess the other twin is gone now. So that's when I started looking into it. Yeah.
I mean, I guess it makes sense. Biologically.
That's how plants work. What are you talking about?
Right.
Obviously. Why do you think most litters have a runt, which man, nature's brutal, because the
nature
runt,
is brutal.
The runt is if it's a good year, lots of resources, the runt's going to live. If it's a bad year, the runt is a packaged meal for the other pups.
Right.
Oh, nature is cruel.
Right.
It's basically.
Well, that's why people making the naturalistic fallacy is so stupid.
Yeah.
Nature sucks.
Yeah, nature is super cruel.
Nature produced a parasite that goes into a mouse's brain that makes it sexually aroused by cat pee, so that the mouse will go up and dance on the cat, so the cat eats it.
Yes.
And then shits the parasite out, because the parasite, for some bizarre reason, breeds only in cat fecal matter.
How did that thing evolve? That's so bizarre.
That's like, I know. That's like, first of all, you're like, how did that evolve? That's such a bizarre, specific chain of events. But that's the point. Like, nature is fucking horrible. I mean, you watch animals eat other animals alive. They don't give a fuck that animals are screaming and shit. Like, the way so many animals kill other animals, they'll just swallow them whole, and you're like, wow, animal, how long is the animal alive in the stomach of some animal?
Yeah.
Like, it's just horror. Like, that's why these naturalistic fallacies are always so stupid.
This is the reframing never works because, you know, this is the root of the abortion debate. It's how you conceptualize it. If you conceptualize the fetus as a baby, you're never going to change anyone's mind on that. Not in a million years. You should respect their feelings, though. You should respect that. That's the way that they conceptualize it. I don't think making fun of the ghost babies. I don't even know what the ghost babies thing is, but I'm assuming they're talking about the spirits of the unborn babies. Which,
yes, that's what he's dismissing.
If
the concern about, you know, a baby dying.
If you've had any friends or family that's gone through a miscarriage, dude, it can be brutalizing for women. My God.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I don't think you should disrespect that kind of stuff.
It's just a ghost baby.
It's a tough decision. Yeah. I'm fully against this. Like, make a movie about my abortion. That's
ghost baby. I'm just a fucking ghost baby, Adam.
if you're making like an abortion movie to trigger the conservatives, you're a fucking piece of shit. Like, that's just like piece of shit territory.
And trans men as well, something of which they are going to have forced births at the hand of the state. You're trying to enforce them against their will to have to do something that they don't want to do.
Sure.
Hold on a second here. Nobody forced me to get in the sack and get pregnant, right?
Right. But no, but it's I mean, that's a legitimate position. It's like, well, wait, so the state is going to force people to do something with their body? And that's why the abortion issue is a
complicated issue.
Complicated problem. Yes.
Well, I mean, if you're talking like you're in the third trimester and she changes her mind, I mean, obviously.
Right, but that's, you know, that's why society creates various rules about what is allowed and what isn't allowed.
Where you draw the line, exactly.
Yeah, where you draw the line.
Against their own bodily autonomy. That's how you should reframe the argument. And the same thing goes for this.
Bad, Lance. Bad. Lance.
That's how you should reframe the argument, the way everyone is literally talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah. The way I watch David Pakman teach me to say on my live stream.
Talk about freedoms. All right. Talk about how this is going to infringe on their freedoms at the end of the day.
Okay, this is for their own.
Did you see that? His host snuck off just like you sneak off when I'm not looking. Did you see that? It's got up and walked away.
There's a long section of the video. I don't remember. I didn't put in my time part because I don't remember if Lance talks about it, where the dog is standing in such a way that its dick is like directly in the frame for like a good 3 minutes of dog
Really?
dick.
Oh my God.
I'm just like, okay.
Dog dick on the show. Lance. Come on, family show, Lance.
It's a little bit too much dog dick for me, Lance. I don't know.
Oh my God. He should have it set up on OBS so he can go to like full screen when the dog dick is really push his audience over the edge. This is a comedy show, guys. We're allowed to talk about this stuff.
Okay. At the show, like, I'm not skipping anything important. Okay.
I don't care.
We'll skim through it.
Freedoms. Because we live in a free steroids. Steroids are hormones, right?
There it is.
And we rallied against steroids in professional sports.
Oh my God, look, he's got his hand is right next to the dick.
I try to think of...
Holy cow. He's practically grabbing it. Lance, no. Lance, that is not good. I don't care how many Young Turks videos you watch. This is not right. I'm sorry, we got to get past this. This is disgusting.
This is the we don't get commentary from the source.
Oh my God, this is horrible. I can't believe you're doing this.
It's instead of the dissy, it's the picky.
Sitch, please. We have to get past
future balances are.
Cannot process error 101. He's like,
what happened? What did I stop on here?
This is his commentary. He made a very bad joke. But then he fucked up the joke because he didn't even do the error code correctly.
What is
You said 101.
what was the joke?
You said error 101 cannot process.
Oh.
You don't. Come on, Adam. You don't know what's the correct error code.
I just want to make it big for this weird thing that he's doing.
What's the correct error code, Adam?
I made the picture of Lance big.
On the internet, you can't escape this.
404. I know the.
There you go.
I know
See,
the correct code.
See,
Come on.
even Adam knows.
I know that he said 101.
He said 101.
101's the freeway that you don't want to get stuck on in Southern
That's true.
California.
That's true.
Don't go too
Ben
fast.
Shapiro.
Hold on, I wanted to see. He's doing this weird thing.
Oh, well, you do it. I don't know what you're talking about.
And so you world of a gender
Where
spectrum.
was it? Oh,
You want to zoom in on the
I don't know. I don't know where it's going to
did.
land.
The
But
WNBA won't be.
Ben Shapiro cannot process error 101. He's like, hey, I'm not going to entertain this.
Be in business for very long.
that thing. What was that?
Yeah,
Oh,
that was the contribution.
what was that?
He
What
was
was
he was
that?
mocking. He was like, he was doing his Ben Shapiro impression. Okay.
That was Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was so bizarre.
Mhm,
That's the kind of
mhm.
thing that you see in like a homeless shelter. I was like, what is happening here? What is happening here?
Uh-huh.
This person is not normal. This person is not sane. I blew that up for our Nathan. You got a good clip there.
Yeah, there you go.
Very long if that's the case.
it would just be you'd have to find some way to compete people against each other if you still care that sport.
Oh, sorry, nerds. Did I not drop the right one? Sorry, 404. Yeah, website not found.
Oh my God. They corrected him.
Oh, called out again.
Even
Didn't
his
drop
own
the right
show.
error code.
I guess the area where
Even his audience knows.
Okay, so we're 5 minutes in, and or 6 minutes in. I'm sorry, and so far the only commentary we've gotten is we need to talk about abortion the way we're talking about abortion. Okay, that's all we've gotten so far.
it does come up in a non-sports are being taught about the
themselves.
Why? You don't need a 1 foot set, you know? Like when I would sit down for this interview, I would be like, my dude, you know we've had wide angle lenses for a while.
There you go. The first pertinent point Lance has brought up. Why is Ben Shapiro's framing so small? This is the hard hitting, the deep dive. Okay. I mean, we talked about this, so it's obviously a great point, but this is the deep dive here into the conversation between these two intellectual giants.
We don't need to. It doesn't need to be like this. Like
that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact. So
the question is, what is the relationship of that to biology? Meaning that the argument is made that.
Okay. All right, Ben.
This is
Let's do
commentary?
this,
What the fuck is
We're gonna do it.
happening?
Are
here?
identical to women. Now, if people want to say trans women are not biological women, obviously that is the case. But people don't seem to
accomplish by asking yourself, is it science or is it not science? It's people in society.
But this is a perfect example of an area where suddenly it doesn't matter to say things that are just true. Like why is it bad or wrong to point out?
This is so refreshing, by the way, for a number of reasons. But one of the biggest ones being that, what are you accomplishing or trying to accomplish by vilifying people? Because that's what you do. This is kind of like your full-time gig, right? Like you're just trying to say, like, I am a rational man based entirely in science, even though I don't really accept the science. But at the same time, why can't we just establish there's biological women? Can you not say that to me now, Professor?
I have another way to approach this.
What happened there?
What?
What was that commentary? I didn't.
He just repeated. He literally just repeated Neil deGrasse Tyson's position.
Oh, okay.
That's what the commentary was.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, we're going places here.
I feel bad now.
I care what is to find out what is true. Interesting fact about society that's worth learning about.
A member of a particular group would suffer.
If you study some topic of that information, I think that's the fear.
Well, isn't that?
It's a fear.
I mean,
yeah.
My general take on all of this stuff, from climate change to gender dysphoria,
It could be a social coping mechanism for other
here we go.
disorders. Created the term to dysphoria controversy.
Yeah.
My general take on all of this stuff, from climate change to gender dysphoria to all these issues, is bring out the science and then let's hash it out. I think that the problem I'm seeing.
Rapid onset gender dysphoria controversy. Rapid onset.
Okay, we're gonna get some commentary on rapid onset.
Oh,
gender
good.
dysphoria.
Finally, I was wondering.
Okay.
Gender dysphoria is a controversially proposed, socially meditated subtype of gender dysphoria. Brown University School of Public Health assistant professor Lisa Littman created the term to describe surveyed parents' accounts of their teenage children suddenly manifesting symptoms of gender dysphoria and self-identifying as transgender simultaneously with other children in their peer group. Littman speculated that rapid onset gender dysphoria could be a social coping mechanism for other disorders. It is not recognized by any major professional association, with Littman noting that it is not formal mental health diagnosis at this time. Littman published a descriptive study in the PLOS-1 in August 2018. Criticism was voiced by transgender activists, and 2 weeks after the publication, PLOS-1 responded by announcing a post-publication review of the paper. On the same day, PLOS-1 announced its post-publication review. Brown University retracted its press release promoting the study. The controversy grew as articles and opinion pieces, both critical and supportive, were published in the mainstream media, discussing concerns about the study's methodology and the validity of its hypothesis, as well as issues of academic freedom. In March 2019, the journal concluded its review and published Littman's revised and corrected version. Other studies have since remarked on such an increased incidence of youth seeking care for dysphoria, the cause of which remains to be established. I would posit, and it's completely unscientific, mostly like Littman and this paper, that a lot of it has to do with societal acceptance of both trans people, and the idea of gender dysphoria was probably leading to an increase in people having an openness to seek out information on the subject. That would be my completely unscientific hypothesis. But this seems to be an example of someone proposing something that, of course, was not, quote, a formal mental health diagnosis at this time. And then under scrutiny, which is what you're supposed to do in academia, it didn't hold up, and then they had to issue a correction. Not that they were being censored in any way, but of course the right jumped on this as soon as they could. Because anything even closely related to this is like, oh my God, delicious, sweet meat on the bone. We have it. We got him.
A lot of sizes.
What is your most?
This is a deep dive, man. I can't believe he looked up the study. He looked up the study.
No.
We didn't get any real insightful commentary on the study, but at least he looked it up.
It's funny because we got 75% of that was him reading the introduction of the Wikipedia article.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh,
And then
really?
his comment, yeah, he was just reading straight off the Wikipedia article. And then his commentary doesn't even make sense because he doesn't understand anything about the controversy whatsoever. Because he says, oh, well, my unscientific theory about why this is happening is just because, trans people are more accepted now. It's like, okay, but wait a minute. That has nothing to do with the rapid onset gender dysphoria, which was very specifically the claim that in specific friend groups. Well, let me start over. Let me explain what rapid onset gender dysphoria controversy is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe because people probably haven't heard this. There was a woman who conducted a study/survey where she went to a series of less than, let's say, anti-trans sites, sort of. And she asked parents, or she got these sites to cultivate these, to hand these surveys out to parents of people that were trans. And some of the questions they asked them was, in your child's friend group, are they the only person to be trans? Are they the first person to come out trans? Are they second, third, fourth, blah, 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 person to come out as trans? And the research or her studies or her surveys showed that the majority of people were the second person in the friend group to come out as trans.
Oh my gosh.
And that in the overwhelming majority of them, they were not the only person in the friend group to come out as trans. that there was other people in the friend group that were also coming out as
Social
trans.
contagion. Social
Right.
contagion.
And she also asked some questions like, and now this study isn't perfect because obviously there's a selection bias for the kinds of sites they used, and also that they're asking parents these questions as opposed to the children. Because one of the questions was, has your kid become more popular since coming out as trans? Which maybe
The
your parents
parents
know the
doesn't
answer to that
know,
question.
yeah.
Maybe they don't know. The perception from the parents was that they thought their kid had become more popular coming out as trans.
But maybe
So,
they're right. Maybe they're wrong.
maybe they're, who knows? I don't know. Right. But it's worth looking into this and actually doing a better scientific survey on.
Hell yeah, it is.
So Lance saying, so since Lance doesn't understand that this is very specifically about the social contagion element, specifically among females, it seemed to be targeting. He brings up a point like, well, it's just because trans people are more accepted now. Has nothing to do with it whatsoever. But then he says, oh, this isn't an issue of censorship. This is an issue of bad science that they put out, but then, retracted because it's, so that's how science works. Someone looked into it and they said this was bad science. But actually,
that's bullshit. Yeah.
That's not what happened.
Yeah.
They put the study out. A lot of trans activists became very upset by it. They pulled the study down, but then they re-put the study back up and they just slightly changed some of the wording
Right.
for the summary and the conclusion to be less definitive, which could be more accurately describing things, which I could agree with.
The data didn't change.
But the data didn't change, and the conclusion didn't. The data the conclusion was pointing to didn't change whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right. So, come on,
Crazy.
Lance.
Yeah.
Look into this shit. Okay.
He doesn't
Look into it more than none at all, right?
He doesn't care. Well, and he went back to the stereotype. They perceive the right as being completely anti-science. That's their stereotype of the right. Anti-science. Yeah.
Motivation.
Why?
Okay. Yeah, let's talk to parents. Let's only ask the parents and none of the trans individuals. Sounds great.
Creating legislation that subtracts
The history of which exercise?
He made the same criticism you made.
Right. That's the criticism they all make
Yeah.
in regards to the study. Yeah.
it out.
He just read it in the chat, probably.
The history of that exercise is a recipe
You're probably
as
right.
defined in our Constitution.
Spent my
Well, our chat's good too. They give us all sorts
Right.
of information.
That's true.
Freedom as defined in our Constitution at risk.
But now,
then make a better argument than the one I'm proposing, which, of course, is not based on any factual evidence whatsoever on a topic that I've spent my career vilifying.
you're arguing for limitations on.
Well, I'm confused. I'm not even really able to understand what the commentary that he's making. Maybe I'm the dumb one.
He's doing a Ben Shapiro impression.
Oh, that was another one. Everyone's doing Ben Shapiro impersonation. We
I
really
know,
have
I
to
know.
get our Ben Shapiro impersonation.
We
down.
do.
We needed to get Sam back on. Sam was doing good.
Sam had a
impersonations.
good Ben Shapiro.
Yeah.
That's true.
on areas of particular study.
No, I'm arguing on, but we're always
I mean, that's why-
fighting. This is a daily challenge. And they want, I remember why, because they wanted my opinion on,
Does he always have this sort of Tucker Carlson expression on his face, like when you watch his videos, or is he doing a thing like a bit for this? I can't tell.
I think this is kind of his thing.
He's got that kind of bewildered look on his face.
Hey, he was
While he's
nice to
watching
me
this.
when he called everyone else Nazi. So, I mean, come on.
I mean, when he clipped Aiden and Actual Dysphoria After
And
Context
you.
and called them Nazis.
I wasn't
really
me.
I wasn't in the video really, but he called them Nazis, but said that you were.
He had
you were
good
a
things to
guy.
say about me, so
Okay.
we're
There you
good.
go. There you go.
We're cool, Lance.
There you
Keep
go.
up the good work.
there was they wanted my opinion about whether being gay, and I, fine. Because, for example, suppose it said purely psychological. What are you going to do now? You say, well,
This is
now you're going
crazy.
to go to the reorientation camps or whatever those are called, where they realign you because they say it's psychological rather than biological. All of a sudden, people start behaving.
Let's just go to the next video.
Well, it's
like-
almost over.
Unless it's a
almost over.
stellar piece of commentary. here.
It's almost over. We're
Okay.
at the end here. Okay.
in ways in society that want to constrict the freedom of expression of who and what people are. And that is a danger. So maybe there needs to be a line in the sand. Let science do what it does, but politicians keep us free.
Keep us free. Mind-boggling. My God. Really? Oh, my God. Impressive. My mind is blown. Politicians, keep us free. Well, they're taking fucking a third of my tax. They're taking a third of my income in taxes. How's that keeping me free, bitch?
Yet there's so many politicians that are doing the opposite of that.
So why aren't you a libertarian? I
And
mean,
that scares me.
I'm a libertarian. Come over here. Just
Okay.
That's your takeaway from all of this. Oh man, he just destroyed your entire worldview in front of you in real time in 10 minutes. In 10 minutes or less. And your takeaway from all of that is, well, you're a libertarian, aren't you? Like, come over to my side where I like to oppress people. We oppress everyone.
I'm starting to feel a little embarrassed for Lance here, to be honest with you.
Are you a little bit?
I am.
Adam, he
Oh my
destroyed his
God.
entire worldview
In 10 minutes, I know.
in 10 minutes.
I know.
I mean, I don't know how he did that because Lance didn't explain how
I
he
know.
did that.
That's the
but I guess
part.
it's just so obvious. It doesn't need an explanation.
That's how commentary works. Usually you explain your take on how they destroyed the worldview, but that part didn't actually happen. Oh
No,
my
no.
God, this is painful.
But we're for not treading upon. Yeah, no, that's what we believe, ultimately. Hey, 30,000 upvotes. Nice.
That was it.
That was painful.
The rest of
Please.
it is him reading the comments and
We
then
can't-
chilling at the end. Yeah.
We can't do another surf video. That was the worst video.
Wasn't that crazy?
That was the worst video I've ever seen, Sitch.
I couldn't believe you thought. See, it's so funny. You thought the Young Turks video was the worst video you've ever seen. Then
I
I was
know,
like, no,
I
Adam,
know.
you don't know. You don't know.
Come on, let's go to
the depth.
secular talk. Secular talk's got to be better. There's got to be
couldn't-
some feedback.
I couldn't believe how devoid of content this video was when I first watched it.
Yeah.
Shocking.
I never watched it, so yeah.
Shocking.
Oh my God, that was terrible.
Ben Shapiro had on Neil deGrasse Tyson for his Sunday show, and they got into a really
Have we done a secular talk video before? I'm not sure that we have.
I thought we did.
I don't know. I
Did
can't
we? I don't
remember.
know. People ask us to do one all the time.
I don't know.
Chat,
if we
have we done a secular talk video? I thought we did.
Yeah, I don't know that we did. This might be our inaugural secular talk video. I'm not sure.
We'll see.
Yeah.
really interesting debate about trans issues.
Left is militating against the
None of these people are saying 2 years ago, which is always.
I think actually Kyle does mention that this is old at some point. If I recall
Okay,
correctly.
good.
I think he's the
Finally.
only one I think that mentions
Finally,
that this is old.
someone is like, why this is a news show. Why are we talking about this old shit? Ben
Right.
Shapiro basically uploaded a clip that trolled all of Breadtube.
And like it's so funny because I'm trying to remember the original. Let me see, because Ben put this. So the original interview on the Daily Wire channel has 600,000 views,
Mhm.
and on Ben's channel, because he uploaded it twice, it has like 200,000 views.
Mhm.
But the clip that he just uploaded now has 940,000 views. So
Right.
almost a
Almost a
million
million,
views.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Shapiro knows what's up.
But,
Why,
yeah, that's a
this is
good
why I
clip.
did. This is why I did the thumbnail, because
Right.
Shapiro just completely trolled the shit out of everyone.
Yes. Yes.
Like he's
This-
laughing so hard about this.
Yeah. Thanks for the million views, suckers.
Exactly. Thanks for all the commentary videos. Thanks for all the subscribers to.
Well, but
my-
though, it's like capitalism. Okay, Ben Shapiro is a job maker.
oh
he-
my God.
He puts this clip out there, and then everyone reacts to it, and then they get money from reacting to the
Totally.
reaction.
Yeah.
Because that Young Turks clip that we watched,
Mhm.
almost 500,000 views.
No way.
Yeah,
The 500,000 views of two women making complete asses of themselves.
yeah. Can you believe that?
It's so wrong. It's completely
Isn't it
wrong.
crazy?
Who's watching these things?
Oh, fucking idiots! I don't know.
I know. It's fucking awful.
Lance, I don't know.
It's awful. 500,000 views.
I know.
For bad Ben Shapiro impersonation. We're in the wrong business, Sitch.
We are. We are.
Yeah. Oh,
We
man.
are in the wrong business, Adam.
This is terrible. I'm feeling down for society now.
Aren't you? Yes. Yes. This video has 130K views.
Secular
Secular
talk.
talk, yeah.
Okay. Are we gonna?
Surf's
fast forward through
unfortunately
the
only
thing?
got Surf's only got 14. So
Well, his stellar commentary. I think that video is way underviewed. Plus, how often do you get to see a guy almost grope a dog dick in the fucking video? I mean,
if you would have put that in the thumbnail, I can guarantee you we got a lot more views.
let's be real here.
Let's
I
be
mean, his
realistic
thumb was
here.
like an inch away. Oh my God.
That's right.
The
And
advent
now
of science.
we are completing the cycle because we're not only watching the original video, we're watching the people that watch the video. That's right. This is the circle of capitalism, baby.
I think the commentary is just as interesting. This is a legitimate side-by-side comparison. You can compare our commentary to the video
right.
to these other knuckleheads.
This is a deep sociological dive. Okay.
Yes, yeah. We're witnessing the two movies as we
Right,
speak.
Right.
One of those areas is the area
We're
of transgenderism.
fast-forwarding, right?
The argument that is
You don't
typically
need to
made
watch the
by
whole-
average if gender women have a discussion.
And here's the main to come down off of sports to compete people against each other.
So Kyle plays a
Scientifically
good
based, that is it.
portion of the clip here, which is good.
Yeah. I mean, it's sped up and like 50% louder for some reason. But
He
That is
sped it up.
yeah, you don't hear how
That is a
fast it
theory-based.
I know. I was
fact.
thinking it was sped.
And what that
I wondered if you
example of
sped
an area
up. I
Not
checked.
fully explain that
No.
scientifically.
I'm like
That's an
jumping.
Shapiro says
here we
the
go.
it's fast.
He usually plays the clip and just talks, so we should get some straight commentary here. He's not
Right.
gonna...
No. He does. We get actual commentary. I mean, it's not good commentary, but we get actual content, unlike with Lance.
Right.
Yes.
5 minutes of the clip. Now, Kyle Kalinske, I don't necessarily like because like his number one issue is universal health care. His number one issue is universal health care, and he doesn't know the difference. He doesn't know the difference between the public option and Medicare for all, which is
he knows
just
the
fucking
difference.
criminal. What?
He knows the difference. He's just being deceptive about it.
Oh, wait, I think we have a guest. Just joined the show.
Oh, what?
Ethan,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I got it to work.
What's up?
Hi.
Hey, what's up? I don't think you've met my what I don't know what would you call it? Sitch, my
Lover?
co-host.
You're the hero to your sidekick.
Hi, Sitch. How are you?
Hey, Ethan, what's going on?
Ethan's on
Nothing.
camera too. I'll see if I can get you on screen. What's up?
How come you guys are not on camera?
Well, Adam's on camera.
We don't do StreamYards. I didn't exactly think this through. I'm on camera on the actual show, so I'm not on camera here, but I'll see if we can fix that. Ethan is, Ethan Van Sciver. He runs a channel, Comic Artist Pro Secrets, and he's basically, I invited him on to watch some of the video with us. So thanks for joining us.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks.
So
Should I just
so
start it, or-
do you know the backstory on this interaction between
Ben Shapiro
Ben
and
Shapiro
Neil
and
DeGrasse
exactly.
Tyson.
No, let me see this. This sounds great.
Do you have the watch together room up? I sent you another link. There's a watch together.
Oh,
room.
hold
Yeah.
on a second here. Yeah, I did. Adam, you're using strange technology.
I know. I should have I should have given you a heads up ahead of time, but
Oh,
I feel
see.
bad now.
Well, unfortunately, we've watched the Neil deGrasse Tyson Ben Shapiro interaction already. I mean, maybe we can watch the. We'll come back to Kyle. We can watch the Vosh version because he actually does more like what we do, where he watches it and then pauses it. Should we do that? If Ethan
Sure,
hasn't
let's
seen
do
the
it.
clip at all?
Let's do
Okay.
it. Let's watch the clip.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me go drag this up. Vosh, 200,000 views on his commentary. See, it's the circle of capitalism, man. Circle of life.
The answer.
Ben Shapiro gets
Wait.
schooled by Neil deGrasse Tyson on trans issues.
Are you able to join? Are you able to join the watch together room, Ethan?
How do I do that? Okay, hold on a second. Let me see.
I sent you a link on Twitter. So
Show link. We use Zoom. It says still watching vids. Join our cloud H. Well, I'll tell you.
There. Oh, wait a second. Maybe. Oh, no, it's there. Right under
I got
We
it,
Use
I got it.
Zoom. Watch together. Yeah, there you go.
Join room.
Hey,
Is he in there?
I see user JMGYV.
What? That must be me, but
That is you, yes.
Okay.
And you
you
can
just paused it so I can see this. I can watch it because you're.
yeah, you can see it. You can pause it
You can
yourself.
also pause as well. Yes. So if you have
Yes.
anything to say, please.
Oh, I love it. Okay, great.
Answer to that question should have no consequence on legislations or laws.
True. For the longest time, the question.
Hey, Ethan, do you have any feedback on Vosh? Do you know anything about Vosh? Have you
I
had
don't
any
know
interaction
anything
with Vosh?
about him. No, he leaves me alone.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Maybe we shouldn't watch this video.
No.
No.
He's fine. Ethan's a big boy. He can take an insult
good.
from Vosh.
Okay, yeah,
That's good.
sure.
That's good.
Question as to whether or not being gay as a choice was a matter of political import. The reality is, it doesn't matter. This was just passed to me, and there are some segment ideas that are too good to pass up under any circumstances. Neil deGrasse Tyson and Ben Shapiro on transgenderism. All right. Oh man, is Ben coming into this one angry? Just let it be known, by the way, I don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson. I find him really insufferable. But let's see how this goes.
I love that all of these guys, all the liberal leftists, they have to say, "Oh, here's my little note. I don't actually like Neil deGrasse Tyson, guys. I got to put it out there. He's been accused of things. I don't actually like him." Okay.
Neil deGrasse Tyson got Me Too'd a while back, so they have to make sure that they virtue signal.
Right,
that everyone
right.
knows they're against Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Although actually, Vosh's was even worse because he didn't even say that. He said he's insufferable. He's egotistical, which a little projection there, but okay.
Seems like the left is militating against the advent of science. One of those areas is the area of transgenderism. The argument that is typically made by
militating to be a powerful or conclusive factor in preventing. Is that what he meant?
It's a great
Militating,
word.
like preventing science from happening? I don't know.
gender theorists.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that gender is entirely separate from sex. You've seen the argument made that it makes no difference on average if men are stronger than women are, and that if we were to allow transgender women to compete with non-transgender women, then this would somehow not disadvantage biological.
So one of the reasons, like, again, a reminder to any conservatives watching, one of the reasons it's really easy to make fun of Ben Shapiro and other conservatives, it's that every time they open their mouth on this subject, they reveal how little they know about it, okay? Like, right off the bat, he's like, well, don't they know that men and women tend not to be the same strength? Everybody knows this. Literally
That's why
everyone.
I like it.
You
I
can go
love
up to
that.
any...
I honestly, the great thing about transgender, male to female transgender athletes in women's sports is it's just another chance for men to be better at women at everything, including being women. I love dominating these bitches. Love it.
That's basically exactly what I said, Ethan.
Right. But I mean, but that's Ben Shapiro's point. And then I can't tell if Vosh is gaslighting or is stupid, like doesn't understand the context of him saying men are stronger than women. Vosh is acting like, oh, no one's disagreeing that a man is stronger than a woman on average. It's like, yeah, but they're translating that to trans women athletes, Vosh. That's what's being discussed here.
Hey, Ethan, I got you up on camera now, so you're actually in the show.
Oh,
so,
that's the worst possible thing that you could do.
That's right.
Hello,
that's
everyone.
okay.
Hi.
Theorist, activist, whatever, and be like, hey, men tend to be stronger than women. And they'll be like, yeah. But like they keep saying it like it's an own, you know? It really shows where they are in the discourse. He's had this conversation 400 million times, and he's still at like step one, or maybe step -1. I don't know.
Logical women.
Because he's relating it to the trans athletes, Vosh. Like, you really don't understand the context of this conversation. Why someone would bring up that men are stronger than women?
And this seems to me absolutely ascientific, that if we're actually going to have a discussion about gender and sex, that should be based in data, which suggests that mammals are in fact binary in terms of their sex, unless you have intersex birth defects typically, or genetic defects.
I'm happy to.
So, first of all, just really quick, because this is like the 48th time I've responded to Ben Shapiro's unchanging argument against trans people. Notice how he said that the existence of trans people, or their validity or whatever, is unscientific, and then the only reason he gave that it was unscientific was saying that men and women tend to be physically different. He hasn't even touched on the gender thing.
Isn't that great? I mean, I that's what it comes down to, isn't it? I mean, no, we feel different inside. That's what gender is all about.
Sure. And well, that's, I mean, he's totally straw manning Ben's position is that there is no evidence that gender is purely social, that it doesn't have some attachment to biology. Okay, that's the argument that's being made here by Ben Shapiro.
It's a good argument. Let's see this soy boy take it apart. Go.
Right. Well, you're not going to see it. Spoiler warning. You're not going to see that.
Oh.
Okay.
Like, the point is gender, right? The thing is, like, the relationship between gender and sex is philosophical. It's conceptual. It's theoretical. It's not scientific. Scientists don't determine what gender is.
The relationship between gender and sex is philosophical and not scientific. So we're throwing science out the window. There's no science in the realm of gender.
So we can wholesale reject their philosophy. Is that what I understand? Because I reject philosophies all the time.
That's a great point. If there's no science, then fuck off. Why do we have to follow your philosophy? Yeah,
it sounds like a religion to me. I'm not buying into it then. Fuck it.
Yeah.
100% ideology.
I'm into science. I believe in the science. I'm with Neil deGrasse Tyson, probably. Maybe not.
Not in this particular case, though. Neil deGrasse Tyson totally punts. He totally punts.
But I thought he was a man of science. Is he a man of religion?
Not in this. Not in this video.
He's also a man who doesn't want to get fired from his job. I think that's the main factor here.
A subscriber to Moon Battery.
This is actually, Ethan, this is actually a video that's 2 years old that Ben Shapiro basically uploaded to his channel to troll all of Breadtube, to basically put this clip in front of them and make them all do response videos too. But the Neil deGrasse Tyson basically is terrified to basically to insult his progressive fan base. He doesn't want to come out hard against the transgender issue, so he's kind of trying to dance around not insulting anyone.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, leave that to us, my friend. We'll be happy to insult your fan base. Happy to.
And Vosh does this thing where he always says, he makes like these very strong declarative statements. So he says, there's no, gender and sex, that's a philosophical issue. And he says it as if like everyone agrees on this. Like all the academics settle on this, which is total bullshit, because even the definition of gender is highly contentious and disagreed upon in every single academic field. Has a different definition of the word gender.
Yes.
So Ben Shapiro was like, well, this is highly unscientific, but then he doesn't list anything surrounding the fundamental questions surrounding the validity of trans people, He has to ask, he has to pretend that trans activists don't think men and women tend not to be the same strength.
Opine on this.
Wait, what?
That's it. That's the straw man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wrapped that out. He has to think that men tend not to. They don't not. There are too many double negatives there. I can't untangle that. Plus, he looks like Chuck Wendig, and it's upsetting to me.
Vosh does?
Post-traumatic. Yeah, Vosh looks a little like Chuck Wendig.
That soy boy look is all the same, basically. I mean, it's all that, the ponytail, beard, glasses thing, bushy beard.
What happened to contact lenses? Did they go away?
Contact lenses
coming out hard against glasses. Wait,
I got it a little bit. I mean, I wear them.
Oh no!
I was gonna say, I'm looking at Adam here. Looking at Adam with his big glasses.
I'm gonna change it up.
Well, I have said that Adam is a metrosexual.
I know. Ethan constantly accuses me of being a metrosexual.
I mean, I kind of see where he's coming from there. That does make sense. It's a pretty apt label.
Don't encourage our audience, Ethan. They sexually harass me all the
Ethan,
time.
yeah, I don't know
so.
if you know this. Adam is constantly sexually harassed by some of the males in our audience who are very enamored with his metrosexual appearance.
Is metrosexuality the third gender?
Maybe
is our Adam friended trans?
No, I think Adam is non-binary. He's
I'm storiedly homophobic according to the fans. So I think they're like they have this idea. They have this idea that that is somehow attractive to them.
You're playing to the stereotype. You're anti-trans and anti-homophobic, and you're homophobic because deep down inside, Adam, you feel the stirrings tingling.
No,
you want to experiment. You want to try something.
Not true.
I'm speaking. Where's your favorite stalker? We haven't seen him in forever.
I know. I like that. That's actually good. Let us continue with Vosh. Come on.
I like talking about you, making you uncomfortable about sexuality, actually more. But
you're making our guest uncomfortable, Sitch. Please.
He brought it up. I think he.
What's the thing about the hair gel, Ethan?
Who's wearing hair gel?
Everyone always talks about me wearing hair gel. Is hair gel? Is that a thing that regular guys don't do?
It's a little gay.
You've never used any hair gel, Ethan? Just a tad little bit of hair gel? Come on.
Let's be honest. First of all, I am, I'm probably a couple decades older than you.
That's not true. I'm older than you. I'm definitely older than you, Ethan.
Yeah. Are you really?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay. We're learning.
I look younger. I'm the
because
boomer
you're a
here,
metrosexual. Because you're focus older. On your appearance. You're deeply concerned.
So cruel.
I think that means it works, though. I guess, right?
Here's the thing. There is a time and place for everything, and a time for hair gel was the mid to late 90s. The 80s were all about mousse. You remember putting mousse?
Oh, I do remember the mousse. I do remember the mousse.
Putting a little mousse in your mullet, parting it down the middle, and then feathering the sides. See, there's a time and place. I just don't know if right now is the time for men in this day and age. Conservative males who are heterosexual to be putting gel in their hair, but I could be wrong.
Have you ever had a mullet, Ethan?
Yeah, I had a mullet in 1987 when I was living on a prayer. Yeah, when my love was bad medicine, and I was Armageddon it. I did have a mullet.
I think I agree. I think, Adam, you should lose the glasses. I think you should actually just shave your head, Adam, and grow out your beard as much as you physically can.
I don't use hair gel at all. Obviously you go to the salon to get your hair cut and they try to sell you everything under the sun, right? Try this, try that. Yes. You'll love it. Here, this is great. This is $25. This is $40. And I like shunned it forever and ever and ever. Like I actually wasn't like a hair gel person, but this girl talked me into using this I think it's pomade. And once I use that, I'm like, oh, this stuff's like amazing. You should try it, Ethan. Seriously, you could be you could be a pomade person.
I'll be a Brill cream man. Little dabble do me. I am not getting into anything else. That's just bizarre to me. I had a little beard oil. Somebody gave me some beard oil. I didn't know that such a thing existed. I put it in a couple times. It smelled nice.
My wife for smell. Like, what does it do?
I don't really know, but like you can comb it better. Like you can kind of untangle your beard with a beard brush, a beard comb.
Gotcha.
My wife gave me the beard oil too, and she constantly is interrogating me. Have you used your beard oil? Have you tried your beard oil?
For what beard?
I don't necessarily understand. Yeah. Sitch, you're so fucking cruel. You're so cruel. That's right.
Well, I'm just being real. You don't need.
I've got two. There's these two guys, two beautiful beards. Vosh, Ethan. What are you making fun of me for?
His wife is the beard, Sitch. That's what.
Low blow.
I'm so sorry, Adam. I'm a guest here. I take it back. You're not on my show. I'm on your show.
Okay.
I'm really sorry.
Oh no, you should be worse. I give you full permission to be as awful as possible, Adam. John Smith says
you're making a lot of our fans' dreams come true. Like that would actually be their dream. But
John Smith in the chat said, "I summoned Gemini. He's coming."
No, don't do that. Really? Seriously? Actually, Ethan came on because Ethan is a comic book artist as well. I don't know. I feel like Ethan is like a lot bigger than us anyway. So, but Ethan's channel, Comic Artist Pro Seeker, we're famously working on a comic book. Ethan's been giving me pointers behind the scenes, which is great. He's been super helpful. And in our comic book, we actually do make some gay jokes, and I'm curious, like, if they're too far, if we could get canceled. I feel like since I'm being literally sexually harassed every single week, I feel like we could probably swing for the fences a little more than most
we
people.
don't make gay jokes. What are you talking about?
Yeah, we do. What do you, the superhero outfits? That's like there's a million gay jokes.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Those are pretty.
There's two gay jokes. I don't think they're not offensive.
Those are cancelable offenses if you're making content like you and I are making. So.
I mean, our comic literally contains Hitler quotes.
Yes.
I think that's more cancelable.
That's cancelable too. But
can you are they in English? Like what Hitler quotes?
Well, we're fighting Robot Hitler, and he's saying like famous racist Hitler quotes while we're fighting him.
Yeah, it's definitely cancelable material. I think.
Oh, I can't wait to read it. Yeah.
There might be a flaming cross in there at some point.
Oh my God.
Okay.
There was one panel that I really fought hard to keep in the comic that Adam at first was like Sitch, you're gonna get
too
us
far.
removed from the internet.
Too far. Yeah.
I was like, Adam. No,
you don't know this, Ethan, first time on the show, but Sitch actually is Jewish. So Sitch has like a little bit of the.
I have a little immunity idol that I can hold up. Yes.
So you're allowed to tell Hitler jokes.
That's right.
Technically, you'd think so, right? I mean, that seems plausible.
I buy it. Sounds Hitlerific to me. You should totally be allowed.
We'll see.
Only matters because today we segregate nearly all sports by gender.
Where's the line?
Otherwise, why do you even give a shit? what someone identifies with? So we live in a...
Neil deGrasse Tyson's answer is that he wants to go wrestle and have a hot lady wrestle him and crush his face with her thighs. That's Neil deGrasse Tyson's response. He's like, this is an interesting question, but only if you don't want mixed wrestling, which I do, so I don't care.
I don't think he said that.
Free country.
This is the comedy portion of the video.
Little projection.
Vosh being funny.
Yeah.
But I think I might have made that joke, so I feel kind of bad.
Well, but you can make that joke. Actually, from Vosh's perspective, that's actually a terrible joke because he's saying, oh, if we have mixed gender sports, the male athletes are going to be sexually aroused and get off on the female athletes.
Ooh, ouch. Sexual harassment, basically.
Yeah, that's what he's advocating for male athletes to sexually assault female athletes while they compete. So I don't know about that one, Vosh.
I disagree with that. I don't think that's a good thing to happen to society at all. So I'm going to come out strongly right now against sexually abusing female athletes on the playing field. And I'm sorry if that makes me unpopular.
Oh my God.
How
could you say something so brave, so controversial?
I need to at this time. Thank you.
Do you have a position on transgender athletes in sports?
My position is as long as it's funny, and that has remained consistent since the dawn of time. Since I first found out about it, I've always been like, as long as it's amusing. There was a 7-foot tall lady, who joined a high school girls basketball team, and that was hilarious. So I support that. I think that's a fun thing.
I think we were talking about that earlier. Do you think they were excited to get the transgender athlete on their team, thinking like, oh yeah, we're going to be smoking them right and left now?
Of course. In the picture, they all look really happy. So.
They're all like, oh my God, we're destroying them. Who do you think really, handles the ball most in that team?
It's basically like, they are the women on the team are like blades of grass that this giant is trotting through with the ball. I mean, they're tiny little things. And she is completely and totally dominating the game. That is a championship well earned. Not at all a ringer. You wouldn't want to call this person a ringer. That would be bigoted. But I love stuff like that. And that, who was it? We were watching this video where this rugby player, who was definitely a woman, was being interviewed about how she was dominating the other females on the team, and she was asked, like, do you like men? Are you gay? And the guy was like, the girl was like, no, I totally dig chicks. It's just chicks, man. I'm into the ladies. It was a fantastic moment.
Was it a male to female transgender?
Yeah,
I'm curious. Okay.
Yeah. That's what
I'm always curious about that, but I'm always terrified to ask. Like,
I'm interested.
What's are they like cis, or how do you define
Trans woman, Adam.
Trans women, but I'm always like, well, are you into, like, if you're a trans woman, are you into guys then?
Yes.
You know, and it's like, turns out not very often.
I meant cis orientation. I meant like if you're transitioning from a man to a woman and you're into women, isn't that really just like a
are you considered gay or straight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big question.
That one. Right.
No, and this is like the most interesting thing, but nobody ever talks about it. Like, I always feel like
the spectrum of sexuality, Adam. You know, everyone's
they
different.
said that in here, and I laughed. Okay. Well, don't you think that doesn't make any sense? Like, if you hold up a picture of a woman, like, if she's somewhat attractive, I feel differently than if it's a picture of a guy. So, I mean, it's not a spectrum. It's very. Who's the metrosexual here now?
Because you're metrosexual, Adam, does that mean that you get to criticize other sexualities?
No.
Are you part of the LGBT community? Now?
I guess I could technically throw queer in there, and I think that's why a lot of people do throw queer in, because they're like, I need some protection here from the cancel culture.
Totally
You're definitely queer. Yeah.
Ooh.
Are we gonna watch this whole video?
Not the whole thing, like half of it, I think. I marked down.
Okay, good. Cool.
Country, and with consenting adults and people free expression of who and what they are.
Man, on adult level, I agree with you. I think it does matter what you teach
That's what
children.
I'm saying. And so there's the matrix of what you are biologically, how you express yourself, who you choose as a sexual partner. If we actually live in a free country, as we tell ourselves, people's freedom to behave in any of those ways should not concern you at all.
Okay.
It doesn't.
I
And yet
actually
here we
really
are,
like this line.
listening to people babble on about it. In fact, most of YouTube is idiots discussing transgenderism. No offense, fellas. As though it matters at all. It doesn't matter. This is a tiny fraction of a percentage of humanity at large, and we're talking about them endlessly, and I couldn't give a shit. I couldn't care less.
Do you care about whether public schools, how they teach?
That's an entirely different question. That's the progressive agenda, which I am 100% in opposition to. That's a whole other thing. But see, they're just trying to talk about how, well, these people have different. First of all, everybody stop expressing yourself. That's the first thing I would like to recommend. I'm tired of people expressing themselves. People are boring for the most part. They're idiots. They're stupid. I don't care what they have to say. I don't care what they think. And I just want them to shut the fuck up. Like, that's, as for self-expression, that's how I feel. I said that to my mother-in-law once, and she said, that is the ugliest thing I've ever heard anyone say. But I think there's beauty in it. I think fewer people. I thought you were going to
say you were born and you came out of the womb and you're like, Mom, shut the fuck up.
No. But I mean, look, there would be less narcissism if everybody stopped being concerned about their own self-expression. Put on a t-shirt and jeans and go to work digging a ditch. Just shut the fuck up. So that's what I would like to say first and foremost. Second of all, I don't remember people standing in opposition to trans people being allowed to express themselves. I think it's mostly about the problem of, hey, are you actually a trans woman going into the Target ladies room? What exactly, what kind of box of bullshit does it open up if we just blithely allow that without kind of questioning things,
Right.
And
Oh my
protecting
God.
the children? What did I say?
No,
That's Adam's
that's a
argument.
totally sensible, like a totally sensible position. It's like, oh my God, some sanity here. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ethan.
Oh, sure. All right. So anyway, I'm expressing myself. So
Right. Well,
by the way, I'm allowed to express myself. Like I'm one of the few people who is actually allowed.
Well, you have
at the
interesting
meeting,
things
you
to
decided
say,
who's
so.
allowed to express themselves.
Right. Yeah. I just want humanity at large to kind of just shut the fuck up just a little bit on Twitter and on social media and anywhere that I can hear them.
Right.
Just be quiet. You know,
I don't
thank
mind
you.
if they express themselves if they actually talk about the topic. That's the thing. Because like the point that you brought up, and this came up earlier in the video where we watched the Young Turks video and they kept going on about how conservatives are so obsessed with the trans issue. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? Nobody's obsessed with the trans issue. Like, you are the one that is creating this situation where women don't feel comfortable using the bathroom at the fucking Target. Like,
And even that, I would say there are 100 different reasons why you should feel uncomfortable using a restroom at any public public restroom.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, my brother Noah routinely sends me images of some of the worst fucking hellhole restrooms on the face of the earth. He thinks it's funny. He texts them to me all the time. He says, "Would you shit here?" And the answer is no. You know, I can wait. I can hold it until I get home. You know, that's my thing. The idea that we are concerned as a society about like you know, the conditions, the social implications of shitting at Target means that we have no problems left in society. We have solved them all. I would just recommend that young ladies probably just hold it until you get home. That's what I would say. Target is probably not too far away from you where you live, and therefore you can go ahead and let the Target restrooms be completely and totally taken over by degenerates and perverts. What do you care? Just hold it. Thank you.
I went to a Tim and Eric live show here in Southern California that was, I mean, it's like a concert, and they had converted all of the bathrooms to co-ed bathrooms. There was no men's room or women's room. So there was like giant lines of people in the bathrooms using the stalls. So that was a particularly unique situation where you couldn't necessarily hold it till you got home, but a crazy, just California's gone off the deep end with this stuff. So, I mean, in that situation, that totally affects everyone. You can't sit back and say nobody cares about this issue. You're literally at like a 2,000 seat auditorium where the bathrooms have been converted to co-ed.
Sure. Sure. But that's what the way they always structure their arguments is that they combine everything into you're denying my humanity. And so that's how Vosh is able to sort of get away being like, oh, well, you're denying my humanity by not letting me go into whatever bathroom I want to do or not dress the way I want. Or it all comes back to my humanity.
Yeah.
So why are they trying to convince me that they're human? I don't understand that. Like, why are people always like, you're denying my humanity? You know, what? Because
it's a magic spell. They cast it. And then if you disagree with them, then you get labeled a racist or a bigot.
Well, I don't mind that. I'm just saying, I never said that, you know, you weren't a human. I mean, that's a very, like, it's hard to not be a human.
The low bar.
Yeah, it's a very low bar. You know, I agree that you're human. I'm just not sure that I want you peeing standing up next to my 8-year-old daughter. That's the only thing I'm saying.
It's so true. It's so true.
Denying my humanity.
Neil deGrasse Tyson is some like huge gender theorist. I doubt he has like some giant backlog of information on this, but his general response is like the real libertarian. This is what real libertarianism is. Not what Ben Shapiro pretends to be, where he says he's a libertarian, but then he wants the government to legislate morality. This is real libertarianism.
See, that's a huge straw man right there too. He wants the government to get out of the morality business. Do you watch any Ben Shapiro, Ethan?
No, I feel like I watched his college tours and I went, all right. You know, he's a nice guy. I got to talk to him a couple times on the phone.
Oh, really?
Not to name drop here, but yes.
No,
I know
no,
Ben
please
Shapiro
do.
personally. Yes.
I mean, I
yes.
regularly talk to him
do.
about, The Wire, but I do not to name drop it.
All
You
right, so,
you've mentioned recently that you've had some conversations with Gina Carano. Isn't she working with Ben Shapiro now? Aren't they working on like a movie or something?
it's almost like we all know each other. We
Yeah.
all stick together. Interesting.
Gina Carano's great.
Why does it matter? Why do you care? Why? And you could take that further too. If schools want to allow trans women to compete with cis women, why do you care? If the Olympics wants,
Yeah, we already said it's funny. It's totally hilarious. It's
As long as it's funny.
demoralizing.
Yeah.
It's so sad though. Like, what if? Don't you have a daughter, Ethan? What if your daughter's like competing and totally getting demoralized? Oh my God, I want to be good at track, but then this transgender joined the team.
Yeah, it's like I want to be good at track, but Larry Bird decided he was a woman, and he's got 9-foot long legs, and he's beating me. And I mean, quit. I would just say quit. Say quit. Let them have it. Let weirdos just have it wherever they want to go, and then start something new. That's been my attitude lately. Yeah, it's like with comics, because that's where I work. For people who don't know, I'm a comic book artist. I worked in the industry for 28 years. A bunch of weirdos took it over. I said, fuck it, let them have it. Let them run it into the ground, and we'll start something new, and we'll gatekeep the fuck out of it. And that's what we've been doing. So far, so good, Adam.
Yeah, gatekeep away.
trans people to be able to compete with cis people, why do you care? Why? It's those organizations and their rules. They have their specialists. They say they can do it. Who cares? Why should it matter? It's a pretty strong argument, to be fair. Not the whole argument, but it's still a good one.
Nor are they requiring that you behave that way. Okay?
Well,
this is for their own freedoms. Because we
It's like, Ben, you don't have to just compete against cis men. If you want, you can compete against women too, you know? You could, Ben, if you want, you can also have your face smashed between two meaty thighs of a tall Greek woman with visible ab muscle.
Now this is a little uncomfortable. Vosh is actually, I mean, it seems like he's getting turned on by this. It seems like he actually wants to jump in the ring or something.
Or you could just like have a heterosexual, perhaps loving relationship with a real woman who's not trying to break your head open.
Sure.
Will eventually. But
That seems like a normal thing to do. Yeah. Why not just get a girlfriend?
sex isn't unobtainable. I mean, you don't have to change all of society and its sort of natural rules in order to have sex or put your head between the thighs of a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
You just have to. It's not a matter of competition. You just go out there and be charming.
You say, listen,
mind.
I have this wrestling fantasy that I really want to engage in the bedroom with, honey. Are you down or what?
Yeah. And if she cares about
I don't
you,
know.
she'll go
I don't
ahead
know.
and-
I don't know if you're like, yeah, I want you to dress like a man. I don't know that my wife is buying that. My wife might get a
How
little
are you supposed
upset.
to wrestle a stranger, a female stranger in public and sexually assault her? You can't do that on your own. Okay.
This is so weird because it completely plays into the whole bathroom worry.
I know.
He's saying
I know.
he's basically making the conservative argument for the bathroom nervousness.
It's so bizarre.
He wants
He's
to
saying-
be dominated and humiliated by women.
Sure.
Yes.
That's what he wants. I understand.
You know, like you can also do this.
live in a free country. Now, what is unresolved here is, what do you do with sports? It's unresolved. And I've followed that closely, and I don't see any meaningful solutions to come down off of that. We know that hormones manifest differently in different people, and just the whole thing with steroids. Steroids are hormones, right? And we rallied against steroids in professional sports because it gives you an undue advantage. So, and I've tried to think of what the future of sports would be in the world of a gender spectrum. And it may be, you don't specify whether it's a male or female sport. You just take measurements of what your hormonal balances are. And so you compete based on your hormones. I mean, this is thought I had. I mean, I don't know.
So I have 2 points that I want to make to this. First of all, I really respect that Neil deGrasse Tyson is thinking of other ways, because his question seems to be, how do you do this fairly, you know? And his interest here, because Ben's interest isn't one of fairness. Ben has never cared about fairness. His only interest is the promotion of a political agenda, which includes reactionary thought against trans people. He doesn't care about like how to actually fix any of these problems. But Neil deGrasse Tyson actually does seem to. So I like that and I respect that. I recently talked to a doctor.
Ben Shapiro doesn't care about fairness. Fuck fairness. He just wants to implement his transphobic ideas on all of society.
Well, to be fair, his transphobic ideas are just the standard before a problem was invented by progressives.
Right.
And then you scramble for solutions to a problem that didn't exist before and shouldn't exist because, again, it only applies to, imagine this, the fractional percentage of human beings who actually are trans, and then the percentage of that, the fractional percentage of that percentage that actually wants to compete in sports against or with, members of their new gender.
Right.
It's very tiny. It's not a real problem. Again, we have bigger problems, much, much, much bigger problems. But let's focus on this. Let's use Breadtube to just go, well, if men who want to be women want to compete on the sports field with actual women, this is a real. What are we going to do about this? Mm-hmm. What the hell are we going to do? How about if we just not allow this to be a problem? How about if we say, nah, probably not. Probably not. You're not going to do that. Or let it go ahead and happen and then make fun of it. And then let society just put things back the way they're supposed to be. Make videos where these individuals are actively dominating and kicking the ass of their teammates and the other team. And then put that up for society to sort of look at and decide. And society will straighten this out. We don't have to listen to Breadtubers. Or Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's probably what's going to happen, especially now with the Olympics. And if you have a trans woman competing in weightlifting in the Olympics, if suddenly you have all these, world records for women shattered by trans women, then everyone's gonna be like, well, it doesn't seem like this is working. It seems pretty apparent that this is not working for us.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to overturn it? Do you think people are? I don't know that they can. It's such a weird situation. I don't know that they can.
Well, if it's especially with the Olympics, if it's just so obviously biased in their favor, then they will get overturned. It'll be impossible to ignore. You don't think so?
Well, it's going to be impossible to ignore, but it's still going to happen. That's the situation. It's going to be like, what are we going to do?
Well, maybe that will be the
inclusion.
straw. Maybe that'll be the straw that kind of breaks the back for a lot of the conversation. If it is so obvious and yet it still can't be discussed logically.
On stream, like days ago, or was that yesterday? I think it was 2 days ago. And it seems like for the most part, with a extended regimen of hormonal intake, for the most part, trans women really do fall in line with cis women in terms of athletic performance in most instances. And that if the person who later transitions went on puberty blockers when they were a youth, that there is essentially like no real advantage,
Oh my God, I'm a woman. I've been taking these hormones and I can't play fucking basketball all of a sudden. That would suck.
We'll cut out for a second, Ethan.
Oh, I did? Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay.
I can't do that bit over again. I basically said, oh, no. No, let me do it again. Hold on. I can do it again.
Okay.
Right, hold on. Ready? Oh, no. I took these transitional hormones and now I can no longer play basketball like I used to. Oh, shit. Thank you. And scene.
Excellently done.
Appreciate it.
And the thing, first of all, it depends on when the person starts taking hormones, whether there is a difference. I mean, if you have someone starts transitioning after they're 20, it's going to be a huge difference for a trans woman who starts transitioning after they're 20, especially if they're already an athlete. If they're already engaged in some athletic field, so they've already built up a lot of their muscle mass, a lot of their frame, and then they transition after that, of course, there's going to be a huge difference. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if there's not much of a difference if someone's on puberty blockers. But that's not, to me, that's a terrible argument to say, well, people should go on puberty blockers on the off chance that they decide to be professional athletes in order to make it more fair for the other participants involved. That's not a good argument for any of these practices.
Here's my argument. Here's my recommendation. I think, and Vouch is going to have a hard time disagreeing with me here. Trans Women's Sports League, entirely made up of trans women, and then Trans Men Sports League, entirely made up. We'll have an entire NFL. We'll have sports teams in every city made up of trans people.
Right. If it's so much of an issue, right?
Sure.
There's
It
got to
seems
be
like
enough
you could
people,
do
right?
it. Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
You couldn't do it at the school, though. At the school level, that's the problem. Because people are going to say, like, oh, we only have one transgender at our school, and they want to play football.
I'm telling you, the way I'm feeling right now, not only do I not care.
I know.
Sorry.
No, you're forced to care. I don't really care about the trans sports stuff either. I think it is funny if they. I mean, I don't care either way.
Ellie St. Croix says that's a dumb idea. Oh fuck! Put in my place again. Shit.
One of the benefits of puberty blockers, if you are born AMAB and you're assigned male at birth, and you go on puberty blockers.
There's an acronym for that. I didn't even know that. AMAB, assigned male at birth. Okay.
Really? Now they
AMAB,
have
yep.
an acronym?
AMAB and AFAB. Okay, wow.
And then you take estrogen and transition like into a woman medically. You never had a male puberty, which means you never had a specific level of androgen sensitivity, which enhanced your physical abilities.
What he's saying makes no sense whatsoever, because so what are they going to do? Are they going to segregate trans people from the people who've transitioned late to the people who haven't gone through puberty, and certain trans people can't compete and other trans people can? That's ridiculous.
That's true, but he also just completely contradicted himself, because he started this by saying, I talked to a specialist and they told me that once you transition, you basically lose all the advantages that you had before. But now he's saying, well, if you take puberty blockers, it prevents you from having the advantages, so everything should be fine. So, well, wait a minute. You either you're prevented from having the advantages by taking the puberty blockers, or the advantages don't exist. You don't. It's not, both of those things can't coexist simultaneously.
Right, and he's trying to have it both ways.
Well, it shows that with a lot of these people, especially when they're ideologically possessed by whatever their issue is, they understand the argument. They just pretend like they don't. They just pretend to be ignorant on the topic.
Terrible.
And for that reason, you would basically be like right in line with where you would expect cis women to be, maybe like a little taller on average, but even then, not as much as if you had experienced a male puberty, it seems. So there's a lot of variance to this. It's a really complicated question. But I like Neil deGrasse Tyson's approach to this. I like his perspective. He cares about fairness.
Oh, I don't know where it's going to land.
The
but
WNBA won't be in business for very long if that's the case.
it would just be you'd have to find some way to compete people against each other if you still care that sports is an interesting activity.
I guess the area where it does come up in a non-sports area.
Yeah, tell me, I don't know.
So it would be, you talk in your book about the education of children and teaching children about science. And right now, children are being taught about the quote-unquote gender spectrum, which is not scientifically based. That is it.
That's so funny.
What? It's not a scientific question. What does that mean? Right now, I recently attended my my young daughter's preschool lesson, and I learned they were being taught that.
Why do they all want to do Ben Shapiro impersonations? Every single one of these videos we've watched, they try to do it in Ben Shapiro's voice.
Because he's got a funny voice, Adam.
I never feel any need to do the Shapiro impersonation.
Is he going to dunk on Ben Shapiro?
He's definitely going to dunk on him. He thinks doing the impression is dunking on him.
I don't think Vosh is taller than Ben Shapiro. I don't think he can dunk on him.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Is Vosh a shorty?
I thought he was.
He doesn't look short. He doesn't look midgetal. He looks regularly proportioned, right? I mean,
Well, you saw him in person, Adam.
I did, yeah.
Yeah. How tall is he next to Destiny? That's the real question. That's how you find out the height.
He's the same height as Destiny.
Okay. Well then, how tall?
Destiny's very small, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Destiny
I
is
see.
surprisingly not as short as you think he was. Like he's a little bit shorter than me, but not so short. I'm 5'10", so
Sure you are.
everyone talks like Destiny is like 5'5".
I always wonder about what's going on, like, because they have some of these guys, you can't really tell how tall they are on YouTube. And I always wonder, I mean, I know they have, for Lord of the Rings, they used midgetal effects, and midgetal effects is making, regular sized people look smaller, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have some kind of reverse of midgetal effects where they make little people look bigger on YouTube? Because I mean, Vosh looks pretty big here. So I'm wondering, I don't have access to anything like that on my YouTube channel. Not at all. What you see is what you get, unfortunately.
You just got to angle your camera a little differently.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah.
That's all it is. Yeah.
I mean, I'm 6 feet tall. I'm not worried about being or looking like a midget. I'm just saying,
Just put the camera really close, angle it looking upward at you. You're like towering over the camera.
Then it'll look bigger.
Yeah.
That sharing is caring. Now, as I understand it, sharing is caring is not actually a scientific principle. This is scientifically non-falsifiable, and
What is
I
sharing
am
is
deeply
caring?
disturbed that they are militating scientific thought with, what are you talking about?
That is a theory-based idea.
No, wait,
It's an idea. Yes.
People.
So he's making this crazy argument that because in the beginning he said that gender has nothing to do with science, which again, that's an argument, that's a discussion, that's not an agreed upon principle. So he's saying, well, if you go to your preschool and they teach you general moral philosophy that everyone agrees with, like sharing, you should share with people, you shouldn't be an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
That therefore that equates to, well, it's okay for kindergartens and other schools to teach the gender spectrum, because sharing is caring is not a scientific principle, but it's a question of moral philosophy that basically aligns with the liberalism values that our society agrees with and is not contentious, where the gender issue is a contentious topic, is not agreed upon by everyone, Vosh.
Not even close.
No.
Well said. I agree.
Sometimes I just nod along, Ethan.
There's no
what point are you making, Sitch? Dumb it down for me.
Well,
he's saying that like sharing is caring is not the same thing as the gender spectrum. One is completely made up bullshit, and the other is just a good way. It's like the golden rule. It's an agreed upon moral and ethical philosophy that makes people happier to live together, and doesn't involve getting to urinate next to 8-year-old girls.
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, that's the kind of sharing you don't want to do.
Right.
Right. So
when it comes to public education, everyone agrees on sharing is caring. Okay, so you don't need to have a debate.
I got you. Yeah.
Don't agree on the gender issue.
He's trying to say that like sharing. I've never heard this sharing is caring thing. I guess.
Well, he's trying to say that Ben Shapiro is incorrectly framing the argument as being anti-scientific when it has nothing to do with science. And he's saying, okay, sharing is caring has nothing to do with science. It's like, right, but no one is making the argument. Yeah. No, not only does no one disagree with the philosophy of that, but of the golden rule, but no one is arguing that we shouldn't teach sharing in school for some science reason. This is a complete insane, like gaslighty position.
He likes it though. You can see his smile happening there.
He's so happy about it. Yeah, he's like, I made the sharing is caring argument. Am I not cool or what?
I like it. Yeah, I like Vouch.
Express themselves on a spectrum. So you learn that.
That's a social point.
People don't really express themselves on a spectrum. People either shoot for like male, female, or now non-binary, which I don't even really think non-binary is somewhere on the spectrum, because it's like undiscernible what gender you are.
Well,
not a scientist.
Well, I don't agree. It depends how you define spectrum, Adam. Because I mean, there is definitely a look we could look at and say, oh, this is the most masculine way to look, and this is the most feminine way to look.
Right.
And yet there's a lot of middle ground in between that. And I guess that would be the spectrum,
I disagree.
Right?
What are you saying? Like the person is 3/4 of the way to male? They're 1/4 female, 3/4 male? Come on, that's not really a thing.
If you have
that's not a thing.
No, okay. So you have a woman, she's wearing high heels. Okay, she's got
no underpants.
No underpants on. Okay, short skirt. She's got the shirt with the push-up bra, the tits popping out.
Right.
Okay.
Female.
She's got the lipstick, the bright lipstick on. She's got the long eyelashes, the eyeshadow.
Female.
Okay?
Yeah.
Her hair's did up, right? Okay,
You're
that
describing
is like
a female.
Right. This is like the most.
But that's not a spectrum.
Feminine. No, but wait, that's not what I'm saying. Like this is like we would say this is the ultra feminine, ish spectrum. Okay, but then it's like, okay, well, here you have a woman. She's wearing a pantsuit, right?
Hillary Clinton.
Makeup on. You got Hillary Clinton. She's got a little bit
masculine.
of makeup
That's
on,
the
right?
man right there.
But she's so okay. So I was saying there's a spectrum.
But I'm saying she's on the other. She's completely on the other end of the gender spectrum.
Well, no, how many? No, because how many? The
no,
kind
maybe
of pantsuit
non-binary
that a woman wears. You never see a guy wear that kind of pantsuit.
Yeah, that's true.
Prince.
Okay.
Except for Prince.
Exactly. Prince.
And maybe
there
MC Hammer occasionally if you make it really big. Yeah.
Yeah, because gender is social.
Meaning we express ourselves
hold on.
based in different languages. Is that something you teach in science class, or is that something that you teach when you're teaching language?
You don't teach gender in science class. Wait, Ben. You aren't taught about the gender spectrum in science class, are you? I was never taught the gender spectrum in science class.
What? Bill Nye the Science Guy literally made a Netflix special on the gender spectrum. What the fuck is he talking about?
It's Bill Nye the Social Guy. Okay,
do you remember Bill Nye the Science Guy made that cringy gender as a spectrum? I think you did a video on it, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
I can't believe they got Bill Nye the Science Guy. It's so ridiculous.
Maybe like only to differentiate it from sex? Like here's sex, but like here's gender, it's in another thing? Are they teaching?
Well, and this is such bullshit too, because again, he's making it sound like everyone agrees that gender is not science; it's some social construction purely. Which the APA, the people that write the fucking DSM-5, who come up with the criteria of whether you have gender dysphoria or not, they believe that gender has biological components to it. So Vosh is just pulling this completely out of his ass. He's pulling this completely out of his, gender studies nonsense and just passing it off to everyone like this is accepted science.
Yeah.
Or not science in this case.
Accepted sharing is caring science.
It's accepted Scientology.
Yes.
Right.
Definitely.
Scientism.
Scientism.
Kids the gender spectrum in science class? I was never taught gender in any class. I was taught there were boys and girls.
That's not the reason you were taught that is because this whole gender nonsense.
Yeah, totally.
Didn't exist when you went to school.
Can you imagine? I can't imagine being in a class and them like trotting this stuff out. I would have been like, what? What the fuck is happening here?
Yep.
He's not sure about the point he made there.
Whether the fact that people want to express themselves on a spectrum, on a gender spectrum, whether that fact is something you want to put in a sociology class or in a science class, maybe that remains to be determined. But
I love this, dude. He had to know who he was talking to with Ben here. The fact. Oh my God. By the way, high school sociology classes, yes, please. They don't exist right now for the most part. Please, God, put them in. They'll fix so many problems.
He's using fact. Wait a second. He said absolutely nothing. Why do these people congratulate themselves over nothing? The fact that people want to express themselves on the gender spectrum doesn't mean anything to me. The fact is I don't care, and I don't have to acknowledge it if I don't want to. I don't have to play the game just because factually there's a small percentage of humanity that wants me to put my pronouns in my Twitter bio, call them weird made up words. The fact is that I don't have to. It's not based in science or anything other than the desires of a very small minority of people. And factually, I don't have to give a shit.
Yeah,
thank you.
Exactly.
True.
Facts don't care about your felines.
Oh, and it's Vosh does this thing supposedly where he pretends like he's never watched these videos before, and he's reacting to them for the first time. And then
it seems like he is. Frankly, he doesn't have anything. Like there's nothing. He hasn't said anything yet that. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, it seems like he's does this weird performative thing for his audience where he basically is like, oh my God, Neil deGrasse Tyson is totally sticking it to Ben Shapiro right now.
Right.
Look, he's in his face. He's totally got him by the collar. He's shaking him. Oh, Ben Shapiro is he's getting ready to pass out. When really Neil deGrasse Tyson is the one this whole time who seems like he's like, oh my God, am I going to say the wrong thing here?
He's sweating bullets. Yes.
He's on very shaky ground.
Totally.
Tyson is. He doesn't really know what his point is.
Totally.
He has no solutions to anything that make any sense, that make life simpler, that make life understandable. It's all bullshit. Ben is just like, so he's saying, he uses the word fact to just say people do want this anyway, to which we can say anything that we want to that. We can say, well, no, or we can say, sure,
exactly.
we should be
right.
We should be kind to these people and play along with them and whatever, if they say that they're dragonkin or two-spirit, sure, Looney Tunes, any of that stuff, that's fine. But there isn't a real point being made here. And the question of how do we let athletes, who gives a shit? I mean, who cares? Why is this a discussion? We have starving people in Detroit.
I worry about that though, because I know people like I feel exactly the same way. Like I could care less about sports. Sports have never been like a meaningful part of my life. You probably watch sports more than me. Aren't you into baseball, Ethan?
I watch the Phillies. I love my Phillies.
Yeah, so some people's sports gives complete like meaning to their life. It's like how they structure their life. Like I've had friends that play sports. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've had friends that play sports and just live and die for sports this, sports that. And I do feel bad for those people because this is some huge part of their life.
People.
Yeah, see, I just can't bring myself to do that.
Well, first of all, it's not people who
it
doesn't affect people who care that much about sports.
Fuck
it affects people
those
that care.
people. I know you care about sports, but fuck you.
It affects people that care about sports, but specifically female sports, which is even a smaller subsection.
Well,
of the sports graph.
That's just weird. I mean, if you care about
but there's a reason that the conversation is structured this way. Okay, which is that because Ben Shapiro didn't ask Neil deGrasse Tyson about sports. He asked him about teaching trans issues to children in school.
Yeah,
and Neil pivoted to making it about sports.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's because this entire conversation is him kind of trying to say nothing, but sound like he's saying something. And so then it makes sense that he's going to pivot to the most inconsequential part of that argument, which is the sports question.
Well, that's a good analogy.
Like me, his gender is sports carer. We care about sports, and you have denied my humanity tonight. And damn you for that. Thank you.
I think you're the only sports carer here.
Yes.
So
that's true. Some people in our audience care about sports.
We want to see it in your bio, Ethan.
There's at least 5 people in our audience that care about sports.
No, there's probably more people than that. A lot of people like sports, though.
About real society.
Well, of course, nobody's denying that people identify how they want to identify.
So.
What's going on here? This is the performative part right here.
Yes.
He's looking for his masculinity.
The question is, what is the relationship of that to biology? Meaning that the argument is made that trans women are women.
No, you can't. This is what I mean. How can anyone take Ben seriously where he's like, they're teaching gender, which is unscientific. But actually, no. I know that gender is theory and not science, but what's its relationship to sex? Well, and then he ignores the fact that other people say sex and gender are different, and then he's like, because they're saying trans women are women. Well, in gender or sex? What do you mean? It's like, this is what I meant. Like, Ben Shapiro's statements on this.
Should schools be allowed to teach creationism and Christianity and prayer in school and then say, well, it's not science, Fosh. It's just philosophy.
Teach the controversy, man.
Teach the controversy, yeah.
Some people want to identify as young earthers. And I don't think that anybody should be denying their humanity.
That's right. That's right.
They are humans, yeah.
The only one I know barely is human. That's Smiller.
Is he a? Oh yeah, he is a young earther. He's totally a young earther.
He told me, he's like, there were triceratops in China as recently as 300 years ago. I said, no, there fucking
300?
Yes. I said, no, there weren't. He said, Marco Polo saw him. I said, bullshit.
What? He wrote him in his journal or something?
Yeah, that's what he said.
How did he get that fact?
He drew a picture of a triceratops in his little notebook. And he wrote it. That's how he delivered spices to the Mongolians. So,
yeah.
Science,
of a
guys.
person, not just who's wrong, but of a person who doesn't care whether what they're saying is right, and they just have talking points to go through. You know what I mean? Like, what he...
The projection off the charts.
Just said is self-evidently incorrect. Gender isn't scientifically correct, or like gender isn't a science, so why is it being taught in science? Okay, well, it's not being taught in science, but people are saying it's different from sex, but I say it's not different from sex. It's like, but like, he's not actually answering or responding to anything. He just has his talking points.
Again, this whole thing, you are so right. I gotta say, Sitch is a real genius, because what Sitch is trying to put across to the people in the chat, and this is something that Vouch will never understand, is that gender here in this discussion could easily be replaced with young earth Christianity. Easily. We have the same conversation here. It's not science, but it's how people want to identify. It's what they feel. It's philosophical. And frankly, it's not going to be taught in science class, but maybe it could still be taught in the school somehow, because sharing is caring. That's the same exact philosophy as this kind of, literal Christianity. And, there you go. What are you afraid of, bigot? And by the way, what are we going to do with the young earth Christians in sports teams? How are we going to work that out? Doesn't seem like it's a problem, interestingly enough.
Vosh would love it if Vosh would lose his mind if they actually started teaching young earth creationism in school. Like, he would be totally livid about something like that.
Right.
This stuff
just don't put it in science class. Put it in your moral class, your morality class, right?
Yeah, it's not science, but again, it's just what are we going to do with these people? We've got to do something.
I think teaching the young earth creationism is probably less dangerous. I mean, I wouldn't do it. I'm not advocating for teaching it, but I'm just saying you'd get less of probably less of the gender confusion going on if they just taught. People would be pissed when they found out that when they actually got into a college geology course, they'd be totally upset at you. They'd feel lied to, but
but who cares? Does it really matter?
dangerous.
Does it matter if you believe Earth is 8,000 years old?
What does if you're in geology? As soon as you get into geology class and they're like, the Earth is billions of years old, you're like, they lied to me. They fucking lied to me.
No, the new people are lying to you. The people who are telling you, no, it's billions. You go prove it. Those fossils are put there.
Right.
Your college geology teacher, you're like, fuck you, 6,000 years. I'm dropping this class, you moron.
That's right.
That's not going to happen, though. I don't.
What that
Vosh is like advocating for them teaching sociology in grade school. I'm not sure Vosh's brand of sociology. I wouldn't be down for them teaching that in grade school.
Well,
no, he was actually advocating for gender reassignment surgery at birth earlier.
Really?
That's what he was. Yes, you didn't hear him say that. He was just saying, look, we immediately.
I guess he was.
Yeah.
Kind of the implication of what he was saying was advocating for that.
Yes, he was saying, holy cow, those people are trans, but they're more convincingly female or male than people who decided they were trans in their 20s or 30s. So should those people be allowed to compete?
Yeah.
And I'm just going to say no. I'm just going to just say no. Solve the whole problem like that. Just a blanket
seems to
no.
mean is that trans women are identical to women. Now, if people want to say trans women are not biological women, obviously that is the case. But people don't seem to want to say that. Although
Everybody, hold on, depending on what you mean by biological women, everybody knows that trans women are not biologically the same as cis women. Every human ever has said this. This is what, like, Ben will sit here and he'll be like, well, nobody's willing to recognize that being trans and being cis aren't the same thing. Everybody knows that. This is a common.
But what is? This is the gaslighting. This is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
What is the entire point of the slogan "Trans women are women"?
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was like, what is he talking about?
There has been, and there still is, a concerted effort to deconstruct the category of woman.
Right.
So much
Yes.
that there is no difference. I mean, we did this video. This is the Thought Slime video where he was
Yes.
criticizing super straights, saying, well, how can you have a sexual orientation where you're only attracted to cis women?
Mhm.
Well, that only makes sense if you're saying there's no difference between cis and trans women, Vosh.
Even the women-only spaces. The whole reason that they can say, what do you mean? There's still women-only spaces. Don't you know? Trans women are women. They are just the exact same as biological women. So technically, it's still a women's only space. Shut up. What are you talking about? Right?
Right.
Yeah. So it's a huge difference. It's a giant difference.
I mean, they just released the emoji, the pregnant man emoji.
Oh my God.
So,
Holy shit.
I don't know.
I thought they were making fun of me when they released it. I thought that
Oh
was
no.
just- no, they
Why
weren't. Okay.
Why wasn't I getting any royalties? What's going on here?
Yeah. I got a belly.
Reactionary argument where they will straw man absurd positions to their opponents and then try to convince their audience that
Vosh talking about straw manning is just,
I know.
I mean, it's a bridge too far for me. It's like, what?
This is Adam's law. He stole your law.
He's straw manning everything.
Yes.
everyone on the
Oh, is he saying 90% of arguments are straw man?
Well,
on the
no,
other
he's
side?
saying only right wingers do this. Is what he's
Only right winger straw man?
Yes.
Vosh is
everybody
saying
knows
this?
that. This is a common reactionary argument where they will
Common reactionary arguments. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
straw man absurd positions to their opponents and then try to convince their audience that everyone on the opponent's side believes that.
although that is obviously
That is Adam's law.
That's projection. That's wow. That's amazing.
Yep.
scientifically true. Trans women are not biological women. Biological women are biological women.
But where are you going with this? What is your what
Where you going with this?
what are you trying to accomplish by asking yourself,
What are you doing,
is
man?
it science or is it not science? It's people in society.
But this is a perfect example of an area where suddenly it doesn't matter to say things that are just true. Like why is it bad or wrong to point out?
I have another way to approach this.
He didn't even have a counter argument. His response was, "How is it bad for me to say it?" What? He was asked where is he going, and because he didn't have an answer, he just has to say, "Well, I can say it if
And
I
why do you
want."
need to be going
He has
somewhere?
nothing-
He said it's true though. So why is it bad to say that? It's just a fact that's true. So what's the problem? You're like, where are you going with that? No, Neil deGrasse Tyson was the one who was sitting there saying, well, what's your agenda there? He doesn't have an agenda except for truth and justice.
Right.
You're the ones with an agenda. Thank you.
Well,
I
True.
could be
Yeah.
I could be one of these YouTubers too,
go for it.
shouting about this shit.
There's also a larger context here that Vosh is completely unaware of because he didn't watch the whole interview, which is the topic that Ben posed to Neil deGrasse Tyson was, let's talk about situations where both the left and the right will deny science for political reasons. So that's the entire topic, and whether we should just study things because they're true or not. So that's why Ben said it, not because he couldn't answer the question. But this is Vosh assuming bad faith for everyone.
Yeah.
It's empty.
I care what is objectively true in the world as a scientist. But let me not say even as a scientist. I just simply care what is objectively true. And science happens to be a pretty potent path to invoke, to find out what is true. And so if people express themselves on a gender spectrum and that is an actual thing in an actual society, if we have not fully explained that scientifically, that's an interesting frontier to study. If you want to say it's only sociological, then it's the purview of the social sciences.
I didn't.
He's so impressed with that.
All Vosh does is like.
I was just like, that is really fucking stupid what you just said.
Yeah,
and
totally.
Vosh is like, yeah, got it.
I feel exactly the same way. I'm like, what is he smiling about?
Didn't expect to come out here coming in so hard in Neil deGrasse Tyson's corner. I thought this was going to be painful. This fucking rocks. This slaps, dude. This is awesome.
I don't care who studies it. It's an interesting fact about society that's worth learning about. If to fight someone and say it's not biological, it's just your this, it's real and it's there.
Well, so is all mental illness. Now stop acting like a chimpanzee, Bausch. You could just, Ben is trying to be polite by saying, yes, it's a mental illness. It's called, gender dysphoria. You want me to be involved in it. You want me to treat it like something that it isn't. Mm-hmm. I'm not really too keen about making people feel bad about themselves. I'm also not too keen about restructuring society to accommodate people, nor am I interested in supporting it and encouraging others to behave this way. Not really something that I want to get into. And then you've got Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, but it exists. It actually exists. And Ben is just like, well, yeah, lots of things exist. And Bausch is just like, whoa! Why am I here? Why are you guys watching this? It's a fucking waste of time. This is absolute. All right, I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. It's your show. Right.
No.
Well, that was actually the purpose, because we watched the clip and we talked about it pretty in depth for like 20 hours.
Yeah, totally.
And then we were showing like, all the Breadtubes reaction and how shallow the reaction to this video was.
We watched the video ahead of time and basically gave our commentary. We're kind of looking at their commentary and kind of doing a compare and contrast. So, but how much longer do you want to go, Sitch? Do you want to move on?
This was the last part.
No, I want to see more about. Like Vaush is going to start throwing his excrement pretty soon. He's really.
No, I know
about
you
this.
got it. You nailed it. He's like, oh my god, destroyed. Do you listen to Scott Adams at all? I think I've heard you say. He talks about like the 2 movies, 1 screen thing, which I think is interesting. Where, like, when our first time through, when we were watching Neil deGrasse Tyson, like he's totally punting, like he's totally bullshitting. He's worried more about getting canceled than actually saying the truth. And we even went back and looked at like when he's talking about climate change and stuff like that. He's not afraid to step on any toes. Fuck, the science is a science. Yeah, exactly. So it's just it's kind of weird to see him in this weird situation, and the fact that this video is close to 2 years old, and I don't think Vosh knows that this video is 2 years old. Like, Ben Shapiro basically trolled the shit out of all of them. He just posted a clip, and now they're all responding to it. So
and this whole question, I mean, this is a total punt on Neil, and I guess Vosh, because he's advocating for this point about it doesn't matter if it's nature or nurture, because, and we talked about this earlier, they're making a moral argument about acceptance that's based upon these arguments about whether something is biological or not. And that's the foundation of all these moral arguments. Like, oh, okay, you have to accept, homosexuality because you're born that way. That was the argument that was made for 20, 30, 40 years. You're born this way. And to just suddenly say, well, this argument doesn't matter anymore is ludicrous, because if people are making choices, if someone made the choice that they want to dress up as the opposite sex and take other hormones, and they have no biological reason for that choice, why should we restructure society for that person? Why should we restructure sports for that person? So you can't just say that the question doesn't matter.
It's just, I mean, I think people should be polite and kind. But I mean, you're basically asking for society to be polite and kind. You just have to be aware of that. Be polite and kind. If they want to be called their pronouns, go ahead and call them their pronouns if you want to. If you don't want to, it shouldn't mean the end of your life and career. And that's the problem People like Gina Carano said, "Oh, you want me to put my pronouns? You can't tell that I'm a voluptuous, beautiful woman by just looking at me. Okay, my pronouns are beep, bop, boop." And now she has no life or career. They utterly destroyed her over that. That is how you know these people are right. That's how you know they're just. That's how you know they're benevolent. That's how you know that this isn't agenda. It's science, and it's where society should be going. More people should just have their lives utterly castrated to help people. Or to support these people and just go along with societal trends like this.
I hope you're being sarcastic.
Of course, everything I say these days is sarcastic, Adam. I'm so tired of this shit.
No,
but yeah, I mean,
totally feel you.
You can tell. I mean, the benevolence of this movement. It isn't benevolent. It is the people who are behind it and supporting it. I'm not talking about the people. Trans people themselves. I'm saying the people who have made this into an agenda are utterly malevolent.
Totally.
Putting your pronouns in your Twitter bio or we destroy you is malevolent.
It's a power trip. Yeah, it's a total power trip. That's all they want to do is
don't think for a minute people care about that. Don't think for a minute SJWs actually care about any of this. It's just a new victim. It's just a new shield to use. And they're running out of them. I don't know what comes next after this. I think I've seen maybe 2 or 3 trans people in my entire life. But this is the new thing that everybody's got to talk about. And once we're all in agreement about this, that, men who realize they're women or who have been women all along get to play basketball with little girls and use, female rights. Once we're all in agreement with that, and rest assured, we will be, because it's going to be our kids who have been indoctrinated by the internet that are going to finally make that political and social decision. What's next? What exactly is next? What is going to be the next human shield that SJWs are going to use to ram their agenda, their social and political agenda, down the throats of normal society? Because I don't know who else is left.
Critical race theory. Critical race theory. That's the next one.
Oh, that's a big one. Yeah.
I know, it's already coming. It's already coming.
After that, 12-year-old voting. That's going to be.
Come on, no, don't do that to me. Come on, let's move on to super chats.
Okay.
I agree with Ethan. Why are we watching this? What are we doing? Ethan has a campaign going on too. I want to invite Ethan on so he could pitch his campaign, his toy campaign. Ethan is an amazing comic book artist. He is the creator of CyberFrog, which is I guess CyberFrog is like the perfect character. What's not to know about CyberFrog? Like, it already, right? It's a robotic frog. And you guys know that I am crazy about robots
and amphibians.
How can I? Yeah, exactly. How can I not be crazy? Yeah, exactly. I'm actually jealous that I didn't come up with CyberFrog. I do have a character though, that is it's about a cybernetic mist that takes over a planet and basically infects all of the people on the planet. I'm calling it CyberFog. What do you think of it? What do you think, Ethan?
It's not that the idea is too close to mine, but just people might be confused by the word.
I'm not certain. So
I will have to sue the piss out of you.
I don't know if there's going to be any infringement, but
it's just a coincidence that Adam used the same font as you. Okay,
I know.
It's just a coincidence that the fog is somewhat frog shaped. It's a totally different property.
I understand, but we're still gonna have to sue you. I hope that's all right, and we can stay friends.
So Ethan is also. You want to give some of your backstory on Comicsgate for people who might not have heard? I don't know that there's a lot of overlap, but Sitch made a video that's pretty popular on Gamergate, and it's so bizarre because I kind of see Comicsgate as an extension of Gamergate, but I know a lot of the guys in Comicsgate don't necessarily like that association. When I make it, they kind of. I know it's fun. You're laughing, Sitch, but I don't understand what the animosity is because I feel like Gamergate. I feel like Comicsgate is a more successful Gamergate. I think that's like a. Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, I would say, first of all, I don't know if there's any animosity. I feel like the Gamergate guys are our brothers. You know, their arguments completely made sense to me.
I feel
they
that
were
too.
lied about and demonized. And even still, like, you know, Gamergate is a malediction uttered by these perverts. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It seemed to me like, you know, a completely justifiable position to take if you are a video game enthusiast, which I am not. I work in comic books, which is a smaller industry, and therefore we're watching the effects of social justice warriors happen real time. They've moved in probably around 2010. They organized super quickly to take over the comic book industry. The weak males who work in comics made room for these radical feminists, radical leftists, and allow them to just annihilate characters that didn't belong to them, and then also to gatekeep people that might speak out against them or disagree with them. So now the comic book industry is filled with people who are terrified for their jobs, to speak out against social justice and to speak out against radical progressivism and all of these things that have infected and are ruining, you know, the comic book business. They found out I was a Trump supporter. They found out by sending me a night letter in the form of an email that said, "How could you vote for Trump? Don't you care about your, you know, LGBTQ peers in comics?" And I said, "No, not particularly. You know, I mostly care about other issues. That's why I'm a Republican. Care about my family. I care about low taxes. I care about keeping the military strong." Well, they passed this around amongst themselves and all organized to agree to never work with me and get me unpersoned in the comic book industry, where I had labored for, you know, 20 years, producing some pretty classic comics like Green Lantern Rebirth, Flash Rebirth, which is the basis and foundation for the Flash TV show that's on right now, Sinestro Corps War, etc., New X-Men, etc., etc. And soon I found myself unemployed and unemployable in comics. So I joined this fledgling movement called Comicsgate because I experienced it firsthand, a movement of disenfranchised fans and professionals who did not want to tolerate this anymore. They thought that the, you know, social justice movement was poisonous to comics and we needed an alternative. So I started crowdfunding a comic book called CyberFrog. They laughed at me. I mean, they just laughed. They said, "Look what we did. He's got to crowdfund a frog comic. He doesn't get to work on the big toys anymore. He doesn't get to work on DC and Marvel properties. We've utterly destroyed him. He will be dead by the age of 50. To be fair, I'm not 50 yet, so I could be dead by the age of 50, but probably not. My book CyberFrog has now raised in excess of $4 million. Which is more than I would have made had I slaved the rest of my life for these big corporations, creating things that I don't own, while the comic book industry suffers and shrinks and collapses. I have moved on now. I've got a company called All Caps Comics. We're still producing CyberFrog. Other big professionals have joined us. If you know anything about comics, you know the name Dale Keown. He's the greatest Incredible Hulk artist of all time. Did a book called Pit in the 1990s. He's now a part of All Caps Comics. A big deal. It really is awesome. And now we've actually decided to try something new. I'm making action figures competitive with Hasbro. Hasbro has just been revealed to support and actually want to promote critical race theory. They want to indoctrinate your kids with their toy lines. It is absolutely insane. We have to build something that can actually compete with Hasbro and all of these other big corporations. So I've just started. I put these CyberFrog action figures out there. They're every bit as good as Hasbro. They're every bit as good as Todd McFarlane Toys. They're better because they come with no agenda except for, hey, we got to build this ourselves. We got to build something new. I would ask you guys, I'm new to this channel. There's a 1,000 people plus watching right now. If you are interested in supporting this campaign, if you're interested in supporting, my agenda that I share with Adam Friended, we're both comic skaters, take a look at these toys and maybe consider backing this campaign, purchasing a toy so that we can get over the finish line, which is an incredible $400,000. We're already almost 3/4 of the way there. I can't do this without the people. This is a grassroots movement. I'm counting on people of goodwill, people who recognize what's going on in the culture and want to put a stop to it, to support these campaigns and other Comicsgate related campaigns. Let's take back the comic book industry, or a version of it that we can actually keep free of this degeneracy, and let's create a new toy. Let's create the ability to make toys as well. Anyway, there's an image of the campaign there. I've got CyberFrog. I've got a book called Rainbow the Brute, in which we masculinize all of the female toy properties of the 1980s. You're going to love that, and many other projects. So thanks to everyone. Thanks, Adam, for letting me give this pitch. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you.
Stick around for a second, too, because we're like, Ethan has a great channel, too. You should subscribe to his channel. We've had Mahler on a couple of times. So it's definitely in the same vein as, you know, pop culture critique, that kind of stuff. I was watching your video today, and Sitch and I even talked a little bit about it before the show, because there is a controversy we could talk about here. There's this this He-Man thing that dropped just recently, and I saw you were going over Kevin Smith's commentary on it, and as I was doing the thumbnail for the show, I started listening to it, and Kevin Smith is, oh God, he's so bent. He thought he was making something that people were just going to be sucking his dick for days over. He thought, like, oh my God, people are going to love this. I'm going to be the new God. I'm going to be back on top. I'm going to be the it guy in comics again. And every single person is just like, what the fuck is this? He-Man dies in the first episode, and then he's gone for 5 fucking episodes. What the fuck is happening here?
And he's avenged by a bunch of lesbians. So yeah, it's fantastic.
I know.
It's great.
Not only
well,
that.
This is the whole thing. This is the agenda. You know, Kevin Smith wasn't hoping to get his dick sucked over this. He was, well, maybe he was. Maybe
he was.
Is, but,
he was. Come on, it's California. He was.
But here's the thing. You know, he's not a He-Man fan, and neither am I. But he signed up to, you know, to do He-Man, the Masters of the Universe, which is a toy property that nobody over the age of 40 remembers or cares about, or nobody under the age cares about. But I mean, the title itself is problematic. He-Man, masculine men, are the masters of the universe. You knew that they were going to come for that. These feminists and progressives, you knew they had to come for that. What did they do? They killed him, and they had a bunch of shaved heads, super muscular, masculine lesbians take over as the new masters of the universe. I mean, it was so predictable, and he lied about it the entire time. And by the way, when asked about it, saying, hey, you destroyed something that a lot of people care about, he's like, you're in the minority. I talk to Netflix. They don't give a fuck what you think. And so their checks are cashing. I don't care. Oh, well, that is going on all over the place now. And you know, again, I don't really know what to do about it, except this. This is it. All we can do is get talented people of goodwill to create new stuff, because the stuff that was created before by people of goodwill is now being taken over, hijacked, and perverted by lunatics, by, you know, radicals.
They did even worse. And my wife mentioned this immediately. Like, she's like, what the fuck? He-Man's like this little twerp. He-Man was never a little twerp before he turned into He-Man. He was basically like a big buff guy that just, you know, he got the power, but he didn't physically change. They turned He-Man. He looks like a teen kid. It's crazy.
Is that true? I feel like that's not true.
That He-Man.
Well, no, his alternate ego. And Adam is saying something, and I'm biting my lip, because that's the one thing I agree with. And the thing, it's like the idea, like the old He-Man cartoon, the only reason why He-Man went from Prince Adam, who was equally buff, to He-Man, basically, in essence, he raised his sword and his clothes fell off. It didn't make any sense. Yes. Yeah, I mean, it's like this makes more. It's more of a Shazam thing, where it's like a weakling who gets power by raising up his phallic symbol and declaring that he has the power of masculinity, which is what it is, and then he kind of becomes this big, you know, muscular guy.
So you like so you like the part
that change made sense to me. Yeah,
I understand, because because I'm looking at pictures in the original was it the 80s that first He-Man was around?
Sure.
That your wife is probably referencing. Yeah, Prince Adam is the same. He's like just the same.
He's
as He-Man.
identical. Yeah, basically.
Because I never saw the original. I only saw in the 2002 version, which I never gave a shit about. But even in that version, he started off as like a little scrawnier kid who would become He-Man. So.
Oh, really?
The reason why it didn't work was because they were too cheap to make a separate mold for the Prince Adam toy. Understand? So they just went ahead.
Yeah.
That's all it
really?
was.
That's why they
just
changed
painted
it
in purple. Yeah.
That's funny. That's
hilarious.
I mean,
hilarious.
Yeah. They would. Well,
I thought I was never a He-Man fan, so I didn't necessarily know. But I thought, in the vein of what you're saying about how, you know, the feminists are basically saying, you know, this movie screams the patriarchy rules. We have to fucking take this down. Like, this is a target. He-Man is on the list of things that they want to defile. It seemed like they made him super effeminate, super not even really. I mean, you can be small and still be masculine, but I mean, you want to call me metrosexual, Ethan, man. He's like 10 times worse than that.
Yeah, but you're when I say metrosexual, I just mean you put gel in your hair and you wear problem spectacles. I don't mean that there's anything effeminate about you other than that. You know, but there is there was definitely an agenda there. They saw that as a hill worth taking. They wanted to capture He-Man. They captured G.I. Joe already. They're working on Barbie. I think they're doing a pretty good job of destroying Barbie. You know, they basically see these landmarks, these cultural landmarks, and say, we need to plant our flag there, pervert it, corrupt it, change it, and use it as both simultaneously a way of establishing and announcing our power over the culture and politics, but also perverting your kids. And, you know, they're doing it on properties that sometimes don't really matter. I mean, He-Man doesn't really matter. It's not relevant. It hasn't been relevant for years, but they're doing it on Blue's Clues. You know, it's like everyone's kids. My kids watch Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
And they're using that. They've taken over Blue's Clues.
Wait, they took out the sexy women in Blue's Clues?
No. They have a gay pride parades with trans.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Yes, I remember that.
Cross dressers who are sitting there going, "It's all about love," you know, and all this stuff. And it's like, all right. So they know what they're doing, and they're very, very good at it. And you know, in a way, it's like you can fight back, but they laugh at you when you fight back. So really the only thing that you can do is create something new and gatekeep it. And it isn't such a revolutionary thing to do. Walt Disney did it. Stan Lee did it. We should be able to do it too.
You're going to get in big trouble. You're going to get in big trouble for saying that, Ethan. Like, Comicsgate is avidly against any kind of gatekeeping. Just uttering the word gatekeeping and.
No, wrong. We're based on gatekeeping. Whoever said that we're against
that's a new thing. I remember getting a huge hard time from a lot of people in
No, we're
against.
No, Adam, you're
gatekeeping. God damn it, Ethan! Why are you gatekeeping me?
Only morons would say that. I gatekeep my channel. You know, I gatekeep my promotion. I'm keeping people out of it that don't belong here. People who don't agree with my personal agenda do not get my support. And my agenda is to be able to create things new and keep SJWs away from them. So that's the thing. Gatekeeping is bad when SJWs are trying to gatekeep people from mainstream pop culture institutions in order to make them one particular viewpoint, to use them for propaganda masquerading as entertainment, and to silence all other political voices while declaring that comics have always been political, which is a lie. That is the gatekeeping issue. When it comes to Comicsgate, it's all about gatekeeping. It's right in the name. Keep these people out of our new stuff, or else they'll kill it. Simple as that.
So you mean gatekeeping the SJW like agenda, basically?
100%. Yeah.
That makes sense. So Kevin Smith didn't really do a good job of gatekeeping the SJW agenda in the He-Man thing. I'm looking at this Tila character and I'm going, man. I don't want to fight this chick in an alley. Are you kidding me? She's fucking buff as can be.
She's a man.
I noticed something funny with the character design, because if you look at like the old He-Man character designs, everyone, male and female, they're all like half naked. They're all wearing, you know, little wrestling leotards and no shirts, basically. Yeah, every character, regardless of gender, is half naked. But then in this new one, they retained all the men being half naked, but the women are all very dressed a lot more modestly. So it creates this very strange visual difference between the male and female characters.
Yeah.
Like they're all repressed wearing, the burqas.
I did watch the Kevin Smith podcast. You played some clips from it, Ethan, and man, Kevin Smith was expecting just a way different reception. And I felt like it's like affected him. I feel like he's not hiding anything. He's saying, the higher ups don't care. It's no big deal, But he does seem like he's affected by the fan reaction not being very good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not
We'll
really
see.
sure. He certainly does look thinner as he's quitting. He's having trouble eating. Lost his appetite. I don't really. I don't know how he personally feels. I know that what he said in that interview was extremely passive aggressive and offensive. He was saying, "Hey, feel free to just complain all you want about this. What I'm doing. It doesn't make a fucking difference. Netflix has millions, hundreds of millions of subscribers. You're a very small percentage of them, and fuck you. Sorry. Complain all you want. I was 20 years old once too, which is like saying, I remember my first beer. It's an extremely demeaning thing to say to a fandom that you have just deliberately and intentionally, aggravated.
Yeah.
Well, it's also not true. I mean, obviously Netflix keeps the numbers of who watches
Hell
what
yeah,
show.
they do.
And if no one's watching the He-Man show, they're obviously not going to renew it.
He also, Ethan, I think you might have just did the clips, and I actually was listening to the whole podcast, and he was talking about how they want to do like 100 of these things. And like, if the fan reaction is super bad and the numbers are bad, like they're not going to make 100 of these. Obviously, it's going to be like a flash in the pan. So I think it's a little bit of internet tough guy, him saying, "Oh, it doesn't matter, fuck you guys."
Of course.
But he was like, I'm a real fan. Please, like, accept me. There was a little bit of like tail between his legs.
Well, the problem is that his movie, he used to make feature films.
Totally.
And that is over.
Totally.
So the reason why he still managed to keep some geek cred, despite the fact that he enthuses to the point of tears over things that are mediocre, and people know that he has become a shill. So he is a prime target to be captured by social justice warriors to be, hey, you don't have anything else to do. How about a He-Man cartoon? This is the hill we wanted to take. You're going to make it like this. This is what you're going to do. And he did it. So, what's after this for him? I'm not really sure. I guess the hope is they're going to appreciate the favor that I did for them, the political favor that I did for them, to the point where they're going to give me more work. But they never really seem to reciprocate. I think, they're going to use him. He might get 2, maybe 3 seasons out of this, and then he's out of here. The fans have turned on him. It was a bad deal. It's a real bad deal for him.
He's saying that episodes like 6 through 10 are still yet to drop, and he's claiming that He-Man is center stage in these next 5 episodes, which I don't understand. How the fuck do you go 5 episodes or 4 episodes? Because He-Man is pretty prominent in the first episode. How the fuck do you go 4 episodes and He-Man's not even in the story? Like, I watched the first one and the second one, and like He-Man isn't even there in the second one. Like, why is it even called He-Man?
It's called Masters of the Universe Revelations. Remember that.
Yeah.
The revelation is that women are the masters
real
of the
master.
universe.
Oh my God.
It's all right there, dude. It's all right there. They knew what they were doing. That this is one big. They're here to troll and abuse the fans, and
he gained he gained so much cred from like mall rats. And I don't know. I kind of see like Kevin Smith pissing his legacy away with all this stuff. He did seem pretty demoralized in that podcast. But
yeah, you're right. The title of it is not He-Man, Adam. It's Masters of the Universe.
Oh, okay.
So that's the answer to your question. That's why he's not in the first couple episodes.
They're
very
like,
much.
You think we're gonna make a show with man in it? What are you, crazy? Come on. That's
I mean,
not how this works.
He was the original person to put his pronouns in the bio, so I thought they would like that.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that.
He-Man, it's right there in his name.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
He-Man.
I thought you were talking
Exactly.
about Kevin Smith putting
No,
pronouns in his bio. Does Kevin Smith have pronouns in his bio? I'm not exactly
That's a good
sure.
question. Let's look it up.
I promise you, yes, without even looking.
Really? I don't know. I looked up today to see if I was following Kevin Smith so I could unfollow him. But
There
I
you
wasn't.
go.
I wasn't following him.
That'll show him.
I wasn't following him. So
See, these guys all have internalized misandry. I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all. I like being a guy. I dig it.
Yeah.
I think it's awesome. You
I
know?
do. I am definitely the more like misogynistic take on the show. That's for sure. So, but you know, it's okay. I feel like sexism is okay. Sexism is.
I love
I
that.
mean,
Yeah, chauvinism. Sure. Yeah.
There's so much sex. Like women are so fucking sexist. We just watched 2 Young Turks clips where all they did was like make fun of how tall Ben Shapiro is. They're totally going after his masculinity. It's like if chicks can do it, why can't we do it, right?
We can and should.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Making fun of women is a big part of my day. I'm not MGTOW. I like women. Women are sexy, fertile goddesses. I absolutely adore them. I like those kind of women. I don't like this other kind of woman that looks like Tila, shaved head, pissed off, mentally ill, weird, hates me. I don't like that. You know, my bare minimum requirement of women is that they like me personally.
Give us your rundown on Rainbow the Brood is still open, correct?
Yeah.
I really like your Rainbow the Brood idea.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
this is fucking amazing. Go ahead and give us your.
Well, I mean, Rainbow the Brood is a story of a little boy who comes home from school and his sister has been in his toys and she's, put dresses on their He-Man and, put lipstick on him, made him have tea parties and he's sick of it. And, she tells him to go fuck himself, essentially. She's 8 years old. So he goes into her room with her toys and he decides to go into this whole imaginary world. And it's the world of Rainbow the Brood, taking all of these female, these little girls' toy properties from the 1980s and just running them through a high testosterone, toxically masculine filter. That's what we've done here. On the screen right now is a picture of Rainbow the Brood with his son, who is Rainbow the Brood had a one-night stand with Polly Pocket. They had this kid who was raised entirely in a village of women who are only able to bend at the waist. And he is, of course, the product of that. He is a submissive male, and his father hasn't been in the picture, but it's about time that he came into the picture. So the story is about Rainbow the Brood discovering the result of his one-night stand, his progeny, who was a sad, effeminate disappointment, and he is going to take him on a quest to teach him what it means to be a man. Along the way, they're going to choke slam some unicorns who are vile pests. They're going to meet the Onion Grove kids. They're going to fight the Monkikis, who are big smelly apes that want to suck your thumb, and also fight a whole village of commie elves. What else? Oh, he rides a steed called My Girthy Stallion. He says, he tells ladies, you want to ride my girthy stallion. A whole tribe of these incredibly fat horses that are muscular and high T. And it's just going to be a real fun time. And I hope you'll consider being a part of it. We have big talent also joining us with this book called Cool Story Bro, where we're going to take fairy tales and that are sort of for girls. And we are, again, going to run them through a high T filter. Kurt Metzger is writing one, he's writing Beauty and the Beast, which I cannot wait for. It's going to be fucking hilarious. We have the best talent working on this this book. Adam said no. We asked him. He said no, thanks.
Me?
So yeah, you.
I know I was never asked. I'm working on a comic book now, but it's my first comic book, and man, I fucking have so much respect for you guys, man. It is fucking
a lot of work.
Ethan said, I caught one of Ethan's live streams, and he said working on a page is like being submerged under 20 feet of water and fighting to get to the surface. And I was like, so fucking true.
Struggle.
Yeah, as someone who's working on a 48-page graphic novel myself right now, I can tell you, God, it's a fucking lot of work, man. It's a lot of work, and you want to do something amazing. I mean, I'm an artist. You're an artist. You understand. You want to blow them away. And I think, I mean, you're working on Wrecked Planet now. Wrecked Planet, I think you made $1.4 million on your Wrecked Planet campaign.
$1.2 million on the sequel to CyberFrog.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Ethan right now is in a situation where he is developing a comic book that people have paid $1.2 million for. Now our campaign, I think we're close to 50 grand. And I feel like I want to blow these people away. These people are so nice. Spend 50 grand on a fucking comic book. For me, first time comic book artist, I feel
Very
overwhelmed. I want to give
yeah.
I want to give them something amazing. But you, I mean, $1.2 million, this fucking thing better blow the fucking doors off. How much pressure is that? How much pressure is that?
It's not. Everything that I do is genius, unique, and wonderful. I'm not worried about it at all. And it's absolutely worth your support. It's worth backing. Cool Story Bro is going to be the #1 gift. We're going to get it into Barnes and Noble. It's going to be a great gift for girlfriends to give to their boyfriends, husbands, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be very, very funny. And Rainbow the Brute. It's hilarity. It's just a blast. You're gonna love Rainbow the Brute. He's a cross between like Conan the Barbarian, Popeye, and one of those Irish leprechauns that's always cursing under their breath and wants to fight. He's got a nice Irish accent. He's drunk all the time, and he beats the shit out of the Care Bears. So you're gonna love it. Be a part of it. Back it today.
There's a secondary story here too, which I'm super fascinated by, because you have like a bunch of industry pros that have been doing this stuff forever that are developing like a second book, right? It's other stories that are like Little Red Riding Hood or.
Well, I just told you that. It's called Cool Story Bro.
Oh, yeah. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah. We've got, John Malin did a 10-page story in
Story
which
Bro,
Little
right,
Red
yeah.
Riding Hood is a black kid in the in an urban environment, and he's fighting werewolves trying to get to his grandfather's house. There is oh my god, dude, Kenneth Roquefort did the Gingerbread Man as John Wick. It's incredible, dude. It's incredible. We got a bunch of stuff. I'm doing Bro White, which is the story of a fat gamer who will not get off his ass, so his wife tries to kill him with a cinder block. He runs out in the woods and finds a cottage in which there are 7 very servile midget women who wait on his wife, who serve his every interest. They feed him Doritos, they give him money, they rub his feet, they do his laundry while he plays video games.
This is where Gamergate should have gone right here. This is like the ending of Gamergate that I anticipated, but never happened.
We're making dreams come true, and we're raising boys the right way. You can let your little boy have Rainbow the Brute. It'll be good for him.
Yeah, some people in the chat are asking me to play the video. Do you want me to play the video? Do you care?
Yeah, you can. We're also doing, instead of Gem and the Holograms, we're doing Jim and the Homophobes. That is our take on that. Adam, that would be good for you to do if you want to do Jim and the Homophobes. They're truly outrageous. All right, now play the video.
That would be on brand for me. Yeah, totally. Whatever the homophobes are. I'm telling you, Ethan. I'm a storied homophobe. People tease me about it all the time. Like, I want a constitutional amendment against like public displays of affection. I think that they should be illegal.
I'm with you.
I don't know if you guys will hear it, but the audience will hear the video. I'll play the video really quick.
New from All Caps Comics, Rainbow the Brute, the last real man in fairyland. A tale of prismatic pain, a spectrum of brutality, and a pretty good dad. Choke slam a unicorn by backing it today, only on Indiegogo.
That does seem the choke slam a unicorn does seem a little SJW, like something they would really want to do. Like some of these furries are a little nuts. So
yeah, Rainbow the Brute uses a lot of wrestling moves, like the people's elbow. He's an off the top ropes kind of a brawler. So choke slamming a unicorn is just part of his repertoire.
Do you have any other campaigns that are open right now? Didn't you close up
CyberFrog 2 is closed. That's in fulfillment right now. CyberFrog Warts and All is in fulfillment right now. Yeah, this is it. I mean, Rainbow the Brood is still open, and the CyberFrog action figure campaign is still open. So that's what we're doing. I'm going to launch CyberFrog 3 maybe at the end of the year.
Now, Ethan has had me on his channel as well to promote Supervillains Anonymous a couple of times. And the first time I came on, Ethan was actually, I caught a live stream and Ethan was promoting the campaign without me there. And I felt terrible for not being there. So I jumped on just one time, and I jumped on, but I was actually stoned out of my mind. And I never get on live streams when I'm stoned. I actually went back to look for the live stream, and thank God Ethan set it to private. So I'm only telling the story right now so I can save myself the embarrassment of, but I usually don't jump on live streams when I'm stoned. But I just want to thank you for you've promoted my campaign a few times, our campaign, both Sitch and mine. So I do thank you for that.
Thank you for promoting mine tonight.
Yeah. Comicsgate is a great thing. You guys should check into it, especially if you're interested in comics, if you're interested in doing comics. I mean, it's been such a great resource for me, just being able to touch in with other people to find out how they're producing their books. And I mean, we're super excited about producing our book as well. So it should be fun.
Can't wait. I think I backed you.
It doesn't matter either way. I'll send you a copy once we're done. You can see Robot Hitler in all his glory. I'm actually pretty proud of the character design. I guess, I mean, so much of it is character design.
I was really spent a long time. Just the details of Robot Hitler just had to be perfect.
Pretty amazing, yeah.
It makes you question some things.
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
Oh my God. My co-author's Jewish. Is there a little? Is something going on here?
No.
Are you accusing me?
I know you're reading into something. I don't know what you're talking about, Adam.
Sitch is way worse than me. Way worse than me. I'm like, Sitch, do you really think? I mean, don't you think this is a little far? I mean, you realize people are going to see this on the page, right?
What do I say whenever I say stop being a pussy, Adam?
I know, totally. Sitch, we argued over this one page, and I was like, this is going to get us canceled, man. This is way too far. And Sitch fought for it. And then when I started drawing it out, I took it way further, like way further. Yep. So we're waiting. I want to make sure that we have a good portion of the campaign. And Ethan, you're here. I don't know. You could give us advice. Like, I don't really want to push the campaign super hard until we have a good, like a really good number of pages done and a really good idea on when we're going to finish it. Like, this is obviously my first time through. So I know some of these campaigns, they don't necessarily deliver. Mostly the SJW campaigns don't deliver. I don't think anyone in Comicsgate is not delivering their book.
Dude. Yeah, you look at Kickstarter, it is filled with like comment sections of angry people who are like, it's been 4 years, an update, please. Yeah, I can't believe that's actually the case. You wonder why more people are not crowdfunding. It's because they fucked over their backers on their first one.
I know. Oh my God.
Zoe Quinn did that very thing.
Yeah, you've got to be you got to get it on the ball. You got to deliver. You got to do it again and again and again and again. I would just say, I would promote it all the time, and I'd be working on it all the time. You can do both things.
Yeah, we do the show once a week, and you can see we have the graphic up, and we do mention it. We do super chats after the video, and we show fan art, and we promote then. So, yeah, it's super fun working on it, though. I'm working on it nonstop, constantly, so that's good. It's a lot of fun. You still enjoy doing your work, right? I mean, you still...
Yes, I love it. I love every single day. I'm happy. I hated. I didn't hate working in DC, but there was this kind of like, I don't know, this sense that it was kind of pointless. I didn't own any of it. It wasn't for me. I was giving away all of my time and energy for a paycheck, and I understand that that's what most people do. But creatively, I'd much rather own the product of my labor, and I own all of my characters now. Which is a wonderful feeling.
Yeah.
Great. That's true.
CyberFrog has been very good to you, which is great.
I would have thought. Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, cool. You want to read some super chats, Sitch?
Sure.
You don't have to stick around for super chats, Ethan. You're welcome to take off. Yeah, you can stick around either way.
I don't know if I know how to leave. I'm in this weird thing here. Let me see. Watch together. I've got a bunch of different.
The watch together is no longer up. You're in a Zoom meeting. I'm sure you've heard tons of Zoom talk from
Yes.
like it's not that strange. I
see.
I know most of us are used to StreamYards, but
yeah,
I think we started doing the show. We're on our 145th episode. So, and we started doing this show long before StreamYards was really even a thing. So we just kind of always stuck this way. So I apologize for it being kind of confusing, but
no problem.
Thanks for jumping in, man. You're a trooper.
Yeah, thanks for
I appreciate you guys. That was really, really fun. Thanks, chat, and I'll hopefully see you guys again soon.
Yeah. Take care, man.
Later. Okay. Super chats. The crappy robot. I sent a super chat so no one's yelling at us. We're supposed to read from some super chat. Sorry.
Oh, really?
I didn't even think to look.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Well, it's too late. Sorry, no one. We'll send it to him. Adam will DM him the super chat.
Sure, totally. We can do that. We can definitely do that.
The crappy robots for £5 says, when it comes to stereotypes, I disagree with Adam, but I still love him more than the Japanese love tentacle porn.
Really? That's a lot. Thank you. That's amazing.
I feel like that's a Watchmen ending reference.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So there you go. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, just woke up. Hey now, Butter Anvil. Weirdo with a cello for $5 says, Adam, tell Sitch to tell Mahler to tell Rags to tell Sitch that A-Team reigns supreme. Also, hi Rags, kick J. There you go.
And you guys will also be happy to know that I actually sent an email to Rags. I actually went to his channel and I clicked on his link for his Twitter, and obviously his account has been suspended, like so many of our colleagues on YouTube have lost their Twitter accounts. But I did find an email address, and I was like, okay, I'll send him an email.
There you go. Oh shit, I forgot. We should have asked Ethan while he was here. The most important question.
Oh no!
Did he fight a horse-sized duck? Yes. I totally forgot. We'll have to ask him next time. One horse-sized duck. For $5 says, Sitch, are you going to tell people? Are you going to tell your people what occurred? How you couldn't handle the strong, manly Russian air? How I kindly took you to the hospital. So, if you guys remember last week, a one horse-sized duck challenged me to fight in Chernobyl, right? That was the that was the location of choosing, and I didn't show up because I didn't want to die of radiation poisoning. So I guess he's saying this is a win for him now. So there you go. Did you hear about the Olympics thing? Speaking of Chernobyl, Adam, the South Korean news station in regards to the Olympics.
I did not. What happened?
Okay, so there's a South Korean news station that when the various Olympic teams came out, it would say like a random fact about the country, and it would display an image to represent the country. And so for like Italy, they had a picture of pizza.
Oh my God!
Represent
no,
Italy.
I don't like where this is going.
For Romania, they had a picture of Dracula.
I do not like where this is going.
And for the Ukraine, they had a picture of Chernobyl.
Oh my God.
To represent the Ukraine in South Korea.
Oh my God, how embarrassing.
Lots of people are very upset.
How embarrassing. Was it a troll? Do you think it was like some intern?
No, it was well, I don't know, maybe from the intern's perspective it was a troll, but like the channel's a real channel. It's like a real news channel in South Korea. So I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay.
I don't know. It could be a subtle troll. Canned Rain for £5 says, Been going through Adam's list of great literature, starting with Why Nations Fail and Kill a Kill. That's a
Oh, I like that.
I love that order. Why Nations Fail to Kill a Kill. That's a good order. What's next? A musical? That's right. What
Oh,
you gotta put
no.
some musical on your list, Adam.
A musical. I don't know. I'm gonna finish
Also,
that book
S
this
class
week.
is best class.
Oh, you snuck that one in.
You can, right?
The People Know, A Brief History of Anti-Populism. This book is good, man. I think I'm a populist. I really do. I feel it in my gut.
Okay.
What? I do.
Adam is one of those people who, whenever they read a book, it like changes their opinion completely. Like, I read this book. This book is the truth now.
A little bit. I mean, I've been drifting towards I've been saying that a lot about populism, so it's not just the book.
I just think it's fine because it's like, you're like, like I read an MMT book. I'm an MMTer now.
Well, if they make a solid argument, I mean,
sure, but usually, and this is a Scott Adams point.
You're like
okay.
Yeah,
if you talk to one side of the conversation in a vacuum, they're going to make a solid logical argument, right?
That's not true because that MMT book is full of commie garbage that just infuriates.
Oh, that's a good point.
That stuff infuriated you too.
Yeah. Well, it didn't infuriate me. I thought it was funny. I laughed whenever it came out.
The job programs that you picture, like they're envisioning, the jobs program will all have like concert in the park and fucking Shakespeare online.
Finally, all these blue collar workers can do their dream job of participating in theater. Yes, finally.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Adam is like Joe Rogan, except with books instead of people. There you go.
What is? Oh, is that a super chat?
No, it's just normal chat. Populism, I like this. Someone says populism is good, and then right under it, populism is bad because Vosh is a populist. I like this. Is the two sides.
Oh my god, that's awful.
I love it.
That's terrible.
That's funny. Drasnock for $10 says, so we know MMT now, but what about MVT, modern voting age theory? Just like MMT, you can print more votes by lowering the voting age as long as the amount of socialists decreases by the same percentage.
Really?
That's funny. I like it.
Did you see that, JD Vance is running for Congress now? I don't know if he's running for Congress or Senate. JD Vance wrote Hillbilly Elegy. That's his claim to fame.
Right.
I think he was anti-Trump at the beginning, but now he's kind of sucking up to Trump because he's running for election and he wants those voters. Do you know this? Is any of this sinking in?
I didn't know that he was running for Congress now.
JD Vance put out an idea that parents should get an extra vote for every child that they have, and they will be able to dispense that vote however they want.
It's the worst idea I've ever heard.
I know, but it's close. It's getting warmer.
But that completely destroys
close.
your argument because that's what I said. That's what I said happens basically when you lower the voting age.
Right.
Is that you're just giving more votes to parents. So.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't make the argument that you're disenfranchising the kids anymore because the kids do get a vote. Their parent just controls the vote.
Right.
You can't say, listen, these are American citizens that we're disenfranchising, right?
What's his logic?
That's my argument.
What's the rationale for this?
We shouldn't disenfranchise Americans. This is fucking America. What are you talking about?
No. What's his rationale for why parents should get extra votes per child?
Because those people are disenfranchised. Those people have a larger stake in the society.
I do not believe that JD Vance is making your argument. I don't believe this.
Well, I don't know that JD Vance is making.
That's what I'm asking. What's his rationale? Not what's your rationale. What's his?
I don't know what I don't know.
Oh,
somebody sent me a tweet, and I looked at the tweet, and this was his. But I didn't look at his rationale for the argument.
Fair enough.
He actually said, I think, in the statement that this is like off the record or something because people will think he's crazy. Like he basically made the argument that he knows this is never going to fly, but it's an idea, which right. that's close to the 12-year-olds voting. I know it's never going to fly. It's just people like talking about it.
Oh, so I put Ethan's CyberFrog action figure campaign link in the description. So if you want to support that, click the link.
Ethan's been super helpful to me. So
yes. Also, we have fan art. Lots and lots of fan art.
I know. I'm getting ready to pull it up.
Getting ready. Doctor, give me the news. I got a bad case of diddling Adam. Dr. Diddler.
What? Nobody diddles
for $5.
Nobody diddles me, but
Mrs.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's assistant.
I see. Neil deGrasse Tyson's a mustache? That's the only thing that diddles you, Adam?
No.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's assistant's mustache.
Oh my God, you ruined it. You totally ruined it.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says A-Team still chases down ice cream trucks and keeps all the stock photos and picture frames just to convince people he's interesting. S-Class is the best class.
You're so cruel. You're so cruel.
Me, your doctor.
I've only done that a couple of times. Diddler, of course. Diddler's the one writing this stuff out.
There you go. There you go.
I try to keep it to a minimum, but sometimes, if depends upon who's in the picture frame. If it's a nice looking family, sure.
Yeah, look. Yeah, right. Like this is how the family used to look, before the wokies came.
Before my terrible drug habit kicked in.
That's right. This is what I looked like when I used to wear contact lenses.
Oh yeah, that too. I think I have a picture of me wearing contact lenses. I should bring it up.
I think I'm so used to seeing you with glasses that whenever I've seen like a picture of you without it, you look weird. I'm like, who's this stranger?
I know. Yeah, people don't like it.
It's like, I don't know. The only person that that's like that is Nuance Bro. If you see him without the sunglasses, you're like, who is this stranger?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. The nose really is the face. If someone covers their nose, you have no idea what they look like.
Is that true?
I think we do a shortcut in our brain where we just memorize people's noses and we don't memorize their whole face, but we think we do. So
I don't think that's true.
No, I think it's totally true. It's science.
I think the reason
this is science.
No, I think the reason that what you're saying, I think the logic is because you can change most of your facial appearance to some degree, with the exception of your nose. Because think about it, you can wear glasses, you can shave, which makes your chin and the shape of your face look different. You change your hairstyle. But except for getting like a nose piercing, you can't really change your nose. It's always like a constant in your face.
What about Jennifer Grey?
Who's Jennifer Grey?
She's the star of Dirty Dancing. She got a nose job and people didn't recognize her anymore. She totally became unfamous overnight.
Really? Well, there you go.
Yeah. Here, I'll bring up a picture of Jennifer Grey pre-nose job and after nose job. And you'll be like, okay. It's so weird. She completely threw her career away. Everyone was like, we want to cast Jennifer Grey. Where is she? Oh, you're Jennifer Grey? What happened to your nose? What? I got my hook nose. I got the bump in my nose fixed.
I don't think people didn't hire her because she fixed her nose.
No, they did. Yeah.
That's crazy.
She became unrecognizable. Dirty Dancing was huge. Dirty Dancing was like a huge movie.
Right.
Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Grey. And she had a bit of a hook nose, and she like changed it. Yeah.
Because all the pictures I see of it, they're like she's like much older. I'm trying to look at like a.
Are you looking up pictures too? I should bring some up.
Oh, I don't know. They're all different angles to whatever. I don't really give a shit about this. I stopped caring in a second. It took more than 2 seconds to find an answer. Oversized Trash Panda for $5 says Benjamin Boyce put it as, quote, gender is a social contract. Ooh, that's true. I like that. It's a good way of phrasing it.
That is a great way to phrase it. Benjamin Boyce had a video this week where he had someone like a transgender person that they were trying to cancel. over something or other. That totally infuriates me. It's like, what? You're supposed to be speaking for transgender people, yet you're trying to cancel transgender people? It's so bizarre.
Right. That was actually people in chat talking about. It's actually a question we had to determine in the comic. Does Sitch have a nose that's visible?
Sitch is not in the comic. I don't know what.
Oh,
Sitch
I'm so
is.
sorry. I'm so sorry. Yes,
Sitch is not a character in the comic.
Sitch and Adam are not in this comic. Wink, wink. They're completely different characters. Yes.
We don't do self-inserts here.
No,
self-inserts are a big no-no with comics.
Yeah, self-inserts. That's cringe.
Super cringe.
Right?
Ultimate cringe.
Yeah, they're
we
different
have just
characters.
2 characters that look identical to us, but have completely different names. It's Suit and Skull Crusher. We might even call the second book Suit and Skull Crusher. You know, we might just go full Suit and Skull Crusher.
Sure.
Suit and Skull Crusher is great.
Yeah. Yep. Spencer Harmon for $10 says, "Am I the only one who finds it really ironic that the man of sciences is spouting off dogma?" No, you're not the only one.
No. Why do you think we watched the video?
Yes, that is why we watched the video.
That's where we were going with it.
John R for $5 says, "I need extra free will this week, so I want to buy it from Adam."
Oh, nice.
Well, you'll have to do that on the Thursday show where Adam sells you low grade, increased quantity free will. Okay, it's like free will, like knocks off, like Chinese knockoff free will. So
I think the Sitch is coming on Thursday though, so I always split super chats
true.
when he comes on.
That's true.
So.
That's true.
So half that free will be coming from Sitch.
His app for £5 says, "Thoughts on the recent JXE Hassan copyright drama. Hassan unironically saying he's paying Jay an exposure by reacting to his vid is hilarious to me."
What? I don't know this drama.
I don't know this drama either. Did Hassan watch a JXE video but like didn't comment on it? He like Lance, he just watched it and then said, "Oh, well, it's exposure." Is that what happened? Because that's pretty shitty if that's what happened. I don't know.
People are commenting on the Jennifer Grey picture. I brought it up. These look like 2 totally different women. Don't tell me they don't.
Let me see. But you realize that one of these, there's like a 10 to 20 age year difference in these pictures, right?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. It's a completely different people. Yeah, that's age tends to make people look a little different. I agree.
No, that's bullshit. You can tell the nose is completely different.
Okay. Well, yeah, the nose is different. Sure. I think it's a good. I think she looks good. It's a good nose job. Sometimes nose jobs look kind of wonky, but that's good. Mad Stork 91 for $5 says, "The sports question is easy. Everyone can compete in male sports. Only biological females can compete in female sports." There you go. Sitch, he went to make food while it was playing. I know.
You did?
Snuck out.
I didn't make.
No, he's saying you snuck out of here. I see the end of your camera on.
I was eating.
I hear you chomping your.
Really? I try to push the thing away, but I do have to run.
Chomping down on your fucking Panda Express because you're a piece of shit.
I got Panda Express again this week.
Yeah, I know you did, you fucking asshole.
I'm just in a habit of it. I do have to run to the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Terrible. Hi Zap. His app for £5 says, "Sitch, I disagree. What would be the difference between his hormone idea and weight categories and boxing? This would still lead to women competing." So as Joe Rogan's done like a whole breakdown of this, that it's not just hormones and it's not just even weight, specifically in boxing or MMA fighting, that bone structure is very different, that the strength that a punch can be thrown because men and women have different centers of gravity is very different. And he's done a whole, I mean, I don't remember all his points, but he did a whole breakdown on why it would still not be the best idea to have co-ed MMA. Now, look, we live in a free country, okay? If they want to have a co-ed MMA league, right? And maybe that's the solution. Is You have a men's league, a women's league, and then you have a mixed league. Maybe that's the actual solution. So if anyone wants to compete in a mixed league, they can. Now, I'm not sure who exactly. Maybe that wouldn't be a solution because maybe not enough people would care enough to be in the mixed league. But John Smith for $4.99 says people say steroids are not allowed in the Olympics. This is false. You can take all the steroids you want so long as you feel like the opposite sex. Actually, is that true? If you're transitioning, if you're a trans athlete, are you allowed to have steroids for transitioning in your system?
If you're
I don't know the answer to that.
If you're transitioning from female to male, yes, because steroids is basically what the hormones are.
Right.
But I think you have to have them within a certain tolerance. But obviously, you're going to push them to the top of that tolerance, right? I mean,
right.
Let's be real here.
Did you see there was that whole documentary that was about how the Russians were sneaking to have all their athletes take steroids? I'm trying to remember what it was called.
Wow.
And it was like the guy who was involved in it. And they had like these, because the way it worked was that the Olympics, you had to like, all the athletes had to pee in these little cups. And they were like these specially designed tamper-proof cups. And then the Russians like reverse engineered how to open the cups up without it being detected to swap the pee out.
Really?
And they did this. Yeah, do you don't remember this? There's a huge
No.
Russian doping scandal that was like, I don't know, a few Olympics back, where it was like they were questioning whether they were going to throw like the entire country of Russia out of the Olympics because it was like so many of their athletes were found to be on steroids.
They
or believed to
should.
be on steroids. Yeah.
Cheaters.
Icarus, that's what it's called. Thank you. Yeah. It was very interesting. It's very interesting.
That's not cool. That's not cool at all.
It's not cool at all. Stacking Damage for $10 says, we need a new popular term for social contagion. Activists hear the word contagion and their brains turn off. They think that we're talking about some kind of literal plague attacking my children. Well, you're right. However, the term contagion isn't meant to appeal to the activists. It's meant to appeal to the counter-activist. And in that sense, then it's a brilliant term because
Social
it definitely
contagion.
Yeah, it triggers their emotions. So
social contagion is the fucking actual term though that came along long before the transgender craze hit. Like social contagion was, they talk about this with anorexia and suicide. We've had guidelines for treating media reporting of celebrity suicides for like 50 years because of social contagion.
Right.
Yeah.
True. Yeah, I'm sure China dopes as well as Russia. I mean, I'm sure we dope as well too, but when we do it, it's in the name of freedom and democracy. Okay.
People wanted us to talk about my poll. Did you actually participate?
I did not participate in your poll, Adam.
Why not?
I know you wanted my hands all over your poll, Adam, but I held back somehow.
Why didn't you touch my poll? Why do you go here? Why do you do this? It's so weird.
Because you follow me there. That's why.
It's so weird. It's so weird and uncomfortable. Come on.
That's what makes it. That's why everyone finds it funny.
Do they?
Remember when I said that that my ultimate being is a troll at heart, Adam?
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm gonna find out.
What is the poll?
All this talk, yeah, Adam, you gotta watch Kill la Kill. Oh my God.
It's all a cover. It's all a cover.
I know. I was gonna say.
Yeah.
In 5 years from now, I'm gonna be a Neil deGrasse Tyson situation where I thought you were straight. You've been lying to me all these years. That's a lie, bitch. Gotcha. I don't know. Sitch. Maybe Sitch has a girlfriend. Right. I don't know. Maybe Sitch has a boyfriend. No, I'm happily married. Okay. Who knows? I mean, Ethan accused my wife of being a beard, but that's okay.
Yeah, I believe it. But look.
Yeah, not really.
Out of the two of us, look at Adam. Mm-hmm. Look at me. Which one of us is the metrosexual?
Oh my God. We don't know what you look like though. We don't know
That's
what you
all
look
I'm
like.
saying. That's all I'm saying. Look.
Your avatar, is that like, I don't know the designations. Is that like a bear? Is that like a what? What?
No,
what
a bear is like a big hairy gay guy.
What gay man designation is your avatar? I'm not sure.
It's not, because that's
Is
the
that
$1 million question.
Is that an otter? I don't know. The
gay
mouth
man,
is kind of otterish.
Look, gay guys stereotypically. Okay, we're gonna use some stereotypes here. Gay guys stereotypically have a good fashion sense. Okay, what gay man is gonna create that awful Sitch avatar? No one. None is the answer to that question. Okay,
You're
there
right.
You go.
You're
There
right.
you go.
Yeah, totally. You sold me.
There you go.
I was looking. I was like, I'm kind of fashionable, and I thought, wait, I'm trying not to be fashionable. What's the
Look,
matter
yellow-
with being hetero and fashionable? Come on.
Nothing. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever.
Right.
Sammy, oh God, Sammy G in the art says we need yaoi art. I'm listening. Uh oh.
No.
Sam, don't do it, Sam. Hold off, Sam.
There is yaoi art. What are you talking about?
That's true. That's true.
I don't like showing it. I'm definitely not going to retweet it.
We should show it again.
Nah. How come you didn't participate in my poll?
Because I thought it was. I thought none of that was the answer to the
You
question.
thought it was a troll? So I did a Twitter poll here. People asked me to talk about it. So it's kind of genius what I did here. Here, let me pat myself on the back some.
Yes.
Genius.
I thought you were lazy and stupid.
Genius. Well, why do I do anything on Twitter? I don't know, but
yes.
So I was thinking, what is the biggest problem for progressives? And I was like, oh, racism, obviously. What is the biggest problem for libertarians? Oh, it's government overreach, obviously.
Right.
What is the biggest problem for conservatives? Oh, it's moral decay. Pretty obvious. So I constructed a poll. Which is the worst? Yeah, racism, government overreach, and moral decay.
Well, no.
And now I know exactly how my audience breaks down.
You should have thrown in. The wild card. Elite control.
Isn't this more indicative of how people in my circle, their political affiliation more than it is the actual problem?
That's what I thought when I looked at it. I said, oh, Adam's doing a political compass test.
Some people did respond. By racism, do you mean anti-white racism? Does CRT count? I'm like, hell yeah.
Right.
Of course it counts. Yeah. Right. I don't know if that's still a problem. I mean, there are people who are racist against white people, but I just don't know that it's like a huge problem.
Optimus Jedi for $4.99 says, I want to say first that I don't always agree with Shapiro, and he deserves some of the memes that mess with him, but I do think he's right more often. For another $4.99, Optimus Jedi says, I didn't know which team I was on until Adam started reading 40K. Adam reads Storm of Iron and Hell's Reach. You're welcome. A team is Slay Team.
There we go.
There you go.
What were they again so I can type them out? What were they?
Storm of Iron.
Storm of Iron.
And Hell's Reach.
Hell's Reach.
With one L in Hell.
Hell's Reach. I'm reading books on populism right now.
Here's the real.
I'm going to turn Sitch into a populist.
Is there a 40K book on populism? That's the real question.
Probably.
You got to mix and match.
The Imperium.
Ebre for $2 says, spending my last $2 to say, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I feel like that's a lot of opinion. That was definitely Ethan's opinion. That's a lot of people's opinion. I don't give a fuck. Just leave me alone. I just want to grill.
Yeah.
Danish cartoonist for 5 Aussies says, first, I'm hearing a little bit of echo. What's going on here?
Me? I'm echoing?
I'm echoing off of your sound.
Impossible.
Okay. When I yell, I can hear it.
Here, I'll back
if I don't
the mic
yell, I
up a
don't
bit.
hear it. So
here, I'll turn my thing down.
Okay. Danish cartoonist for 5 Aussie bucks says, first ever super chat here. Oh, thank you, Danish cartoonist. Shout out to my boy at the Buttered Anvil. When will we receive our promised rags? Well, Adam's working on it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm moving house and I need some free will. Well, there you go, Danish cartoonist. 5 free units of free will for moving. Use it wisely. Get a good deal. I don't know how it is in Australia. Right now in America, it's like the worst time to buy a house ever. It's good to sell your house, but it's the worst time to buy a house. It's
Right
very
now?
expensive.
Yeah.
Yes. Very expensive.
Yeah. You got to buy a house. You got to sell your house and live in an apartment for like 6. I don't know. That's terrible. The market could go up.
I know.
Yeah.
I bet 1,000. I bet a million, 100,000. I can't see which number it is. I bet 100,000 units of free will that Sitch will root for the Tau if he manages to read 40K. Who are the Tau? Were they in the books you read, Adam?
The Tau? I don't remember
The Tau.
them.
TAU. Maybe they're not in.
I read, I have my Audible account up. I read Eisenhorn, Warhammer 40K, Book 1, Xenos. And I read Horus Rising, the Horus Heresy. And I got to admit, the Horus Heresy, I was not as interested in as the Xenos Eisenhorn. I like the Xeno Eisenhorn. That was really good.
Finkel is Eisenhorn.
Inquisitor Eisenhorn
is
faces
Finkel.
a vast interstellar cabal and the dark power of demons? Is that it? Demons? All racing to recover the arcane text of abominable power. An ancient tome known as the Necrotechna. I'm such a terrible reader.
The Tau are space communists. Oh, don't associate me with the space communists, please.
Yeah. We don't like communists,
No.
especially spacey ones.
Yeah, it's the worst. I mean, actually, you send all the communists to space, right? Lion Centris for 349 euros says, "Hey everyone, look at me. I'm stupid." Oh,
Enlightened Centrist said that?
he did.
Why would he say that?
He was. I'm assuming he was referencing something someone in the videos we were watching was saying. So, Patty Icy for $5 says, "Wasn't Neil at least partially responsible for saying Pluto wasn't a planet? Did he ask Pluto?"
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
That's funny.
That's brilliant.
Mhm.
He totally shot Pluto's identity down.
That's true. He didn't ask Pluto's permission.
Nobody knows how Pluto feels about this.
Right.
Pluto might even be suicidal. We don't know.
We don't even know. That's
Could
true.
be experiencing a lot of negative emotion out there in space. Could be very lonely.
Right. That reminded me. I watched Space Jam 2 the other day. With CT and Harker.
Did you?
Yeah.
Space Jam 2 sounds like a lot of fun.
No, it's pretty bad. I think Harker gave up on life after watching it. She felt very demoralized. I didn't feel that bad about it because I expected it was going to be not good going into it. I just thought of it now because, shockingly, there is a Rick and Morty reference in Space Jam 2.
Really?
Rick and Morty show up in Space Jam 2 for like 10 seconds. Didn't expect it. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Alex Karras for $5. There's a lot of art. Oh, are you finally putting it up, Adam? Are you finally putting the art up?
I'm finally getting it up.
Okay.
I've never got it up before, but now
There
I'm
you
getting
go. Adam's finally getting it up, guys. So happy for him.
Oh my God. This is so bad.
That was your fault. You started it. I didn't
Why?
even mean that. Okay.
Why?
That was all you, baby.
Why? It's like the easiest joke, but why? Why?
Alex Karras for $5 says, "Sitch, would you fight a duck-sized horse?" Oh, easily.
I would
Just go,
feel too bad. Nah.
Horses are
If you're
dicks.
fighting a duck-sized horse, you're fucking evil.
Well, what's the horse? It's coming at you. It's fighting you.
Like,
what am I supposed to do? Let it bite me? Let it kick me?
What if it takes? Yeah, you're supposed to take it.
No, what?
What if you're? Would you fight a duck-sized woman?
If she's coming at me, sure.
Oh my God, you're horrible.
Well, okay. When you're talking about
horrible.
Okay, when you're talking about a person, you can like hold if there's a duck-sized woman, okay, coming at you. She doesn't have a weapon. You could just hold her and like hand her over to the police or something, right? Like you don't have to fight her. You just pick her up. But if it's a horse, even if it's a duck-sized horse, I don't know if you can just like grab it. Like it's gonna be kicking you. It's gonna be biting you. It's a problem. Okay, it's a big problem.
Would you? I thought of a better question.
Okay.
Would you date a duck-sized woman?
I mean, depends how hot she is, right?
She looks exactly like Neil deGrasse Tyson's personal assistant.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Maybe I don't know how it would work though. Be some complications in the bedroom.
What she just ducks. I know. Can you imagine? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Might not be fun.
Right. Or it might not be fun. I don't know. Might not be fun. Enlightened Centrist for 349 euros says, Sitch, would you? Oh no.
Oh no.
Sitch, would you fuck a horse-sized duck? No. I would fuck no ducks of any size, thank you. Oh, that reminds me. Here was the stream question. You know how CT or Harker, they always ask some controversial question. Okay. So here's the question for you, Adam, and for the chat. Here's our controversial question, okay?
I don't like controversial questions.
Well, you're going to have to...
I don't answer.
You're going to have to buckle down here. Okay.
Buckle down.
Are monster girls furries or not?
No.
That's what I said.
Furries.
I said no. Yeah. Okay. I said no. Monster girls are not considered furries, generally.
All right.
Okay. We're in agreement.
Thank goodness we don't have to fight.
We're in agreement. That's good.
We're in total agreement.
Okay. And Enlightened Centrist for another 549 euros says, fuck, marry, kill. A horse, a duck, a duck-sized horse. Adam, I'll let you answer that one.
Not interested in any of that.
No, I'll let you, Adam. This is a pertinent question. Okay.
I don't kill.
Fuck, marry, kill. Horse, duck, duck-sized horse.
I'm just not a killer.
Okay, so who are you gonna fuck?
Okay, wait. I'll kill the duck because duck is edible and I can just have
You're
it
gonna
for
eat
dinner.
it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not gonna get in too much trouble for killing the duck and eating it for dinner. Now I'm in trouble though. Like,
now
you can't fuck any one of these without you're engaging in bestiality. So I'm gonna have to say, hell no on the fucking line.
We're gonna fuck a horse or a duck.
What is the marry? And you can't you can't marry a duck, okay? That's not even legal.
Be a little bit open-minded, okay?
No, a little too. No. I don't want to be so open-minded my brain falls out. Come on, you've heard that before. You can't be that open-minded. How about you? Which one are you gonna fuck? The duck or the horse?
Neither. I'm not gonna answer the question.
Okay, good.
I was just gonna let you have to deal with that one.
Would you like some duck for dinner? Because we got plenty of duck around.
That's
here.
right. Let's get some duck. Duck is tasty. Right. Daily Dose for $2 says, okay, Sitch, but what about a duck-sized horse? What? And
a duck-sized horse.
What about a duck-sized horse? Isn't that what we were talking about from the beginning?
We were.
Oh, would you? Oh, I see. It says, would you fuck a horse-sized duck? Would you fuck a duck-sized horse? I don't think I'm fucking any horses or any ducks. How about that? I mean, unless it's a cute monster girl. Maybe that's a situation, but oversized trash panda for $10 says there are too many conflated definitions of gender. Neil deGrasse Tyson is conflating expression and labeling. Quote, people express themselves on a spectrum does not imply that we should have a spectrum of gender labels. True. Very true. Very true.
Yeah.
Oh, you're finally putting up the artwork.
I put up a couple, but this comic interested me. Is this is you and I?
Yeah, so this is Asif Artsy. He's got another conspiracy. Oh.
I'll read my part.
Listen to evil crickets on the stereo, and suddenly Big Mitch said, "Safety is a social construct," and lighted fireworks in the room, and then I pressed the secret switch underneath my desk that turns off my audio.
Damn, Sitch, you always cut out on the punchline.
That's right. It was on purpose. It was on purpose the whole time.
Is that you trolling us? Sitch,
Yeah.
why are
See,
you
that's
trolling
the
us?
actual joke. It's a joke that only I get. I'm
It's
just
not
trolling
good.
the audience.
I
Yes.
don't like it.
It's
Stop
very
doing it.
Andy Kaufman-esque, okay? You wouldn't understand. You're not a true artist.
That's hilarious. Go, and here's you with a go. I like this. You have a Go A team on your back.
So this is Max Lord drew this. This is cool. It's me absconding with all the free will. You see, I've got the bag of free will. Everywhere I'm preventing you from just giving all the free will away.
Terrible.
And yes, Adam put a Go A team sign on my back.
Right. But I got even. You stealing all the free will, and I got even.
That's right. And if you notice, it's funny. In the elevator, not only does it say S-Class, but there's little duck pictures on the sides of the wall.
Is there? Oh, yeah, there is.
There's a little duck sticking out. That's cool.
You're
I like
getting
that
a
picture.
reputation for being a duck
duck
lover.
fighter. Yes.
A duck lover.
I do. Sure. In your imagination, I do like the idea of Sitch running away with the bag of free will, and it's like a gym bag.
Terrible.
Dance Snapple for $10
Oh my
says.
God.
What?
This art is offensive.
Which one is it?
Aiden's crying. Who did
Oh.
this? Who did this?
Marmot Popsicle. Marmot Popsicle made this
Marmot. You did a bad thing.
It's got Aiden. She spilled her drink and she's crying.
You
Though
did
she
a
looks kinda
bad
happy about it.
thing.
She's like laughing, crying, it looks like. And there's Adam looking very upset. And there's me saying, shake hands. Now you too, shake hands.
You
and
did a
make up.
bad thing, Marmot. You did a bad thing. Can't believe this. Someone's trying to start drama here.
Okay. I thought you were supposed to be the mature one, Adam.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
I get triggered very easily. You understand how it works. We've talked about this. I get triggered all the time, man. I can't help it. Aiden and I are fine. Aiden and I are friends.
Yes.
Aiden was in the chat earlier. Come on, Aiden's.
She was. It's a funny meme though. Dance Snapple for $10 says shift change to evenings. I can finally watch live. Oh, awesome. Oh, I'm an hour behind. Oh well. Sitch and Adam, if you were asked to come on Timcast in IRL, would you? Sitch placing a Sitch doll for on-screen time. I would be on Tim's stream if I didn't have to go there in person. Sure.
Really?
Yeah. I don't want to have to show up in person. So.
Yeah, I don't think I couldn't see myself getting on a plane and flying out there, and
yeah, that's
doesn't seem like something I'd really want to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I enjoy
No
hanging out with
bueno.
Sitch. I'm not like trying to get up all on Timcast and stuff.
Right.
I mean, a lot of these guys really, they want to blow their numbers up. I would like to see Lance on Timcast. I think that would be fun.
Oh my God. Oh, that would be so
hilarious.
cringe. Oh, fuck. No.
Why?
God, he would just get eviscerated. It'd be painful
Yeah,
to watch.
that's like that's.
It was like it wouldn't be as bad though. Watching him with JF was like horrible.
Oh, that
It
was
was hard
torture.
to watch.
Yeah.
It was torture, yeah. Marmot did a bad thing by reminding Adam of his bad thing. Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
This is the whole idea behind CRT, right?
That's true. That is
They just
true.
want to. They want to. You did a bad thing. Fuck you.
Mhm.
Although in this case, I actually did do the bad thing.
That's true.
It's not like
That's true.
your ancestor did a bad thing. Your ancestor made Aiden cry. You're a dick.
The Wooster for $9.99 says, Adam, the social sciences have potential to be taken seriously, but there are way too many ideologues in the field right now. Even the oldest ones like economics and psychology are filled with them.
Tell me about it. You got them squatting on the fucking Wikipedia page for
That's
Emil
true.
Durkheim. They're like, Emil
Squanting?
Squatting.
Oh.
Yeah. So you can't change the Wikipedia page. Listen,
Right,
it's like in 5 years from now, Emil Durkheim's name is going to be erased from history. It's going to be just Karl Marx.
Father
It's going to
of
be author of
sociology.
Suicide. Yeah. Author of the book Suicide. Karl Marx. Right?
Right.
I can't believe that. I honestly, like, that was a huge discovery. I can't believe that. Karl Marx is the sociology guy.
He is.
So painful.
Sam Bardens for $4.99 says, you guys should watch The Sound of Metal. Amazing movie. I haven't heard of that.
Sound of Metal?
Sound of Metal.
I don't know if I'm going to watch any more He-Man. I just watched the first 2 episodes, and the second one was like, meh.
I'm well. So I guess we didn't talk about this on stream. We talked about this before the stream.
Yeah.
It was really weird because I watched the first 2 episodes of He-Man the other day because I saw everyone was talking about it.
I thought it was great, and Sitch hated
I never gave a fuck about He-Man in my entire
Neither did
life.
Neither did I.
Never cared about He-Man whatsoever. As Ethan said, I'm not 40. I don't care about He-Man.
What's
I
that?
never watched the original show. I don't care.
Of course you didn't. You were too young.
Yeah. No, I wasn't alive.
Yeah.
I didn't like He-Man, the original Transformers, G.I. Joe. These were all like right before my time of like existence. But anyway, I watched the first 2 episodes, and in the first episode, I was shocked at how fucking awful it was written.
Shocked.
I was shocked. But you agreed. It was like the most campy, terrible.
Yeah, but that's what I like. That's my jam.
Yeah. And I'm watching this like, okay, I'm so confused. Like, why is it like, Kevin Smith, some of his movies aren't great, but some of them I think are really funny. And the writing in this is like so not reflective of
Mallrats
Kevin
is
Smith's
phenomenal.
work. Mallrats is hilarious. Yeah.
Yeah.
First Clerks is hilarious. Dogma is hilarious.
Dogma's not so good, but
wow, that's because you're just anti-Christianity.
Dogma is
even though it's
like-
not anti-Christianity. Dogma's funny. You're wrong.
Alanis Morissette.
Yeah, God's doing cartwheels. Yeah, what's the problem?
Lame.
Buddy Christ. Okay.
Lame.
But no, but I'm watching this first episode of He-Man, and the dialogue is so cringy. Oh my, the exposition is off the charts. There's literally a part where the man-at-arms, who apparently is Tila's father, which I watched the 2002 show like 1 million years ago. I don't barely remember it. And he's like, Tila, I'm so proud of you. Since the day you did this battle and did this thing and then did this and then did this, you've made me a proud father. I'm so proud of you now that you are becoming captain of the guard. I'm like, what is this fucking garbage writing? Holy shit. It felt like
That's great storytelling.
it literally felt like I was watching like first year film students like shitty fantasy writing.
That's what we
It was
call in
so
the
bad.
business talking the plot.
Oh, I couldn't believe it. So then here's why I'm a little interested to watch it. Because then at like the end of the first episode, so the whole first episode is like this. It's all like super campy. And as I'm watching this, I started to wonder, maybe this is supposed to just be like the old 80s camp. Like there's lots of bad puns and shit. Like the old 80s camp He-Man, just with like a better, animation quality. Because that's what it felt like at first. But then at the end of it, He-Man dies. Skeletor
Spoiler alert.
dies.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. First episode. He-Man and
That's
Skeletor
another
die.
thing that sucks. Skeletor dies. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh,
I want to see Skeletor.
I was so surprised. This is a star-studded cast. Okay, Skeletor, voiced by Mark Hamill, Tila, voiced by Sarah Michelle Gellar, and Evil Lynn, which is actually the character name. I laughed out loud when the Skeletor said, "And here's Evil Lynn." Like, that's her name. Her name is not Lynn. Her name is Evil Lynn. And Evil Lynn, voiced by Cersei Lannister. So I was like, I can't believe they got these people for this. But anyway, so the first episode ends with He-Man Skeletor dying. I'm like, wow, that's interesting. I didn't see that coming. And then the second episode is like a post-apocalyptic He-Man world where Skeletor's followers, or some of them, have like devolved into what I think Adam would like, a robot cult.
I
like
fucking
the robot
loved it.
people
I did love that
wanted to make a
part.
robot cult. And I was like,
The robot
this is
cult
actually
was
like
awesome.
a really interesting idea. Like, oh, all of his like his followers without Skeletor there have started their own like weird religious cult in his castle. I like that idea. I thought it was very interesting.
The problem is magic doesn't cut it. Technology is where it's at.
Well, and then it was weird too because in the beginning of the episode, so then it flashes forward in time and you see Tila's like now the main character, and she's butched herself. All of a sudden, she's become like twice as jacked, looks way more masculine than she did in the first episode.
Yeah, she's totally queer baited out. She's got
total
herself a girlfriend.
Yeah, and it's implied heavily that she's banging this girl who's her like adventuring partner.
Which she was in love with Adam, Prince Adam, in the original series, I believe.
Well, and it's implied she was in love with him in this series, which is why she's so upset when she finds out the truth that Prince Adam was He-Man, and everyone knew it but her. So I guess she's bi. Who knows?
Evidently, she's bi.
Every girl's bi now, and because that's progressive for some reason.
Yeah. Male pornographic fantasy is progressive.
But this is where I was confused because in the beginning of that episode, Tila's position is fuck magic. I hate magic. We should be all on board the technology train.
Yep.
And then she fights a bad guy who has the exact same position as her.
I know.
Fuck magic. We should be on board the technology train.
And they never mention it.
It was, but this is where I'm so confused. 'Cause I'm like, is this smart or stupid? Because this had to be intentional. But the character Tila never, in the show itself, never addresses that she's like being confronted with her own opinion, but from like the bad guy. It was so bizarre. I was like, what is happening here?
It's terrible writing.
Well, that's why I couldn't. So I'm watching the second episode trying to figure out, is this really smart or stupid? And I literally couldn't figure out if the episode was smart or stupid. So that's why I am curious to watch further just to see if I can figure out if the show is smart or stupid.
Yeah. I love that the cup that they're after is like literally the cup that they're drinking the crazy nanobots
cult
out
juice.
of.
Yes, the cult juice.
It's like, what the fuck? Let's just use this cup that we found to be all. It's like, there's no connection between why is that cup essential? Why is that cup the special cup?
Well, no, it does make sense because they don't say it in the episode, but when you find out the cup is really part of Skeletor's staff.
It was Skeletor's, yeah.
Yeah, so you would assume it has some magical properties, and maybe that's why drinking from the cup could transform people into robots or something. I don't know.
But it seemed like the juice was the magical
I
part.
know.
Like, the cup had nothing to do with the process. It was like, let's randomly use this cup that belonged on Skeletor's.
Sure.
It's like, okay.
Well, that's what you do. You randomly pick up artifacts and you drink from them,
exactly.
Right?
How did they get the cup? How did the cup get from Skeletor's thing to now all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, we found this old dirty cup when we moved in.
Listen, Adam, listen. Okay. If you're going to be drinking robot juice that transforms you into a robot, you can't just drink it out of like a paper cup. Okay, it's got to be like an evil cup, okay, forged from the magical essence of Skeletor's staff, right?
But they
can't
never
just be a paper cup.
They never said, like, there was never a scene where they said where he goes to pour like the evil robot juice into a Dixie cup. He's like, no, stop. that will never
And it
contain.
melts. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
We need a cup.
Sure. There you go. This is the plot
Yeah.
hole. This is the big
Yes,
plot
it's a
hole.
huge, it's a giant plot hole. We need to track down Skeletor's scepter
Yes.
and transform a piece of it into a cup.
There you
Otherwise,
go.
our cult will never be able to survive. Don't you
But-
think?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of backstory, but
It's a lot of backstory
They
for a
could have
cup,
thrown
yes.
one line in.
Could have thrown a line
Just
in here.
one line in. I told
Only this
you
cup
this
could
cup-
contain the magic, to
Yeah.
transform people into robots.
Think-
Use a magical artifact to transform people into robots to tell magic to fuck off.
That would. Oh,
See, there's like this. There's an irony in the whole cult.
totally. Yeah.
So yeah, you
both-
could have done
You
something.
both
interesting
hate
with it.
magic. They both hate magic, but they hate each other. Yeah. I
Right.
do
Well,
like
no,
it.
that the cult hates magic, but they have to use a magical cup to become robots. So it's kind of like a contradiction. Okay.
Yeah, I like it.
I can understand why people that like He-Man would be very upset, because it feels like, just watching the 2 episodes, it feels like this show is going to be a postmodern critique of He-Man. That's how the second episode came off. Because you have the post-apocalyptic, post-He-Man world where it seems like all the various factions of He-Man have all kind of fallen apart. The world has fallen into
Yeah.
disarray, and I assume they kind of imply that a lot of the good guys are now bad guys
Yeah.
now that He-Man is gone.
All
So-
the men are bad guys and all the women are lesbians. It's true. Don't laugh. It's true. That's exactly the setup.
So I am a little curious to see where it goes, if it becomes smart or if it becomes stupid. I'm sort of curious. I am intrigued. I'll say that.
you are
I am
going to
intrigued
continue?
by it.
You're going to watch the 3rd episode tonight?
I'm gonna watch 3rd episode. Yes, not tonight, obviously, because
I might watch
late,
it.
But
Why? It's not that late. Oh, it's later for you.
you
Never
don't know how
mind.
many super chats we have to get through.
That's
so.
like 1 a.m. there.
Didn't they also kill off Orko?
We don't have to talk so much with every super chat.
I know we don't, but you talk so much. Unless I talk about something nerdy, then I talk so much.
Then we
I
talk
don't remember if they killed
together.
off Orko. Yeah. Anyways,
Look at this
Dr. Diddler.
Go
Oh,
ahead.
I read that one. That was give me a correct. Sorry.
Look at this
Correct button's
amazing.
broken.
Look at this amazing artwork by CT here.
Yeah, look at that. Very cool.
I do like it.
The eye.
Yeah. That's Sitch taking a hit off his bong right now. That's what it sounds like. Don't get stoned on the
Correct.
stream.
The Observing Otaku for $10 says, "Hey guys, I'm black and I'm having more contempt for my race every time I deliver food." Oh, that's not good.
What? Really? Ouch.
Yes. Wow, that's awful. Unpopular opinion: discrimination, while wrong, is impossible to stamp out completely without tyranny. Yeah, I agree. Sure. Discrimination is the way in which your brain works. So
Mhm.
all you can do is be conscious of it when interacting with people.
Mhm.
That's all I can do. But I think you could do a good job controlling becoming colorblind. I mean, I was able to become colorblind until the wokies ruined it. So
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about on Thursday, because I feel like kind of giving people of color a get out of jail free card for racism is really been a bad idea. It's really turned out bad.
it's not going to lead us to the path
Yeah.
of a better society.
Totally. You really have to peer pressure people into not being racism, and saying like, well, it's okay if we peer pressure white people into not being racist, but black people, we don't have to peer pressure them. It's like,
Right.
okay, so you're basically letting them indulge any kind of racism whatsoever, and then still asking them to assimilate to a culture that's dominantly white. That's not really a recipe for success.
CT drew this picture. CT drew this picture in, I don't know, like a day.
Mhm.
Like
Wow.
this is impressive. Because right, CT, like, didn't you drew this like in a day? Like we talked about this last night or something when we were watching Space Jam.
like
I don't
it.
remember the context of it exactly. So there I am pulling out 2 Pikmin, and the Pikmin I'm pulling out is CT, and the Pikmin behind me is Harker. So there
I don't
you
know
go.
what a Pikmin is, but it's cool.
It's a little video game with the plant people. That
I shared a bunch of super cool brushes with CT, and I'm wondering if these
Mhm.
are those brushes. 'Cause they
Oh,
look
maybe
really cool.
Maybe. Yeah, but it looks great. Jeez, can't you hammered that out like a second? It's crazy.
What are you saying, Sitch?
Oh, I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything at all. Okay. I drew it while in the Discord voice chat, so like a couple hours. Jeez, I'm jealous. That would take me like 10 months to draw, and it would still look like 100 times worse than that.
You should draw more, Sitch. It's fun.
I'm so bad at it. I'm so bad at it.
You don't have to be good at it.
Yeah, you kind of do. You kind of do.
You get better at it. You do. If you practice.
Not for me. Not for me. Akilan Naryanaswamy for $5. What's up, Akilan? Says, I remember watching when it came out and thinking that Neil sounded like he was trying to justify his political position instead of talking about science. Yes, that is how it sounds.
Yeah. Major. Trying to justify his position. He's like, oh my God, why did I go on Ben Shapiro?
Right. Trying to justify not getting fired, really. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, Destiny has been talking recently about people who self-diagnose mental illness for internet points. Interesting stuff. Hi, cartoonist. Also, hi, Rags. Yeah, I heard that was part of I listened to one of their conversations where there's that person, that Twitch streamer Demon Mama that everyone hates.
You love Demon Mama.
I what?
You love Demon Mama though. Not everyone hates her.
Sure. She's basically saying she has like this fucking crazy position about like how in a lot of respects, I think she was saying self-diagnosing is more important. Your self-diagnosis is more important and valid than like what a medical doctor or psychiatrist / psychologist says. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. It was crazy.
It's so bad.
Max Yatabi for 10 stars says, Neil and Ben sitting in a tree rubbing their knees. RUBING rubbing their knees. Yes. Sitch is self-diagnosing his autism so he can excuse his bad takes. Wow.
Yeah, we were getting some pushback in the chat tonight about bad faith and bad takes and stuff like that.
About what?
I don't know.
I don't know. You
never really
Simon,
know. I mean, I read the comments. I can't keep up with the chat. So
Simon, you're making me want to take the wrench away when you say things like that. Ooh,
oh my God, he's got a wrench.
He's got a wrench. Oh.
It's weird watching my parents. Oh, now Sitch is a self-diagnosing his autism, so he.
First of all my takes.
Did you self-diagnose? First of all, did you self-diagnose your autism?
Me?
Yeah.
Technically, yeah. I've never been treated for autism. It runs in my family. Okay. I have family members that have more profound.
People have accused me of having autism, but I never diagnosed myself with autism or been diagnosed with autism.
No,
Adam, I have been diagnosed with dyslexia.
No, Adam, you're not even remotely on the spectrum.
Autistic.
Yeah, not even close.
Really?
Anyone that said that was stupid, or they're just like fucking. So.
Sometimes I wonder because I do get like obsessed with things. Isn't that part of autism?
Sure. I mean, it can be, but a lot of people get obsessed with a lot of things. That's not autism.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. I was obsessed with sex. Does that make me autistic?
I was obsessed with being cool. Most popular kid in school. Does that make me autistic?
Does that make me autistic? I'm curious if I'm obsessed with sex.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's so funny. I get so delirious after we've been streaming for like 10 hours.
The expert layman made this meme. I'm assuming he didn't draw the picture. This is Howard the Duck holding the Sitch Chan mask that Sammy drew.
Yeah.
Contemplating the greatest threats to duck people everywhere. Every year on Halloween, duck people across the country, they don their Sitch masks in attempts to stave off the horrible Sitch murderer monster that randomly fights and kills ducks for no reason.
They fear your name.
That's right. And that's why I am legend.
Terrible.
Oh, Canvas Infinitum sent me this cool GIF of you dancing.
Oh, if it's me, I'll put it up.
Yeah, you're gonna have to send it to Adam so he can show it. Because I can't send GIFs to Adam because Twitter sucks. Oh, we're both dancing. It's a dance-off. Nice. I like it. That's cool.
But is Crying Aiden dancing with us? I'm just curious.
No, Crying Aiden. Okay. Don't worry. There's no Crying Aiden dancing in the frame. Lick Tasty for $2 says, it's not Tyson's fault. He just wanted to see Uranus. Oh! Thank you, Lick Tasty. Thank you.
Who's anus did he want to see?
Uranus.
Oh, okay.
And the Observing Otaku for $5 says, hey guys, thoughts on MGTOW, and never met a woman that passed the manipulative bitch test yet. So I'm not pro MGTOW. I remember back in the day. Going your own way. You're not a man going his own way. I remember. I mean, this was fucking years ago. Back in the day. When I first started making YouTube videos, there was some MGTOW guy that tried to get me to be MGTOW.
Really?
He sent me some videos.
Holy shit.
Well, not like to be MGTOW, but I guess to just support the movement of philosophy or whatever. And I remember I was watching his videos and I was like, dude, you're just describing like shitty human behavior. It's not the only reason. Here's my theory on a lot of MGTOW-ness. So a lot of MGTOW guys are guys that have had very negative interactions or experiences with women.
Yeah, the bitch has cheated on them with their brother, or
right,
boss, or something.
Yes, or their friend, or something. Yeah, sure.
Something heinous,
something very bad, which I completely understand.
Yeah, of course.
But the mistake that's made is assuming this behavior is a female behavior.
Indicative of most women? Are you sure about that?
I am sure. Because when I see a lot of the MGTOW videos and stuff, I'm like, no. You're just describing terrible people.
Yeah,
but
I agree there.
Right, but here's where the failing of the human mind comes in, the pattern recognition machine of the human mind. The reason you're not seeing these behaviors in men is because these behaviors only become apparent when you're in a relationship with someone. And if you're a straight man, you're never generally going to experience some of these negative behaviors from men because you're not in that type of relationship that they would ever become apparent to you that that's the type of person is. Like, you could be friends with like someone who's a shitty person and not ever really see that they're a shitty person because their shittiness manifests in very specific ways.
No, I know a lot. All my friends that are shitty, I know that they're shitty.
See, there you go.
I mean, I basically know.
There you go.
I know. I disapprove of a lot of behavior I see in my friends. I'm silently
even if you
judging
see it,
just so you know. Even
if you see it, you're willing to put up with shitty behavior in your friends that you would not put up with in a significant other.
Well, I'm not going to go narc them off, but I'm thinking that's fucked up, man. Why?
No, but I know, but I'm saying, like, you could be friends with someone who's kind of shitty to some degree, as long as it doesn't impact on you.
Right.
But you're not going to be in a relationship with someone who's kind of shitty because that shittiness is going to impact you because you're like,
by necessity.
You're close with that person. You're living with that person. Like, it has a much stronger impact. So that's why you'll notice this. That's why a straight male will notice some of these negative personality traits in women and then think that men don't have them, when it's like, no, men have them. You're just not in the same space to experience them. So
Yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, shitty behavior. It's not ubiquitous for women.
The
that's
hell
for
is
sure.
MGTOW? MGTOW stands for men going their own way.
Yeah. I mean, this is why. I mean, I don't feel. I mean, I feel for people in the marriage market these days. I honestly do. So, I mean, I got lucky with my wife, so.
I do think you could probably make. There probably are specific types of shitty behavior that are gendered, or like statistically gendered. That you'll see more likely certain types of shittiness. Like, I think the shittiness will manifest itself in different ways in a man and a woman statistically on average. So maybe you could say the behaviors are a little different in that way.
Yeah. I mean, I feel for people because it is building stable relationships is tough in this environment. So,
right.
I mean, I do feel for people.
Right, especially now. Yeah.
Yeah. So fucked up. I can't imagine.
John Smith for 199 says, "Stop dead naming Sargon. He's Sar here."
Oh, Sar here. Oh yeah, because he was in the chat. Yeah,
Because he was in the chat. Oh, that pun hurt. That pun physically hurt me, John. Oh, Jesus. Mr. Rich Low Pitch for $10. Thank you, Mr. Rich Low Pitch. Says, quote, "Too much of me wants to help others. I too want to use the power of the government to take money from everyone richer than me and give it to poor people and do fuck all for poor people otherwise."
Hell yeah. Woo! Go America.
There you go. NP Skeptic for $5, and he's got a wrench. He's got the Danimal wrench next to his name, and he says, "Ha ha ha, I have a fake wrench and you don't." That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. See, that's the real entrepreneurs. They don't wait for me to give them a wrench. They give themselves a wrench. Okay.
Yeah.
Give
Everyone
a man a
can
fish,
do that.
Adam. Give a man a fish.
But let
Teach
him
a man to
fish himself for a while, and he'll.
That's right.
Really hate fishing.
There you go. I've actually never fished before, so I can't. comment.
Really? You're kidding me. Oh
No,
my
I've
God.
never fished in my entire life.
Fishing's amazing.
No, okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
You got to go at night.
Seems boring.
though.
Seems boring.
Got to go at night. I don't like being in the sun.
I think guys just like to hang out and drink, which I understand.
Yeah.
Because I like to do that, sure.
Hang out and drink.
And, yeah, and usually, and I guess fishing is actually a pretty brilliant idea because when you're hanging out and drinking, it's always good to have some sort of subtext of an activity that you're participating in.
Oh,
and
it's
fishing
an
is like,
excuse. I like
yeah,
it.
fishing's like the perfect one because you can sit there, you're fishing, and you're just talking about whatever you want to talk about. You're technically doing an activity, even though I'm sure, I mean, I could be wrong, but I'd imagine for fishing, most of it is not active, right? It's just passive.
Last time I went fishing, I went with my wife, and we rented these boats that were so badass, and we were like going all over the lake with the little boat. And my wife caught this fish, and she was reeling it in, and I could see it. The water was super clear, and it was just massive. And it jerked and took off and got off her line, and it was so disheartening. Because that was the only fish we even saw the whole weekend. We were out there all weekend long on that little boat. And this happened like pretty close to when we first got in the water. So like it totally wet our whistle to bring that fish in. But we didn't even get nary a bite through the whole other. It was so sad. Yeah.
Right.
We still talk about that goddamn fish to this day.
That damn fish. The one that got away.
I know. It's evil. Fishing is evil. Just know that. Know that fishing is evil.
I do think it's funny that I didn't realize this. There was some like meme that fish didn't feel pain or something.
What?
Like
No,
fish's
they feel
nervous
pain.
systems don't feel pain. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself.
All right, buddy.
that.
Yeah, whatever you tell yourself. Okay. I do think that fishing and like throwing it back, that seems kind of fucked up to me. It's like if you're gonna like stick a hook in a fucking fish's mouth, might as well like, you should fucking kill it and eat it. Like, don't.
You know what's even more fucked up? When you
What?
cut its head off and tear all its guts out and flay it in half and eat it. That's even worse.
No, but I'm saying like if you're gonna maim some animal, you might as well eat it.
Well,
Like
it would
just to
rather be
maim
maimed.
something and then
would
throw
rather
it
be
back.
ma-
Like,
it would rather be maimed and let go.
yeah, but
than
I'm
eaten.
not. I'm a human being, Adam. Okay,
Mhm.
I'm a human being.
Yeah, we would have eaten that fish too. My friend caught 2 fish. And he fried them up for dinner.
Nice.
We were
Nice.
like, oh, we caught it. We had a fish on the line.
I'm sure. I am curious. I'm sure like catching a wild fish tastes a lot better than like getting a farm fish in a restaurant or something.
Oh, it is delicious. Yeah.
Yep.
Got to get lots of mercury in that fish.
Well, I guess that's true. Observing Otaku for $5 says life doesn't always have inherent meaning. If you scream to the universe for a purpose, the universe will greet you with silence. We make our own. Yeah, that's definitely true. That definitely can be true. Sure.
Mhm. I love when the universe screams back at me.
Sometimes it depends what they scream, right?
It says,
Oh, you
you
got the
should be
GIF up.
working on the comic book.
You got to get this is Canvas Infinitum, who's working on like a cool, like visual novel game of us.
I love it.
And here we are having like a dance competition.
That's exactly how I dance too.
Mm-hmm.
I easily dance that good. How about you?
That is how I dance. Yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm serious. I really do dance like that.
Really?
Yeah.
That's impressive. I'm impressed.
That's
Adam.
some funky
impressed.
dancing. Do we do the same
Mhm.
dance? I think we do.
No, we do a different dance.
Oh, we do?
Yeah. That's different.
Oh, I did a little moonwalk there.
Yeah.
This is good stuff. I love
It
it.
is. This is cool. That's very cool. A Drunk Shovel for $5 says fishing is boring until you get one. Then it hits the dopamine. It's like a slow slot machine. You BS until the line tugs, then you're all in. Yeah, that makes
True. Yeah,
that makes
exactly.
sense. Yes.
Yeah.
What happened to the PSA Sitch channel? Oh, Ajin
Uh-oh.
Goldmane for $5 New Zealand dollars says, what happened to your PSA Sitch channel? They have good vids and I enjoyed watching them. I can't find the channel on YouTube anymore. Did you get sued? No, what? It's still there. Wait.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Sitch just
now
is
you're making
having
me worried. Wait,
Sitch is having a heart attack right
did
now.
my channel get like deleted and I didn't? No, it's right there. I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
It's
you
right
lost it.
there. Okay, it's still there.
That
I typed in-
Gamergate video. They finally got you for that Gamergate video.
I typed in PSA Sitch and it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 5th option down is the channel itself.
Why? Oh, it's all
The first
it's
is
all our
the
new
first is
stuff.
our streaming channel.
Right. The first one's
And-
probably the live.
Yeah, the first is our Sitch and Adam show.
Mhm.
The second one is the video we're doing right now.
Yes, I figured.
The second one is the ContraPoints video. Not ContraPoints. I'm so sorry. I'm so transphobic. The Philosophy Tube video. We just did. Then we have actually a clip from the Sitch and M Clips show, and then there's my channel.
Look at that.
There you go. There you go. So
God,
it's there.
that avatar is so terrifying.
It's so wonderful. So
I
beautiful.
might. I thought I might start streaming on my Think Club channel again now that Jordan Peterson's making videos. Did you watch his video on psychedelics? Oh my God, it's so good.
No, it looked interesting. I saw you
Yeah.
very excited about it. But
Yeah, and he's getting a lot better. I didn't like Jordan Peterson was interrupting a lot. He was doing these interesting conversations, but he's completely bullying his guests and interrupting a lot, which makes it really hard to listen to. It's uncomfortable as a listener when someone's making a point and they don't get to the end of their point.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Adam.
I let you finish.
Not with me.
Yeah.
Some of our other good. Triple J. $4.99.
It's not my fault, man. No bullshit will go on for like 35 minutes. I gotta
That's
shut
true.
that guy up. What
That's
are you talking
true.
about?
That's a good point. That's a good point. Triple J for 499 says science provides meaning and purpose to people who already have higher principles / value in their life. Doomers don't get much meaning out of it. That's also true. That's also true.
Yeah.
A Johnny Goldman for 2 New Zealand dollars says, okay, yeah, I didn't scroll down far enough. Thank you. Oh, well, thank you. You worried me. You worried me, Johnny.
Gotcha.
God, man. Contrast for 2 Aussies says, I would let his assistant sleep with me.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah. There you go.
Sitch, I think Sitch would do the same. Sitch is
Of
single,
course.
so it's acceptable.
I would never
not.
cheat.
I would not. Yeah, I couldn't cheat on my wife, but like that's the thing. And I kept stating that. I'm like, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a married man. Now, if she's fucking throwing herself at him, I mean, I can't imagine a world where that woman is throwing herself at Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I do agree. Like, if you're a famous guy, okay, you're married,
Yeah,
and you get like a hot young assistant.
that's wrong. Yeah, totally wrong.
If I'm the wife, I'm like, what's going on here? This is.
I know. No shit. No shit.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a problem.
I'm like, yeah, no, I'm gonna mentor a young gentleman who's interested in astronomy, right? As my personal
I mean,
assistant.
they could be a
I'm not
woman.
gonna,
I'm just saying, if they're like real, like, it's a pretty hot woman. Like, I don't know. It's a little
and
concerning.
there's like a job interview process. Like he handpicked that one.
Presumably, yeah.
So wrong. So wrong.
So contrast says, once you go scientist, you never go back. True. That's true.
Maybe.
Gabbles for 20 knock says, not S-class or A-team, but sandwiched between you two.
Oh my God.
That's right, Gabbles.
Holy cow.
That's right.
More sexual harassment.
Mm-hmm.
I'm calling Neil deGrasse Tyson's attorney.
That's okay. Adam, you could be the little spoon. Okay.
The little spoon.
Yeah, you could be the little spoon.
Oh, here comes Warney.
Ergoth for $5 says, Neil is 100% an anti-theist. He just doesn't make it his personality like most atheist pop scientists.
Really?
There you go.
I wouldn't have. I thought he can't be an anti-theist. He's anti-theists have no respect for religion at all.
Maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't have a respect for it.
Oh, he's faking it then.
Well, no, he's just not. He's not demanding other people share his lack of respect for religion.
Mm-hmm.
He could be an anti-theist without being a militant anti-theist, right?
Anti-theist is a militant atheist.
Right.
Anyway.
Sitch's Law right there. Wolf Spain for $4.99 says, SFO, short fat taco, had a great stream earlier today. A kid in Canada trolled the school by replacing Black Lives Matter quotes with Hitler ones, but he has been jailed for it.
What? Ouch.
Fuck.
Ouch.
Jail? How are you jailed for that? That's crazy. Canada, Hitler quotes, jail.
Should we do that in the comic? I mean, our Hitler quotes are pretty obviously Hitler quotes.
That's true. And also, we're in the fucking land of America, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, this was Canada.
This is Canada. Ex-student charged after putting. Wait. You gotta log in to read. I have to go to the other browser that actually has the login. Ex-student charged after putting Hitler quotation in yearbook, police say. An 18-year-old was charged with computer crimes after he used a school database to alter another yearbook entry to refer to a Boston Marathon bomb. Oh, no. Wait, this wasn't in Canada. This was in the U.S. Wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Spain says this was in Canada. This article says this is in the U.S. A former high school student in Connecticut was charged with computer crimes after gaining access to a school database and changing two students' yearbook quotes, inserting one attributed to Hitler and altering another to mention one of the Boston Marathon bombers.
Oh my God, that's fucking cold-blooded. That is cold-blooded.
A former student at Glastonbury High School was arrested last week and charged with 2 counts of third-degree computer crimes. Oh.
That's
so they're charging them with
cold-blooded.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty hilarious. So they're charging him not for changing the quotations, but I guess what did he do with the computer?
For hacking into the fucking yearbook database.
Yeah. Yes. Well, did he hack into it, or did he just like walk past the yearbook office and type it in? Like that would be very different, right?
I don't know. It's still cold-blooded.
That's pretty hilarious.
You're like all in favor of it.
I think it's fucking
Look
funny.
at you, little.
If you open the
hacker over
yearbook,
here.
if I opened the yearbook and I had like, first of all, yearbook quotes are fucking dumb. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you open the yearbook and I saw someone change my quote to Hitler quote, I think that's the funniest shit ever. Like that's hilarious.
I can't even remember what yearbook quote I did.
They didn't do them at my school because there's way too many students to do like a yearbook
Oh,
quote
really?
for everyone. Yeah, there's like a million.
They only
fucking
did it
people
for
in my school.
seniors. They did it for seniors for senior year, but I can't remember
There was
what
like
I
over
did.
1,000 people, I think, in my senior class. There were no
Yeah.
quotes.
1,000 people. I'm wondering. I don't know that there was 1,000 people in our school.
Yeah, I went to a
I don't
very
really
big
even know.
high school. The Journal Inquirer of Manchester reported that Mr. Tyron, who's a kid, was on Discord, a chat app for gamers. In October, when users suggested that he submit quotations for the yearbook under other people's name and gave him some options. What was this?
What?
He randomly chose 2 students to target from a list of about 50 users and passwords he had access to. Wait,
Oh,
how did this? I don't understand. Did like he? How did this work? Because this makes it sound like each student had like their own login, and they sent their quote through the login, and maybe he knew somehow like random students' passwords, and he hacked their accounts and then changed the quote they sent, and then no, there's no oversight. That's what that makes it sound like. So
Peanut Steak says he attributed the Hitler quote to George Floyd.
that's funny.
That's bad news.
That's
oh,
funny.
you're evil.
That's hilarious.
That's evil.
That's so
People
funny.
have no moral fiber.
That's the
I'm
funniest
bringing
shit I've
back
ever
the
heard.
poll. I'm bringing back the poll. I agree now. Moral decay. That's the number one.
Look, S class, I guess, is just the troll class. Okay.
Number one problem, moral decay. I agree with the poll now.
This is even funnier. It says Mary LaChance, the mother of one of the students whose quotations were changed, said it was jarring to get a call on Friday afternoon in May from the school about the quotation attributed to Hitler, which read, quote, "It is a quite special secret pleasure how the people around us fail to realize what is really happening to them." The quotation
that's
appeared in the
awful.
yearbook below a photo of her son, who was a senior at the time. Well, so it's not even.
That's awful.
That's not even. Wait, how would anyone realize that that's even a Hitler quote?
But
It's not
once you
even-
know it's a Hitler quote, it's the worst Hitler quote ever.
I know, once you realize, right? But it's quite special secret pleasure how the people around us fail to realize what is really happening to them. Yeah, that is a horrifying.
That is a fucking horrifying quote. Yes.
That's true. That's true. I was crying when they told me that, Miss LaChance said. Adding the school administrators were quick to say that they didn't believe her son was responsible. That's hilarious, Adam. That's the funniest shit ever. Someone
evil.
changes someone's
You're
quote
fucking, you're
to
evil.
the Hitler quote, and they call the mom, and she's like, "No, my boy, he put a Hitler quote in the yearbook." Blue, 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 blue.
Yearbook quotes are forever. I don't know if you know
That's
this.
so funny. Oh my god. I think that's hilarious.
I wonder what his original yearbook quote was.
My mom is not such a fucking pussy that she would cry if she got this phone call. Can you imagine? Oh, I'm crying. My son's had a Hitler quote in the yearbook. Oh.
My mom would
Really?
be like, "What? Why are you calling me for this? Who cares? Fuck off."
My mom would be like, "You did what?" And then they'd be like, "Oh." Oh,
Yeah,
he
you
didn't
might
do
get
it, so.
you might get a giggle out of my mom. My mom might think it's funny.
I mean, I think
My mom
would be-
might go, "Oh my god."
As a Jew, I'm pretty sure my mom would be pissed if she thought I purposely gave a Hitler quote.
Oh my god. We're not mailing a comic to your mom, are we?
Well, we're fighting Hitler. Where's a good guy?
Oh, okay.
I'm making
You're
sure
like,
that my
"It's
mom
cool."
I'm making sure my mom gets the cover with all the naked ladies on it. Okay.
Yeah, my mom is not going to see that cover. Just so you know.
Miss LaChance said she met with school officials who were trying to retrieve the 300 copies that had been handed out to seniors.
Oh my God, 300 copies went out. This is getting worse.
How pathetic is this? Who cares? Oh, we're gonna go like rescind all these yearbooks and reprint, like spend the thousands of dollars to reprint because of these fucking 2 quotes. Are you kidding me? Really? This is pathetic.
You don't know
This is
how
so pathetic.
This is how soft people are now.
Oh my God. It's like, well, I guess your kid's got a Hitler quote in the yearbook. That's a funny story. That's a great story. Like normally if you're like past 18 years old, okay, if you're 20, 30, 40, 50, if you ever whip out the high school yearbook, everyone's going to go, oh, right? Everyone's going to groan. No one wants to see your fucking high school yearbook. But if you whip out the high school yearbook and you're like, look at this Hitler quote, that's a good story.
I can
It's a funny story.
I can imagine them bringing back the 300 books and marking out the Hitler quote with like a Sharpie and giving them back to the students.
Giving them back. They don't actually reprint them.
They're like, yeah. They're like, hey, we fixed it. Here you go. Here's your fucking yearbook back.
That'd be actually even funnier. It's like a double troll. It's like we'll take all the books back and they just like scratch it out.
I know.
They just scratch it out.
Oh, so evil.
To give it back, that'd be actually very funny. That'd be even funnier. The mom's like, wait, you're not gonna reprint it? And they're like, fuck no, lady. You spent thousands of dollars for your son's stupid fucking quote and get out of here.
Here's the fucking
take it back.
Look, we wrote his original quote in the margin.
Yeah, just for his version.
Just on his book though, so he could remember it.
If you hold up the page to the light, you can still see through the Sharpies.
Oh my God. Oh, make it stop. Make it stop.
This is hilarious.
Oh, Connecticut knows how to treat people right.
The books, oh my God. This is what they did. The school suspended delivery of the yearbooks and received replacement pages from the yearbook's publisher, and the books were rebound and redistributed. Okay, so they recollect. This is so pathetic. They recollected the books. They ripped out the offending pages. They reprinted those pages and had the books rebound. Wow. In an email sent to parents on May 26th, school officials wrote that they deeply regret not having caught the act of bigotry and vandalism before the yearbook was printed. Adding, we are examining and we will revise our yearbook procedures for collecting and reviewing future student submissions. Oh.
This kid's got a criminal record now. He's probably going to be incarcerated, not going to be able to get work, turn to a life of drugs. He's going to be like stealing cars, pimping women.
It didn't say if the charge was a misdemeanor or a felony. I mean, I hope they don't like way overcharge like this kid for this, for like a fucking prank. Like, come on.
Oh, it's coming.
Give me a break here.
It's coming. Don't think it's not.
Oh my God. I love that this, that this is a nothing story when they had to interview this one like mother, like how, like the mother of the child's opinion on this is so irrelevant, but they have to keep going back to her because the story is so like devoid.
Yeah, it's fluff. This is a fluff piece.
Miss LaChance said she didn't know why Mr. Tyran had picked her son. There were never any classes together at Glastonbury High School, which has about 2,000 students, but both were in the Boy Scouts and knew each other.
Yeah.
He was a Boy Scout. This does feel like something that we would do in the Boy Scouts. Oh
my God.
Miss LaChance said, my hunch is that he may have been trying to get my kid in trouble. Oh. But however, credit to Mrs. LaChance. She says, I don't want Mr. Tyran's life to be ruined because of his actions, even though they were foolish and hurtful. So there you go. Just a slap on the wrist.
Sure he does. Sure she doesn't.
Oh, wow. Look at you.
What?
Look at you.
Why is she making such a scene then? Why is she crying?
Because she wants to be in the papers, Adam.
Oh, okay.
She wants to be in the papers.
We'll interview you, but you got to cry a little. Oh, okay. I'll cry. No problem. How much do you want me to cry?
Tyrion was arrested and charged with 2 counts of third-degree computer crime. I don't know what the fuck that means. Third-degree computer crime?
Third degree.
Did he murder a computer? Third-degree computer crime. This is very serious business.
There's different levels of computer crime, obviously.
I hope it's not like a felony or something crazy, because that'd be insane. Oh my god, I think it's a felony.
I'm sure it is. Third
Jesus.
degree.
Connecticut. This says Connecticut Code. Computer crime in the 3rd degree is a Class D felony. Jesus Christ.
See,
Wait a
he
minute.
is going to jail. That's a felony.
It says that the damage to the value of the property or computer service exceeds $1,000.
Oh, obviously.
Because
Yeah.
they redo the pages. Yeah. That makes sense. Well, just make the kid pay for it. Drop the charges, make the kid pay for it. If it's really such a big deal.
He's poor.
So-
He can't afford it.
He can work it off. I mean, I'm sure he would. I'm sure he would take that over going to fucking jail, right?
Oh.
Hmm?
Sorry, I was distracted. Yeah,
Okay.
of course. Yeah, he'd work
Okay.
it off.
Dusty Old Bones for $5 says, "I'm on whichever team includes Adam, Sitch, and Sargon. The ass troop. I've got to poop." There you go. I like it. The ass troop. Perfect. Nathan Selby for $5 says, "Only 80 minutes or so in. Adam, you need to apply your criticism of Neil deGrasse Tyson to your own arguments about relevance, about race and IQ research. Have a great night, guys." There you go, Adam.
I saw a couple people said that. And I wanted to respond, but I never responded because
What is your response to
they're just it's just a straw man of my whole thing is that you need to, like, context is important. So Neil deGrasse Tyson never made my argument with the gender stuff. He never said, yeah, we need to study it, but context is important. We have to be sensitive of, like, this can create negative stereotypes and we have to avoid that. Like, he could have said all that shit. That would have been something smart to say, right? But we have to actually pay attention to science. We have to dig in and stuff like that.
Sure.
But he also I said he should say, hey, this isn't really my field and I don't know much about it, so I'm not really qualified to speak on this topic. Like, he could have done that too, which was the same thing that I was basically saying about the race and IQ stuff. I was saying, listen, I don't know any of these fucking studies. Like, people could be throwing, like, I'm not getting in a debate with JF because JF fucking studied all this shit, and I'm not going to fucking spend 10,000 hours poring over all these studies.
He was
right?
paid by Jeffrey Epstein to study all this stuff.
Like Lance, like literally Lance. Why, like, Lance, dude, you can't do any good going and getting destroyed in a fucking debate on this stuff.
Not good. Not good.
Yeah. So, I mean, my argument is, yeah, study the stuff, study the shit out of it. But I don't think I can do any good talking about it unless I know the fucking research and know if somebody's blowing smoke up my ass so I can say, listen, I don't think that's correct. That's not true. Right? Is Neil deGrasse Tyson in a position to do that with? I mean, I feel like Neil deGrasse Tyson was just bullshitting the whole time. I don't think he made any cogent arguments about any of this shit.
He did not make any cogent arguments.
He did. I guess he did kind of make the argument that people are accusing me of making on the IQ stuff.
Right.
But I'm not making that argument.
Well, they hear what you were saying and they interpret it as the punting. Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
They interpret it as, Adam, you should talk about this on your channel. Why? I have a million other things to do, okay?
John Grover for $1 says, "Want to say congrats on the fact that the Clips channel has really started to take off. It's probably going to get more subscribers than this one soon enough."
I know.
How hilarious would that be?
I know. I invited Nathan on my live stream on Thursday because he got fired recently, and I think it might have been Clips channel related, which I feel fucking horrible.
That's crazy
about,
if that's true.
Yeah. Yeah. I donated Thursday super chats to Nathan, so I still got to send him the.
Right.
But yeah, hopefully he makes some money on the clips channel. And it is starting to blow up. I've
definitely.
noticed like all the clips are getting more and more views, which is great for us. Which
That's
it's great.
great,
It's
yeah.
great for the show growing, and it's also great for Nathan to get some money. So
HB Lefty for $5 says, I quit my job because they weren't treating me well. Weird how I can do that in a capitalistic society. The only thing I'm going to miss about work on Sundays is I won't get to catch your, quote, comedy show on the clock.
yeah. Oh God, it makes me so happy if people are listening to us at work.
Yes.
Getting paid to listen to the show.
That's awesome, right?
That's
right.
America all the way.
Yeah. Hope you find an even better job, HB Lefty. I mean, it's true, and I don't know how in this capitalist society you were allowed. I thought you weren't allowed to quit. I thought the bosses, like, they whipped your family if you quit. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler for $1 says, Sitch, how do you excuse your ancestors knowing that the ice that destroyed the Titanic was Jewish? What?
Jewish ice, really? I didn't know there was Jewish ice.
I didn't even know there was Jewish ice. Yes. Wow. Didn't even know that one. That's a new one to me. Horse-sized duck. Uh-oh. That's the horse-sized duck again for $3. Says, my pronouns are Sitch kill her, Sitch kill hers, and Sitch kill herself. There you go. There you go. Horse-sized duck pronouns, everybody. Sitch kill herself. Joseph Kerwin for $10 says, the secret Jewish meeting's Wednesday night. The secret Jewish meeting is Wednesday night. The cabal of whiteness is Tuesday, and the patriarchy united is on Thursdays. But Worcester hour at the Drone Club is every day, and gin drinks are $3 off. There you go.
I would love some gin drinks.
I've never been a big gin guy. I mean, it's okay, but Vagabond for $1 says, Sitch, quote, these are surprisingly bad arguments. This is Adams. Oh, this is what you're talking about. This is Adams can't discuss the data of your hurt feelings argument with they'll pass laws as the consequences instead, making it a stronger version of the argument, yet still bad according to both of you.
Not true. Not true at all. Not true at all. Yeah.
Okay.
And not only that, I mean, I'm talking about, listen. This is what's bad about Neil deGrasse Tyson even opening his fucking mouth about all this shit, is because he's a science educator, okay? He's making science seem like it's run by idiots. He's doing more damage than anything by even engaging in this conversation, because he's making his team seem anti-science. So I just think when you have a certain level of prestige around these kinds of things, you have to consider the damage that you can do. I'm not saying other people can't speak about this stuff or shouldn't talk about it or any of that stuff. I'm talking about regulating myself. Does that make sense, Sitch? Am I crazy here? Sitch has left me good, high and dry. I will read another super chat. Sitch. My God. All right, I'll read a super chat. I have so many tabs open, I can't even navigate to the window. Oh, I guess he did mute himself, so he's obviously snuck off. Patrick Mulligan for
I was curious if you
Canadian.
would. I was curious if you'd notice or you'd talk the whole time.
I did talk for a considerable amount, but
Nice.
But I ended my talk with, "Am I crazy, Sitch? Does this not make any sense?" Or,
Damn it! I almost succeeded.
yeah,
I mean, you are crazy, so that's fine.
Is it? I mean, I understand. I understand. Listen, there's a point in the argument that I want to make that I think is not a crazy point. It's basically the Spider-Man thing. Great, with great power comes great responsibility.
Sure.
And Neil deGrasse Tyson is in a situation that I would say he has great power. Anna
Right.
Kasparian is in a situation where I would say she has great power.
Mm-hmm.
But she's completely using that power irresponsibly in the fact that she's just fucking lying about people and straw manning their arguments. Okay.
Right.
So I'm just saying, for me, I feel like I'm not, obviously, I don't have a great power, but I have some power, more power than some people who talk about this stuff. And I feel a responsibility to the people who listen to me and to myself, just not to do fucked up shit. So
Sure.
yeah, that's my own self-regulation. But everyone has to regulate themselves. Everyone has to decide what's right for them.
Right.
Yeah. Are there certain topics that you don't feel qualified to talk about, and you don't?
Of course, there's many topics I don't feel qualified to talk about.
There you go. Exactly.
That's a different question though than what I think people's contention was with the IQ, the race and IQ stuff. Like you weren't just saying, "Oh, I don't have the knowledge base to talk about the subject." You were saying, "Oh, if you're going to talk about the subject, you should make sure to talk about it in the context of, bad people are going to try to use this information for racist ways."
Certain people though, I think.
Yeah, bad people. Yeah, not everyone. Certain people.
No, I don't even care about that. I think like the context of you speaking, I am within my right to judge certain people saying certain shit. Like I just said, Neil deGrasse Tyson should probably not be talking on this topic if he's going to do such a poor job of representing science, and his whole fucking job is science communicator.
Yes.
Like he'd probably be better off just to shut his mouth.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm allowed to judge him for that.
Right.
I'm allowed to say, listen, Neil deGrasse Tyson way stepped out of his lane and he should get back in his fucking lane. And you're allowed to say, no, Neil deGrasse Tyson can talk about anything he wants to talk about.
He can't. The question isn't whether he's allowed to talk about it. The question is, if you're the science guy and you're going to talk about it, you should have a good, cogent scientific position or argument. And if you don't, or if you do and you're afraid of saying that position because you don't want to get fired or canceled, then I guess just say, well, I don't feel comfortable talking about this topic or something.
Right.
Don't give a bullshit answer, basically.
And the reason that we're making this judgment is because we feel he can do more harm than good.
Yeah.
By talking nonsense, which is what he did. And I do feel like he did more harm than good.
Yes. Well,
but that's
he did good for us.
My own personal judgment.
Right? He created content for us.
Yeah, totally. He did good for Ben Shapiro too.
That's true.
So, but I'm not saying we need to enact laws that Neil deGrasse Tyson shuts the fuck up. Like, no, not at all. I'm saying, listen.
Sure.
Yeah, I would not take this.
I don't think anyone thought that's what your position was.
But they basically are saying that though. They're like, Adam wants to limit the reach of information.
DJ Crunk Factory for $1 says, don't take zinc supplements. Eat oysters. 1 or 2 tins of Crown Prince smoked oysters a week will give you enough zinc properly balanced with copper and is in a bioavailable form. After a couple of months, the ridges on your fingernails should disappear.
Oh
what?
My God.
The ridges on your... What are you talking about?
Have you eaten oysters before? I've eaten them, and they're terrible. Oh my God.
Have I? I think I had fried oysters once because I assumed it was like fried clams, and it was not.
You didn't like it, yeah?
I did not like it. It was really gross.
I think the first time I had oysters, there was sand in them too. They were like cheap.
Yes,
oysters. Yeah.
There was like grit. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
It's
and
not
I was at.
Good.
I remember I was at some like fancy schmancy place. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is disgusting.
Is there sand
I felt
sick. Oh, you got a little sand? It's no big deal. That's what my friend said. And I was like, no big deal for you. But for me, I'm not eating any more sand, okay?
Yeah, I felt like this, like I got sick afterwards. I'm like, this is what, I don't know what's happening.
You know,
here.
when your ham sandwich drops at the beach and just, you just brush it off. It's okay.
Right.
You got a little sand in your ham and Swiss? Don't worry.
Ridges in fingernails.
Dr. Diddler likes oysters. Oh my God. Oh, look, everybody's going crazy for oysters.
I've never liked oysters, but I only had them
Yeah.
that one time. It's possible that was a bad batch, but
Yeah.
vertical ridges are furrows that run from the tip of your fingernail down to your cuticle. They're sometimes called blah blah blah. Slight vertical ridges in fingernails often develop in older adults. Oh, it's like an aging thing.
I'm getting them. I'm totally getting them. I never noticed them when I was
Vertical
younger.
ridges. Do I have any? It's not bright enough in my fucking room to see this. Hold on.
I have ridges. I have ridges on my nails now. It's from getting old. Fucking sucks. Getting old is terrible. Don't get old, Sitch.
Oh, I have little vertical ridges too.
Oh, really? Oh, good. I'm not alone.
I feel
Thank
like I've
God.
always had these though. Like I'm looking at my fingernails, they don't look any different than they've ever looked.
Joe's
I feel like that's
mother
the way they've
says,
always
I
been.
tried oysters once and I threw up $40 of sushi I ate before.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
But that's basically my experience with oysters.
that was
too.
also
I
my
was
experience
like,
without
I
the
wanted
sushi.
to hurl. They were nasty. I thought, why would you make a food that has the same consistency as like mucus? It's like
Mucus
know
mixed
about
with
you.
sand.
I don't know about you, Sitch, but mucus and sand mixed together.
Yeah.
Not really my first choice when I'm going out to dinner.
Right, especially when there's other
Yeah,
good
delicious stuff.
mollusk foods. Clams are very good. Scallops are very good. Yeah, you have other options. Okay.
Yeah.
A death by sloth for $5 says the freedom argument would hold more water if we were societally neutral to transition. 10 years ago, it was mocked, so people were de-incentivized. But now there's tons of encouragement in certain circles, and social kudos are too big a motivation for some. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, I do think people. I think the incentives are. Well, especially if you're trying to grow your YouTube channel, it's the incentives are transition, right?
Vagabond for $3 has a big thing on the Bill Cosby stuff. Says here's the TLDW on Razor Fist on Cosby.
Okay.
2 linked accusers, 1 lying. DA declines to prosecute, offers immunity so civil case can go. DA wins election versus guy on I Will Nail Cosby platform. Years later, 3rd accuser goes on TV. Suddenly 60 accusers. New DA goes after Cosby. Civil testimony illegally unsealed. Used in case. Judge for case in Nail Cosby guy has old DA removed as hostile witness. Tainted jury. 3rd accuser admits she made it up for a book. Cosby refuses 0 jail plea. Hung jury. Judge goes for round 2. Guilty. Appeals court with non-biased judge has finally reviewed the above and declared that the original immunity deal must be upheld. Cosby's civil testimony is only admitting to providing women with lewds as a party drug, not the whole sexual assault narrative.
You convinced me.
There you
He
go.
did it. He's
No.
totally
They're trying to
guilty.
convince you of the opposite.
Oh, sorry. Well, he convinced me he's guilty.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
I
gonna
wouldn't-
stick with my gut.
I understand the position of that maybe the way that his case was handled. Obviously, appeals court threw it out. Obviously, the way his case was handled was not done properly. So I understand that argument.
Look, she agreed to do lewds with him, and then she fell asleep. What was he supposed to do?
I'm very skeptical of the fact that all these women are lying. Now, I mean, look, maybe that's
Sitch,
my naivete.
Since you're out on a date, the girl agrees to do quaaludes with you, and she falls asleep. What are you gonna do?
I'm just thinking, like, if you could procure 60 women to make up sexual assault claims, okay, why would you waste that on Bill Cosby that no one gives a shit about? Like, who's out to get Bill Cosby?
Yeah.
Right? Wouldn't you have used that power on like Brett Kavanaugh or something like? Because then you're like, well, there's like a whole machine maybe like out to get.
He's out
someone.
of jail now. He's totally out of jail now.
What?
Bill
Who?
Cosby is.
Oh, yeah, I
Bill-
know. That's what I'm just. I mean, I'm a suspect that many people would make up that many. It just seems that would be like the ultimate black pill. Like, holy shit! Like 60 women just fucking lied about this really heinous sexual assault crime. I would lose all faith in humans. Period. After that.
Yeah.
Dr. Diddler, for $2 says, "Please, doctor was my father. Call me daddy."
Daddy Diddler. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I see what you did there, Doctor.
Yes. They also said, "How much does it cost to remove wrenches? Just curious. Name a number, preferably a smaller one. Also, don't let it be used against me." That's right. Dr. Diddler wants to pay me to get other people's wrenches removed.
I know that's an interesting tactic. I do like it.
That's true. That feels so evil.
I know.
Feels a little too evil.
Well, we should go through and like list the prices.
Okay. We'll think
Like
about
different.
Utter Nonsense for $7. Thank you, Utter Nonsense. Says S-Class snorts Cajun spice in order to eat flavored boogers. And Simps for Neil deGrasse Tyson. A-Team respects women without simping. A-Team for bubblegum ice cream. Ugh.
What's wrong with bubblegum?
Bubblegum
I'm into
ice
cotton
cream is
candy now.
disgusting.
Cotton candy ice cream is my new flavor.
Oh.
I mean, I think
never-
I'd give up my wrench for like $50. I mean, we could split that. I mean,
I've
not so
never
bad,
liked
right?
cotton candy. I don't know if that's a contentious opinion. I've never
Really?
liked cotton candy. Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
You don't like cotton candy?
Nope. I'm like, what? This is.
Oh, you
gross.
rub it all over your teeth? It's so good.
Are you sure you're not thinking of crack or Coke?
You rub it all over your teeth.
I think you're thinking of Coke, Adam. Okay, Coke is not
I
cotton
don't know
candy.
I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, Sitch
Uh-huh.
has had some experiences that I haven't myself
Mr.
had.
I love cotton candy so much. I'm like rubbing it on my fucking teeth like a fiend.
You're so bad. This is the delirium. I hope there are not many people listening at this point of the show.
I hope everyone's listening.
I
to this
gotta
point
look
of the
in.
show.
I gotta look in. Now
I hope everyone is listening to Adam just saying like goofy, crazy shit.
No, please make it
Yes.
stop.
There were 2 pictures you didn't put up yet.
I know. I'm working up to it.
Okay. I'm just saying.
How close are we?
Not close at all.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll bring them up. This is the delirious part of the show.
I know.
I actually love. We get some good material.
We do. This is where this is where the Emperor, the best bit
I
ever on the show.
I
Kylo
know.
Emperor asking Kylo Ren to get his dick sucked by Rey.
Did Nathan clip it? I don't even know if Nathan clipped it.
He better have clipped it. That's the best thing that this show has ever produced.
People linked to it in the comments. Like a couple
Right.
people actually linked to it, so I got to
Yep.
click on it and go back and listen to it a second time. And guess what? It was better the second time. I mean, that's fucking hilarious. I was dying.
That's right.
I was
140-ish episodes all culminated, all existed just for that one 5-minute bit.
Kylo Ren. You have
Take out your
Ray,
piece.
Ray, get on your knees,
And
Ray.
have my granddaughter suck your dick. Yes.
Oh my
But look,
God.
he's not a cuck. Not a cuck though. Not
I
a
know.
cuck.
Yeah. MGTOW will be happy about that.
I actually had a friend of mine who listened to the show. They're like, I agree with that. I don't think Joker was a cuck. I'm like, no, shut up.
Yeah.
So there you
Wait
go.
a second.
Daddy.
I won the Joker thing though.
You didn't win shit. I don't know. You
We
lost. You
talked-
gave up that. What do you mean?
We talked it out and I won.
You know.
No, I went to the bathroom and thought about it in the bathroom and was like, what the fuck? I totally
No.
remembered the whole
Because
thing.
that's what's you've already forgotten. That's what spawned the whole Emperor dick sucking conversation. Was that Mahler brought up the example of, I forget what he said, of like if Luke pulled down his pants, or if he like kissed his ass or something, that that you know, wouldn't that be weird? And like, wouldn't that make him a cuck? And then I said, no. What if the Emperor said, Luke, come to me and let me suck your dick and I'll spare your friends. And you're like, okay, Sitch. Okay, you're right.
Oh, sorry. There's some drama going on in the chat, so
okay.
I wasn't paying
Don't worry
attention.
about it. There's drama. What kind of drama?
Somebody tried to get us in trouble with harsh like racist words and stuff.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's just a troll.
Who was saying bad things? We're trying to talk about.
Don't encourage them. Yeah, I know.
We're trying to. Oh, there it is. Oh, Jesus.
I know.
Wow. Okay.
Make it stop.
Boom. Hide user. Okay.
Watch out, because it goes like I tried to do that too, but I ended up unhiding them because CT did it like a microsecond before I did it.
Oh, I see.
CT's on it, so.
Okay. It says they're hidden.
Thank you, CT. CT's wrench, $500 for CT's wrench.
CT's wrench is priceless, guys. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Fuck me and a Tesla daddy. That's not so bad. We can let that one slide.
We can let fuck me and Tesla daddy. That's fine.
Oh.
That's fine.
What's going on?
I mean, if you spam it, it gets annoying. But
we're getting troll attacked here.
Yes.
Anyway, let's move on.
Anyway. Luke, I want to suck your penis.
Oh my God.
Daddy Diddler for $1 says, if this place floods, I'm coming to live with you, Adam. I hope you like a little diddle danger in your life.
Oh, I don't actually. No diddle danger, please.
Some diddle danger, yes. The diddle danger.
I've met Sitch before, but I wouldn't invite him to stay with us if we hadn't already met.
Right. NCR Trooper for $2 says, waiting for a Sitch 08 housing crash video almost makes you wish for a nuclear winter. Mm-hmm. There you go. That's going to be NCR Trooper. He's always waiting. He's always waiting to reclaim the glory of New California. Utter Nonsense for $3 says, have you ever seen the Egg in Real Life subreddit? It seems to be pushing people to identify as trans and calls people who deny trans as an egg that needs to be hatched. Pretty creepy. I haven't seen that. That sounds terrible. I haven't. I'm not sure I want to go see that. Yeah. Daddy Diddler, for another $1, says Marxist theory spawned conflict theory, which along with feminist theory makes sociology completely unbearable because you're supposed to pretend like these theories aren't fucking stupid while you vegetate through a sociology class.
That's the thing, because none of the stuff that Durkheim talks about is stupid. Like, it's all very well thought out. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you're replacing that with Marxist navel gazing? That's bullshit. That's total bullshit. That's unforgivable. So weird that this is happening.
Yeah. Hex Blackwood for $5 says, saw the title. We should be fun to watch at work tomorrow. Just got a new car, so no more super chats for a while. S-Class makes good life decisions.
Yeah, good for you. Glad to see
good. Glad you got
a cool car. Yeah.
Cool. Bogan Villia for 5 Aussies says, Neil is famously anti-theist and has gone on talk shows saying such. Interesting to see him also take the woke anti-science position to virtue signal. Oh, there you go.
It makes sense. It totally makes sense.
Lee Birch for $2 says, you guys are great. Oh, thank you, Lee. Thank you.
I try.
No, Lee. You're great. Alexander for $5 says, what do you think of the Fauci Rand Paul clash? Is Fauci dancing around the gain of function definition?
First of all, I loved it.
You love the clash?
Because it's just high stakes drama, which is completely
That's true.
Fascinating. Yeah. You are lying, Senator Paul. Rand Paul, you are not. You know nothing of what you speak, Rand Paul.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was great. It was totally great.
Someone on Twitter linked Adam this video, and then Adam linked me the video, which I interpreted as Adam saying, Sitch, fact check.
No, I just thought it was a great video.
Okay. By someone named John Perry.
Yeah.
John Perry.
He has a channel, Stated Clearly, that's really good.
Stated Clearly,
yeah.
yes.
He's a little bit...
Casually is the name of the YouTube channel.
He's a little... Well, he has two channels. He has Stated Clearly, which I think is his big channel. I think he has like 250,000 subscribers there. And then he has like a secondary channel where he does kind of more off the cuff stuff.
Gotcha.
But he's a little tiny bit of an anti-theist, so you've been warned. And I did, I mean, I've debated him on. He believes in meme theory, which I don't believe in. I believe in.
You don't believe in
cultural
memes,
evolution.
Adam?
Well, I believe in internet memes, but he thinks of it as like memes are really the equivalent of genes, and I'm just no. You're anthropomorphizing ideas. But anyway.
I put in the chat his video. I thought it was very good. Assuming his video is correct, it to me seems like Rand Paul either didn't understand the specific research or was virtue signaling. Or was referencing something else entirely and confusing multiple things.
Or all three.
Or all three of these things, which is very possible. Because according to the Stated Clearly video, which I linked, which is very interesting, what he said, what they did was they took a virus. I'm not sure exactly why they did this. They took a virus that is commonly used in research called like the W1N virus or something. And that virus already is used in research because it is very successfully binds itself to human cell receptors. And so it's used in research. And it's thought that it wouldn't be that bad in human beings because it multiplies very slowly or something. And so what they did was they took this this W1N virus that already binds very well to human cells, and they replaced the binding mechanism with various different COVID viruses binding mechanisms. And the point of this was to test to see if these other COVID viruses could bind. That's what they were testing to human cells.
Guess
and if
what?
that's what, and they said
They
that,
can.
and the research showed that they could. And if that's all the research was, that doesn't sound dangerous to me. That makes sense why they're testing it. They're saying, oh, we're testing to see if the COVID virus receptor hooks work against human cells. So if that's the study that Rand Paul was referring to, I think he's wrong. That seems not to be the type of gain of function research that what I understood Brett Weinstein and other people were worried about. So that doesn't mean that other types of gain research function weren't happening in the Wuhan lab. It just was referring to the specific research that supposedly Fauci had some hand in funding or something. So there you go.
Wow.
Very exciting. Joshua Worley for $10 says, you guys should ask Sargon Argon about the German Marxist psychology experiments. What's that?
German Marxist psychology. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
That book, Nietzsche and the Nazis, is actually on YouTube if you want to listen to it. It's pretty crazy.
The German experiment that placed foster children with pedophiles. What?
What?
Awful.
Awful.
In 2017, a German man who goes by the name Marco came across an article in a Berlin newspaper with a photograph of a professor he recognized from childhood. The first thing he noticed was the man's lips. They were thin, almost non-existent, a trait that Marco had always found repellent. He was surprised. I always hate when articles are written this way, like I'm reading a book. He was surprised to read that the professor, Helmut Kentler, had been one of the most influential sexologists in Germany. The article described a new research report that had investigated what was called the Kentler experiment. Beginning in the late 60s, Kentler had placed neglected children in foster homes run by pedophiles.
Evil.
What? The experiment
Evil.
was authorized and financially supported by the Berlin Senate. In a report submitted to the Senate in 1988, Kentler described it as a complete success.
Success?
What?
How? What the fuck?
What was he fucking researching? What the fuck is this?
That's evil. Success in that it was completely evil and totally fucked up? Like that was the goal? Oh my God.
What was he studying? I hate articles like this because you can't scan them because they give you like all this fucking bullshit. Like, I don't care about all this nonsense. Just tell me, just the facts, ma'am. Just the facts. Not today, New Yorker. I'm not signing up for your stupid shit. Wait, so what the fuck was the point? What were they studying? If kids were going to get raped? Like, I don't understand. What was being studied here? Is there like a Wikipedia article on this or something I can like briefly read? The Kentler Project in West Berlin. That was the commies, right? No, that wasn't the commies. What the fuck? What the fuck, West Berlin, right? The Kentler Project in West Berlin routinely placed homeless children with pedophile men, assuming they'd make ideal foster parents. Why would you assume that?
They would make the worst foster parents. What
Yeah,
the
this
fuck?
doesn't make any sense.
That's the assumption that you would make.
How the fuck did they sign? How did a government
Well,
sign
hold
off
on.
that?
Was the success that they were great foster parents? Is that the like?
know.
I'm so confused by this. I'm terribly
A study
confused.
conducted by the University of Hildesheim has found that authorities in Berlin condoned this practice for 30 years. The pedophile foster fathers even received a regular care allowance.
Wow.
Helmut Kentler was in a leading position at Berlin Center for Education Research. He was convinced that sexual contact between adults and children was harmless. Oh, so he's a fucking pedophile. He was saying that sexual contact between adults and children was not a big deal.
Oh, so basically these foster parents were abusing the kids.
And he's like, it's not a big deal.
Oh, this story is awful.
In Kentler's view, it was not enough for parents to avoid putting obstacles in the way of their children's sexual desires. Rather, parents should introduce their children to sexuality.
This is
because
terrible.
Otherwise, they'd risk leaving them sexually underdeveloped.
This is fucking nightmarish.
What the fuck is wrong with Berlin? How the fuck does this psychopath given money to conduct and power to conduct this horrifying experiment? Jesus
Do not
Christ.
condone. Do not condone.
What the fuck? Was this guy a communist? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It doesn't mention anything about that. Jesus. What the fuck? I'm shocked and appalled by this. That's my phone.
Oh, okay.
That was the authorities also shocked and appalled.
I know, shutting us down.
Yeah. Wow.
Stop reading this article. It's giving me
I'll stop
bad
reading
juju. I'm
fucking
experiencing
crazy.
a lot of negative emotion here.
Okay. Jeez. Jesus.
Yeah. Daniel the Bruce has it right.
Thank you, Joshua Worley.
gross.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Zach Brom for $10 says, if you guys want your third eye opened, of course, on Wikipedia, go to the Wayback Machine and look at the wiki entry for cultural Marxism from pre-2014 and compare it to the entry from cultural Marxism today.
We've done it. We have actually done it.
Well,
yeah.
Not only have we done it, Zach, but whoever you heard that from,
yeah,
guess where they got that from?
Totally.
They got it from me.
Yeah.
I was the original opener of the third eye. I was the first person, I believe, that ever pointed out that you could use Wayback Machine on cultural Marxism to find out that out the truth about that one.
Yes, I totally remember that. I totally.
I said that.
Remember
I said that like last year, 2 years
We
ago.
brought it up in the CRT debate with Aaron.
I did, but
Yes.
I had posted it on Twitter like a year before that or something.
Yeah.
Yep. Sick Perfection for $4.99 says the Lotus Eaters have some brilliant podcasts going through Marx's life. Very insightful.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sargon's doing a great job.
Yeah, definitely. Electric Elephant for $2 Aussie bucks says women's sports. You mean level 1 handicap division? Ouch.
Yeah, ouch. Someone doesn't like their women's sports. What's wrong with
I
women's
mean,
sports?
it's not untrue, but ouch.
The thing is, no one's saying you have to watch women's sports, okay? No one wants to watch women's sports. But women actually like to play women's sports. That's the difference. Like, they don't need an audience. They're women. They just get out there and do it for fun. Okay? It's guys that are the show-offs. Guys are the ones that are like, I'm not doing this. There's no audience. Fuck this. I'm not playing basketball if no one's watching. How am I supposed to get a girlfriend if nobody's watching me play?
Paragon of Cynicism for $5 says, when you two talk to Aaron, and he says there's no true CRT isn't being taught, confront him on how it is critical race praxis, which is even more dangerous.
Well, that's happening on Thursday, but I might not remember that. Sitch might have to bring that
praxis.
up.
I'll remember it. That's what Lindsay is always saying. He had a whole video on it. You can listen to it.
Oh, I forgot. We need to do an outro for Nathan too. I remember. I filed
Remind
my notes.
me at the end. Yes.
Sitch and Adam do outro for Nate. We can do that at any time, but it's got to be an outro that he can use on.
Well, what are we going to do for the outro?
Like, thanks. This is a clip for the Sitch and Adam show.
Hey now, or bye now.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for watching this clip from the Sitch and Adam show. We do a regular show 1 day a week, every Sunday. You tune in, and you can enjoy it. You can watch the full show here. Link in the description.
Yeah, S-Class.
Don't listen to Sitch.
S-Class is best.
A-Team is the A-Team reigns supreme. I'm a little tired. Sorry, guys. I mean, that's my first attempt, but something like that.
Okay.
I mean, what do these other people do? I hear it all the time when I listen to like a clip. Charlie, Charisma on Command guy, has clips, and he does a real professional job.
Hey now, it's your boy PSA Sitch and Adam here to thank you for listening to this wonderful clip. Check out our main channel and our streams every Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern.
Mm-hmm.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, I wasn't on camera. I think it'd be nicer if I was on camera, but
okay. Well, you can just add visual, whatever visual you want.
Since I didn't say anything, yeah, I guess that's true.
Exactly. Matty Ice for $5 says,
"Oh no,
what? Miam mines these nuts? What? Oh, Mamma Mines is a philosopher. Oh, that was the philosopher that was that the philosopher Ben Shapiro referenced. So there you go. Meow mine nine des these nuts. However you say that guy's name. People are saying cringe. They didn't like our endings. So sorry.
Well, maybe I should do a little light graphic design on the screen too, so it looks like. So it actually looks like the show. I guess the graphic design can be done after the fact, though. But I feel like I should say something, too.
You should say something.
Nah.
Yeah.
You
should do the whole thing.
No, I like what you did.
Okay.
Don't let the chat discourage you. They loved it. Deep down.
Actually, there's only one person. It was only Ninja Co-Star. Fuck you, Ninja Co-Star.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Oh, boy.
You hurt my feelings, Ninja.
Oh, boy, we're in trouble. I like that. I'm losing hope in you guys. Ninja. Look at this.
CS
hope.
for $10 says Anna Kasparian is pure as the driven snow. Sitch and Adam are evil. Leave her alone.
Pure as the driven snow means like snow that you've driven on, which is not pure at all. That's a
Yeah, I
don't
think
know what you're
he's
talking
joking.
about.
CS also said Anna Kasparian is so whack. Jimmy Dore is the man for calling her out. So he's being
Okay, good.
my Amon ODs. Oh, I get the joke now. My Omondies nuts. I get it, Maddie. Thank you. Thank you. The Animal the Bruce says, "Hey, sorry, I've been fighting with Distributus in your comment section." That's funny.
Hey, sorry. Oh, no, that's good. Distributors wanted a link to our Discord, but I mean, we have 2 Discords, and I don't know who Distributors wants. I invited Distributors on Thursday. He came on the stream on Thursday.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
I like Distributors.
CS for another $10 says, Hey Anna, she's so fine, she blow my mind. Hey Anna, hey Anna." I think CS is a little enamored.
Yeah.
Enamored with Anna. Yes.
I always want to bring up the clip. Yeah, I'm fucking better than you. It's so hilarious. But I can never find it. There's a gold one that's like got music to it and everything.
I'm sure Steve has it somewhere. He has all the Anna clips, doesn't he?
I don't know. Oh
Steve
yeah,
and Michael
Steve
Davis.
does. Yeah,
Yes.
totally.
Yeah.
I think that was a atheist Rue. What's it? Devin Tracy.
Oh, Devin Tracy. Yeah.
I think he put that
Atheist
together.
Rue. Good old Atheist Rue.
The Atheist Rue. Yeah,
I like that. Good old Atheist Rue.
that's one of his nicknames. You never heard that?
I know. Oh, I thought it was because you were like, oh, he's atheist and he has a kangaroo avatar.
That's
so
why
you
his
just made...
nickname. That's
I
why
see
his
it.
nickname is Atheist Rue.
I thought you just
Yes.
couldn't remember his name and you just hastily like created. Like, a nickname.
I only remembered. Atheist Rue is one of his nicknames. Devin Tracy
Okay.
is his real name, and
Right.
there's a third name.
Atheism Unstoppable is the channel name.
Okay,
that he used to have.
atheism.
Right.
That's the one
Before-
I couldn't remember.
Sure.
Atheism is stoppable though. What are we talking
There
about?
you go.
We've already halted it. Jordan Peterson already eviscerated atheism.
Yeah, Actual Justice Warrior played that clip in his last video. If you were looking for it, the Anna
I
Kasparian
love
one
you.
saying, "I'm better than you."
I mean, I love you, Devin, but atheism has already been like totally cockblocked. No, I'm just joking. around.
DI Jeans for $5 says, "Last one for the night. Call-in stream. Also, I might need a refund on your free will. It doesn't seem to work for me. And A-Team reigns supreme."
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Well,
Don't let these S-class fuckers mess with you guys.
you have to read the fine print. Okay, the very teeny tiny
What?
fine print. Okay, all free will is non-negotiable, non-refundable. I'm so sorry. Any life decisions you make using that free will that you receive from the Sitch and Adam show,
Yeah, we are exempt from any
we
responsibility.
are exempt from all decisions, and
Yeah.
this free will is non-refundable. Okay.
Yeah. You get some girl knocked up, or
That's on
you end
you,
up-
friend.
you end up
Yes.
like bum fighting in an alley and kill somebody. If we can't be responsible for that kind of shit.
And remember, the free will, it's a one-time use. Okay, each unit of free will is one-time use. If you try,
yeah,
some
totally.
people try to reuse the same unit of free will, and
Dangerous.
very dangerous.
Yeah.
Very dangerous. That's asking for problems.
Yeah.
Okay, that's asking for problems.
Yeah.
So many people are like, "Why is Sitch a kitty now?" Yeah, why is Sitch a kitty?
You don't like
'Cause
that? I love it.
I noticed it like an hour ago. I just never said anything.
You didn't say anything.
'Cause I'm adorable.
I found the links.
The reason that
Good.
I'm a
Thanks
kitty
for
is
posting
because
those, CT, by the way.
the reason I'm a kitty is because Adam is terrified of my face, and I didn't want to, upset him so much. So
Yeah. Well, I'm the one that put the kitty up, but
right.
hey, is one of these Dr. Diddler posted a Discord link? Is that one of the Discords? There's 2 Discords, right? But that's we
Yeah,
have
Dr. Diddler
we have
is
so many fans that we actually have 2 Discords.
Yes, there's 2 Discords. Yes.
Yeah.
Doge Whistle for $5. Hey Doge says, "I hear the TYT rant about Republicans wanting camps, denial of human rights, etc. And all I wonder is, do you want to do this to your political opponents?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's a good thing to wonder. It's a good thing to wonder.
Yeah.
Joey Not Nice for $10 says, I lean libertarian, but you never go full libertarian. They are naive as fuck. If you sent one back in time with full knowledge of the housing crash and put them in charge of everything, nothing would change. There you go. Interesting. You never go full libertarian.
Never. Yeah. What?
Alex Riviera for $5 says, just getting into politics and philosophy. Any good recommendations? Any recommendations on good reads? Well, Adam has a list.
Yeah. What was the request on, though?
Any recommendations on good reads for just getting into politics and philosophy?
The Narrow Corridor. I'll do a different
The
one.
Righteous Mind, The Narrow Corridor, Why Nations Fail. See,
Yeah,
I
totally.
remember them all. Yes.
All on adamfriended.com.
Adam Friended. Yeah.
Actually, I don't think The Narrow Corridor is in my top favorite books.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I have been recommending it lately.
The Dictator's
because,
Handbook.
The Narrow Corridor talks about the cage of norms.
Right.
That I think, this kind of came up in my discussion when Distributors came on the channel last Thursday to talk about, we were streaming about populism versus elitism. And they have this idea that elites basically basically every movement is astroturf from elites. That was the theory. And I was thinking the Narrow Corridor kind of blows that theory out of the water when they talk about the cage of norms. Is like it's a lot of times that makes society hard to change. Elites try to change society, but people stick to their norms. The whole idea behind Jim Crow was the cage of norms, because people in the South were like, no, we're fucking racist. We're going to continue this pattern of behavior. And we don't give a fuck if the elites in Washington, D.C. are trying to change that, right? It lasted, I don't know how long Jim Crow lasted, but it lasted quite a bit longer because people are kind of obstinate about changing.
Yep.
You can't just tell them to change. You can't just tell
Stug.
people, you're S-class now. Fuck you.
Stug for $5 says, you guys are just jealous that Anna is better than you. Much better than you. You are garbage. There you go. Stug got our number.
I am jealous. I am actually jealous. So I met Anna, and it smells like she doesn't shower often.
Oh my God.
I'm just saying. Maybe she should consider a trip to the room with the water raining down.
Anna's gonna send you a nasty DM. Like, Adam, there was this one time you commented on my outfit.
Come on, I know. I think I resisted long enough. Come on. I didn't do it during the main show. I resisted. I remember when I said, how nasty can we go here? Because I feel
they were going pretty nasty against Ben. So
I know, it was terrible.
The Observing Otaku for $7 says, this is a Godzilla-sized straw man she's constructing here. That is very true. Also, ladies, take note, acting like this is why men aren't approaching or marrying you. MGTOW. And I'm pretty sure the TYT would defend Jessica Yaniv. Yeah, I'm actually curious about that.
Oh, hell yeah, they would.
The TYT covered Jessica
Yaniv was the transgender woman who was like, shave my balls. Get down there and wax, right? I wonder how Anna would feel if her sister was working at the salon that had this waxed Jessica Yaniv's balls. How do you think she'd feel? She'd probably throw her own sister under the bus. No, she would totally throw it. She'd be like, "Wait, you're working there. Come on. Don't be transphobic." She would tell her. She'd say, "Get down there and work it.
Work it, girl.
Get down there and take care of business." Nobody wants to see those hairy balls. Wax
my God.
them.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry. I'm getting delirious. Are you reading super chats?
Anonymous Cow, I was trying to, but I just let you go. Just let you go. The Anonymous Cow for $5 says, disappointed in Sam Harris's censorship position attacking Brett. Check out the Better Skeptics Ground Truth Challenge. It could be a good IDW protocol. Better Skeptics Ground Truth Challenge.
Yeah, you have to watch that podcast, Sitch, with Brett responding to Sam.
Yeah, I will. That sounds interesting.
He's so fucking nice to Sam, and I'm just like, oh.
Well, I have to listen to Sam's first to understand the context.
Brett Weinstein is like 10 times the man as Sam Harris.
Ooh, very classy.
He is.
Yes, Brett Weinstein is very classy.
Fuck yeah, he's classy. Sam Harris is egomaniacal.
Right.
That's what's so, like, he's all about his reputation. All he cares about is like me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's so obvious. He's like, God damn it, why can't everyone just get vaccinated? Why don't they trust me? I'm Sam Harris. I'm the avatar of logic and reason. Just listen to me. Go get vaccinated, you fucking bitch. Right?
Right.
That's kind of his attitude. It's like,
that is kind of his attitude, yes.
Dude, he starts the podcast. I know I'm going on, but I have to tell this part. He starts the podcast talking about how this is the podcast where he's going to change people's minds to try to deal with people's vaccination hesitancy. And he admits that it's probably like politics is driving this to some extent, and that the people who are not getting vaccinated are those goddamn fucking Trump supporters. It's like, what, Sam?
Does he say? He says goddamn Trump supporters.
No, but basically he starts, backhanded insulting Trump, and I'm going, you are a moron. You're a fucking moron.
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you're going to eliminate vaccination hesitancy in Trump supporters, by insulting their guy?
Right.
Where's this guy's like this guy's supposed to be smart. I don't get it. I'm sorry. I've gone on too long.
Yes. I'll check it out. Doge Whistle for $5 says, I just explained to my wife who you guys were. Sitch is the autistic one who will read a 300-page paper to disprove a single point. Adam is the fun one.
I love it.
I mean, that's pretty accurate.
That's not untrue.
That's not untrue. That's pretty accurate.
And I don't have to read a 300-page paper, which is perfect.
That's true.
We're
not
team.
capable of reading.
Teamwork. I have my computer read it to me, so I'm not totally incapable.
There you go. Stug for $5 says, when you get Nick Rekieta on, you should ask him about abortion. Could be an interesting conversation. Barely related, but balls or no balls?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the context of the balls or no balls question is.
That is it's kind of a weebish question. I think there's some kind of character that has like a penis, but maybe no balls, or maybe should have balls.
Is this Rekieta talk about this?
Yeah, I've heard Rekieta and Ethan talked about this on a stream, and Ethan was like, balls. So I know balls is probably the right answer. I think Rekieta and Ethan both say balls. Like, you're having a dick with no balls is just weird.
So I typed this in and I found it. The first thing I found was a meme, and it says Fuda with dick and balls. No. Fuda with dick but no balls. Yes. So is this a Fuda question?
I guess.
Is Rekieta like a big Fuda guy? I didn't know this.
Rekieta's a huge weeb. Yeah, that's why I'm like, why wouldn't you not? Why wouldn't you want to have Nick Rekieta on? Everyone would love to have us to have Nick.
I never said we shouldn't have Nick Rekieta. Yeah. Why do you? Adam randomly throws me under the bus like about made-up shit.
We have had this conversation before, and you thought Nick Rekieta was somebody else.
I know.
Like, you thought he was like Nick Fuentes or something.
No, I thought he was the People's Pundit podcast guy or something. I don't know what the fuck the guy's name was.
Nick is totally cool. Nick is
very cool.
conservative, but he's enlightened centrist conservative. He doesn't.
Yeah.
He's not straw manning other people's arguments or anything like that.
People saying it is a Fuda question.
Yes.
So wow, I didn't know Rikita was into the Fudos. Interesting.
Yeah. They just went. A bunch of them went to a like WeebCon.
Yeah.
I don't know what the con was, but they were posting pictures on Twitter and stuff like that. So.
A Fuda is a girl with a penis, Adam.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I like sometimes when I say something and you talk about the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm.
I just find it funny.
So a girl with a penis and no balls is weird. Go with the balls. Yeah.
No, so in like Japanese shit, when you have like a dick girl, it's called a Fuda.
Right.
Okay, so
I get
I guess
it,
the question, So I guess the question is being asked is, should they have balls or no balls?
Yeah.
So there you go.
Now I'm questioning whether if you're going as weird as like this Buddha thing, maybe no balls. Go extra weird.
No balls.
Yeah.
There you go. Oversized Trash Man for $5 says, I didn't know Lance Lointz had a dog, but it makes sense. Good to keep food around in case his policies come to fruition. Oh, that's awful. That's awful.
Lance? Oh my God. Are you hypothesizing that Lance will one day eat the dog?
They're saying that if his communist policies come to fruition, he'll have to eat the dog. Yeah.
We need to talk more to Lance. I think Lance is savable. I mean, he doesn't talk much, but
I'm not sure about that one. Not sure there's much to save there, Adam. Docto Mud for $5 says, Adam, any thoughts on the new Masters of the Universe? Also, will we ever see you join Friday Night Tights podcast?
The weird thing happened with Friday Night Tights. I was supposed to be on, and I got bumped for somebody else, which no problem. I got nothing but love for Gary and the Friday Night Tights crew. They talked about putting me on a different night, and I responded, but they never responded to me on the different night. So, and I've already rescheduled something on the night that they was in question. So it's kind of up in the air on whether or not I'm going to be on.
One day.
Like I said, yeah.
Right. Yeah. We already talked about Masters of the Universe, so.
We already talked about Masters of the Universe, and I mean, they obviously have like much more pop culture knowledge than me. I mean, I'm like an artist who, God, it was funny when we were watching He-Man Masters of the Universe because it's totally my generation. It's something that I should have been watching when I was a kid, but I was always interested in making things and doing my own thing, and kind of didn't really watch a lot of TV when I was a kid. So,
wow.
If my parents would have, because I was like a latchkey kid, so I didn't have a lot of parental supervision. Like I got in a lot of trouble when I was a kid. And if I had parents that were like telling me, "No, you can't watch TV. You watch too much TV," I probably would have watched a lot more TV. But since my parents were like, "You want to watch TV for 10 hours after school? Fucking knock yourself out, kid." I was like, TV's fucking boring, man. I want to do other shit. So,
John R for $5 says, "Can you please never do a Vosh video again? Every sentence he speaks is condescending."
Yeah,
I mean, that is true. That is true.
Very true. Yes.
John Smith for $1.99 says, "Black science guy, more like black liar guy." Oh, John.
Ooh, ouch.
Black scientist man. That was his moniker for a while.
Really? He's totally against that. What are you talking about? I mean,
well, it was before the woke shit. It was used a little bit more endearingly.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Neil deGrasse Tyson would always talk about race in a way that I found palatable, because he said,
always seemed to be pretty colorblind about stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He was like, I don't want to be known as like the black astronomer. I just want to be known as an astronomer. I don't want to, like, why is it? He even said, I think he did Michael Shermer's podcast around the same time that he was doing all these other podcasts. And he said they would always invite him to be like to some black conference, black astrophysicists or whatever. And he'd be like, yeah, I don't know if I really want to go to that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I just go to the regular astrophysicist conference.
Yeah, I respect that. I respect that.
Yeah, totally. I mean, you got to admit, Sitch, well, I don't know about the Jewish thing, but like if there was a white something, I would not go. I would be like, no.
There were
that's
two pictures.
Not for me.
There were 2 pictures you didn't put up yet.
I know, I got to put them up. I'm in the middle of responding to a comment with the distributors with the Discord thing.
Oh my God.
You keep interrupting me. Here, I'll bring the pictures.
You're the one that's talking for like 10 minutes for every super chat, okay?
What? Okay, I'll shut
Power,
up.
you got to use some of the, I got to give Adam some free will so he can use it.
Okay, I'll shut up. Are we talking the Marmot picture and the...
the Marmot popsicle and then
Chat one.
The expert layman, which I think we should
Super
start
Chat
using for the background because that looks cool as fuck.
This is a combination of CT and it says super chats, but I'm not super down with glows around fonts. So.
Oh my God.
I know.
Expert layman, take the glow off and give us the picture again because I want to use that for super chats because I think it looks cool. They took CT's base picture and they added like a filter to it.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm not huge on the filter either, but.
Oh my God.
Jesus I mean, it's. Christ. I know.
Okay, just use CT's picture then.
CT's art is amazing, and
so just use CT's
a level
picture.
Of detail away that is not necessarily.
Just use CT's picture for the super chats because it looks cool.
We could do that.
Okay. So picky.
I'm an artist. What do you want from me?
That's true. Cal Clay for 5 Canadian says Vosh is just a chastity cuck that lost his key and is mad at everyone. Even if he did get a girl, he can't enjoy her. And Vosh F Vosh.
What?
There you go.
He's unable to. Is that super chat saying Vosh is impotent?
I don't think that's what he said.
Tell.
Well, he's got a cat. They said he has a chastity belt and he lost his key. So.
Oh, okay. Vosh has a chastity belt for real?
Sure.
Oh my God.
No one for $5 says, "Holy shit, Ethan! Can you give a quick quip about Rian Johnson and his interesting head?" Oh, sorry, no one. That was the super chat. We lost. Does Ethan have a thing about Rian Johnson's head?
Yes, Roundhead Johnson. He calls him.
I see.
Ryan Roundhead Johnson.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yeah.
Cal Clay for 2 Canadian says, "Oh, Adam, tongue your mic. Turn your gay audience on now." Oh, Adam. Adam senpai.
Sitch is the one trying to turn the audience on. I don't know what you
Adam senpai, tongue your mic for us, Adam senpai. Yes, Oni-chan.
Oh my God. I'm taking I can't hear you now. I took my headphone out. I hope you're
Look at him. He's scared.
I hope you're done.
Scared. Look at this
God.
motherfucker. He's like, "I'm so scared of Sitch, and he's just turning me on, and I can't do anything about it."
Yeah. When you do the old man voice from Family Guy, oh God. The old pedophile guy.
Adam.
That's what really.
Adam, how about you coming to I can't do the whistle. Come back to my place.
Oh my God, Soupy Comics. Adam is a font elitist.
That's true. You are a font elitist.
Hilarious.
That's true.
Expert layman.
For $2 says that image is just one frame of an animation. Oh. Wait,
okay.
An animation? Is it done or was that just the preview? Because that would be a cool animation. If it's like,
check it.
I mean, I don't know about Adam. He's all like, "Well, I don't like glow around text."
Dog whistle. Adam's so picky. Look at this.
I know.
Holy shit. Bosch has Soupy Comics. What are you saying? I almost read that.
John Smith for another $4.99 says, "Diddle, I mean Adam." Diddler, I mean Adam, puts pencil erasers up his nose and then chomps it down.
Uh-oh.
S class is best class. Thank you, John.
Those two are always fighting in the chat. I love it.
Expert layman in the same post. Where did you post it? I just CT sent it to us on Twitter. Is it in the Discord or something? Where's? Because I didn't see that you sent this to me on Twitter.
What's Twitter?
Where is it, Expert Layman? Where is it, Expert Layman? Logan William for $5 says, Adam and Sitch, you guys should do a stream with Lilith Lovett on trans issues. I think it would be an interesting talk. Yeah, maybe. Lilith streams with Dev sometimes. So
she's trans.
Yeah, she's trans. Yeah.
Okay.
I follow her on Twitter. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, fix the soundboard, Sitch. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Question for chat. Okay, chat. Get ready. Anyone know games that have mechanics for being suppressed? I know Squad does, but I can't find more. I don't know what that means. Mechanics for being suppressed? What? Like a sex thing?
Maybe oppressed? I don't know.
I don't know what that means. TT says she sent it. Okay.
I couldn't listen to it though, and I don't know if it has music that's going to get ours.
Oh, is it like a YouTube link or something?
Oh, it's like a Google Drive link, but
oh.
Maybe you can listen to it. If I listen to it, the music will actually be in the stream.
Where did she send it?
She sent it in the group chat and
I don't see it. Wait.
In Twitter.
Oh, now I see it. Why is my Twitter wasn't auto refreshing? Oh, Expert Layman did send it. He did send it. I don't know why my Twitter wasn't refreshing. I don't know. Sometimes Twitter is just. Is this copyrighted music, Expert Layman? Wait, there's no music. There's no sound. What are you talking about? It's just a picture.
Okay. I'll bring it up then. Thanks for checking.
This is cool.
All right.
It's cool. Alex Stewart for $20. Thank you, Alec. Says, hey, Vosh, I have an idea on how we make sports ultimately fair. We let everyone take performance enhancing drugs. We get of men and women's sport entirely, and we let cis men beat the absolute snot out of everyone. There you go. That's a good strategy.
Do you really think that? Sounds like
no,
maybe
I don't think that. I do not think
that's a terrible strategy. Anyway,
that's a bad strategy. I'm just looking at the super chat thing. Looks cool. Is it moving? It doesn't look like it's moving.
No, I
haven't just put the picture
up
there.
I'm still responding to Dave, the distributor.
Oh my God! Stop talking to distributors, Adam. You're in the middle of a fucking stream. Tell the distributors to fuck off. Jesus, why is he even awake? Isn't he in like some other country where it's like 2 a.m? Well, actually, no, it's 2 a.m. here. Is it in some other country where it's like 6 a.m? Adam is
no, he's in California. What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. I thought he lived in like Europe.
I'm just responding to a comment. He just left a comment in my like 10 hours ago. He left.
Adam is busy arguing with the distributors in the comment section while he's supposed to be streaming, guys. Can you believe this? Can you fucking believe this?
Well, if Danimal is arguing with him, I'm gonna argue with him.
Oh my God. Let me get out my phone. I'm gonna play some cell phone games, guys.
I'm trying to listen.
Let me play some cell phone games while Adam argues with someone.
Are you supposed to be reading super chats? I thought we were.
I'm so livid right now.
Come on, read some super chats.
John Smith for 199 says Vosh must be assigned fat at birth or something.
Oh my God.
Assigned fat at birth. Oh, John Smith is so cruel. John for another 199 says sharing is bad. Get off my lawn.
Yeah, totally. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, sharing is good. Who told you that? Not very libertarian. Isn't Vosh supposed to be a libertarian anarchist? Right. Yeah.
Or whatever that fucking means. Yes. DJM Voices for $20. Thank you very much, DJM. Says, just legalize all performance enhancers. The lefties get their way. We get to watch roided out women on police cams, and baseball might actually be watchable again. Everyone wins, and even Van Shriver class is the best class.
Yeah, Ethan does. We didn't give Ethan a name,
That's true. That's true.
but that's cool.
Ginger Must Prime for 22 Aussies says, "Hey now, I challenge any of these lefty queers, come on, swinging, to define women without just reinforcing old performative stereotypes. The current definition, human female, frees people to do whatever they want." That is always the grand irony with all the woke shit, is that they basically stereotype women in the way that they talk about trans women and non-binary issues. So,
Yeah.
Yep.
Terribly sexist stereotypes. Yeah.
Mhm.
No women could ever live up to that. We have to completely change all of media so that we don't put this idea into women's heads that they have to live up to this unrealistic stereotype.
Unless they were born male.
Yeah,
Then
then
it's
of
okay.
course, yeah, then
It's okay.
you get as much cleavage as you possibly can.
Right.
And, yeah,
Right.
high heels, show off your legs, do all that stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Paper bag of color for $10 says, why don't we just let democracy decide? The competitors in each sport / each league / each division can vote on whether or not trans athletes can participate. Pure democracy, majority rules. There you go.
Really? I don't know.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Madrano for $5. Thank you so much, Hummer. I still have all the little Sitches on the desk looking at me. Hey, little Sitches that Hummer got. Logan William for $20. Thank you, Logan. Says, hey, Adam, if you're still looking for books to read / listen to, the Dresden Files are pretty good. It's about a detective and wizard, Harry Dresden, as he recounts investigations into supernatural disturbances in modern-day Chicago.
Cool. I'll put it on my list. The
There you
Dresden
go.
Files.
The Dresden Files. Yes, I Am Dwight for $5. Says, Board Gamergate is next. They've already started taking over. Gygax Jr. has officially been canceled. The whole trade association is now ruled by SJWs. Really? They're going after... I know they've been going after D&D for a while now, but...
That's horrible. D&D? Oh, man. All my characters were hot paladin girls. I'm feeling bored. I'm going to play with my boobs for a while.
There you go. There you go.
Well, Anna approved it, so, I mean, I feel like I can say it.
Daily Dose for $2 says, Adam, where can I donate to the CyberFrog campaign?
I knew it.
There you go. There you go.
Next. We'll have some
CyberFrog.
We'll have some CyberFrog in Supervillains.
We'll make that a villain. Well, CyberFrog is a villain.
I am the CyberFrog. I will get you.
That's funny.
Watching Suit punch the CyberFrog will be great. Oh, what happened? Oh my God.
What?
I don't think I had the thing on loop. It disappeared after it was done. I brought the thing up though.
Yeah, that's
Come
cool.
on, I'm doing my job.
Do your job, Adam. Do your job.
Now it's on loop. Here you go.
Okay.
Super chat.
Awesome.
This is good. I'm
the
sorry
Marmot popsicle picture was CT. She's drawing pictures of the various people in the Discord, like the various Discord regulars. So that's your Marmot popsicle.
I'll make it smaller, move it down below the super chats. Here we go.
Yep. Oh fuck! Super chats all got fucked up. Where?
Oh no!
Here we are. Spencer Kindra for $2 says, "You guys ever gonna have Short Fat Otaku on?" We've had him on.
What? We've been on a bunch of times.
He's been on twice.
And I had him on my channel.
And he was on your channel.
Yes. We did a great stream. We did a Vosh video together. It was great. You should check it out.
Yeah.
It was fun. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
great.
Dad's been on. Dad's been on this channel. He's been on the Adam Thursday channel.
Yeah.
Yep. Metalworks for $11.90 for $2 says 2000s He-Man was pretty damn good. Oh, I'm gonna have to hard disagree with that. Metalworks. I'm gonna have to hard disagree. I thought it was boring as shit.
Is that the reboot? Live action reboot?
No.
With
There's like a 2000
or something.
No. There's a 2000 cartoon He-Man That's the only incarnation of He-Man I'd seen before this one. I'd never seen the original. And I thought it was terribly boring, but that's just me.
Boring. That's a good.
It was
review
no reboot. It was no Beast Wars. That's all I'm saying.
there. Oh, Beast Wars, I love.
Beast Wars. Dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun,
that's
dun.
right.
Dun, dun, dun.
Dinobot.
What are you doing? Don't mess with the Dinobot.
Remember Rat Trap was like, he had like a New York accent?
Oh, Rat Trap. Yeah, I do.
Man, get out of here, Dino Brain. You're gonna get fragged.
Oh my god.
That's who you were either Team Dinobot or Team Rat Trap, man. Dinobot was the shit. I can hear it. See, even Wormy agrees. Dinobot
You
was
hear the
shit.
desperation and Wormy's. Oh
Yes.
my god! Why won't you let me in your office? I let him in, and he wanted out in like 5 minutes.
Dinobot died
Mm-hmm.
so that we could all live. Okay, Dinobot is literally Transformers Jesus.
Mhm.
He died for
I
us.
know.
Okay,
Pathetic.
Okay. I know.
They couldn't even make it a mammal. That was the dino. That was the Jesus, the Transformer Jesus. Couldn't
Because
even be a man.
he started off as
At least Rat Trap's
a
a mammal.
Predacon. Yeah, because all the
yeah.
Maximals are mammals, and Dinobot
That's
was originally a bad guy.
Even worse. Even
Yeah,
worse.
he was originally a Predacon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of
I
like
like
making
how-
Caligula Jesus. It's like, what are we doing here? What's going on?
Beast Wars is like one of the best quintessential like early 2000s 90s like cartoon introductions. It's just a voice going Beast Wars to like heavy metal rock music.
Yeah. It's incredible.
Beast Wars. So funny. It was like they did the same thing with Dragon Ball Z. It's so funny. With the Dragon Ball Z dub, it was just someone shouting Dragon Ball Z to like rock music.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Some heavy metal music.
Yes. I will say, man, that people don't like it, but that metal Dragon Ball Z song, that was fucking killer. That song was fucking. That song, as the kids say, slaps. All right, that was my jam. Beast Wars was great, but the CGI doesn't hold up. No, CGI is fucking garbage.
Yeah, CGI is garbage. But there
CGI
was
is embarrassing. Oh my god.
They did an update that had way better CGI. That was
okay.
Beast Machines. Yeah, they had
Yes.
Beast Wars and then they did Beast Machines. But they
Oh, I
only
never
did
saw
Beast
that.
Machines for a
Yeah.
season. But Beast Machines was like 10 times better graphics than Beast Wars. Beast Wars was kind of like, I mean, it was like Atari style graphics, basically.
Oh, that's right. It's Rock the Dragon. Dragon, Rock the Dragon Ball Z. Oh, that's right. One Piece had a rap. The One Piece. I never liked One Piece, so whatever. But the rap is pretty silly. I will say I like the Dragon Ball Z hard rock version better than the original Japanese. When I heard the original Japanese intro for the first time, I was like, "What is this pussy shit? What is this pussy shit? Cha-la, head cha-la. We got the power. No. Where's my rock music?"
Oh my God, this is bringing back memories. I looked up
I know.
pictures of Beast Machines.
Bryant Townsend for $20 says, "Good evening, Sitch." Hey, Bryant. Hopefully you saw yesterday's EFAP and now realize the folly of disagreeing with Mahler. Don't let it happen again.
What happened?
But despite that, I'm still S-class. I just need you to do better.
Yeah, don't disagree with
I
that.
haven't watched it yet. Yeah. I was invited on. I wasn't around that time on Saturday, so I couldn't appear. But yeah, no, I know. Loki was bad. Loki was very bad. I agree. SWAT Cats. Oh, yes. SWAT Cats had an intro like that, right? It was just rock music, if I recall correctly.
Okay, I brought up a picture of Beast Machines so you can check it out because it's like way better than Beast Wars.
I never
And
saw Beast Machines.
It does hold up. You can see it's obvious.
I don't like the way they look. That looks kind of like...
You don't like the character design?
No, they're kind of like in that uncanny valley
Oh, really?
range. Yes. I don't like that. That looks creepy.
Well,
Who's the lady robot?
I can't remember her.
That
name.
looks like the evil spider lady.
She's a
sort of.
spider, though. Yeah.
Is it the evil
Black
what was it?
Widow?
Black Widow. She like a good guy now?
I think so. I think they did the same kind of Dinobot thing with her.
I see. I see.
She was forced to fight with the good guys, even though she was like a bad guy.
I never liked Cheetor. He was always lame. I
Cheetor.
thought. Cheetor, yeah. The cheetah guy.
Yeah, that's Cheetor. That's him.
They made him like the most powerful one. I was annoyed by that.
Yeah. Where's Night Scream? I remember Night Scream was the bat.
That must have been in Beast Machines. There was no bat in Beast Wars.
Yeah. God, oh my God. Who is the bad guy? Because that bad guy is...
Was it Megatron?
Megatron, that's it, yeah. Megatron did look badass, and he had this like floating head thing.
So I'm trying to remember. So in Beast Wars, it wasn't Optimus Prime was not the Optimus Prime. He was like he was like his son or a relative or something. But wasn't Megatron the Megatron from the original? Or was it a different Megatron? I don't remember.
I think it was the Megatron, but
was it a different Megatron? It's funny because I grew up with that version of Megatron where he's like, he had that funny, like, I'm the evil bad guy, like,
yeah, totally.
smooth voice. And then when I heard, like, in the movies, his Megatron is like, Megatron. I was like, what is this? Where's my smooth talking Tyrannosaurus Rex Megatron? Who's like, yes, I'm evil and I love it.
It's so true. It's so true.
So funny.
He was such a schmoozer. Oh,
I know. He had such a smoozy voice. It was hilarious. I love Beast Wars. Fuck, man. That's why when they were like, we're making a Transformers movie, I was like, why, man? Fuck Transformers. Make a Beast Wars movie. Fuck.
Someday they will fuck this property up. Don't think they're not looking at it.
That's true. That's true.
Like, wait, we've detected people on YouTube are talking about this.
Well, they've already started doing this because they're making the next Transformers is going to be some like sort of Beast Wars, but not really Beast Wars.
Really?
Like, bullshit. Like it's just like gonna have some Beast Wars character, but it's not because it takes place in modern time with people and stuff. Like it's not Beast Wars. So
sad.
That's why Beast Wars was great. There are no humans in it. Fuck them.
Yeah, I love that part. Who cares? I want to know what happens with robots.
Yeah, man.
People.
It's too bad because I wish I could recommend it, but the CGI is so awful that it's like
doesn't it?
You can't watch it now. You're like,
Beast Wars takes place on Earth, right? But
yes.
but Beast Machines, I believe, takes place on Cybertron.
Yeah. Beast Wars takes place on Earth in the super distant past.
Yeah, the distant past. That's why there's dinosaurs.
Right. Which is, well, there aren't any living dinosaurs.
Before
they scan
evolved.
the fossils. That's how he becomes the dinosaur. And they're the only, and then later you find out it's the same time period where like there's some caveman running around at some point later.
I don't remember that.
That's when Dinobot dies. He dies to protect the cavemen because they're like the first humans that will ever evolve, and Megatron wants to destroy them because humans help Optimus defeat Megatron in the future. So
yeah. Wow, you remember way more of this series than me. I think I might have been smoking a lot of weed as I was watching.
Well, I was like 7 at the time, so I was not smoking weed.
I was like in my 20s. I was in my 20s. I'm like, oh my God, this show's amazing. Here, give me the bomb.
Yes, there you go.
You gotta smoke some weed. Watch this.
There you go.
Oh, I forgot about the werewolf type character. What was his name? Savage Noble.
Oh, this is all Beast Machine stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beast Machine
and
is
Reboot, man.
So much better, man.
Reboot was great. Tristan Verhecke for 20 euros. Thank you, Tristan. Says, I need my fix of free will, or I'm afraid I might support A-Team. But we all know
what
that S-Class is the best class.
Don't be afraid of the A-Team. Come on. Come on.
Go,
now.
Tristan, 20 free units. Free will just for you to remain S-Class.
Oh my God, you're bribing them now.
Well, he specifically asked for it. So
you're terrible. To remain S-class.
Trans Metal Megatron. Oh, is that when he became like a dragon, or was that later? It got really confusing at some points.
Of course.
Simon O'Leary for 10 New Zealand dollars says, Lao Tzu said, the highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtuous, and therefore is not virtue. Lao Tzu hates virtue signaling. S-class is best class.
I'm confused.
I'm a little confused.
I do
too.
understand the S-class is best class, though.
Yes. The highest virtue is not virtue, and therefore really is virtue. But inferior virtue cannot let go of being virtuous, and therefore is not virtue. I understand. I get it.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. I'm glad you slowed it down.
Black Arachnia. Oh, that was the name. It wasn't Widowmaker. It was Black Arachnia. Yes. Michael for $5 says, I heard this is where I can get that small batch of organic, non-GMO, grass-fed, grain-finished, free will.
Oh my
How
God.
much can I get? P.S. S-class is best class. Well, there you go, Michael. You get 6 units. That's right. I'm going to give you 1 extra for your amazing presentation. 6 free units of free will. Thank you very much, Michael.
Dang. Presentation matters.
It does. That's 6 free units of small batch, organic, non-GMO, grass-fed, grain-finished free will. Only the best for the Sitch and Adam viewers.
Yeah. That's
Made
us
at your
watering
local
the grass.
farm.
That's us watering the grass that we feed to the
That's
free
right.
will.
That's what that sound is. It's the sound of me watering the free will. Yes.
The show has gone so long that the sprinklers have come on.
That's right. It's our favorite super chatter. The one who keeps us in continual suspense.
Oh no.
Not Gay Ben.
Really? Holy
it's
shit.
Not Gay Ben for $4.99 says, fact. The fact that Ben Sharpie is not gay, parentheses, like me, doesn't care about your feelings. There you go. Not Gay Ben, still not gay. Thank you. Thank you, Ben.
Yeah. That's not suspense. That's not keeping us in suspense. They're totally laying it on the line.
That's true.
If they were slightly effeminate and we didn't
I don't know.
then it
One
would be
day. One day. We'll see. We'll see. Vagabond for $1 says, Sitch, quote, I don't know what to do, parentheses, about trans women in sports. Simple. Let them continue to compete in the men's division. The vast majority of men's division don't actually explicitly exclude women. They just aren't there because they aren't competitive. Sure.
Isn't that
Lemur
weird
Wrench.
that they don't
I mean,
really
it is a
want to
little weird,
compete because they aren't competitive?
What do you mean?
Well, since they're not remotely competitive, none of them really want to compete.
No, he's saying women, not trans women.
Mm-hmm.
That's why women don't compete. He's saying that most men's sports don't exclude women by the rules, technically. So
correct, yeah.
He's saying that there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball, Adam. Okay.
But you don't have a lot of women to men, trans people, like knocking down the door.
He's
to
saying
compete in
no.
sports.
He's saying let trans women participate in the men's league. Now they wouldn't like that because they would say, well, you're denying their transition. So
right. And also we're not going to win, which that's lame. Why are you doing
I mean,
this
that's
to
true
us?
too. That's true too. Lemur Wrench for $2 says the only alternative to populism is elitism, which is always bad. Therefore, populism is always good.
Man after my own heart, right there.
There you go. That's the kind of big brain, enlightened centrist thinking we have here at the Sitch and Adam Show. They also said the solution for trans sports thing is to have cis women's sports and everyone else sports. Oh, that's kind of what Vagabond was saying. There you go.
Cis women sports and everyone else sports.
And
I
everyone
agree.
else sports.
Let's do it.
Harker Hayes. Hey, Harker, even though you're not supposed to give money to the show, for $1 says, create an animal out of 2 or 3 and tell me why yours would be the ultimate killing machine.
Create an animal out of what?
Combine 2 or 3 animals to make the ultimate killing machine animal.
Okay. So it would obviously have to be.
I got it.
Like, okay, go ahead.
No, I want to hear yours first.
You want to hear mine? Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking you'd obviously have to like combine a shark
Mm-hmm.
and a piranha.
Mm.
I guess they're both kind of just fishy killing machines.
Right.
Yeah. That's not
Okay.
very good.
So I'm combining the 2 most dangerous killers in the world, okay? A cat and a hippopotamus.
Oh my God.
Congratulations, you're all fucked.
Yeah.
Congratulations. The killing efficiency of a cat with the murder capabilities of a hippopotamus.
Yeah,
Oh.
that is devastating. Gotta admit, yeah. That's something you do not want hanging out around your village.
No. The catapus. That's
the
a big problem.
catapotamus.
The catapotamus. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a big problem. Yeah. You
Yeah.
don't want that. Yeah. CT says, CT for $1 says, so Sitch, what was your favorite scene in Space Jam 2? Hi, Adam.
Hi.
So Space Jam 2 is pretty bad, which shouldn't really surprise anybody, I guess. Even though the first one is not very good either. First Space Jam is pretty bad too. We watched it recently. But I will say that even though it's very dated, it's still better than Space Jam 2. Space Jam 1 feels like it has heart in it and soul in it. Space Jam 2 feels like a very soulless cash grab that's written by committee. It feels very chaotic. Like it feels like a movie where things just happen to happen. Like, I don't know if you remember, Adam, the plot of Space Jam 1. Okay.
I never saw Space Jam. Isn't Space Jam like a musical or something? I knew I was going to get shit. Space Jam. Let's see. Oh, yeah. I remember this movie. Space Jam. This is the guy that isn't this the guy that attacked?
What are we doing with you, Adam? What are we going to do with you, Adam? What are we going to do?
This guy is the guy who attacked Kyle Rittenhouse online. I remember.
Spaceship? What are you talking about?
Yeah, this guy went after Kyle Rittenhouse. I remember. LeBron
Who did?
James.
Oh,
Yeah.
LeBron James attacked Kyle Rittenhouse? Really?
I think so.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh no, he attacked the cop that saved the girl who was getting ready to stab
That's what
the
he
other
did.
girl.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He was like, "You're next." Oh my God.
Like chat, just the chat's like kick Adam.
Is Space Jam good? I mean, maybe I'll watch it if it's good.
It's not good, but it's one of those movies like that, like it has a lot of nostalgia points in people's memory, which is true for me. I love that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah. Well,
do you know what Space Jam is about?
I was like 40 when this movie came out. So I mean, jeez.
We just had a conversation. You were watching Beast Wars. Okay.
True, but I was at least in my 20s when I was watching Beast Wars.
Space Jam the musical does need to happen. Now that would be fucking good.
No, I will not watch it if it's Space
Do you
Jam
know what the plot of Space Jam is?
No.
Okay, so the plot of Space Jam is that Danny DeVito voices an evil monster corporate entity who runs a theme park planet called Moron Mountain.
Oh my God, it was in my 20s when Space Jam came out, 1996. Yes. Yeah.
And he turns on the TV. He's looking for new attractions for his theme park. And he turns on the TV and he sees the Looney Tunes. He decides that he's going to steal the Looney Tunes and force them to be slaves in his theme park for entertainment
I
of
like
children.
this. I like this. Yeah.
So the aliens show up to the Looney Tune world to enslave them, but the Looney Tunes convince them, and the aliens that show up are these like little tiny worm aliens, but they have like laser guns. And so Bugs Bunny convinces them that they can't just kidnap them; they have to beat them in a fair competition in order to get them to be slaves. And so since they're tiny little worm people,
What are
he
these
challenges
aliens?
them.
Stupid?
They're very stupid aliens, yes. And so he convinces, so he challenges the little aliens, since they're little, to a basketball game because they're so tiny. Okay, so the aliens agree, but then what they do is they go and they steal the basketball talent of all the world's best basketball players.
Oh, to play against the Looney Tunes.
And when they steal the talent, they all become the giant hulking monsters. They're like 4 or 5 times the size of Looney Tunes characters. So Looney Tunes say, oh shit, we fucked up. And so they say, okay, well, in order to defeat these people in a basketball game, we have to get the only remaining superstar basketball player whose basketball powers were not stolen. Michael Jordan.
Yeah.
Because this was while he was currently playing baseball. Remember
What?
that?
Michael Jordan played baseball?
You know, yes, there was a time period where Michael Jordan quit basketball to try to play baseball. Yes.
This story is getting totally bonkers.
No, this happened in real life. You don't remember this? Yeah.
This is part, but it's still bonkers, part of the bonkers storyline.
What's a fucking Looney Tunes movie? Okay.
Yeah.
And so, so they get Michael Jordan to help them defeat the aliens in the basketball game. So,
what kind of rating does this movie have? Let's see here.
Like a G rating?
6.5 stars. 6.5 stars out of 10.
Yes. I can't believe you've never seen Space Jam.
Well, I was too busy watching Beast Machines.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Why would anyone watch this movie? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because it was good at the time.
I mean, it was.
I mean, look,
it's
I'll be
not
honest.
really Fight Club.
It's
not
a
The
good
Matrix.
It's a good kids movie. Okay, it's a good kids movie. The only problem with it is Michael Jordan is like the fucking worst actor on the planet. But it's a good kids movie. Okay. Michael Jordan cannot act to save his fucking life.
Well, that's good to know.
Right.
Now I really want to see it.
Yes. The best actor in it is Bill Murray. Has a cameo. He's fucking
Oh my
hilarious
God,
in it.
Bill Murray.
Bill Murray's in it, and so is Newman, the evil
Oh,
postman
yeah.
from Seinfeld, is in it. Yes.
I see that now. I'm looking at the page, so the IMDb page.
Yes. But the plot of Space Jam 1, even though it's silly, it's like it's connected. It makes sense. Okay. Alien sends aliens to kidnap the Looney Tunes. The Looney Tunes see that they're small, so they challenge them to a basketball game. Like that's how you get this because they're tiny. So there's some logic to the thought process of the plot. Okay.
Right.
Space Jam 1 has no Space Jam 2 has like no logic. Okay.
That sucks.
It's just like, oh, LeBron James it's so weird. So in Space Jam 2, people keep calling LeBron James the King James. And I'm like, is this a thing? I've never heard people call him King James before. Was it in his contract that like, oh, people have to refer to me as King James in this fucking Looney Tunes movie? But so it's weird because like it seems super egotistical because they keep referring to him as King James, but they give LeBron James a character arc where he's a terrible father at the beginning of the movie.
Oh my God, no, please make it stop.
He's he has a son.
Oh no.
Who wants the plot of this is so silly. LeBron James has a son who wants to make video games, but his father's like, no, you have to play basketball instead.
Oh my God.
It's so stupid. It's like a parody. I was like, what? Are you fucking shitting me? It's
So
like,
he's
Dad,
like the
I want
bad
to
guy.
Yes. It's like, Dad, I want to program video games. And look, I made a basketball video game. And LeBron James like, no, you have to take basketball seriously. Basketball is not supposed to be fun. You have to give it your... It's like so weird. It's like, what the fuck is this?
He's like the bad guy, the stereotype bad parent, jock obsessed parent.
Right.
That's so weird.
Yeah, people were saying King James is his nickname in the NBA. I assumed it was his nickname in the NBA. I thought it was weird because as someone who doesn't watch basketball, I've never heard him referred to that way as King James before. So I was like, this is so bizarre. Like I don't want people calling me King James. That's fucking egotistical. That's cringe as fuck. But
he is egotistical as fuck.
I mean, obviously he is.
LeBron James is egotistical.
So, so with the plot is this. So wait, hold on. So the plot of Space Jam 2 is fucking so dumb. So Warner Brothers has created the first generalized artificial intelligence in the world, but that's not discussed like as if it's important. Like they just have it. They have this magical generalized artificial intelligence that's Don Cheadle, who they call the algorithm. Okay?
Makes sense.
And Don Cheadle comes up with the plan that he wants to digitally add not Kobe Bryant. That's someone else. Wants to add King James into a bunch of random fucking movies as a soulless cash grab. So like they're like, oh, we can put King James, and he calls him King James too. It's like we can put LeBron in Batman, and he can be the bad guy. We can put him in Harry Potter. We can put him in like all these like fucking random movies. We're just
how's
gonna
this a cash grab? I don't get how does this make any sense?
Well, yeah, they just like, oh, just to make things popular on Warner Brothers, we're gonna just put LeBron James and a bunch of fucking random
service or something.
No, like they're just gonna make a bunch of Warner Brother property movies and digitally insert LeBron James into these movies.
Yeah, but where's the making money off of this?
Well, people go and see the movies. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
It's just an attempt to draw people to watch their shitty property.
Okay.
So
they're gonna release all of these movies with LeBron James in them, and
right.
And this is somehow gonna make a lot of money.
Yeah, because people care so much about LeBron James that they're going to see a Batman with LeBron James in it.
I mean, obviously, I never saw Space Jam because I don't give a fuck about LeBron James. It's like, what the fuck?
So LeBron James turns this down, and so Don Cheadle is so upset that LeBron James has turned down his idea
offer.
that he uses his magic computer powers to suck LeBron James and LeBron James' son into the digital Warner Brothers server world where all Warner Brothers properties exist in a shared multi-universe.
Oh my God. This
is so
stupid.
and so he says, he convinces LeBron James' son, he says, well, we're going to get your father to play the basketball game that you developed that he doesn't appreciate. And if LeBron James loses the game, he has to live in the computer forever and be in all the stupid movies. And if he wins the game, then he'll let him go. Okay.
Like the kid's mad at his dad for being a dick, but does he want to commit him for life to some video game?
Well, like it's not clear. Somehow the kid doesn't know this is the stakes of the game, even though everyone else does know. It doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God! How can that? How can you have a movie where the hero doesn't even know the stakes?
Well, the kid's not the hero. I guess
LeBron James is the hero.
Sort of,
but he's the bad guy. Yeah.
Right.
He's the bad dad.
Right. And so for no reason, he's like, okay, so you're gonna have to compete in this basketball game to get out of the server. Okay, why this is the stakes is just completely arbitrary. Unlike the first Space Jam, completely arbitrary. And he says, okay, well, you can go into the Warner Brothers server and make a team of basketball players. And so he drops them off in the Looney Tunes universe. And there we go. And that's how he makes his team of Looney Tunes basketball players, et cetera, et cetera. There's a whole other subplot, which I'm not going to spend another 10 minutes going into, but it's really terrible.
Yeah, sounds awful.
Oh, and the only other thing I'll talk about is at the end of the movie, when they have the big basketball game, it's so pathetic. They have like every single possible Warner Brothers owned property character is like watching this basketball game.
Right. Okay.
So you have like 3 different versions of the Joker watching this. You have
Clockwork Orange characters. I saw that.
The Clockwork Orange characters for some fucking reason.
That's what I was going to say. Why don't they make them the basketball team? Like they totally cheat like crazy.
That would be interesting. That would be interesting. not really appropriate for a kids movie, but the Wicked Witch is there. Like it's just like there's like so many like these fucking random characters. There's like the Night King from Game of Thrones is there. And so much of it is just so much of it is just like, look at all this Warner Brothers properties. We're making references. And you're like, oh, okay.
Couldn't you have one of the dragons in the game? I mean, the dragon would be pretty cool.
Well, he wanted to have Superman in the game, but Superman said no. So he had the Looney Tunes instead.
Fuck you, your contract, your Warner Brothers property. Get the fuck in that game. Shut the fuck up, Superman.
The Mask was in the background. Yeah, there's like a million fucking random ass characters. And it's funny because when we were watching this, I was like, we were more interested in like looking at like the background characters than watching the actual basketball game.
That's sad. That is so sad.
Oh, and in order to recruit all the Looney Tunes characters, for no reason, they're all in like random Warner Brother property other movies.
That they
So,
weren't
like-
actually in.
Yeah, like the old lady for some reason, which I don't even know why she's so prominent in the movie. The old lady, like that owns Tweety, that no one cared about in Looney Tunes. She's like one of the most prominent Looney Tune characters in this movie, and she's like in the Matrix, and they do the scene, you know, where Trinity like jumps and the camera rotates.
You called her Tranny.
No, it's Trinity.
Oh, I thought you said like Trinity / Granny.
Oh no, maybe I did. But they do the same where like you know Trinity's like in the room and she jumps and does the rotates.
No,
and
I've seen
kicks
the
cup.
preview for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
They did it with the grandma character, and I'm like, why are we making Matrix references? Like what? 2021? Like what the fuck?
I know. 20 years old, and not only that, the Granny's like the least cool character to do that kind of reference with.
I
Like,
know.
you could so many more cool characters.
And they did have the Rick and Morty reference.
Right. Oh.
Which it wasn't. It was kind of cringy, but it was kind of funny at the same time. With actually was said, but so I'll tell you. So this all spawned because CT said, "What was your favorite scene?" I'll tell you. I'm gonna ruin it for you. There's one joke that I actually thought was funny in the entire movie, which was it's halftime, and of course LeBron James' team is losing because he's telling the Looney Tunes that they can't have fun. You know, they have to take the game seriously. So obviously they're losing. And then someone, so like trying to figure out how to win the game. And someone's like, guys, I found Michael Jordan. He can help us win the game. And it's like, you see like this like figure walking out of the shadows. Everyone's like, oh, it's Michael Jordan. Oh my God. But then it's Michael B. Jordan. I thought that was funny.
Michael
And he's
B.
like-
Jordan, the
Michael
actor.
B. Jordan. Yes. The actor. And Daffy's like, you got Michael B. Jordan. Where's Michael A. Jordan? And I was like, oh, that's funny. So I like that joke. That was about it.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's
Michael
your
B. Jordan. He's the
that's
guy
your-
from Black Panther.
right.
Yeah.
He was a bad guy in Black Panther, yes. So there's your Space Jam 2 synopsis.
Okay, great. I can't wait to see
You
this
don't have-
movie. I'm going to watch it immediately.
Yes.
Right after this live stream, I'm going to totally
bet you
tune in
will.
and watch this thing.
It's actually really long.
First, I'm going to watch
Two.
Space Jam 1. I'm going to like dust
Double
off
feature.
my
Double feature, yeah.
see if I can order a DVD off of Amazon, get an old copy.
I think
don't
it's
know
on
if they still-
Netflix.
What? Netflix?
Or no. It's on
I gotta
HBO
watch
Max
it.
or
I have to
something.
watch it in its
Yeah.
original format.
see.
I have to buy
VHS
the
tape?
DVD. Yeah, I have to buy the DVD. That's true. They did have VHS back in 1996. Yes. I'm going to get my old VHS player out.
Right.
I don't think I still have access to a VHS player.
No Astolofo. I have not shown Adam your video yet.
What?
We can do that
still-
right now. We can do that right now.
I don't know that
If
we
you can-
can. I might have
you can't-
closed the. I might
You
have
can't bring up
closed
the watch together?
window. I might have closed it.
What do you mean? It,
Did I?
it says
no,
you're still in the
I
room.
still okay. I still have it.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I never finished the Distributus comment.
No one.
Hold on, I gotta. My God,
Being so unprofessional right now, Adam.
man, what are you talking about?
You're arguing with distributors in the middle of the stream. Like comment section.
So unprofessional.
So unprofessional. Listen to my synopsis of fucking Space Jam 2.
I know.
Okay.
First of all, you were giving me a hard time for talking forever. Then you go like 20-minute tirade talking about Space Jam 2. No, I don't have it. I don't have it up yet. Let me
I know. I'm just getting it ready. I could have talked about it longer because I actually had me and Harker came up with a brilliant idea for Space Jam 2, but I think it would be too long to explain. So I don't know if anyone actually cares.
But
we'll save that for next time.
The fascinating thing about this discussion, I remember when it's so funny because we're like going on a record here that when we started this live stream, didn't you start by saying I had no sleep last night? I
had no sleep last night. I'm tired.
How are you not hitting the wall right now? You're like,
I'm past that. You know, when you get past it, you're not tired anymore. So.
Yeah, you're back in the zone.
Right.
This is marathon level streaming here.
That's right.
My cat is super
Astolfo. Okay.
No, I'm fixing it.
No, he was saying, or she, I don't want to misgender them. I was saying that is pronounced her name.
I love that. I love that I do a little light graphic design during the actual show. Little here, there. It's so endearing. Such an endearing part of the show.
There was a second joke I thought was kind of funny in Space Jam 2. That at first I thought was going to be stupid, but I thought it was funny.
Well, don't keep us waiting. What is it?
They go to the Casablanca universe. And I'm like, what the fuck? Casablanca? Yeah. Who's fucking what? Like, this isn't even appealing to like the children or their parents. This is appealing to like their grandparents.
Yeah. Casablanca is like way before anyone's time.
Which I'm not. Casablanca's a good movie. Don't get me wrong, but I'm just saying, like, it's old 1930s black and white movie, and
Casablanca is shit. Don't lie to people.
Holy shit, Adam! Wow, look at this guy. Look at this edgelord over here. Casablanca's a bad movie. Okay, buddy.
I mean, it's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. You need your papers. Get your papers. I need papers. I can't get out of here. I'm stuck in Casablanca unless I get my papers.
Yeah, Adam, this really happened back in those days. Okay.
It's all about getting the papers.
But so the joke is, it's the scene in the famous scene in the bar where whatever the woman's name is, she says, "Play it again, Sam," and it's Yosemite Sam.
Oh, that's fucking.
And he does his like Yosemite Sam voice, and it was pretty funny.
Ridiculous.
It was silly.
Nobody got that because nobody knew Play It Again, Sam. They were like, what?
Yes.
Makes absolutely no sense at all.
Oh, that's right. There was Don Cheadle gets angry and he curses. He actually says fuck. But it's bleeped. Yes.
Oh, good. At least they bleeped it out. All right, it's up. Everything, all the graphic design is done now.
So the name of this video is PSA Sitch when meeting Adam's mantises. Okay.
Yahoo! 僕の名前はアストルフォ。
You fucking bastard. You fucking bastard. What do you do? Why is this? What is this? Revenge porn? What is this fucking nonsense? Why are you doing
Fallout
this?
New Vegas. We were talking about it. Fallout New Vegas the other day.
Oh my god.
There are giant. I didn't even think about it. There are giant mutated mantises in Fallout New Vegas. I was like, Adam wouldn't like this game. You have to kill mantises.
I would not let this happen. I would not do this.
You befriend them?
Yeah.
They're mutated. They're evil.
They'd be 18 by sunset. I'm not killing a bunch of mantises. You're worse than the exterminator. Oh my god, he zooms in. This is evil. Look at that. The mantises have American flags on their wings, and you're still killing them.
They don't have American. It's not American flags.
No, those are American flags. Oh my god. Oh shit.
They're not just. Do you see that? It says it's not just a giant mantis. It's a giant mantis female. I'm killing lady mantises.
Check out my other videos. I criticize
Commies from a sock dem position. There you go.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you, Astolfo. Thank you, Astolfo. I knew Adam would really appreciate it.
No, you're evil. Disavow. Oh my God. Tell us more about Space Jam. What did you think of the third act climax?
So the idea that me and Harker had to make
Space Jam better,
to make Space Jam actually interesting. Okay. Utter nonsense for $3 says point of personal privilege. Please don't use gendered language. Say person of straw instead of straw man.
Oh my
There you
God.
go. That's your other POS. Person of straw.
Oh my God.
You gotta start
Holy
using
shit.
that.
Straw man. I didn't realize.
Mm-hmm.
That's bad. Yeah.
Holy shit. How did I miss this? Hero in Penguin 666 for $271.86. Holy fuck.
What?
I
How did
didn't
we
see it
not
'cause it was
miss
on the
that during the main
it
show?
was on the Streamlabs. So
oh my God.
I didn't see it.
I feel horrible now.
Oh no, it wasn't in the main. It was at 11 o'clock p.m. So
Oh, okay.
I usually can't. Well, thank you so much, Hero Penguin. I usually can't listen live because I live in Switzerland, and even now you're already almost 7 hours in. Every week I've watched your content for months. Can't wait to see myself in your comic I can't wait to see myself in your comic and the 3 cover variants. Keep up the good work. S-Class is A-Team. Wow.
Yeah.
So you got the buy-in for that,
The
and you're
drawing
giving
too.
us $271.
I
Thank you
still
so much.
I still need to get photos out of some people. I have like 3 photos, but we sold 5, so I have 2 people that I need to get photos for that. Yes.
If you pay for the drawing tier, send Adam the photo you want to be like your reference.
Yes.
So,
Contact me.
yeah.
What's my email? friended2157@gmail.com. I'm delirious, man.
There you go.
I got up at like 6 a.m. You said you didn't even get any sleep.
I barely slept at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cyrus the Baked for $5 says you should have Armored Skeptic on to talk about woo stuff like the Shadow People. Like you had Mouthy Buddha on to talk about UFOs at one time. Been a while since I donated, but you guys helped to give good perspective on the culture wars. Keep at it, dude. Yeah, that could be fun.
Why? Thank you. Yeah.
That could be
I
fun.
mean, we would love to have Greg on, but I don't know that Greg would come on.
I mean, that's true. We did make fun of him in a video. So.
We did make fun of him in a video, and I made the thumbnail really obnoxious. So
right. That's
remember
right.
he had the weird, like, hipster beard, and I went like super crazy with
Yes, I do remember that. Yeah. We should have Mouthy Buddha on. That was a really fun stream when we talked about like UFOs and shit.
Mouthy Buddha, I think I yeeted from YouTube.
He did.
Like,
I thought, but but I'm sure he's still around somewhere.
Yeah. I'm gonna see.
Because he was making, well, I don't know, because after he was making these really like cool, like conspiracy videos that like are animated, super interesting. If you remember, like afterwards, and those were like very interesting. I actually wanted to copy. I wanted to make a video about my bad shrimp strip and like basically just steal his style.
Yeah, you should do it.
Oh, here we go. A duck-sized whore. A duck-sized whores. So it's a singular duck-sized whores, a singular group of duck-sized whores. There you go. Says for $2. Says fuck, marry, kill. Scott Adams, Brett Weinstein, and Tucker Carlson. Adam.
Who? What?
Fuck, marry, kill. Scott Adams, Brett Weinstein, and Tucker Carlson.
I can't. These are all guys. Come on.
I know.
No one's. I'm having sex with none of these.
And you
And
have
I'm
to.
not marrying. No.
That's the rule. You have to
No.
do it. You have to respect the fuck, marry, kill, Adam.
No, I don't. I totally
Don't be a
disrespect
pussy.
No.
Don't be a pussy.
I will kill Scott Adams just for fun.
What?
I don't. Like, I will
my
take.
God.
I will have a nice non-romantic lunch with Brett Weinstein. We'll talk about evolutionary psychology.
Wait, so you're gonna marry Tucker Carlson? Wow, shocking.
And wait, no, I married no one. I had sex with no one. What are you talking about?
No. Okay, look, this is easy. Okay, you fuck Scott Adams, you marry Brett Weinstein, and you kill Tucker Carlson. Come on, easy.
What? You're so bad. But I don't like Scott Adams because he did that thing to me on Twitter. So I'm killing Scott Adams. Scott Adams is not getting out of this alive. I don't care.
So you're gonna kill. So Adams gonna kill Scott Adams. I imagine he would fuck Tucker and marry Brett.
No. I'm having lunch.
You want
with
to fuck
Brett.
Brett and you want to marry Tucker.
I'm having lunch with Brett.
Adam
And
wants
you
to
know, I
fuck
don't
Brett and marry
like-
Tucker.
Like, you
Can
know,
you marry
Tucker-
that face? You turn out. You wake up in the morning and you turn. You see that like that.
I mean, I don't
confused
even really, to be
face
honest-
looking at you from the sheets.
To be honest with you, I
Why
don't
are you
even
so
really.
confused, Tucker? We're in bed. What's so fucking confusing about that?
I honestly don't even want to hang out with Tucker, to be honest with you. I mean, I have no reason. I'm not a huge Tucker fan. I mean, Tucker says some interesting things, but like, even if you said, listen, Adam, you've won, you know, a lunch meeting with Tucker Carlson, I'd be like, okay, could I sell this on eBay? Maybe. Who wants to hang out with Tucker Carlson?
That's true. That's true. Yeah. He's a
But
nerd.
I'm not going to murder him, for heaven's sake.
Remember when he used to wear a bow tie on Crossfire?
Yeah, that's when he was cool.
Jesus.
Mouthy Buddha is on BitChute.
Oh, cool.
And he's got a video from June 13th, 2021. That's not too long ago, right?
I'll have to check it out. I don't know why he got yeeted from YouTube for the non-race videos. So check it out.
This video is Elite Human Trafficking, Volume 4.
Oh, that's right.
Dr. Phil Turnabout Ranch.
That's why he got yeeted. That's right, because he started to do the Pizzagate videos.
Human trafficking stuff.
Right. Okay, that's why he got yeeted. I remember now. He was going a little crazy on that stuff. Yeah. He was going a little crazy on that stuff.
He has oh my God, he has a link to his Patreon, and his Patreon is $2,500 a month.
Nice. Good for Mouthy.
So he's hanging in there. He's still doing videos.
Right. Father Diddler for $3.
Oh my God.
Does that mean he diddles fathers or like priests? Says Adam reminded me. One of you posted the graph of race relations on Twitter, and it largely correlates with my personal experience. Adam posted that. What event caused it to go downhill so quickly? If I had to guess, it was Obama's second term, and being against it equals racism. I don't think it has anything to do with that. I think that's just when all the woke shit started.
I posted something on race relations. I don't remember that.
Didn't you? Or maybe I posted it. Maybe I retweeted it.
Maybe I posted it. Hilarious.
There was some graph of like race relations that people were knocking around that I saw. Did I retweet that? No, you must have retweeted it. I don't know. Somebody fucking tweeted this graph. And it showed like how people felt. Let me see if I can find it real quick, because it was actually kind of interesting. Oh no, I didn't retweet it. I liked it. It says the Great Awakening, mission accomplished, and it's a graph that says, next we'd like to know how you'd rate relations between various groups in the United States these days. Would you say the relationship between white and black people are very good, somewhat bad, or very bad?
Oh yeah, I think I saw that.
Right, and it shows how like from 2001 to 2013, basically. Most people thought 70% of the population thought race relations were pretty good. And then he's right. Then in 2015, there's this huge drop to like 53%. And then it kind of just goes down from there. But people thinking race relations are becoming bad. And I don't know, maybe you're right. Maybe I'm trying to remember. Was there like a big concerted effort in 2015 to say if you didn't like Obama, you're racist? Maybe that did something to do with it. I don't remember. But
yeah,
no. But that's the Great Awakening. That's true. That's true.
that sucks.
Yep. Vagabond for $1 says, Adam, that's a spectacular walk back of your people, quote, people who aren't scientists using ethics guidelines that want to discuss this are committing an act akin to drunk driving or waving around a loaded gun stance of 2 weeks ago. Vagabond doesn't agree. Father Dealer.
The level of damage that can be like it depends upon the level of damage that you want to. I mean, we're talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson has a lot bigger platform, the ability to do a lot more damage. Yeah.
The stream stops working in 12 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we gotta hurry because we only got 30 minutes left.
Okay.
Father Dealer for $1 says, I see you don't understand the Jewish ice joke. It's called an iceberg. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, okay. Forgive us for not getting that one.
Oh, that's so bad. Oh my God.
It's not like a
First,
Goldberg.
John Smith and now Dr. Diddler have literally murdered me with bad puns. Iceberg. Oh my God.
Terrible.
Vagabond for another $1 says, look at how much money the initial accuser won in the civil suit. Oh, this is the Bill Cosby thing. They tell me they've got nothing to lie for. You're telling me you don't have 60 unethical gold diggers in your country of 300 million people? I mean, did all those 60 people get money from this? I don't know. I just have a hard time believing in Vagabond. I have a hard time believing it. Father Diddler for $5 says, how much to remove John Smith's wrench for like an hour while she's in chat? She's always reading about people getting wrenches, and I can't help but appreciate the irony. And don't tell her that'll ruin the comedy gold.
Is she gone? Maybe you just
She's
told
not.
her.
No, I think she's gone. I haven't seen her in the chat for a while. So
back it up. Pull the wrench. Let's see.
We'll see. I don't know. John is pretty strong on the S-Class team. So is Doctor. They're both pretty strong in the S-Class. I don't know if I want to take John's wrench away. She might as well stay too.
She's gonna get very angry.
She is, but that would be kind of funny. It would be. My inner troll is cackling wildly at the prospect of seeing just a wall of re from John for like 5 minutes straight.
Oh my God! Of course, it'd be straight re.
Oh my God, that is.
Where's my wrench?
I don't know. I'm kind of convincing myself. We'll see.
My God.
Vagabond for $1 says, Sam, the vaccine doesn't seem to work. The UK has a vaccine rate of over 50%, and now more than 50% of their deaths are among the vaccinated. You'd think the number would be a few percent, or at least something that wasn't nothing. Israel also seems to report similar.
Yeah, our numbers are rising here in Southern California. It's a little scary.
I don't know about in the UK, but in America, like the gross majority of people that are getting COVID are non-vaccinated. So
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. And considering the huge drop down, I don't know how you can even say the vaccines don't work at all. If they didn't work, then why was there this huge drop off? How does that make sense?
Something happened called
vaccines. People that have the vaccine can still get it. Even though I thought most people that do get it with a vaccine, it's very significantly more
hospitalized,
mild. Yeah. Right. So that means it works, you know?
Yeah.
So yeah,
they're basically just asymptomatic carriers giving it to the unvaccinated.
Right. See, I don't see how you can say it doesn't work. That doesn't make sense to me. The Buddha Man for $5 says, hi guys, who do you think would win in a game of chess? Dr. Hugo Strange or Dr. Stephen Strange? A team is the alpha team, and here the lamb nations of the women's. There you go.
I don't know which Strange is smarter, but I defer to you.
Stephen Strange.
Okay.
Hugo Strange is not as smart as he thinks he is. Okay, just because he figured out who Batman is, like it doesn't take a big genius to figure out who Batman is, right? Come on, it's pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, he's the guy in the bat suit.
Yeah, he wants to tell. He's telling
Duh.
everyone. He's going, "Want to know my secret identity?" He tells it to every.
I know from when you open your mouth. Come on, you
Right.
sound just like Batman.
Right. I mean, every hot lady, okay, who's like a supervillain, Batman is like 2 steps away from telling them his secret identity.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So definitely I'm in the Stephen Strange camp there. And I mean, he's got magic too. So he could always just cheat. He always just cheat. Did Sitch change his mind on Cosby? I remember him defending Cosby a few weeks ago. I'm afraid you remember wrong. I don't ever remember defending Bill Cosby. No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me, Doge. I think you're maybe that was a different Sitch in the Bearstein universe. Maybe that's what happened. Weekend Jeff $5 says, Sitch, when the hell is your Israel video coming out? I said this a couple streams ago. My Israel video is not going to come out until I finish like a Loki video, my Loki video. So I want them to come out because the Israel video is kind of low effort. So I felt bad like just releasing that on its own. So it's already done. It's already on my channel, but I want to have a Loki video first.
Hilarious.
It's a little bit more high effort, and then I'll have the Israel video come out. And then I'll have an even lower effort video I've also had done for like 5 months, but never released, which is funny, but incredibly low effort, which I'll put up after that. So
You all worried about your low effort videos.
I know.
Listen to you. You're so totally micromanaging your reputation. You're
It's so
like, it's my
sad.
main channel. You gotta be. I don't know. Just jump on that main channel and start
Right.
streaming one day.
I know.
Hey, I know you missed me.
Cat Branchman for $5 says, just bought the 4 variant covers for the comic. Does that package come with
Sweet.
any free will? It
Hell
does.
yeah.
It does. It comes with, I think it comes with 100 free units of free will. That's right, 100 free units of free will. Thank you very much, Cat. Thank you.
Amazing.
RPG or 90 for $5 says, late, but I always got to remind everyone that the idea of gender was made up by a pedo to excuse being a pedo and driving the kids to Minecraft themselves.
What? Is that true?
Sort of true. That's John Money is the one who came up with the concept of
Gender? Oh, yeah.
gender being some social thing that's disconnected from biology. And he did the horrifying David Remmer experiments where they basically tried to force a male child who had a botched circumcision to live as a female. And basically the experiment proved that actually no, gender, or at
can't
least
do
gender
that.
identity is pretty innate.
Yeah.
And the experiment was awful, a horrifying case of child abuse, and David Remmer and his brother both ended up killing themselves.
Yeah.
So, and a lot, it was in response to the way that they were kind of treated as part of this experimentation.
It's so crazy.
Very crazy. Patrick Mulligan for 2 Canadians says, I just got on the stream. What did I miss? Kitty. That's right. That's right. Kat Branchman for another $5. Thank you, Kat. Says, we're talking about how important it is to study different topics in order to minimize harm. So, Adam, when are you going to study critical Shrek theory?
Ooh, I want to dive into that.
You should. You should. You have to watch the Shrek play musical, Adam.
Oh my
That's what you have
God.
to watch.
I've seen the original Shrek movie, so
You've only seen the first one?
I think I saw the first and the second one.
Okay. The first and second one are the good ones.
Right. And then the
they
third
get
loses all.
3 and 4 is kind of
That makes sense.
Stacking Damage for $5 says, Sitch's laughter over this Hitler quote is the salt to my salmon. Thank you, Stacking Damage.
I guess that's good.
Kat Branchman for another $5. Thank you, Kat. Says, I've also heard from an anonymous source that it is definitely not me, Dr. Diddler. Oh, I also heard from an anonymous source that is definitely not me, that Dr. Diddler is a pediatrician.
Oh my God.
No. He's not a pediatrician. What's like the old person doctor called? The osseo something?
I don't know.
There's like some old whatever because he's a father diddler, so he's the opposite of a pediatrician. He's a geriatrics.
Pediatrician is worse.
It's like a geriatric physician.
You got to admit.
It is worse. It is worse. Patrick Morgan for 5 Canadians says, "Why do the plebs want wrenches? Don't they not understand how Sitch and Adam slave us behind the scenes, praising them and laughing at their jokes?" That's true. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
That's right.
Yes.
Once you're not laughing at our jokes, that wrench is gone.
It's true. Once you get that wrench, me and Adam, we actually email you like a video boot camp that you have to complete in order to get a wrench and to maintain your wrench on our channel. Yes.
We expect 5 compliments per day in our email box. Otherwise, gone.
Right. And like the Nexium sex cult, you have to brand yourself.
Yeah.
With the Sitch and Adam brand.
Yeah.
And you have to give us collateral that we can blackmail you with in the future if you ever should turn against us. So.
Yeah. Excellent. It's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work. I don't know why you guys want it. I mean, it's definitely worth the status. What am I saying? Drunk Shovel for Fire says, "I can't listen live, but I always listen to you guys at work. Here for you, Adam and Sitch. The ice is because Berg." Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Drunk Shovel. Sorry that we were both too stupid to get it. Doge Whistle says, "This is so weird. I have a distant memory of Sitch explaining why Cosby was innocent in great detail." No, that literally didn't happen. Maybe you're confusing me with Razor Fist because I thought they said Razor Fist was the one that was defending Bill Cosby. So, Doge Whistle for $5. Oh no, there isn't one. Desert Runner, hey Desert Runner, for 2 Aussies says, "Hope this is a good one. I'll listen when it's done." Thank you, Desert. Soupy Comics for $2 says, "Look up Gilbert Godfrey singing the One Piece rap." Oh my God. That is amazing. Gilbert Godfrey singing the One Piece pirate rap. Holy shit. This is amazing. I'm going to have to look at this after stream. I'm actually very excited for this. Uh-oh, Adam. Is Adam gone? Did Adam sneak out? He did. Look at him. He thought we wouldn't notice. He thought we wouldn't notice, but I noticed. Uh-oh, chat. It's a hippo-sized cat. Oh my God. It's the hippo-sized cat for $2 says, "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds." Appropriate. Very appropriate. Christian Goins for $5 says, "Just woke up and saw you were streaming still. Thought I'd buy some free will. I'm going to need it to finish making the CRT and Blizzard ENT videos." Awesome. Well, there you go, Christian. 5 free units of free will. Well, check out your CRT videos. So, yeah, I know you snuck out, Adam. I know you
No, you don't. You didn't. You don't know. I've been here the whole time. What are you talking about? Actually, my cat snuck in while I was.
Soupy Comics for $5 says, "As a pest technician, I do appreciate your exterminator prejudice. You made it real hard to stay A team."
Oh,
Adam. How dare you? How dare you? Hitch Waxer for $5 says, "She doesn't say it. She doesn't say again." Oh, that's right. That's part of the Mandela effect. It's just play it, Sam. Play it again, Sam is like a play or something. Don't keep Adam out too late. A-Team needs his beauty sleep. Yes.
It's already too late, but that's okay. I mean,
CT also
it's approaching 4 a.m. though where you are. It's only 1 a.m. here.
That's true.
Which is crazy.
CT is also saying, "Sitch, I just want to let you know I have Chinese food." Well, fuck you, CT. Fuck you.
I have some Chinese food waiting for me too.
You know what I learned that's crazy? Harker says she hates all Chinese food.
Why?
That's what I said. What?
How?
Are you insane?
How is that even possible? Makes absolutely no sense whatsoever.
Chinese food is like the best food. How can you hate all Chinese food?
Mexican food's the best, but Chinese is second best.
Okay, well, Mexican food's all the same, so I don't know how you could say that, but actually, that's what CT said. She said all Chinese food is the same. It's all greasy and gross. I said, you're just a bigot. You're just a China-phobe, okay?
15 minutes. Are we going to make it?
We're going to make it. We're almost done. The Butter Anvil for $5 says, I understand a lot about CRT, but when people do the gotcha, what is CRT? I struggle to have a concise answer. Any advice? CRT is the idea. God, you're asking me this at 4 a.m.
I know. No shit.
And we've talked about this so many times. So I'll try to do it like coherently. Okay. CRT is the idea that liberalism cannot create a racially just society, and that racism is inherently bred into the American legal system and cannot be reformed.
Yeah.
Okay, that's how I would describe it. That's how I would
White
describe
supremacy is everywhere.
Yeah. The Butter Anvil for $2 says, it's true they have pictures. Oh, yes. Referring to the collateral that the wrenches give us. Yes, we have lots of pictures. It's true. It's true. Some weird guy. Am I crazy or is my super chat missed? I don't know. I don't remember saying some weird guy. Oh, you're right. Thank you, some weird guy. I did miss your super chat. I'm so sorry. Some weird guy for $2 says, of course the free will is useless. Have you all seen Loki?
Oh, yeah. Loki kind of put us out of business.
That's true. That's true. It's a good thing we don't live in the Marvel universe. Otherwise, all this free will we're settling would be useless for you guys. That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. I still can't get over that. Let's write free will out of our fucking Marvel universe, guys. That's a brilliant fucking idea. You want to know what's hilarious, Adam? You would appreciate this as a writer.
Let's hear it.
Well, when we were writing the comic, Adam was very much like Sitch. We had to make sure that there are like clear stakes in the comic and in the story, and there needs to be consequences and blah 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 blah. Okay.
Yeah.
All that writing.
Sitch is like, fuck this. Just has to be a cool location. I'm like, no, Sitch, you don't know how this stuff works. Let me school you. Come sit on my lap, Sitch. I'll tell you how it's done.
So not only in the beginning of Loki to the end of Loki, does nothing actually technically change or matter?
Oh my God.
But in the last episode of Loki, Loki's presented with two options by the main bad guy of how they can proceed. And both options actually amount to the same exact thing.
So it's not even a choice. Oh my God, this is fucking terrible.
So yeah, all of Loki is literally based around there is no choice. And it's so fucking stupidly baffling that this was written this poorly.
Wow.
And I don't think it wasn't intentional. I don't think it was intentional.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have way more stakes like that in Super Bowl Anonymous. Yeah.
Crazy.
We have real stakes.
The Physicality channel for $2 says 11 hours. No. 12 hours, baby. 12 hours. We're approaching 12 hours.
Yeah.
Janos Kuhn for $1 says, good morning, guys. Good morning, Janos Kuhn. Hope you're doing well today.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
The physicality challenge. I see it there. Look at that.
Yep.
All right. I'm dead, man. Oh my God.
I can tell.
We're
both dead. I'm very tired.
You got no sleep. I actually got a good night's sleep last night, but I did get up early.
True.
So
that's true. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your very generous super chats. Thank you for coming with us on this journey. The journey of the Ben Shapiro, Neil deGrasse Tyson conversation, and all the terrible Breadtubers reaction.
Oh, wait,
it.
we didn't get back to that Kyle Kalinske video. Here, pull it up. Let's get back to that.
Thank you, Kyle Kalinske, for us not having to watch your video. And thank you, Ethan, for coming on. If you want the link to Ethan's campaign, it's in the description. Hope you all. Soupy Comics says, I missed your $5 super chat. What?
What? Oh my God, for real.
I don't. Soupy Comics, Go by Godfrey. I read that one. I read that one. Soupy Comics $5 was the as a pest technician. I do not appreciate your exterminator prejudice.
You did read it. Yeah.
You got that. Yeah. Anyways,
But sticking with A-Team, I love it. So,
anyways, I hope you all have a wonderful week.
bye-bye.